In a world awakening, ferocious beasts rampage, and myriad races invade. The young man Qin Feng traverses through realms, awakening dual abilities of thunder and fire. Yet regrettably, his power ranks only at F level. However, fortune smiles upon him as the system awakens, allowing for limitless energy consumption and skill enhancement. Limitless consumption enables the devouring of energy existing in any form across the heavens and earth, transforming divine powers for his own use. By devouring the king-level bee spirit, the Thunder Wolf Dragon, he acquires the king-level combat technique, Thunder Dragon Sky-Splitting Claw. By devouring the divine race, the Celestial Feather Clan's divine soul, he gains the innate divine ability, 3,000 transmutations. By devouring the Lord of 10,000 races, he attains the supreme divine ability, mastery over all things. Moreover, defeating enemies grants him evolution points. Consuming evolution points allows for the direct comprehension of skills, enhancement of physique, and augmentation of mental prowess. Evolution points minus 200, D-level combat technique, perfected in 1 second. Evolution points minus 200,000, physique enhancement, minor achievement of the sacred body, capable of subduing the Beast Emperor with a single hand. Evolution points minus 200 million, mental power enhancement, telekinesis reaching divine realms. From this moment onward, Qin Feng embarks on an unstoppable journey, his name echoing throughout the cosmos. The talented. Before him, I feel utterly ordinary. The king. From abilities to combat techniques, to physique and even mental power, his all-encompassing nature incites my envy. The Lord of 10,000 races. My cultivation accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years pales in comparison to that of a mere university graduate. Chapter 1. Awakening of Abilities, Dual Thunder and Fire. Blue Star. The Great Xia Nation. Jiangnan Province, Linhai City, Linhai No. 1 High School. At this moment, over 1,000 senior students gather on the playground. Principal Yang Zirong stands upon the high platform, delivering an impassioned speech. Students, 3 years of junior high, 3 years of high school, countless days and nights of arduous practice have led to this moment. Today is the time to rewrite your destinies. I wish to convey that regardless of the type or rank of abilities awakened, even the lowest F level, do not lose heart. Understand that a qualified awakener requires not only a powerful ability, but, more importantly, a resilient heart. The principal continues his eloquent discourse, yet the students below express their murmurs of discontent. After half an hour passes, Principal Yang Zirong waves his hand grandly. I hereby announce the official commencement of the awakening ceremony. At this very moment, all the senior students below erupted with excitement. Among the crowd, a strikingly handsome and tall young man exhibited a fleeting expression of complexity on his face, his slightly trembling obsidian eyes revealing the unease that gripped his heart. The youth, known as Qin Feng, is a time traveler who arrived in this world, where global awakening and the resurgence of martial arts occurred 5 years ago. In this realm, all individuals awaken a unique ability upon reaching the age of 18. These abilities are diverse and categorized by type and rank. The categories of abilities broadly encompass elemental, beast transformation, psychic, divine weapon, enhancement, and special systems. The ranks of these abilities range from D, C, B, A, S, SS to SSS. Atop the platform on the playground, a colossal diamond-shaped crystal floated in mid-air. This is the awakening crystal, which aids individuals in awakening their abilities. Upon reaching the age of 18, one can place their hand upon the crystal to directly awaken their powers.
I hope to awaken an ability of a higher rank, preferably elemental or beast transformation. Qin Feng silently mused.
Compared to the rarer divine weapon and psychic abilities, these two types are relatively common. However, Qin Feng understands that the rank of the ability is of utmost importance. Even if one awakens the most enigmatic psychic ability, if its rank is merely D, it will be exceedingly difficult to become a formidable awakener. In a world plagued by ferocious beasts and invasions from myriad races, survival without immense strength is nearly impossible. Gazing at the awakening crystal ahead, Qin Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation. Zhang Kuan. At that moment, the staff member beside the crystal began to call names from the list. Shortly, a male student stepped forward and, following the staff's instructions, placed his hand upon the awakening crystal. In the next instant, a strange energy surged forth from the crystal, and a burst of earthy yellow light appeared above the platform. The yellow light arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, returning to normal in an instant. Elemental type, C rank, Earth. Simultaneously, a line of yellow text manifested upon the awakening crystal. Only C rank. Zhang Kun descended the platform with a face full of disappointment, yet soon found a sliver of solace within himself. Li San, enhancement type, strength amplification, D rank. Zhao Si, beast transformation type, diamond ape, C rank. Subsequently, several more students ascended to awaken, yet the highest rank achieved was merely C. Qin Feng. Upon hearing his name, Qin Feng stepped onto the platform and placed his hand upon the awakening crystal. The next moment, he felt two distinct energies coursing through him, one ferocious, the other searing. However, before he could fully sense them, these two energies vanished. Elemental type, dual lightning and fire. What a pity, its rank is only F. The staff member's voice echoed at that moment. Observing the expression of regret on his face was evident, and not just him. Principal Yang Zirong and the other teachers sighed in unison. Dual lightning and fire, being two of the most destructive elemental abilities, possess formidable power, yet regrettably, their rank is merely F. Even if it were C rank, should Qin Feng manage to fuse the energies of lightning and fire, the potency of his ability could undoubtedly reach B rank, thus offering him a chance to become a powerful being. Qin Feng descended the platform with an impassive expression, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed his unwillingness to accept this fate. An F-rank ability means his highest potential is to become a first-tier awakener, a level of power far too insufficient for self-preservation in this world. Awakeners are classified from 1st to 9th tier, with each tier further divided into early, mid, and late stages. A first-tier awakener in this realm is akin to a mere ant. With an F-rank ability, his prospects are nearly non-existent, leaving him unable to even gain admission to a martial arts university. To think that I, a distinguished time traveler, awakened an F-rank ability. Where's the system? Shouldn't it be manifesting now? Qin Feng bellowed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 5 years of time travel. The system has successfully activated. The system is now live, offering a complimentary beginner's gift pack, which can be claimed at any time. At that moment, a somewhat raspy mechanical voice echoed in Qin Feng's ear. It has arrived, it has arrived. For Qin Feng, this voice sounded like celestial music, instantaneously igniting his excitement, and he endeavored to suppress the elation swelling within, turning to exit the playground. The homeroom teacher, observing Qin Feng's departure, paid little mind, assuming he merely needed time to process his disappointment over his ability's low rank and solitude. I should go comfort him later, the homeroom teacher thought, recalling that Qin Feng generally performed well. However, his attention was soon captivated by a dense cloud of white mist enveloping the platform. The thick white mist seemed to carry an intense chill, causing the temperature around the platform to plummet dramatically. Yet, the principal, witnessing this scene, exhibited no trace of alarm. Instead, a glimmer of excitement illuminated his face. It is widely acknowledged that the greater the impact on the surrounding environment upon awakening one's extraordinary abilities, the higher the rank of those abilities. Chuyue, elemental type, ice category, grade A. Wow, the entire venue was astounded. Damn, truly worthy of being my goddess. Not only is she beautiful and kind-hearted, but she has also awakened a rare ice-type ability within the elemental category, and it is of grade, which signifies an incredibly promising future. Darn, a grade A ability, the same level as that senior from last year. I wonder if he's already reached the 3rd tier by now. Woe is me. The chasm between me and my goddess is ever widening. Chapter 2. A display of strength, unmatched and formidable. System, could you elaborate on your functions? Having departed from the playground, Qin Feng returned to the classroom alone, brimming with anticipation to discover the nature of his newfound abilities. Ding! This system grants the host the innate divine ability, infinite devour, along with a point allocation feature. Note, the innate divine ability transcends any supernatural power. As the mechanical voice resonated once more, Qin Feng instantly familiarized himself with all the functionalities the system provided. Powerful, remarkably powerful, incredibly formidable, innate divine ability. Infinite Devour allows one to consume any attribute or form of energy within the universe and utilize it for personal enhancement. This implies a rapid elevation of his cultivation, coupled with the point allocation feature. Upon vanquishing or defeating any adversary, he could acquire a certain number of evolution points. These evolution points could directly enhance his vitality, mental acuity, and combat skills. Next, with a mere thought, Qin Feng activated the system panel. A faint blue light screen appeared before him. Name: Qin Feng. Superpower: Blue Lightning. F. Crimson Fire. F. Level: Early Awakening. Vitality: 10. Mental Acuity: 12. Constitution: 1. Ordinary Body. Combat Skill: Lightning Fist. D. Minor Accomplishment. Innate Divine Ability: Infinite Devour. Level 1. Capable of consuming any attribute of energy to enhance cultivation. The numbers following the attributes indicated that these could be augmented through the expenditure of evolution points. After awakening his supernatural abilities, his vitality increased by 2 points. Remaining in the early awakening stage, all awakened individuals experience a certain rise in vitality upon awakening their powers, with higher level abilities yielding greater increases. His superpower ranks as F grade, which typically results in merely a 1-point increase in vitality. Vitality serves as a standard measure of an awakened individual's realm: 130 points for early awakening, 3,060 points for mid-awakening, and 6,090 points for late awakening. Upon reaching 100 points of vitality, one could transcend the awakening phase and officially become a first-tier awakened being. As for mental acuity, could it be? Observing the mental attribute on the panel, a flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Feng's eyes. In this world, beyond the awakened, there exists an even more formidable profession: the mentalist. Mentalists can attack foes using intangible mental force, showcasing tremendous combat prowess. However, despite their strength, mentalists are exceedingly rare, often emerging only once in tens of thousands. Simultaneously, each mentalist is also an awakened individual with mental abilities. If I can enhance my mental acuity, does that mean I could also become a mentalist? A bold notion arose within Qin Feng, though he quickly shook his head to regain composure. The combat skill section bore no significant difference from before awakening his abilities. The Lightning Fist, a D-grade technique he had diligently practiced, had reached a minor accomplishment just 3 days prior. As for his constitution, Qin Feng merely glanced at it. The numbers indicated that, with evolution points, his constitution could also be elevated. He recalled reading in a book that every awakened individual possesses a distinct constitution. Similar to their superpower levels, some may be weaker, yet possess extraordinary special constitutions, focusing on cultivation primarily through their physique, with abilities serving as a supplement. Those with unique constitutions exhibit formidable combat capabilities. It appears that as long as I have sufficient evolution points, I too can possess a robust and exceptional constitution in the future. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression was one of exhilaration, taking a considerable time to calm himself. With the system at his disposal, even with both his superpowers being F-grade, he felt confident in his ability to grow swiftly. Ah, the beginner's gift pack. System. Brother Feng, are you alright? Just as Qin Feng was about to check the beginner's gift pack, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Looking up, he saw the familiar figure of Li Fei, his deskmate, with whom he shared a decent rapport. Brother Feng, although you've awakened an F-grade superpower, the gap between us may widen, but rest assured, I will never forget you. We shall remain the best of brothers. Li Fei spoke earnestly, not looking down upon Qin Feng for his F-grade awakening. Well then, I suppose I shall rely on young Master Li from now on. Qin Feng teased with a smile, knowing that Li Fei had awakened a D-grade superpower, which was supportive in nature and might not even surpass his own combat capabilities. The two exchanged light banter, and upon seeing Qin Feng's emotional state stabilizing, Li Fei let out a sigh of relief. Brother Feng, the principal just announced that you can reapply for your college major. It's not too late to choose the arts. In this world, universities are divided into 2 categories: those that impart cultural knowledge, the arts universities, and those that cultivate powerful awakened beings, the martial universities. Correspondingly, the college entrance examination is also split into arts and martial tests. Compared to the martial examination, which involves combat with ferocious beasts, the arts examination is decidedly safer and more stable, as it merely requires answering questions within a classroom. Before awakening their abilities, they had already submitted their college preferences, and Qin Feng had opted for the martial university. Brother Feng, your academic performance has consistently ranked among the top 3 in the grade. If you choose the arts, you'll surely achieve excellent results. Hearing this, Qin Feng subtly shook his head. In his past life, exceptional scores in the arts could indeed alter certain outcomes. However, In this world, even the highest achieving arts students exist at the lowest rungs of society, even without activating the system. Qin Feng had resolved to risk everything to pursue the martial examination, especially now that the system was activated, filling him with newfound confidence. I shall not abandon the martial path, Qin Feng declared with unprecedented conviction, and after speaking, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the classroom. Please inform our teacher that I have urgent matters to attend to and shall return home, he instructed as he left. Observing Qin Feng's departing figure, Li Fei's expression shifted slightly. Oh well, let those brave souls handle the defense of our homeland. The art students are waiting for me. Once outside the school, Qin Feng swiftly exited the premises. He understood that Li Fei's words were rooted in concern. After all, even he, with his D-grade awakening, had chosen the arts. While the arts may offer stability, Qin Feng did not wish to become the fish on the chopping block. Vulnerable to slaughter when the day came that ferocious beasts invaded and myriad races assaulted the Great Xia. Although the Great Xia has established multiple defenses against beast incursions in every city, with numerous guards stationed, such measures are not infallible. Only by becoming powerful can one truly rely on oneself. Upon reaching the school gate, Qin Feng focused his thoughts once more and inquired about the beginner's gift pack. Ding! The beginner's gift pack contains. Gasp! Qin Feng inhaled sharply. Chapter 3. Fusion of Powers, Chaos Divine Thunder. Ding! The beginner's gift pack includes S-grade superpower, Chaos Divine Thunder. An S-grade superpower, Crimson Lotus Inferno. Evolution points, 200. 2 S-grade superpowers. Upon hearing the resonant broadcast of the system echoing in his mind, Qin Feng found himself momentarily immobilized, his breath quickening in anticipation. Setting aside the matter of evolution points, he was acutely aware of the significance of an S-rank ability. Such abilities were exceedingly rare throughout the entirety of the Great Xia. If an A-rank ability could be likened to a rarity found once in a myriad, then an S-rank ability could be considered a treasure discovered once in 100,000. Not to mention, in the entire Jiangnan province. Among the hundreds of thousands of third-year students each year, only 1 or 2 could awaken an S-rank ability. Those who possessed an S-rank ability, barring unforeseen circumstances, were destined to become pillars of their nation in the future. To add to the marvel, he now possessed 2 S-rank abilities. With an uncontrollable surge of excitement, Qin Feng returned to his residence, Hope Community. The original identity's parents were both awakeners, but tragically, they perished in a beast tide when he was merely 5 years old. Following that, he spent several years in an orphanage before moving to this place once he was capable of self-sufficiency. Upon returning home, Qin Feng did not hesitate to claim his novice gift pack. Ding! Due to the host's insufficient cultivation level and inadequate physical prowess, you can currently only accept 1 S-rank ability. Please make your selection. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng ultimately chose the chaotic Divine Thunder. Regardless of which S-rank ability he selected, he felt content, especially knowing that once his cultivation improved and his physique strengthened, the second S-rank ability would also belong to him. Ding! Chaotic Divine Thunder is beginning to fuse 103,060. Fusion successful. Boom. What is this? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. At the instant the successful fusion resonated in his mind, the deafening sound of thunder erupted. He then witnessed the previously clear sky outside his window transform into a tumultuous mass of dark clouds. Boom, boom. The terrifying thunder echoed from within the ominous clouds, reverberating through the skies of Linhai City. At that moment, most of the city's inhabitants were drawn by the terrifying thunderclap, turning their gazes skyward. Within the densely clouded sky were streaks of colossal blue lightning, exuding an overwhelmingly ferocious aura, evoking a sense of impending doom. The formidable awakeners in the city visibly changed their expressions, their faces cautious as they fixed their gazes upon the pitch-black clouds above. The city lord of Linhai, Chu Zhen, sparkled with a glint of brilliance in his eyes, emanating a formidable aura from his obsidian gaze. He recognized this phenomenon as a manifestation of awakening, an occurrence that transpires only when one awakens an S-rank ability. Investigate. We must identify the individual responsible for this phenomenon. Chu Zhen commanded. Yes, if this truly was an S-rank ability, Linhai City could contend for this year's provincial top scholar. In Hope Community, Z. At this moment, Qin Feng was enveloped in deep blue arcs of electricity, the sound of surging currents emanating from his body. He felt an intense ripping sensation, as if the lightning sought to tear him apart from within. His blood, organs, and even his soul were shrouded in the blue electricity. Furthermore, an unending stream of blue lightning surged from the dark clouds above, converging upon Qin Feng's form. Qin Feng let out a muffled groan, gritting his teeth to endure. Boom. However, in the next instant, Accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated deep within his soul, he lost consciousness. After an unknown duration, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Z. Deep blue arcs flickered momentarily in his gaze. The fusion had succeeded. At that moment, Qin Feng felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through his body as he gradually extended his right hand, palm facing upward. With a mere thought, a blue arc materialized in his palm, manipulated as if by an extension of his arm. Under his command, this blue arc could shift its form at will. Though slender as a thumb, it radiated a disquieting aura. It is worth noting that at present, his cultivation remained in the awakening phase, and as his prowess increased, the might of his abilities would also amplify correspondingly. After a brief spell of exhilaration, Qin Feng swiftly regained his composure. The commotion caused by the fusion of abilities had indeed been rather intense. Observing the disarray in the room and the shattered furniture, he couldn't help but smile wryly. The sheer magnitude of the disturbance caused by the fusion was something Qin Feng had not anticipated. It was truly befitting of an S-rank ability, the chaotic divine thunder. At that moment, he felt a twinge of luck. The earlier chaos had been immense, especially with the formidable bolts of lightning above. While he was protected by the chaotic divine thunder, ensuring his safety, the residents of the community were not so fortunate. Fortunately, those bolts had targeted him alone, causing no further repercussions. The damage to the furniture and other items in the room was merely a consequence of the energy emanating from his body. He needed to devise a way to explain this to the landlord. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng activated the system panel. Name: Qin Feng. Ability: Chaotic Divine Thunder, S. Scarlet Fire, F. Level: Mid-Awakening. Vitality: 50. Mental: 32. Physique: 10 Ordinary. Combat Technique: Thunder Fist, D. Minor Completion. Talent Ability: Infinite Devour, Level 1. Capable of consuming any attribute of energy to enhance cultivation. Evolution Points: 200. Upon successfully fusing the Chaotic Divine Thunder, his vitality surged by 40 points, elevating his cultivation to mid-awakening. Furthermore, both his mental acuity and physique had also seen enhancement. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming sense of power within his body. Even without utilizing his abilities, his combat prowess had multiplied several times over. He decided to head downstairs to test his combat strength. With that thought, Qin Feng turned to descend the stairs, but upon witnessing the chaos within the room, he resolved to tidy up first. An hour later, Qin Feng arrived at the open martial arts arena within the community. It was now around 5 in the afternoon, the time when many were preparing for dinner, and thus, few remained present by the time he arrived. After waiting a while longer, he found himself alone. Qin Feng approached a somewhat dilapidated device. The combat power test apparatus, as the name suggests, was designed to measure the strength of awakeners. To use it, one simply needed to strike the device with all their might, and the displayed number would indicate their combat power. Chapter 4: A Touch of Mastery. The realms of awakeners are classified by vitality, yet actual combat strength varies. The specific power is determined by factors such as mastery of combat techniques and the level of one's abilities. For instance, although Qin Feng's cultivation was currently mid-awakening, the presence of the chaotic divine thunder meant his actual combat strength far exceeded that of his peers. He decided to first test the combat power derived from his physical strength. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng stood before the power testing apparatus, clenched his right fist, and struck forward with tremendous force. With a resounding bang, the screen above the apparatus lit up, and a row of red numbers swiftly ascended. The final figure settled at 700. To his astonishment, Qin Feng had achieved a combat power of 700. While he was aware that his physique had significantly enhanced during the recent fusion with the Chaos Divine Thunder, he had not anticipated that he could reach such a level solely through physical strength. Typically, an awakened individual possesses a combat power roughly tenfold their vitality, of course. This is under normal circumstances without the use of combat techniques. Currently, Qin Feng's vitality was merely 50, yet his combat power was nearly 14 times that of an ordinary awakened person, even with the utilization of combat techniques. A typical awakened individual would at most match his capabilities. Next, he decided to test his combat techniques. Qin Feng began to channel the vitality within him, clenching his fists tightly as a brilliant radiance of lightning enveloped his hands. With a swift motion, he unleashed the lightning fist. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding echoes reverberated, and the red digits on the instrument displayed a noticeable change once again. The combat power swiftly surpassed the previous 700, ultimately halting at 1000. Qin Feng felt no surprise at this figure. His lightning fist had already reached a minor mastery, making a combat power of 1000 quite normal. Bang! 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 Qin Feng rapidly swung his arms, his fists raining down upon the testing apparatus like a torrential downpour. After delivering a barrage of over 10 punches, His combat power remained around 1,000. Subsequently, he took a step back and began to summon another surge of energy from within. ZZZ, ZZZ. Accompanied by the sound of crackling electricity, his right hand became enveloped in arcs of blue lightning, each about the thickness of a thumb. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his arm. Lightning fist. The fist, shrouded in blue arcs, shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Bang, bang. The flashes of lightning erupted. The force of his punch dispersing the air with a deafening crack. Boom. With a violent collision, the lightning fist struck the testing apparatus with tremendous impact. The device visibly shook violently, and as the lightning dissipated, a distinct indentation appeared on the target made of a special alloy, surrounded by cracks resembling spiderwebs. The digits on the screen above the apparatus began to jump erratically before settling at 2,000. Combat power of 2,000. A look of astonishment crossed Qin Feng's face. 2,000 combat power was nearly equivalent to a mid-stage awakened individual's full-strength strike without the use of combat techniques. Yet, he had only just reached the mid-stage of awakening himself. However, upon recalling that his ability was the S-rank Chaos Divine Thunder, Qin Feng felt reassured. While the power of that previous strike was tremendous, it had also consumed a significant amount of energy. Given his current cultivation level, he could at most execute that attack 2 more times. He needed to elevate his cultivation level swiftly. Qin Feng thought to himself, realizing that only by enhancing his cultivation could he truly unleash the full potential of the Chaos Divine Thunder. And there were also 200 evolution points. At that moment, Qin Feng remembered the 200 evolution points granted by the novice gift package. Name, Qin Feng. Ability, Chaos Divine Thunder, S, Scarlet Fire, F. Level, Mid-Stage Awakening. Vitality, 50. Mentality, 32. Physique, 10, Ordinary Body. Combat Technique, Lightning Fist, D, Minor Mastery. Talent Skill, Infinite Devour, Level 1. Capable of absorbing energy of any attribute to enhance cultivation. Evolution Points, 200. Gazing at the ethereal system panel before him, Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then attempted to allocate 1 evolution point to his vitality. Vitality, 501. 1 evolution point increased his vitality by 1, at a ratio of 10:1. He then tried the same with mentality and physique, both yielding a similar 10:1 ratio. After expending a total of 30 evolution points, his vitality, mentality, and physique were all elevated by 1. Observing the remaining evolution points, Qin Feng began to invest in his combat techniques. He first allocated 10 evolution points to the Lightning Fist. In an instant, he felt his mastery of the Lightning Fist becoming more proficient. Although he had yet to reach full mastery, he was not far from it. Without further hesitation, Qin Feng proceeded to invest all remaining evolution points into the Lightning Fist. Ding! Consumed 1 evolution point. D-rank combat technique Lightning Fist upgraded to full mastery. After expending the last evolution point, the Lightning Fist was successfully upgraded to full mastery. With a mere gesture, he summoned the technique. Qin Feng extended his right hand, slightly channeling his vitality, and his fist was enveloped in a dazzling blue glow. With the Lightning Fist now at full mastery, its execution became exceedingly fluent. Qin Feng raised his gaze towards the testing apparatus, which had returned to its original state, and then unleashed a powerful punch. The target of the testing apparatus was crafted from a special memory metal. This device was designed specifically for first-stage awakened individuals. Unless subjected to power significantly surpassing that of the first stage, it would not sustain damage. Qin Feng's earlier display of power had just reached 2,000, which did not qualify as the strength of a late-stage awakened individual, thus it could not damage the apparatus. Boom! The Lightning Fist struck again, causing the testing apparatus to tremble violently, and the digits on the device settled at 1,400. Building upon the foundation of 1,000 combat power from the minor mastery of the Lightning Fist, he had achieved an increase of nearly 400. Qin Feng felt quite satisfied with this, considering that the Lightning Fist was merely a D-rank technique, thus the potential for increased combat power was limited. Furthermore, as one's cultivation level rose, the enhancement provided by such low-tier techniques would diminish. Therefore, for awakened individuals to attain higher combat power, they must not only enhance their cultivation and abilities, but also master higher-tier techniques. Subsequently, Qin Feng attempted to fuse the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder with the Lightning Fist, ultimately achieving a combat power of 2,500. With a sense of fulfillment, he departed from the location. Shortly after Qin Feng left, the training grounds were once again filled with figures. The elderly Li, with his head of white hair, approached the combat power testing apparatus. As he aged, he felt his vitality waning, and today, he wished to ascertain the extent of his diminishing strength. However, as he neared the testing apparatus and beheld the 2,500 displayed on the screen, he gasped in shock. It was known that the residents of this community were primarily elderly individuals or high school seniors, and it was rare for first-stage awakened individuals to come here for testing. Could it be young Qin? Li thought back to the encounter he had with Qin Feng earlier, and a sense of doubt began to creep into his mind. Chapter 5. Teaching Combat Techniques, the Principal's Nephew. Homeroom Teacher Li. Tomorrow is the last day to confirm your preferences. Prepare 20,000 great xia coins for martial arts. And have your wits about you for liberal arts. Upon returning home from the outdoor training grounds, Qin Feng saw the notification message sent by Teacher Li in the class group chat. The age-old adage persists. The wealthy pursue martial arts while the poor lean towards literature. Frowning slightly at the message, Qin Feng contemplated. Extracting 20,000 daxia coins remains a considerable challenge for him, particularly given that he is an orphan, bereft of parental support, and thus possesses negligible familial income. He barely manages to sustain his daily needs solely through the meager relief funds provided by the authorities. However, according to official regulations, upon reaching the age of 18, he will no longer be eligible to receive this assistance. Qin Feng's eyes flickered momentarily as he began to ponder his circumstances. Undoubtedly, he is determined to participate in the martial arts examination, not only to partake, but to harbor grander ambitions. The purpose of this examination is to gain admission to a martial arts university, which is categorized by tiers of prestige. Previously, Qin Feng had considered it a significant achievement to gain entry into a third-rate university. Yet now, with the presence of the chaos divine thunder and the system, his aspirations have shifted towards the elite martial arts universities. Nonetheless, the immediate priority remains to devise a means of raising funds. He recognizes that beyond the 2,000 registration fee, should he wish to rapidly enhance his cultivation and combat prowess, he will require additional resources, energy liquids, combat techniques, and other materials conducive to advancement necessitate a substantial amount of daxia coins for acquisition. Thus, he must find a way to generate income. The following day, Qin Feng arrived at school, as usual, intending to apply for a student loan from his homeroom teacher. He recalled that each teacher had the capacity to grant one student loan, albeit the amount being relatively modest, around 100,000. This sum could temporarily alleviate his pressing financial needs. Upon arrival, he sought out his homeroom teacher, only to discover that someone had already preempted him in securing a loan. This individual was Zhouan, who similarly hails from a modest background. Zhouan, although you have awakened a B-class ability, it is still in its infancy, and your combat prowess is consequently limited. It is only natural to be bested by those in the combat arena. This scholarship should sufficiently meet your current resource requirements. So for now, focus on your training and avoid places like the combat arena. Understood, teacher, Zhouan replied. In the office, Teacher Li was earnestly advising Zhouan, and as Qin Feng was about to turn away, he inadvertently overheard this exchange. The combat arena? As he contemplated the implications of this information, he made his way back to the classroom. Feng Ge. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Li Fei greeted him. Qin Feng's spirits lifted at the sight of Li Fei, prompting him to inquire about the combat arena. Li Fei initially hesitated, then cautiously responded, Feng Ge, you aren't considering entering the arena, are you? Qin Feng shook his head, indicating he was merely curious. Sensing this, Li Fei elaborated on the nature of the combat arena. It is regarded as a gray industry within Linghai City, essentially a battleground for awakened individuals where victors earn money. However, due to its dubious nature, there are no holds barred during fights, and one could easily meet a tragic fate on the arena floor if outmatched. If you wish to observe the battles at the combat arena, I can accompany you, but if you intend to participate, I advise against it. Zhouan was defeated in his very first match there yesterday. Had he not forfeited quickly, he might still be recovering in the hospital. Fearing that Qin Feng might entertain reckless thoughts, Li Fei continued to caution him. All right, I'm simply curious, Qin Feng waved dismissively. If Zhouan, with a B-class ability, was taken down so easily, I am well aware of my own limitations. Rest assured, after patting Li Fei on the shoulder, Qin Feng settled into his seat. It was then that he resolved in his heart to venture to the combat arena that afternoon. He believed that with his combat strength far surpassing that of his peers, he could compensate for his lack of fighting experience. Having just awakened his ability yesterday, the day's lessons primarily focused on instructing students on how to wield their powers and integrate them into combat techniques. Qin Feng had already experimented with these concepts. He felt the school would be better off teaching an additional combat technique instead. As Qin Feng mused over this, Teacher Li suddenly appeared at the classroom door. Everyone, assemble on the playground. Although the students were puzzled, they promptly rose and hurried outside. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a young man with short hair reclined in his chair, expressing his displeasure. I say, Uncle, your nephew has returned after much effort, and yet you assign me this arduous task. You truly don't regard me as family. All right, my dear nephew, Make sure to treat your students well tonight. Now, hurry along. The students are waiting on the playground, Yang Zirong said, seizing the young man by the shoulder and pulling him out of the office. The young man, named Zhang Long, wore a resigned expression, yet ultimately complied, trailing behind Yang Zirong. Just to clarify, Uncle, I'm only here to teach. Whether or not these students grasp the material is entirely up to their own intellect, Zhang Long stated slowly. As for intellect, if they struggle, you can simply teach them more times. Don't worry, I have allotted you ample time, Yang Zirong retorted, countering Zhang Long's complaints. Zhang Long, a third-year student, had come to visit Yang Zirong while on a mission assigned by the school. However, he had not anticipated being conscripted into labor. Arriving at the playground, he found nearly all the senior students gathered there. Students, this is our talented student from Jiangnan University. Today, I have specially invited him to teach you a combat technique, an exceptional opportunity that you must seize. The principal's announcement invigorated the students, who recognized the value of receiving instruction from a gifted individual from a prestigious university. Even if Jiangnan University did not quite rival the elite institutions in Kyoto or Magic City, who would have thought that our principal would resort to such measures? Li Fei muttered quietly beside Qin Feng. In contrast to the excitement radiating from his peers, Li Fei, who had already applied for a liberal arts program, felt little enthusiasm. He understood his position well. The principal's invitation was primarily aimed at those who had awakened higher-level abilities. This was indeed the case, as the front row of students consisted of those with C and B class abilities, with the A-class awakened student, Yu, standing prominently on the platform, teaching combat techniques. Unlike the disinterested Li Fei, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination, fixating intently on Zhang Long atop the platform. The technique I am about to demonstrate is called Raging Thunder Strike, classified as a C-level combat technique. I will perform it 5 times at a slower pace. Pay close attention. For after 5 demonstrations, you will need to practice it on your own. Stepping forward, Zhang Long's voice resonated with a commanding energy. As he spoke, the atmosphere fell silent. Even students like Li Fei, who typically lacked interest, understood the importance of remaining quiet to avoid disrupting others. Upon the elevated platform, Yu had begun to follow Zhang Long's movements with great diligence. Pay attention, C-class combat techniques are not easily mastered. Their homeroom teacher, Old Li, admonished his students in a hushed tone. Following his words, he turned his gaze, wide-eyed, to the platform above. As a mere first-tier awakened, he too was greatly captivated by the allure of C-class combat techniques. On the platform, after completing his demonstration, Zhang Long paused for but a moment before commencing a second round of practice. As he executed the combat technique, he elucidated, the Thunder Strike is a versatile maneuver, adaptable as either a leg technique or a blade technique. The crux lies in concentrating one's energy into a singular point and unleashing it with lightning speed, making it one of the most formidable techniques within the C-class. Boom. As he spoke, Zhang Long's agile legs cleaved through the air like twin axes, producing a series of resounding cracks. In that instant, it seemed as if the very air was being severed by his kicks. Bang, bang. He continued to demonstrate the Thunder Strike technique, and after showcasing it twice consecutively, he halted his movements, scanning the crowd below. Under his scrutiny, numerous figures were attempting to replicate his actions, albeit with most struggling to remember the movements clearly. Even those who performed adequately could only mimic the form without true understanding. Ultimately, Zhang Long's gaze settled on Yu, who was nearest to him. Having awakened an A-class ability, Yu's training aptitude far surpassed that of her peers, rendering her movements significantly more fluid in comparison. You have 1 minute to absorb this. We shall commence the 3rd round shortly. Goodness, is this truly a C-class technique? I can hardly comprehend it. Did any of you manage to remember those movements? Murmured a voice from the back of the crowd. If I can't even recall the movements, what am I even doing here? I might as well focus on practicing D-class techniques. With so many individuals present, those yearning for one-on-one guidance contemplated retreating, believing their limited talent would be better served honing D-class techniques, especially with the impending examinations. Li Fei wore an expression of knowing anticipation. Feng Ge, you might as well cease your practice. I have a manual for a D-class technique at home. I can bring it for you to broaden your repertoire. As he spoke, he turned to Qin Feng, but was immediately taken aback. Qin Feng was practicing with his eyes closed. Although his movements were somewhat unrefined, Li Fei felt an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from him. His instincts warned him that in this state, Qin Feng could defeat him with a single blow. How is this possible? Li Fei shook his head, dismissing it as a mere illusion. Prior to awakening their abilities, their vital energies had been comparable, and typically, the enhancement from awakening a D-class ability would significantly exceed that of an F-class ability. Thus, by all accounts, he should have been the stronger of the two. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained oblivious to Li Fei's unease. After completing another round of practice, he paused his movements. All right, let us begin the third round. Concurrently, Zhang Long resumed his demonstration. Bang, bang. Soon, the air was once again filled with the sound of explosive strikes. Time swiftly passed, and upon completing 5 rounds of the thunder strike, Zhang Long, who had intended to depart, was once more restrained by the principal's hand upon his shoulder, being urged to stay. Now, we shall commence paired sparring. Coach Zhang will observe you. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek clarification, the principal commanded, effectively putting his nephew on display. Following this, students from various classes, under their homeroom teacher's guidance, began to engage in paired battles. Well, uncle, test your discernment. Are there any promising talents among these? The principal inquired of Zhang Long. Despite his reluctance, Zhang Long pointed out a few individuals. Aside from the one who awakened an A-class ability, these few possessed commendable comprehension. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that, given the time before the examinations, these students would likely only manage to grasp the thunder strike at a rudimentary level, with the fortunate ones possibly achieving a minor success. The principal was not surprised by this assessment. The individuals Zhang Long indicated, Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai, had awakened B-class abilities, and their comprehension was naturally superior to that of their peers. The distinction in combat technique levels extends beyond mere explosive power. The difficulty of mastery increases with the rank of the technique. Mastery is categorized into 4 realms: rudimentary, minor success, major success, and perfection. The principal did not dare to hope for major success. As long as these few could reach rudimentary mastery, Zhang Long's visit would not be in vain. With their focus now directed toward the students ahead, Zhang Long occasionally offered guidance. In the rear of the group, Qin Feng had already begun sparring with Li Fei. Although Li Fei had registered for a liberal arts exam and was not required to participate, Old Li nonetheless paired him with Qin Feng. In Old Li's estimation, Qin Feng, having awakened an F-class ability, would be a weak contender, while Li Fei, with his D-class supportive ability, could serve as a suitable opponent. Additionally, Old Li was aware of their amicable relationship, alleviating any concerns that Li Fei would inadvertently harm Qin Feng. Bang! Just then, a thunderous crack reverberated in Old Li's ears, followed by the sight of a portly figure being sent flying. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Li Fei, whom he had presumed would show mercy to Qin Feng. How can this be? Old Li was not merely astonished that Qin Feng had bested Li Fei. He was utterly shocked by the technique Qin Feng had just executed. Indeed, it was the thunder strike. Had he truly mastered it to the rudimentary level? To confirm his suspicions, he promptly assigned Qin Feng a new sparring partner. This time a student with a D-class strengthening ability, significantly stronger than Li Fei. Bang! However, the outcome astonished Old Li once again, as this individual too was sent sprawling. It was unmistakably the thunder strike, and it had indeed been mastered at the rudimentary level. Old Li's expression was one of disbelief. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's aptitude to be so remarkable. To achieve rudimentary mastery of a C-class technique after merely 2 demonstrations was no small feat. After all, even Xu Yu, who had awakened an A-class ability, had not reached this level. Old Li's judgment was not flawed. Qin Feng had genuinely mastered the thunder strike at the rudimentary level. In truth, Qin Feng himself was equally taken aback. It appeared that not only had his physique transformed, but his training aptitude had undergone a remarkable evolution after merging with the chaotic divine thunder. As he contemplated this, he was more concerned with the evolution points he had gained from recently defeating Li Fei and his partner. Chapter 7, Martial Arena, Champion Mode. Thunder Strike, Rudimentary 1. Evolution Points, 25. This was the sum of evolution points acquired from his bouts with Li Fei. Only 25 evolution points for both of them? That's rather meager. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, aware that the scant rewards were primarily due to the inadequacy of his opponent's combat strength. As he prepared to approach Old Li to request a more formidable opponent, he realized that Old Li had already departed from the premises. Thus, Qin Feng had no choice but to relinquish his intentions and discreetly exit the playground. With his proficiency in the Thunder Fury technique now established, there was little reason for him to linger further. How had Feng Ge become so powerful? Li Fei, nursing his bruised posterior from a recent fall, gazed at Qin Feng's retreating silhouette, his expression fluctuating between confusion, delight, and sorrow. It seemed that I alone am the underachiever here. Meanwhile, Old Li had ascended to the high platform, where he was reporting to the principal about the recent developments. Impossible. Are you certain you did not misjudge? He has mastered the Thunder Fury? Upon hearing Old Li's report, the principal's demeanor instantly shifted, his face alight with excitement. To have achieved mastery of a C-grade combat technique in such a short span of time was a testament to this individual's extraordinary talent for cultivation. Zhang Long, who stood nearby, was similarly taken aback. Even he had taken nearly a full day to barely grasp the Thunder Fury, and still earned commendation from his mentor. Bring him here at once. The principal urged old Li, eager to meet this prodigious student who had mastered a C-grade technique in under an hour. Zhang Long was also filled with anticipation, recognizing the advantages of befriending such a genius. However, old Li hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. Principal, that individual is Qin Feng. Qin Feng, the student who awakened with dual F-grade elemental powers? The principal was momentarily stunned, followed by a look of perplexity. Typically, the cultivation talent of an awakener correlates closely with the level of their awakened powers. The higher the level, the stronger the talent. Given that Qin Feng had awakened with an F-grade ability, his cultivation potential should be dismally low. How could he have mastered a C-grade technique in such a brief period? Zhang Long's initial enthusiasm waned upon learning that Qin Feng's ability level was merely F-grade. Perhaps he simply possesses exceptional insight. He mused. However, with an F-grade ability, his growth would inevitably be constrained. What a pity to waste such remarkable insight. With that, Zhang Long rose and made his way toward Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai below. On the other side, the principal was still unwilling to concede defeat. He descended from the high platform, determined to personally assess Qin Feng's progress. Yet upon reaching the back of the line, he discovered that Qin Feng had already left. The principal could only shake his head, lamenting internally, what a missed opportunity. After departing from the playground, Qin Feng exited the school. At this juncture, he had allocated the 25 evolution points he had recently acquired to the Thunder Fury technique. Thunder Fury, C, Mastery, 89. He was but a step away from achieving greater proficiency. With the Thunder Fury at his disposal, his combat prowess had been significantly enhanced. Although he was still only at the entry-level stage, which limited his capabilities, he needed to devise a method to earn more evolution points. Qin Feng contemplated to himself that evolution points could be obtained by defeating or vanquishing opponents, with the quantity dependent on the opponent's power level. In this regard, the martial arena was the perfect venue for him. By besting opponents there, he could earn both prize money and evolution points, an opportunity for dual rewards. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng wasted no time. He hailed a taxi outside the school and headed directly to the martial arena. Half an hour later, a taxi halted in front of a towering steel edifice, and out stepped Qin Feng. Gazing up at the imposing structure, resembling a steel beast, he entered without hesitation. Prior to his arrival, he had changed into a different outfit and donned a mask purchased on his way. This precaution was taken to avoid unnecessary complications. As he was still a student, upon entering the building and explaining his purpose to the staff, he was led to a sealed room. Inside, he found a voluptuous woman clad in a black uniform. A newcomer, I see. She assessed Qin Feng with a critical eye before gesturing to a nearby screen. The rules are outlined there. Once you've reviewed them, remember to pay a deposit of 2,000 daxia coins. Ignoring the woman's disdainful attitude, he focused on the content displayed on the screen. Awakening period, arena battle, win one match for 1,000 daxia coins. First tier awakeners, arena battle, win one match for 5,000 daxia coins. Second tier awakeners. Furthermore, should one manage to last until the end of the arena battles and emerge victorious, there would be an additional prize. The reward for those in the awakening period was a hefty 50,000 daxia coins. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the number 35 following awakening period, indicating that 35 individuals in this category had already entered the arena battles. With only 30-some participants, there could be a maximum of 5 or 6 matches. Even with the 50,000 daxia coins included, it was painfully insufficient. Enrolling in the martial arts program required a fee of 20,000, not to mention the cost of weapons, techniques, and energy liquids. Clearly, a mere few tens of thousands of daxia coins would not suffice for his expenses. Is there any way to earn more prize money? Qin Feng inquired of the woman. And you still think the money is insufficient? The woman's face flashed with disdain upon hearing his question. But then a playful smile crossed her lips as if an idea had struck her. If you have confidence in your abilities, you could monopolize an arena and allow others to challenge you. Will that alter the prize money? Qin Feng's interest was piqued. The woman, having encountered countless individuals, could tell Qin Feng was likely quite young. This mode of operation was known as the champion mode. By dominating the arena, the prize money for each opponent defeated would stack cumulatively, and if one could vanquish all challengers in this state, the final prize would be doubled. However, should one be defeated midway, the prize would automatically transfer to the victor. Do you understand? Yes, Qin Feng nodded. All right, you should participate normally. I want to enter the champion mode. Qin Feng interrupted her before she could finish. Truly a young bull unafraid of tigers. Since you seek your own demise, I see no reason to stop you. With that, the woman handed Qin Feng a contestant badge along with an electronic contract. The electronic contract contained a disclaimer, stating that all participants in the martial arena battles did so voluntarily, and that the arena bore no responsibility for any unforeseen incidents occurring during the matches. It was akin to a life and death agreement. Now, proceed to the blood vitality testing area, the woman gestured. Without further hesitation, Qin Feng turned and walked towards the blood vitality testing device, where others were already undergoing testing. Before him stood a robust middle-aged man, who approached an advanced apparatus and extended his palm upon its surface. In the next instant, a crimson numeral appeared upon the screen above the device, 120. This indicated that the man's cultivation level was at the initial stage of the first tier. Soon, it was Qin Feng's turn, revealing a vitality score of 56. Nearby, a woman discreetly observing the scene displayed a hint of disdain upon noticing Qin Feng's meager vitality. Without hesitation, she summoned a staff member from outside, instructing, "There are 100,000 great Xia coins here. Place a bet for me on that fellow to lose." "Understood, Sister Yao," he replied, accepting the card she handed him and promptly departing, clearly accustomed to such dealings. The martial arena's matches were not merely contests between participants. They were accompanied by a multitude of gamblers betting on their favored contenders. Naturally, the contestants themselves were prohibited from wagering. The newly arrived novice should hope for fortuitous luck to preserve his life. After Qin Feng completed the vitality assessment, a staff member approached to escort him to a dressing room, which housed an array of masks and flowing robes to conceal the identities of those who preferred to remain anonymous. The foresight was quite commendable. Reflecting on this, Qin Feng approached a line of masks, searching until he discovered a white cat-faced mask. This will do. He donned the mask and proceeded toward a designated arena, the awakening stage. By the way, can participants in the awakening stage challenge those at the first-tier awakener arena? At that moment, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire of the nearby staff member. The staff member was momentarily taken aback before responding in a serious tone. "Lower-tier awakeners may challenge higher-tier awakeners, and the rewards are doubled." His words sparked a glimmer of hope in Qin Feng's eyes. During the testing of his combat prowess yesterday, he had nearly reached a power level of 3,000, nearly equivalent to that of a typical late-stage first-tier awakener. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware that possessing merely 3,000 in combat strength bore considerable risks when challenging the first-tier arena, as the participants were often seasoned desperados. He resolved to wait until his cultivation advanced to the late awakening stage and his thunder strike reached perfection before daring to confront the first-tier arena. With this determination, Qin Feng swiftly approached the edge of an arena, where over 30 spectators had gathered. Some, like him, concealed their identities with masks, while others revealed their true appearances, mostly those who had awakened low-level abilities and were unable to progress further in their cultivation. Qin Feng's gaze flickered. Without the emergence of the system, these individuals might well have mirrored his own future. This thought solidified his resolve to grow stronger. At that moment, a staff member arrived at the arena's edge, announcing the commencement of the awakening stage competition. Just as the crowd began to process this information, a figure adorned with a white cat-faced mask ascended the stage. Upon taking the platform, Qin Feng remained silent, patiently awaiting his opponent's arrival. Seconds later, a burly figure stood before him, drawing the attention of the crowd below. "It's Zhang Li. That fellow is in for a rough time," murmured the spectators. Zhang Li held a record of 9 consecutive victories and was qualified to challenge the arena champion. Rumor had it he intended to do so that very day. The murmurs of the crowd reflected a distinct favoritism towards the brawny man over the masked Qin Feng. "Shall we begin?" Qin Feng inquired, prompting Zhang Li to pause for a moment before nodding affirmatively. Simultaneously, Zhang Li began to channel his vitality, despite being confident in his strength on the awakening stage. He never underestimated any opponent. Yet, just as he nodded, he felt a shadow materialize before him. In the next instant, boom, with a resounding crash, a towering figure was launched from the stage. What just happened? Zhang Li, now on the ground, felt dazed, trying to recall the events that unfolded in mere moments. However, he quickly regained his composure and felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He recognized that he had encountered a true master. It was evident that his opponent had held back. Otherwise, he would not be standing here unscathed. Casting a grateful glance at Qin Feng on the stage, he turned and departed. "Wait, what?" The spectators finally reacted, their astonished voices filling the air. Zhang Li was no ordinary competitor. His combat strength reached an impressive 1,300, and his battle experience was extensive. Yet, he had been dispatched in a single blow. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, even within the martial arena. Thank the heavens I didn't rashly charge in, otherwise, today would have been in vain. If I encounter him, I'll concede immediately. As the other contestants stood in shock, they couldn't help but feel grateful for their prudence. Had they been the ones to ascend the stage, their 2,000 coins would have been forfeit. After all, the martial arena had a strict rule. Any contestant eliminated without securing a victory would forfeit their deposit. Wait, why is he still on stage? Is he challenging the arena champion? It dawned on the crowd that Qin Feng remained on the platform, refusing to descend. Continue. Qin Feng gestured to those yet to take the stage, his meaning unmistakable. Chapter 9. Ambushed. Compassion? It seems today has been in vain. Zhongli couldn't withstand even a single blow. Those of us who go up will only end up getting beaten. Faced with Qin Feng's provocation, the other contestants remained unmoved, having recognized his formidable prowess and resigned themselves to their misfortune. As no one dared to step onto the stage, Qin Feng's brow furrowed beneath his mask. To him, these individuals represented potential opportunities for great xia coins and evolution points. Truly a collection of weaklings. Not even possessing the courage to confront an opponent stronger than themselves. It's no wonder you lot fail to reach even the first tier of awakening. Just as most contestants prepared to retreat, a voice filled with disdain rang out. All eyes turned to see a man wearing a black dog-headed mask. After uttering those words, he leapt onto the stage. I suppose I should temper my strength a bit, otherwise I might frighten them all away. Contemplating these thoughts, Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his internal energies surging, and commenced combat with his opponent. Bang! This time, even with Qin Feng holding back, his adversary managed to endure for a mere 10 seconds before being knocked off the stage. Similarly, he sustained no severe injuries. In an instant, the onlooking contestants exchanged glances, pondering whether they should also engage in battle with this formidable opponent. After all, such a strong contender was rarely available for practice. And given that the previous fighter had sustained minimal damage, it indicated that he was not a bloodthirsty individual. At worst, they would merely endure a beating. Just then, someone could no longer contain their thoughts. Their words sparked realization among the crowd, and one by one, individuals stepped onto the stage to challenge Qin Feng, yet without exception, they all fell to his prowess. Adhering to the principle of an eye for an eye, Qin Feng refrained from inflicting serious harm on these challengers, primarily merely sending them tumbling off the stage. As each contestant was defeated, the prize money continued to swell, and his evolution points increased steadily. Soon, after vanquishing his 10th opponent, his evolution points reached 400. The fighters he had bested varied in strength, the weakest among them possessing late-stage awakening capabilities, averaging around 40 evolution points each. Who on earth is this young man? With merely over 50 points of vitality, he wields such formidable power? Damn it! I've lost 100,000. In a corner, a woman in her 30s wore a grim expression. She had anticipated profiting handsomely from betting on Qin Feng's defeat, only to be met with this unforeseen outcome. Sister Yao, you've led me to ruin. I just wagered 2 months' salary alongside you. A nearby staff member couldn't help but complain. The woman merely cast a cold glance in his direction, causing the staff member to suddenly realize his misstep. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before her, bowing deeply. She paid him no further heed, turning her attention back to Qin Feng on the stage. Strength is relative. It depends on who one is measured against. Luck does not bestow its favor indefinitely. Ding. Congratulations. Host has consumed 200 evolution points. Thunderstrike has reached mastery level. Hearing the system's announcement resonate in his mind, a smile spread across Qin Feng's face. Seizing the moment after knocking an opponent off the stage, he promptly allocated the gained evolution points to Thunderstrike. Evolution points were fundamentally resources for enhancing combat strength. Realizing them at the earliest opportunity was essential. With his mastery of Thunderstrike reaching its pinnacle, Qin Feng's power surged once more. At that moment, another contestant approached the stage, this time an elderly man. Leaning on a cane, his hair as white as snow. The battle commenced swiftly. Compared to the previous challengers, the old man's strength was notably greater, yet still not significantly beyond Qin Feng's capabilities, especially since he had just elevated Thunderstrike to mastery. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Qin Feng's legs struck like 2 axes, relentlessly hacking down towards the elder. Faced with such ferocity, the old man, who could barely defend himself, found it increasingly difficult to withstand and quickly retreated to the edge of the stage. Just as before, Qin Feng executed a kick, prompting the elder to leap back. Although he narrowly evaded Qin Feng's strike, he was forced off the stage. Once his feet touched the ground, it would signify the end of the battle. Qin Feng shared this belief, but as he prepared to exhale in relief, the elderly man suddenly made a move in midair. He swung his cane forcefully, and in an instant, it split into 2 segments. One piece revealed a sharp blade, resembling a dagger, hurtling towards Qin Feng. Instantly alert, Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the dagger was aimed directly at his head. In that moment, he hesitated not a second. The chaos thunder ignited within him. Small blue arcs of electricity enveloping his form. Under the influence of the lightning, his reflexes experienced an extraordinary enhancement. Qin Feng swiftly sidestepped, the dagger slicing through the air less than an inch from him. He managed to evade it? The elder had returned to the stage, confirming Qin Feng's suspicions. This old man always feigned weakness before launching a sneak attack. Just yesterday, he had similarly incapacitated a young man in his 20s. In truth, he had already secured victory each time, yet he insisted on employing excessive force. What a cunning old fox. Listening to the murmurs from the audience, the elder felt no anger. A naive bunch. They were. Battles among awakened individuals were inherently life and death struggles, and compassion would only lead to one's own demise. Just as the elder contemplated this, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng's right fist shimmered with blue brilliance, arcs of electricity swirling around, exuding an overwhelming aura. Thunder fist. His fist lunged forward toward the elder's face. The elder's expression shifted slightly, without hesitation. He raised his arm and swung his fist in retaliation, a faint earthy glow enveloping his limb. Earth shatter fist. Boom. The moment their fists collided, a deafening sound erupted, the air rippling like water. Yet, in the next instant, a scream escaped the elder's lips. His clenched fist was rendered a bloody mess, bones shattered. Not only that, the tremendous impact sent his entire arm recoiling backward, bones protruding from flesh, laid bare for all to see. Chapter 10. A decisive kill, exchange for beast crystals. On the stage, the excruciating pain forced the elder to half kneel, his aged visage contorted in agony. At that moment, a figure entered his line of sight, Qin Feng. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he spoke. I concede. However, before he could fully articulate his surrender, Qin Feng seized him by the throat, the immense force rendering him voiceless. Fear began to permeate through his being. His legs weakened, and he felt himself on the verge of collapsing. Perish. In the face of the elder's pleas for mercy, Qin Feng's obsidian eyes betrayed not an ounce of compassion, only cold indifference. Gradually, he released his grip, delivering a powerful kick to the elder's chest. Bang! Although Qin Feng did not employ any combat techniques in this kick, its might was undeniable, sending the elder's body flying and crashing heavily onto the stage. It was evident that the elder had succumbed to the void, his chest visibly caved in. Having dealt with the elder, Qin Feng remained silent, his dark gaze radiating an endless chill. He adhered to the principle of do not offend others if one is not offended. Prior to this elder, his opponents had sustained little to no substantial harm. However, this is predicated on the understanding that they do not wield their full strength against themselves. The old man had just hurled a sharp dagger aimed directly at his life. Had it not been for the assistance of the chaotic divine thunder, it would have been nearly impossible for him to evade the attack unscathed. Thus, he felt compelled to respond with lethal force against the elder. From the moment the elder ambushed Qin Feng to now, barely a minute had elapsed. It was only now that the competitors below and the spectators around began to register the situation. A sudden silence enveloped the area, but it was not long before they reacted, their faces flushing with excitement as they erupted into fervent cheers. Well done. That old scoundrel has likely ruined countless young prodigies. It was high time he faced retribution. Who, exactly, is this white cat? His combat prowess is astonishing, effortlessly overpowering that old rascal, indicating that his strength has reached the early stage of the first tier. Today, the title of champion is undoubtedly his. On the arena, Qin Feng, who had just taken a life for the first time, felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, upon reflection, he realized that it was the elder who had harbored murderous intent first, which alleviated some of his discomfort. Qin Feng keenly felt his body trembling slightly, uncertain whether it was fear or exhilaration. The elder's ambush served as a stark reminder for Qin Feng, instilling in him the awareness that vigilance must never waver, especially in such circumstances. After swiftly regaining his composure, Qin Feng's gaze fell once more upon the competitors below who had yet to take the stage. Continue. However, this time, his command was met with silence from the competitors. Previously, they had been willing to ascend the stage, believing that Qin Feng would not resort to lethal force, but having witnessed the elder's demise, fear began to creep into their hearts. Observing this, Qin Feng shook his head, recognizing that convincing these individuals to return to the stage would indeed be a formidable challenge. He then turned his attention to a nearby staff member, who appeared equally at a loss, having never encountered such a situation before. After a brief moment of hesitation, he stepped forward. Is there anyone else willing to compete? Compete? In this scenario? Who would be foolish enough to step up now? Anyone who does so would be courting death. With the staff member's words, the remaining competitors fled without a backward glance. The staff member, witnessing this, found himself at a loss for further comment. Although Qin Feng's successful challenge of the champion mode would incur some losses for the martial arts arena, he was powerless to change the current state of affairs. Surely, he could not coerce individuals at knife point to fight Qin Feng. Moreover, with Qin Feng's demonstrated strength, even a dozen challengers would be of no consequence. Ultimately, he could only announce loudly that the Awakening Period Arena's Champion Mode challenge had been successfully completed. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon Qin Feng. To successfully challenge the Champion Mode, regardless of the stage, was indisputably a mark of strength. No one would dare to underestimate him. Facing the scrutiny of those around him, the masked Qin Feng exhibited not an ounce of trepidation as he followed the staff member out of the arena. What Qin Feng did not realize was that, since it was daytime, the crowd here was just a fraction of what it would be at night. Following the staff member, Qin Feng arrived at a bar counter. Congratulations on successfully challenging the champion mode, including the 100,000 prize. You have amassed a total of 114,000 daxia coins. Please verify whether this amount is correct. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, including the elder. He had defeated 14 challengers, accumulating a total of 14,000. 114,000 daxia coins can be exchanged for resources, currency, or any form you prefer. Can resources be exchanged directly? The staff member's words piqued Qin Feng's interest, prompting him to inquire immediately. What resources can be exchanged? Weapons, battle armor, combat techniques, energy liquids, beast crystals, all of these can be exchanged. You may review the options here. As he spoke, the staff member presented a device resembling a tablet. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he scanned the contents. Just as the staff member had mentioned, battle armor, energy liquids, and various other items useful for cultivation were all available, resembling a martial arts marketplace. No, this place was likely a martial arts marketplace. Qin Feng mused inwardly. He then began his selection on the tablet. Although 100,000 daxia coins appeared to be a substantial amount, in reality, it would not even suffice to purchase a C-level combat technique, with D-level techniques nearing 100,000. Left with no other choice, Qin Feng abandoned the idea of acquiring combat techniques and shifted his focus to the energy liquids. Energy liquids, derived from extracting energy from beast crystals and combining them with other materials, could rapidly enhance the vitality of awakeners. The energy within beast crystals was too volatile to be absorbed directly by awakeners. The price of energy liquids was exorbitant. Even the most basic D-level energy liquid cost 100,000 per bottle. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but then suddenly recalled his talent, Infinite Devour. Talent, Infinite Devour, Level 1, capable of devouring any attribute of energy to enhance cultivation. I will purchase beast crystals to try it out. Qin Feng resolved inwardly, then stated directly, please convert all of these daxia coins into first-tier beast crystals, attribute unrestricted. Beast crystals? The staff member at the bar was momentarily taken aback by Qin Feng's request. Chapter 11, Devouring Beast Crystals, targeting the first-tier arena. At Linghai High School, this Qin Feng has skipped class once again. It seems I must pay him a visit tonight. Mr. Li, the homeroom teacher, stepped out of the classroom. The principal had instructed him to take Qin Feng to the principal's office this afternoon. He had waited all afternoon without seeing him, and phone calls went unanswered. At this point, Mr. Li had resolved to conduct a home visit that evening. Although Qin Feng's awakened ability was the lowest F tier, his performance today indicated that his comprehension exceeded that of the average person. In the short term, this advantage was quite pronounced. After all, low-tier awakeners had limited ability to develop their powers, often relying on combat techniques to engage in battle. If Qin Feng's cognitive advantage were harnessed effectively, gaining admission to a martial arts university should pose no problem. This was why Mr. Li was so invested in him. Soon, the end of school approached. Inside the classroom, did Feng not say he was going to witness the martial arts arena? Yet he didn't attend any classes this afternoon. What a pity. It seems I must go alone, Li Fei murmured, then joined a few classmates who had made plans to head to the martial arts arena. Observing the battles between awakeners in the arena would undoubtedly benefit students who had just awakened their powers. Of course, unlike other students eager to learn, Li Fei, who had already applied for liberal arts, was purely there for entertainment. Before long, the group made their way toward the martial arts arena. Inside a training room at the arena, this martial arts arena is indeed fully equipped. Qin Feng thought to himself as he entered the training room. Before arriving, he had assumed the martial arts arena was merely a venue for combat competitions. Unexpectedly, this place not only allows for the direct exchange of various cultivation resources with bonuses, but it also provides exclusive training rooms for certain competitors. After closing the door of the training room, Qin Feng gazed down at the 3 beast crystals in his hand, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. The 3 crystals he had just exchanged comprised 1 mid-phase water attribute and 2 initial-phase earth attributes. Due to their inability to be directly absorbed by awakeners, beast crystals are significantly more affordable than energy liquids. As this was his first attempt at devouring a beast crystal, Qin Feng prudently decided to begin with an initial phase crystal, placing it in the palm of his hand. Let us commence, Qin Feng silently urged himself, and he immediately activated his innate ability, Infinite Devour. A dark radiance manifested in his palm, swiftly engulfing the beast crystal that shimmered with an earthy hue. Moments later, Qin Feng felt a surge of ferocious energy coursing through his body. Instantly, he sensed a swelling sensation, accompanied by sharp pangs throughout his limbs. Boom! Thunderous roars erupted from within as his qi and blood surged tumultuously. Slowly, Qin Feng closed his eyes, intently attuning to the changes occurring within him. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce brilliance emanating from them. Centered around his form, an invisible aura radiated outward, causing the previously calm air to ripple like waves. Before long, the violent energy began to retract, and the atmosphere stabilized once more. It worked. A look of elation spread across Qin Feng's face. This marked the first occasion he utilized his innate ability since the system's inception, and he had harbored some uncertainty prior. However, the ultimate outcome did not disappoint him. His qi and blood had surged to 67, an increase of nearly 10 points. With a decisive fist, Qin Feng struck forward, producing a resounding crack in the air. With the enhancement in his vitality, he distinctly felt his strength augmenting. Onward. Once his body began to acclimatize to the surging qi and blood, Qin Feng produced another beast crystal to consume. Half an hour later, the remaining 2 beast crystals had been completely absorbed, and his body resembled a swollen balloon, brimming with vitality. After several moments, the inflation began to subside, and the qi within him gradually stabilized. His vitality had surged to 92 points, with the mid-phase beast crystal contributing approximately 15 points to this increase. Clenching his fists, Qin Feng began to channel the qi within his body, and a series of crackling sounds erupted from him. The exhilaration of becoming stronger was truly delightful. At this moment, should he encounter his former self, Qin Feng was confident he could knock him down with a single punch. It seemed he would need to procure a more resilient outfit for his next endeavor. Observing the torn fabric of his clothing, Qin Feng muttered to himself. During the consumption of the mid-phase beast crystal, his body had swelled nearly twice its size, rendering his garments little more than rags. Simultaneously, Qin Feng recognized a crucial realization. The energy his body could currently withstand was limited. The mid-phase beast crystal had nearly pushed his body to its breaking point. Had he attempted to consume a second-phase crystal, it could have resulted in fatal repercussions. While the infinite devour talent allowed for unrestricted energy consumption, his physique was not yet equipped to handle such power. Qin Feng had anticipated this, for his cultivation was still in the awakening phase, and the ability to consume a first-phase beast crystal was already commendable. In total, the 3 beast crystals had collectively elevated his vitality by nearly 35 points, a feat that would take an F-grade Esper half a year to achieve. Next, it was time to enhance his combat skills. Evolution points, 240. Glancing at the remaining evolution points, Qin Feng did not hesitate, immediately allocating them all to the skill Thunderstrike. Thunderstrike, enhance me. Ding. Congratulations. Host has consumed 220 evolution points. Thunderstrike has reached perfection. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, an epiphany regarding Thunderstrike unfolded within him. Unable to contain his excitement, his body instinctively began to move, fingers aligned, palm poised as a blade. He began to slash through the air incessantly. Whoosh! The hand blade tore through the atmosphere, producing a symphony of rending sounds. After a considerable duration, Qin Feng gradually came to a halt. The perfected Thunderstrike's power had escalated once more, and he could now execute it using both his legs and arms. His combat prowess had surged dramatically. With newfound strength, he strode toward the first-tier arena. Familiar with his current capabilities, Qin Feng exited the training room, ready to challenge the first-tier arena. However, before doing so, he requested an outfit from the staff present. Simultaneously, Li Fei and his group arrived at the martial arena. Chapter 12. A certain difficulty, yet not too much. You wish to challenge the first-tier arena? A staff member within the martial arena exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Feng nodded in affirmation, opting not to elaborate. The staff member regarded him with a complex expression but proceeded to process his registration. He recognized Qin Feng as the individual who had successfully challenged the champion earlier that afternoon, the distinctive white cat mask making him quite memorable. However, he believed Qin Feng was riding high on the victory from earlier, prompting him to seek a challenge at the first-tier arena. Should he sense danger during the match, he could simply concede, and the referee would intervene promptly. The staff member offered a final reminder. Understood. Qin Feng nodded lightly. This was merely the rule of the martial arena. The elder he had slain earlier had intended to concede as well, but Qin Feng had thwarted that intention. Following the staff member's lead, Qin Feng was escorted to the first-tier arena's waiting area. Having undergone a test earlier in the day, there was no need for a re-evaluation of his vitality. The martial arena presumed that no one could dramatically increase their vitality within the span of a single day. Even with a bottle of D-grade energy liquid, the maximum increase would be less than 10 points. However, it was evident that they would be in for a surprise today. The various levels of the arena were isolated from one another, so upon entering the waiting area for the first-tier arena, no one paid him any mind. The onlookers merely regarded him as an average first-tier awakener. The audience mused, what formidable powers could possibly emerge from someone in the awakening phase? Their battles would scarcely differ from ours as students. Furthermore, both of our cultivations have reached the late awakening phase. A breakthrough to the first tier is merely a matter of time. Therefore, coming here to observe the battles among first-tier awakeners can only bring us benefits, not detriments. Zhao Cheng remarked to his companion, Luo Kai. Upon hearing this, Luo Kai nodded in agreement. The two of them were indeed the most gifted individuals in Linghai No. One high school, aside from Chuyu. If one were to rely solely on their innate talent for cultivation, it would indeed be quite challenging to elevate their prowess to the late awakening stage within such a short span of time. However, this afternoon, the principal distributed a vial of D-grade energy liquid to each of the students who had awakened B-grade abilities. It was precisely after consuming this energy liquid that their vital energy surged to over 60 points. Apart from the two of them, several others, including Li Fei, had also arrived, albeit their seats were not grouped together. As evening approached, an increasing number of spectators filed in, and soon, the audience surrounding the first-tier arena was filled to capacity. The referee then ascended the stage, officially announcing the commencement of the arena battle. Almost immediately thereafter, a young man with short black hair rushed onto the stage. It was Luo Xiao, who had recently achieved a remarkable 15 consecutive victories, successfully challenging the arena champion mode. Could it be that he intended to continue his challenge today? Luo Xiao's cultivation had already reached the mid-first tier, with combat power exceeding 3,000. Unless an opponent at the late first tier appeared, it would be exceedingly difficult to suppress him. Generally, those awakeners who participated in battles at the martial arena were driven by the allure of wealth, and it was rare for late first tier or second tier awakeners to engage in such contests. After all, reaching the late first tier bestows a certain level of combat capability, allowing one to team up and venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts, thus earning considerable rewards. Meanwhile, Qin Feng in the battle zone turned his attention toward the arena. This time, he opted not to leap onto the stage as he had during the awakening tier battles. Given that this was a first-tier arena, he decided it prudent to first observe the situation. Luo Xiao, I have come to challenge you. A loud voice rang out, followed by a figure leaping onto the stage. This was a young man who appeared to be of similar age to Luo Xiao. Upon ascending the stage, the young man fixed his gaze intently on Luo Xiao, his body tense, unwilling to exhibit even a hint of carelessness. The battle begins. At the referee's command, the young man seized the opportunity, his feet propelling him forward with explosive force, launching himself like a cannonball towards Luo Xiao. In the face of this onslaught, Luo Xiao maintained a serene demeanor, exhibiting no signs of panic. His body swiftly maneuvered, and in an instant, he was entangled in combat with the young man. Although the young man's strength was commendable, there remained a stark disparity between them. After a mere 10 exchanges, Luo Xiao unleashed a fire punch that sent the young man careening off the stage. Truly, Luo Xiao was formidable. Even an average late first-tier combatant would find it challenging to withstand such a fire punch. Indeed, the fire punch was a C-grade combat technique. And judging by Luo Xiao's earlier display, it had likely reached at least the great achievement stage, showcasing extraordinary power. The fire attribute ability, combined with a fire-based combat technique, undoubtedly possessed greater potency than typical techniques. Watching the red-yellow flames encircling Luo Xiao's fist, Qin Feng murmured softly to himself. Attribute techniques are specifically designed to counter various elemental abilities of awakeners, yielding slightly superior power compared to ordinary techniques of the same level. However, such techniques also come with limitations, as they can only be cultivated by those awakeners who possess the corresponding elemental abilities. Observing Luo Xiao's execution of the fire punch, Qin Feng felt no urgency to ascend the stage. Soon, following the young man's defeat, several others took to the stage to challenge Luo Xiao, but without exception, they all fell to his effortless prowess. This individual is indeed powerful, Qin Feng thought, and that fire-based combat technique is not inferior to the Thunder Strike. Its might is equally formidable. In the audience, Luo Kai and Zhao Cheng fixated on the arena, particularly Zhao Cheng, who had also awakened a fire attribute ability. His eyes were glued to Luo Xiao's fire punch, as if he were eager to master the technique himself. Yet, this was evidently impossible. Mastering a combat technique typically requires instruction, as was the case with Zhang Long at their school. Alternatively, one might employ a battle imprint. Battle imprints are crafted by awakeners of the 7th tier or above, encapsulating their understanding of combat techniques. Generally, Utilizing a battle imprint enables an awakener to grasp a technique more quickly, with some prodigies even achieving mastery in a single attempt. However, the cost of battle imprints is exorbitantly high. For someone like Zhao Cheng, attempting to learn a technique solely by observing another's battle is akin to chasing a mirage. Before long, after Luo Xiao had triumphed over yet another opponent, Zhao Cheng closed his eyes, a look of regret crossing his face. Indeed, it is unattainable. Zhao Cheng chuckled at himself, realizing that only those extraordinary geniuses who awakened S-grade abilities could achieve such feats. Simultaneously, Qin Feng whispered to himself, it is somewhat challenging, but not excessively so. Fire Punch, C-grade, Beginner 1. Chapter 13, Life Returns, Ghost of the Past. S-grade abilities are truly terrifying. A smile graced Qin Feng's face as he successfully learned a C-grade combat technique once more. Now, merely by observing battle scenes, I can master C-grade techniques. If I later absorb the Red Lotus Flame, then with 2 S-grade abilities at my disposal, my cultivation talent will undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. After defeating yet another opponent, marking his 9th victory, it seemed he would once again succeed in his challenge. Discussions erupted among the spectators below the stage, and those contenders yet to compete began to withdraw. At that moment, Luo Xiao on the stage glanced toward the referee, who quickly understood his intent and stepped forward to announce the result. However, just then, a figure flashed past, and a person donning a white cat-faced mask appeared on the stage. It was Qin Feng. The white cat face, could it be him? Upon recognizing the familiar cat-faced mask, the referee immediately recalled the individual who had successfully challenged the arena champion earlier that afternoon. It must simply be a coincidence that he wore the same mask. The referee thought to himself, and since another challenger had stepped onto the stage, the battle would continue. This fellow really dares to step up. He is quite the madman. A woman in a concealed position observed with a grim expression, having kept a close watch on Qin Feng's movements. Who is this person, masked? Could they be a hidden powerhouse? What nonsense about a powerhouse? Just look at how many people are wearing masks here. Does that mean they are all powerful figures? Regardless, even if he were not a powerhouse, this individual's strength should not be underestimated. After all, Luo Xiao had already bested so many opponents, and in such circumstances, his confidence to ascend the stage indicated a strong belief in his own abilities. While discussions swirled around, Luo Xiao on the stage furrowed his brow. Awakening stage? He sensed that the vital energy within Qin Feng was extraordinarily feeble, barely reaching the first tier. This situation could only arise if Qin Feng had cultivated a technique that masked his vital energy. Otherwise, it simply indicated that his vital energy was inherently low. Upon hearing Luo Xiao's remark, Qin Feng remained silent, merely nodding nonchalantly. He was well aware of the internal dynamics of the martial arena. Thus, there was no need for him to conceal anything. Goodness, he is merely at the awakening stage? A rookie at the awakening stage dares to challenge Luo Xiao? A madman. This fellow is undoubtedly a madman. The audience gasped in disbelief. During the mid-stage of the awakening challenge at the first rank, such occurrences are indeed remarkable. It seems my visit today was not in vain, thought Li Fei, unable to suppress his excitement. Yet, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him as his gaze fell upon the figure on the arena, adorned with a white cat-faced mask. Not far from him, Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai shook their heads in unison. The chasm between the awakening stage and the first rank was immense, and even they could not hope to engage in combat across such a vast divide. At that moment, the audience and competitors alike believed Qin Feng stood no chance of victory, with some even shouting for him to exit the arena immediately. However, amidst the chorus of skepticism, one individual displayed remarkable composure. Luo Xiao, standing on the arena, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Qin Feng, his steady gaze unwavering. He bore no disdain for his opponent merely because he was in the awakening stage. A person daring enough to challenge a first-rank awakener at this level was either a madman or a genuine prodigy. Luo Xiao reminded himself that either possibility was formidable. Indeed, a prudent individual. Luo Xiao's demeanor invigorated Qin Feng, and soon their battle commenced. Luo Xiao initiated the assault, his feet moving with astonishing speed as he closed the distance to Qin Feng in what seemed like a mere 2 steps, before unleashing a powerful punch. To gauge Qin Feng's true combat prowess, he refrained from employing any techniques with this strike. If Qin Feng's strength was merely superficial, this blow would suffice to vanquish him. Undeterred by the onslaught, Qin Feng advanced rather than retreating, raising his fist to meet the attack head-on. In an instant, their fists collided, and Luo Xiao's brow furrowed as he staggered back a step, while Qin Feng was pushed back too. What? Did my eyes deceive me? Did Luo Xiao actually step back? At that moment, the entire arena was engulfed in shock. Who is this white cat? An awakening stage individual repelling a first rank. This power is truly extraordinary. The battle continued. In Qin Feng's eyes, the spirit of combat surged. Luo Xiao, in his mid-stage of the first rank, was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had faced since awakening his abilities. Simultaneously, Luo Xiao, though astonished, felt a thrill of excitement. Possessing first-rank strength at the awakening stage was the mark of an exceptional genius, and it was indeed a rare opportunity to engage with such talent. Fight! Luo Xiao exclaimed, a surge of vitality emanating from him, enveloping his fists in crimson flames. Fire Fist! Recognizing Qin Feng's might, Luo Xiao resolved to unleash his strongest attack from the outset. Observing this, Qin Feng wasted no time. He too desired to conclude swiftly and claim his reward. With a mere thought, the chaotic divine thunder erupted forth. The crackling sound of electricity surged around him. And having advanced to the late awakening stage, the power of the chaotic divine thunder had similarly escalated. Manipulating it expertly, tiny blue arcs danced around his hands. He then brought his palms together and sliced forward with fierce intent. Thunderstrike! With a whoosh, the air seemed to part like water as his palm sliced through it, creating ripples in its wake. In the next moment, the thunderous palm collided with the flaming fist. Luo Xiao felt an overwhelming force transmit through his arm upon impact, and he let out a muffled grunt as he stumbled backward several steps. At that moment, he felt as if his arm had been rendered nearly useless, devoid of sensation. What a domineering lightning ability! Luo Xiao was astounded, realizing he had lost this battle. Rending the air with bare hands, could it be the perfect realm of Thunderstrike? In the audience, Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai stared in disbelief at the figure on the arena, their eyes wide with astonishment. Furthermore, that lightning ability had completely subdued Luo Xiao's flames. Ignoring the spectators' shocked gazes, Qin Feng swiftly claimed his prize and exited the martial arena after the referee announced the results. Ah, so he is indeed a prodigy, thought the woman in the shadows, a cruel smile creeping across her face as she retrieved her phone to send a message. The hunt begins, you ghost. Chapter 14, An Unforeseen Assassination. Under the cover of night, a figure strode along the deserted streets, none other than Qin Feng, who had just departed from the martial arena. The clock was nearing 10 in the evening, and the streets were eerily vacant, with scarcely a soul in sight. As he walked, Qin Feng reflected on the gains from earlier. According to the martial arena's regulations, having defeated Luo Xiao, he was entitled to the prizes won from his previous opponents, amounting to nearly 200,000 Xia coins. This time, Qin Feng opted not to exchange the resources, but rather deposited the amount into his account. He had plans for this money. In addition to the monetary reward, he had also amassed 60 evolution points, which he promptly allocated to enhance his vitality. A warm current coursed through his body as his vitality increased by 6 points, reaching a total of 98, just a step away from the first rank. Qin Feng felt quite satisfied with his achievements today, yet he understood that such actions, if repeated frequently at the martial arena, would inevitably lead to being blacklisted. After all, the arena aimed for profit, and if many followed in his footsteps, it would be a miracle if they did not incur losses. Moreover, battles within the arena were against fellow humans, while the true enemies of the Xian nation were those ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows, intent on annihilating humanity. With his vitality reaching 98, he would soon break through to the first rank. Tomorrow, he planned to certify his status as a first-rank awakener and venture outside the city to hunt beasts. Qin Feng contemplated his upcoming days. With only about half a month until the college entrance examination, he sought to elevate his cultivation and combat prowess as much as possible. In this world, while S-rank abilities were exceedingly rare, they were not non-existent, and Qin Feng did not presume that possessing an S-rank ability rendered him invincible. Hunting beasts outside the city would allow him to absorb beast crystals to enhance his cultivation while honing his combat skills. As he pondered his plans for the coming days, he made his way toward Hope Community. Just then, two figures abruptly emerged before him. Qin Feng looked up to see a pair of middle-aged individuals walking side by side. Something feels amiss. A sense of unease crept over him as he sensed an anomaly. Had they merely been ordinary passers-by, he would have paid them no mind. But their eyes had been fixed upon him since their arrival, almost as if they were tracking him. Were they from the martial arena? Or something else? Qin Feng's vigilance heightened as he summoned the chaotic divine thunder, cloaking it beneath his clothing, preparing himself for battle. At this moment, he was within 10 meters of the two, and without clarity on their strength, turning to flee might provoke them. At this moment, Qin Feng intended to first observe the cultivation levels of the two individuals before him. On the surface, he maintained an impassive expression, continuing to walk forward as he had before, yet in reality, his entire body was taut, akin to a coiled spring, poised to unleash its potential. 8 meters, 5 meters, soon. The distance between the three of them diminished rapidly. Late stage of the first tier, let's deal with this. Just as the gap closed to 3 meters, A spark of insight flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He had roughly assessed the opponent's abilities. Without a moment's hesitation, a surge of crackling electricity erupted, and blue arcs of lightning illuminated the dark night, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Thunderclap. With a powerful push from his legs, Qin Feng propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Given the proximity, the two had yet to react when Qin Feng's form was already upon them. Block him. In a hasty retreat, the woman stepped back, seeking refuge behind the middle-aged man. Is it really necessary to be alarmed by a mere child who hasn't even reached the first tier? The middle-aged man seemed to scoff at the woman's reaction. In his view, both he and the woman were late-stage first-tier cultivators. Surely they would not fall to a fledgling who had just awakened their abilities. With that thought, the middle-aged man lunged forward, attempting to seize Qin Feng's leg with his bare hands. Upon witnessing this, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The man's disdain had unwittingly afforded him an opportunity. Without a moment's delay, he summoned the power of the chaotic divine thunder, channeling it into his right leg. A cacophony of crackling blue arcs erupted around him. Only then did the middle-aged man sense something amiss, but it was evidently too late. With a resounding crash, Qin Feng's right leg descended upon the man's chest like a sharp axe. A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed as the middle-aged man felt an agonizing jolt of pain in his chest, followed by his body being uncontrollably hurled backward, finally coming to rest against the roadside railing. What a pity, he wasn't finished off directly. Observing the middle-aged man gasping for breath against the railing, a hint of regret flickered across Qin Feng's face. However, despite not having dispatched him entirely, the man had clearly lost his combat effectiveness. With labored breaths, his fate was now sealed. He could only await his demise. Who are you people, and why have you targeted me? Qin Feng turned to the woman, asking in a low voice. What are you saying? Who is targeting you? Wasn't it you who attacked my partner right away? The woman spoke nervously, still gripping her recently extinguished phone, seemingly having indeed contacted the enforcement team for help. Huh. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. If the woman truly dared to alert the enforcement team, it would save him considerable trouble. Oh, the enforcement team, is it? How fortuitous, I just called them myself. I suspect they will arrive in less than 10 minutes. By then, let us see who truly intended harm upon whom. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't anticipated that Qin Feng could see through her facade so easily. He must not be allowed to escape, she thought to herself, realizing that if she permitted Qin Feng to leave, the enforcement team would eventually apprehend her. Given her past misdeeds, falling into their hands would be a fate worse than death. With that in mind, the woman swiftly drew a dagger. Zzz. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as blue arcs entwined around the blade. So, she possesses lightning-type abilities as well. Observing the dagger enveloped in blue arcs, a serious expression crossed Qin Feng's face. The woman was at the late stage of the first tier, a full realm above him. He dared not act carelessly. Chapter 15. Elimination, the Awakened Alliance. Lightning strike. In the inky darkness of the night, a sharp command rang out, followed by a brilliant blue flash that illuminated the sky. The woman, brandishing the dagger wrapped in blue arcs, charged ferociously toward Qin Feng's position. Zing! The blue arcs sliced through the air, resembling a lightning bolt in their ferocity. Faced with the woman's assault, Qin Feng refrained from recklessly confronting her head-on. Her cultivation was already a significant advantage, and with the dagger in hand, she clearly held the upper hand. With all his might, Qin Feng summoned the chaotic divine thunder, transforming it into a network of delicate blue arcs that surrounded him. In this state, both his reaction time and movement speed were markedly enhanced. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as, despite the woman's full-force attacks, Qin Feng deftly evaded each strike. How is this possible? His cultivation is merely at the awakening stage. How could he possess such remarkable reaction speed and agility? The woman was increasingly astonished. She had initially thought the middle-aged man's injury was due to carelessness, but it was now evident that Qin Feng's combat capabilities were on par with both of theirs. This won't do, the enforcement team will arrive soon. I must find a way to escape. If worst comes to worst, I can always start anew in another city. With this thought, the woman once again forced Qin Feng back with her dagger, then swiftly turned to flee. Apologies, but you cannot leave just yet. Lightning fist. Seeing her attempt to escape, Qin Feng shifted from defense to offense, clenching his fists and striking fiercely toward the woman's back. Boom. The force of his punch shattered the air, creating a thunderous sound. Sensing the commotion behind her, the woman's expression changed. With the middle-aged man severely injured by Qin Feng, she could not afford to withstand his attack. She barely managed to sidestep in time. However, this maneuver hindered her escape. Feeling thoroughly frustrated, the woman realized she could neither overpower Qin Feng nor flee from him. I refuse to believe that I, a late-stage first tier, cannot outlast a mere awakening stage brat, she thought defiantly. At the same time, on the other end of the street, several figures emerged, clad in coordinated black uniforms and long coats, armed with standard-issue blades. They exuded an air of cold authority. Team Leader Chun. Faint fluctuations of abilities have been detected in this vicinity. It appears to involve only a few first-tier awakened. Understood. The man addressed as Team Leader Chun, a middle-aged man, commanded gravely, split up and investigate. Notify each other at the first sign of trouble, and do not act recklessly unless you are certain of the situation. Yes. With that, the group dispersed swiftly. Sigh. The city has become increasingly unstable of late. It seems the days of peace are behind us. Team Leader Chin sighed, then swiftly darted in a specific direction. 5 minutes later, the deceased, a man and a woman, were both at the late stage of the first tier in their cultivation. The man had initially been struck in the chest by a heavy object, followed by a fatal injury as his neck was crushed. A bespectacled man reported the findings. As for the female victim, even without his words, Team Leader Chun and his colleagues had discerned her cause of death. A sharp dagger was embedded in her chest, from which crimson blood flowed slowly. Investigate the identities of the two individuals. Additionally, notify the security department to retrieve the nearby surveillance footage and identify any suspicious persons. Team Leader Chin calmly commanded after a brief examination of the scene. The team consisted of members from the city's law enforcement. The battlefield was quickly cleared, and they departed hastily. In the residential complex, a tall figure appeared at the entrance, Qin Feng. At that moment, he emanated a palpable aura of hostility, exuding a sense of danger to those nearby. Today marked his first experience of taking a life in the martial arena. And after having killed 2 individuals in quick succession, despite their deserving fates, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the act. The middle-aged couple had clearly come to take his life. Although Qin Feng ultimately did not glean any useful information from the woman, he harbored vague suspicions. Thus far, he had only revealed his strength and information in the martial arena, indicating that these two must have some clandestine connection to it. Even if they were not directly affiliated with the arena, they surely had ties to someone involved. Martial arena. Just wait. I will remember this, he thought, taking a deep breath to compose himself before striding into the residential complex. Upon returning, Qin Feng washed up briefly and then went straight to bed. He was aware that the law enforcement team would not trace the incident back to him anytime soon. After all, who would believe that a mere high school senior, who had just awakened his abilities, could slay 2 late-stage first-tier awakeners? The night passed in silence. When dawn broke, Qin Feng awoke and checked his phone, preparing to discuss the registration fee with his homeroom teacher, Mr. Li. Mr. Li. Qin Feng, skipping class without reason? Are you planning to drop out? Mr. Li, I will visit your home for a checkup after school. Be there. The class group chat was inundated with messages from Qin Feng, alongside several missed calls. What could Mr. Li want? Qin Feng murmured. He had discovered his phone was dead upon arriving at the martial arena, and the message regarding notifying the law enforcement was, of course, a fabrication. Buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. It was Mr. Li posting an angry emoji in the class group and tagging him. Seeing this, Qin Feng decided to take decisive action and transferred 20,000 Daxia coins to Li Fei, instructing him to handle the registration fee and request a leave of absence on his behalf. After completing these tasks, Qin Feng promptly set his phone to silent mode. He intended to authenticate his status as a first-tier awakener at the Awakeners Alliance before heading out of the city to hunt fierce beasts. With this in mind, Qin Feng washed up and quickly had breakfast before hailing a taxi to the Awakeners Alliance in Linhai City. Chapter 16. Authentication of the first-tier awakener. Requesting leave again. Has Brother Feng truly encountered some extraordinary opportunity that will propel him to greatness? At the entrance of the first high school, Li Fei mused over the messages on his phone, shaking his head to dismiss any fanciful thoughts. For now, he needed to think of a way to deal with Mr. Li and assist Brother Feng with his registration. Thus, with a complex expression, Li Fei entered Mr. Li's office. Requesting leave? Tell him that if he doesn't return for the mock exam in a week, he can forget about the martial science examination. Mr. Li's furious voice echoed in the office. In Linhai City, the Awakeners Alliance building stood tall. The Awakeners Alliance is an official organization of Daxia, where every awakener can come to complete their authentication upon breaking through to the first tier, officially becoming an awakener. Successful authentication grants a monthly stipend according to the awakener's level, and a substantial reward is provided for the first-time authentication. However, Qin Feng was not particularly concerned about these benefits. What mattered to him was the breathing technique. It is well known that every awakener, upon advancing to the first tier, can obtain a suitable breathing technique from the Awakeners Alliance. By practicing this technique, one can more efficiently absorb the spiritual energy scattered throughout the world, thereby enhancing their own strength. So many people, Upon entering the hall, Qin Feng gazed at the throngs of individuals ahead, silently exclaiming in astonishment. It was Wednesday, yet the crowd was substantial. Observing the comings and goings of the people, he sensed a formidable vitality coursing through them. Judging solely by their vitality, none of them appeared weaker than him, which was expected, as those who could enter this place were all at least first-tier awakeners. Following the signs, Qin Feng arrived at the window for processing awakener certifications. Behind the counter stood a girl with short hair and an amiable appearance. "Hello, I am here to apply for my first-tier awakener certification," Qin Feng stated. "Certainly. Please fill out this form, and once completed, we can proceed to the next step," the short-haired girl replied, handing him a form as she spoke. "Really? So young?" However, she was slightly taken aback when she looked up to see Qin Feng's handsome and youthful face. "How old are you?" she asked impulsively. "Just turned 18. Qin Feng responded while taking the form. Indeed. Upon hearing his age, the short-haired girl thought to herself, her expression momentarily reflecting a mix of emotions. After a brief internal struggle, she spoke again. "If you merely wish to tour the Awakeners Alliance building, I can offer you a free tour, no need for certification." She emphasized the word free heavily. This was not entirely her fault. Previously, several young individuals had feigned interest in certification merely to roam the building and take photographs, seeking to satisfy their youthful vanity by claiming they had visited the Awakeners Alliance. They seemed to think that merely visiting the building would somehow grant them the status of a true awakener. As a result, the building had amended its rules. Now, to certify as an awakener, one must pay a deposit of 5,000 coins, refunded upon successful certification. Failure to certify meant forfeiting the deposit. This change significantly reduced the workload for the staff. At that moment, the short-haired girl mistakenly regarded Qin Feng as another vain youth. "No need. I am here to authenticate as an awakener," Qin Feng replied, somewhat puzzled by her comments, but he handed her the completed form without further ado. "Very well." Faced with Qin Feng's rejection, the short-haired woman felt a tinge of disappointment but refrained from further discussion. After confirming the accuracy of the information Qin Feng had provided, she gestured towards a direction, indicating that he could proceed to the next step of the physical vitality test. "All right, Xiao Feng, your kindness is commendable. But with such vanity-driven youth, it would be prudent to let them learn a lesson," remarked a man sitting opposite the short-haired woman. "These individuals have just turned 18. Some barely awakened their abilities, yet they rush here to authenticate themselves as first-tier awakeners, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Such a mindset will lead to significant setbacks on the battlefield in the future." Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, but remained silent. Having already reviewed Qin Feng's information as a senior student from Linhai No. 1 High School, further solidifying her belief that he was merely here for amusement. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng had already entered a sealed room designated for the vitality test. As the name suggests, this chamber was designed to assess the physical vitality of awakeners. Upon arrival, Qin Feng handed his documents to a staff member. "Linhai No. 1 High School, senior student?" The staff member paused momentarily, yet chose not to elaborate, simply turning away from Qin Feng to operate the nearby machinery. "Insert your hand here." He pointed lazily towards a circular opening on the device. Qin Feng paid little heed, stepping forward to place his right hand into the passage. The vitality testing device was capable of accurately measuring the current vitality of an awakener, with a margin of error controlled within 0.1. At that moment, Qin Feng felt his arm temporarily immobilized within the passage, soon followed by a faint stinging sensation in his thumb. After a brief moment of discomfort, his arm regained its mobility. Beep, beep, beep. As he withdrew his arm, the device emitted a series of alert sounds, followed by a line of red digits appearing on the screen. 102. Qin Feng was not taken aback by this number. He had already reached a vitality of 98 points the previous night. Given his current talent, an increase of 4 points overnight was entirely reasonable even without rigorous training. "All right, the test has failed. You may leave." The staff member began to dismiss Qin Feng, but upon seeing the red digits, he was momentarily stunned. Vitality 102. How is this possible? The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief. For him, while a vitality of 102 was not shocking, he encountered numerous awakeners with far superior vitality daily. What astonished him was Qin Feng's identity as a senior student who had just awakened his abilities. Could he be a prodigy, or merely benefiting from his youth? The staff member pondered that some senior students might awaken their powers early, suspecting Qin Feng to be one of them. "Can we proceed to the next stage?" Noticing the staff member's momentary daze, Qin Feng could not help but inquire. Yes. The staff member, snapping back to reality, nodded vigorously, his expression transforming into one of deference. "Next is the combat power test. Please follow me." Even if Qin Feng were among the early awakeners, achieving a breakthrough to first tier in such a short time attested to his extraordinary talent. Individuals like him, once matured, would undoubtedly achieve greatness beyond the staff member's reach. In no time, they arrived at a first-tier combat power testing device. While vitality served as a measure of an awakener's level, combat power was the truest representation of their capabilities. After all, vitality could be enhanced through energy solutions and other external sources, but combat power was a tangible existence. Previously, there had been cases of awakeners meeting the vitality standards yet failing to achieve the requisite combat power. Thus, authentication required testing both vitality and combat prowess. Standing before the testing device, Qin Feng took a deep breath, centering his focus before delivering a powerful punch. Bang! With a resounding collision, the red digits on the device's screen began to soar. 200, 500, 800. The initial value skyrocketed from 200 and quickly reached 1,000, continuing its ascent. 1,000, 1,100, 1,300, 1,500. What the hell? Upon seeing the value reach 1,500, the staff member could not restrain himself from exclaiming. A combat power of 1,500 was far beyond what a newly transitioned first-tier awakener could achieve. As he processed the shock, he noticed the value climbing higher. 1,800, 1,900. Is it about to surpass 2,000? A combat power of 2,000 was something only a mid-tier first awakener could attain, yet Qin Feng's vitality was merely 102. The staff member was bewildered. Ultimately, the value stabilized at 2,100, surpassing 2,000. The staff member stared wide-eyed, engulfed in disbelief. Normally, awakeners with vitality similar to Qin Feng's could reach a maximum combat power of 1,500. Even with combat techniques, breaking through 2,000 was exceedingly rare. Wait, combat techniques? He had not even employed any. The staff member gasped in astonishment. 2,100 combat power is quite impressive. Let's see how it fares with combat techniques and abilities. Qin Feng murmured to himself. He was aware of the rules for testing combat power during the awakening certification and could freely utilize combat techniques and abilities. As long as he executed more than 3 consecutive attacks on the testing device, the final score would be calculated as an average. With that in mind, Qin Feng stepped back, clenched his fists, and felt the vitality surging within him, emanating a formidable aura. Thunder Fist. Instantly, a blue radiance enveloped his fist. With his right arm raised and his waist twisting, his fist shot forward like a cannonball. Boom. An even more thunderous sound erupted as the device's previously refreshed values began to surge once again. 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500. What the? Bang. As the readings reached 3,000, the device flew across the room, crashing violently against the wall. The tremendous impact left cracks in the specially constructed wall, and a cloud of black smoke billowed from the testing device. Is this even human? The staff member, witnessing the scene, could not help but exclaim again, his astonishment causing him to curse as he smashed the testing device. Having worked in this building for over a decade, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Did it break? At that moment, Qin Feng felt a bit dazed, having been so focused on testing his combat power that he forgot about the testing device's upper limit. The maximum for a first-tier combat power test was 3,000, and it was evident that his previous punch had surpassed that threshold. This is merely a standard combat power test. I shouldn't be liable for damages to the testing device. Qin Feng mumbled to himself. Upon hearing these words, the staff member's lips twitched uncontrollably. It is essential to note that each combat power testing device is exorbitantly priced, with even a first-tier tester nearing 1,000,000 great xia coins. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was not entirely mistaken. He was indeed conducting a standard assessment of combat prowess, and any damage to the device could not justly be attributed to him. Sizzle, sizzle. Observing the testing device that had fallen to the ground, smoking, the staff member wore a troubled expression. Surely, my results must be deemed acceptable? At that moment, Qin Feng turned to the staff member and inquired. Acceptable, acceptable. The staff member nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain, his thoughts racing. Not merely acceptable. You have far exceeded the standard. Upon learning of his satisfactory results, Qin Feng promptly turned and departed from the premises, with his vitality and combat power both validated. All that remained was for him to have his information entered by the personnel in the hall. He needed to exit the city soon and could not afford to dally. Contemplating this, he unconsciously quickened his pace. However, to the staff member's eyes, his demeanor appeared to carry an air of guilt-laden retreat. I should hastily report this to the director and see how he wishes to address the matter. With this in mind, the staff member hurriedly exited the area. In the hall, seizing a moment while waiting in line, Qin Feng scrutinized his surroundings. This hall resembled a bustling shopping plaza, boasting a dozen or so windows that appeared akin to retail outlets, offering a variety of materials, combat techniques, and weaponry. The Awakener Alliance edifice not only serves as a venue for certifying Awakeners, but also stands as the largest marketplace within Coastal City, second only to the Blue Sea Trading Company. Compared to the Blue Sea Mall, which is widespread throughout Great Xia, it is merely a hair's breadth behind. Awakeners, who are a rare sight elsewhere, were plentiful here. Some came for certification, while others sought to procure equipment and resources. Qin Feng mused that he would explore the area once he had completed his obligations. 5 minutes later, after successfully entering his information, Qin Feng was escorted by a staff member into an elevator, ascending to the building's top floor. A genius indeed, some remarked, noticing Qin Feng's youthful appearance. He must be under 20. His cultivation talent is extraordinary. They understood that only those who had completed first-tier awakening certifications and required breathing techniques were brought to the top floor. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Wang Ping sat in his chair, his expression fraught with concern. The number of individuals successfully certifying as awakeners had dwindled recently, leading to a significant decrease in his performance metrics and even inciting reproach from Minister Yang. Knock, knock. At that moment, a sharp rap at the door interrupted him. Come in. A visibly anxious staff member entered the office and reported to Wang Ping, Director, one of the first-tier testing devices has been destroyed. Upon hearing this, Wang Ping's temper flared immediately. Without a moment's thought, he barked, "That fool! How many times have I instructed against high-tier awakeners using low-tier testing devices? Do they not comprehend the value of the equipment? Who was responsible? Take me to them." Director, the individual in question only has a vitality of 102. Yet they achieved a combat power of 2,100 without employing any combat techniques. Moreover, they are merely a third-year student. Wang Ping was left momentarily speechless. Quickly, take me to find him, at once. Chapter 18, Compatibility 100, Another Explosion. At the top of the building, the breathing technique, which absorbs the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, enhances vitality, refines one's physique, and strengthens the self. Moreover, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth possesses various attributes. Depending on the type of supernatural ability, the breathing techniques also exhibit differing attributes. In a sealed room on the top floor, a staff member was diligently explaining the information regarding breathing techniques to Qin Feng. Your supernatural ability is of the elemental type, specifically lightning. Thus, the only suitable technique for you is the lightning spirit breathing technique. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng appeared contemplative and subsequently inquired, "Can an awakener cultivate multiple breathing techniques simultaneously?" The staff member hesitated momentarily, instinctively preparing to shake his head. However, as if recalling something, he displayed a thoughtful expression before responding. Under normal circumstances, an individual may only cultivate one breathing technique. Yet, there are exceptional cases. Some prodigies who awaken two supernatural abilities may choose two distinct breathing techniques based on the types of their powers. However, cultivating two techniques concurrently can consume a significant amount of time. Generally, this is only pursued if both abilities are at least B grade. As Qin Feng absorbed this information, his eyes brightened at the mention of B grade, dismissing the latter part of the staff member's statement. He was leagues away from B grade, as his ability was S grade. After advancing to the first tier, Qin Feng distinctly felt his physique had strengthened. He surmised that upon reaching the second tier, he would be able to merge his S-grade ability, the Crimson Lotus Flame. By then, possessing two S-grade abilities, his cultivation talent would ascend to an unprecedented zenith. Furthermore, with the system's assistance, simultaneously cultivating two breathing techniques would pose no challenge to him whatsoever. Now, let us test your compatibility with the lightning spirit breathing technique. The staff member rose and approached a metallic cabinet. After inputting a password, he retrieved a fist-sized blue crystal. This is a lightning attribute crystal. Simply place your hand upon it and channel your supernatural power. The crystal will automatically assess your compatibility with the lightning spirit breathing technique. Is there compatibility involved in breathing techniques? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, as he had not encountered such information before. Rest assured, under normal circumstances, as long as one possesses a supernatural ability of the same attribute, even if it is D grade, the compatibility with the breathing technique can reach 20, thus allowing for normal cultivation of the technique, the staff member explained, noting Qin Feng's expression. As he spoke, he retrieved another crystal from the metallic cabinet. This is a fire attribute testing crystal. With that, he placed his hand upon the testing crystal, and a wave of intense energy radiated from him, causing the crystal to emit a blinding crimson glow. Qin Feng observed that the crimson light occupied approximately 2/5 of the crystal. My supernatural ability is C-grade, fire type, and my compatibility with the fire spirit breathing technique is roughly 40%. Typically, the higher the grade of the supernatural ability, the greater the compatibility with the breathing technique. Now, it's your turn to try. As long as your compatibility reaches 20, you will be taught the breathing technique. The staff member's gaze fell upon Qin Feng, extending the testing crystal towards him. Given that he had elevated his cultivation to the first tier while still in his third year, his supernatural ability should be at least B grade, and his compatibility should be around 60. Such talent would classify him as a minor genius within Coastal City. The staff member thought to himself, all right. Qin Feng grasped the testing crystal, his expression gradually shifting to one of gravity. The moment he held the testing crystal, he began to channel the power of the chaotic divine thunder within him. Crackle, crackle. In an instant, a cacophony of thunderous roars erupted across the arena. As a blinding azure radiance began to blossom from the testing crystal, the dazzling blue light forced the staff member to widen his eyes in his line of sight. The brilliance had enveloped the entire crystal. What is this? The staff member's gaze turned vacant, disbelief etched across his face. The blue glow completely covered the testing crystal? A compatibility of 100? This is impossible. A gasp escaped the staff member's lips. Meanwhile, the azure light continued to swell, now causing tiny fissures to appear on the surface of the crystal. Bang! In the next moment, with a violent crack, the testing crystal exploded into shards. Again? Qin Feng felt a bit speechless. He had scarcely begun to harness the power of the chaos divine thunder, and yet the crystal had already succumbed. A monster. Beside him, the staff member who had witnessed this scene wore a look of sheer terror, and he quickly uttered a hasty remark before departing. Wait for me here. This shouldn't make me liable, right? Watching the staff member's retreating figure, Qin Feng sheepishly rubbed his nose. What he truly wished to convey was that he had not intended for any of this to happen. Meanwhile, just as the staff member exited the chamber, he collided with Wang Ping, who appeared frantic. Director, director. The normally reticent director now seemed like a savior in Wang Ping's eyes. Director. Someone exploded the testing crystal during their breathing method compatibility test. As Wang Ping searched for the individual responsible for the destruction of the combat power testing device, he froze upon hearing that the testing crystal had also burst. Could they be the same person? An incredulous thought stirred in Wang Ping's mind. A minute later, a strikingly handsome young man with an upright posture appeared before Wang Ping. It was none other than Qin Feng. With a vitality of 102, combat power exceeding 3,000, and a compatibility that seemingly reached 100, a genius, an unequivocal genius. At that moment, Wang Ping's eyes blazed with fervor as he gazed at Qin Feng, akin to beholding an unparalleled beauty, unable to tear his gaze away. Ahem. Director Wang, since my compatibility has met the requirements, may I now be taught the breathing method? Qin Feng spoke up. Wang Ping's intense gaze made Qin Feng somewhat uncomfortable. At that moment, he simply wished to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Yes, of course. Qin Feng's words made Wang Ping realize his previous behavior was somewhat inappropriate, and he rapidly nodded in agreement. He then personally guided Qin Feng to a secluded chamber, retrieving a jade slip radiating blue light, which he handed to Qin Feng. This is the Thunder Spirit breathing method inscribed by a master-level expert, with 3 opportunities for cultivation. It should be sufficient for you to achieve the basics, or even a small success. Thank you. Qin Feng accepted without pretense. He had begun to discern certain implications. He had not only shattered the combat power testing device, but also ruptured the testing crystal. Yet instead of facing repercussions, the director personally attended to him, which spoke volumes. Young brother, here is my business card. If you encounter any matters within Linhai City, feel free to contact me directly. All right, I greatly appreciate it, Supervisor Wang. Chapter 19. Wilderness Base, Coercive Transactions. What? An initial stage first-tier cultivator shattered the combat power testing device, and the testing crystal exploded? And this person is a senior high school student? A voice on the other end of the phone filled Wang Ping's ear with astonishment. Indeed, Minister. He is a true genius. Wang Ping's demeanor mirrored the excitement. Qin Feng had completed his Awakener certification here. As long as he could develop, the benefits they would reap would be immeasurable, particularly on the other end of the line, Minister Yang, who served as the head of the Awakener Alliance's Linhai branch and concurrently held the position of the Linhai City Education Bureau Director, placed great importance on talents like Qin Feng. Which school does he attend? Quickly provide me with all his information and have him wait in the building. I'll be there shortly. Minister Yang's voice resonated once more. 10 minutes later, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a ruddy complexion arrived at the top floor of the building. It was Minister Yang of the Alliance branch. Has he already left? Upon learning that Qin Feng had departed, a look of regret crossed Minister Yang's face, but his gaze fell upon the documents in his hand. Qin Feng, from Linhai No. 1 High School. You, Yang Zirong, have concealed such a treasure from me. It seems I must give you a proper scolding. A sneeze suddenly escaped the principal of Linhai No. 1 High School, far away in his office. Could it be that my nephew is complaining about me again? Towering nearly 100 meters high, the city walls were patrolled by guards clad in military uniforms, ensuring the prevention of beast incursions. throughout the Great Xia territory. Each city was fortified with such walls, and city guards patrolled continuously. At that moment, a figure approached the city gate, Qin Feng, having just exited the alliance building. At the massive city gate, towering over 10 meters, several guards stood vigilant, verifying the identities of every awakener entering and exiting. Qin Feng joined the queue to exit the city and soon found himself in front of a guard. 18 years old, first-tier awakener. The guard cast a contemplative glance at Qin Feng, but said nothing further. Hunting beasts outside the city was a personal choice, beyond his jurisdiction to interfere. Good luck, young man. Thank you. After confirming the information, Qin Feng stepped through the city gate. Outside the gate lay an expanse of open ground. Qin Feng briefly assessed the direction before setting off towards the southern gate of the city. He had previously reviewed information regarding the wilderness, where a wilderness base was established south of Linhai City. The base had a history spanning several decades, designed specifically for awakener hunters venturing beyond the city to hunt beasts. After years of development, the facilities within the base had become quite advanced, and it was precisely Qin Feng's destination. At the entrance of the base, throngs of people gathered, lone rangers and small teams alike. There was quite a crowd. Shortly thereafter, Qin Feng's figure appeared here, observing the line that led into the base. He silently sighed and took his place at the back of the queue. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng entered the base. Surveying his surroundings, the base sprawled widely, capable of accommodating thousands of individuals simultaneously. D-grade healing potion, affordable price, powerful effects, available for a limited time only. Alloy weapons for sale, D-grade, C-grade, and with sufficient funds. Even B-grade options are available. In the outer area, the Black Ape Forest, still in need of a teammate, with a minimum combat power of late first tier. Various calls echoed in Qin Feng's ears, reminiscent of a marketplace from a past life. Qin Feng merely glanced briefly before retracting his gaze. Young brother, is this your first time coming to the wilderness base? Just as Qin Feng prepared to leave, a voice called out from behind him. Turning to look, he saw a slender middle-aged man, his face adorned with a smile. Young brother, you're quite brave to venture out of the city alone at such a young age. Faced with the middle-aged man's flattery, Qin Feng maintained a stoic expression and replied coolly, is there something you need? Confronted with Qin Feng's somewhat aloof demeanor, the middle-aged man remained unfazed, wearing a sheepish smile as he continued to speak. Young brother, as this is your first visit to the base, you may be unaware of the circumstances in this vicinity. It is crucial to understand that the wilderness is rife with ferocious beasts, and a moment's inattention could lead to a tragic demise at their jaws. I happen to possess a map detailing the areas surrounding the base, meticulously cataloging the species and levels of the beasts within each region. I believe this map would prove invaluable to you. The map? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. In an unfamiliar wilderness, possessing a map could indeed be a significant advantage. At the very least, it would prevent him from inadvertently wandering into territories populated by high-level beasts. However, Qin Feng recalled that the distribution of beasts around this base had long been officially documented and made publicly available. One could simply acquire it from the administrative office at the center of the base. Thus, the middle-aged man's actions were somewhat intriguing. How much for the map? Qin Feng feigned interest as he inquired. It was originally 10,000, but since I feel a certain affinity with you, I'll let you have it for 8,000. The man replied. Oh, then I suppose I owe you my gratitude, Qin Feng said, his gaze growing increasingly icy. It was evident that this middle-aged man had mistaken him for an easy target. Selling a map that should be free for 8,000 was an absurd attempt to exploit him, he thought to himself. At this moment, the middle-aged man noticed the shift in Qin Feng's demeanor, and his smile gradually faded. Since you've seen through my ruse, I have no need to conceal anything further, he said, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe, ultimately lingering on a black wristband adorning Qin Feng's arm. If you can afford a weapon ring, it indicates that you're not lacking in funds. It would be wise for you to purchase this map promptly. Oh, why has it reverted to 10,000? Wasn't it 8,000? Qin Feng replied with a cold smirk. As for the weapon ring the man mentioned, it was a gift from Director Wang when he purchased weapons at the Alliance building. The weapon ring, akin to a storage ring, contained a small independent space specifically for storing weapons. The 8,000 was the price for that perceptive young brother earlier, not for you, the middle-aged man retorted, his eyes now icy, emanating a palpable sense of danger. Qin Feng remained unperturbed, a sharp glint flashing across his face just as he was about to respond when a sharp voice pierced through the air. Chenmu, are you at it again? Coercing others? The voice belonged to a tall woman clad in black combat attire, who swiftly approached and positioned herself protectively in front of Qin Feng. Chapter 20. The kind-hearted Zhang Qing, all surnamed Chun. It's you? Chenmu's eyes gleamed with malice as he recognized the woman before Qin Feng. Her name was Zhang Qing, and he had deceived her once before, but that had been the only time. As her level had risen, He had wisely refrained from antagonizing her again, yet he was taken aback by her defense of a newcomer. If it were just Zhang Qing alone, he would not have feared her, but now she was backed by a 5-member team. Cautious in his approach, he opted not to escalate the matter further, merely snorting in disdain. Humph, kid, consider yourself lucky. However, you can evade the initial encounter, but not the inevitable. Best not to leave the base for the next few days, or else. Heh. With a couple of derisive laughs, Chen Mu turned on his heel and departed. Another unfortunate newcomer had fallen under Chen Mu's scrutiny. It seemed there was more drama to unfold. The young man ought to simply part with the 8,000 and avoid misfortune. Chen Mu had recently advanced to the 2nd tier. While this newcomer appeared to have just broken through to the 1st tier, his fate was sealed. Strength was one aspect. Yet it was well known that Chen Mu dared to engage in such dealings within the base because he had powerful backing. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby. Linghai City was merely a small town, and the awakened individuals within the base were not particularly strong. 2nd-tier individuals were already considered formidable, while newcomers like Qin Feng, who had just arrived, were predominantly 1st-tier, clearly no match for Chen Mu. Hearing the murmurs around them, Zhang Qing's expression shifted slightly as she turned to Qin Feng and said, "Though Chen Mu often engages in unscrupulous dealings, he is not to be underestimated. For your safety, it would be best to remain within the base for now. Fighting is prohibited here, and even he would not dare to act against you directly. Thank you." Although Qin Feng was not intimidated by Chen Mu's threats, he felt a measure of gratitude towards the girl for her timely intervention and advice. There's no need for thanks. Chen Mu has a penchant for preying on newcomers. I too fell victim to his schemes once, Zhang Qing replied, waving her hand dismissively. Isn't there any oversight from the base's authorities regarding his behavior? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing hesitated momentarily before stepping closer and speaking softly. Chen Mu has powerful connections within the base, which emboldens him to act as he does. Rumor has it that one of his protectors is an administrator of the base. Xiao Qing, time is running short. We must submit our mission, a teammate called out to her. Zhang Qing responded promptly, then turned back to Qin Feng with one last warning. Remember, do not leave the base in the next few days. What a genuinely kind-hearted girl. Watching Zhang Qing and her team depart, Qin Feng nodded to himself. In any world, good souls are a rarity. Those who have weathered storms do not always think to shield others, but often plot to dismantle the umbrellas of others. Just as in that prior scene, it was evident that among the onlookers, many had likely also fallen victim to Chen Mu's schemes. Yet they chose to remain silent, reveling in his mischief rather than intervening. Only Zhang Qing had stepped up. Such virtue was exceedingly rare in this world. However, what Zhang Qing likely did not realize was that from the very beginning, Qin Feng had never regarded Chen Mu as a threat, merely a newly ascended 2nd-tier awakened one, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the chaotic divine thunder. Having received the free map of the areas surrounding the base from the administrative office, Qin Feng also procured a tactical backpack with the largest capacity available. As for the healing liquids and energy bars sold within the base, he had already purchased them at the Alliance building. Once everything was prepared, Qin Feng unfurled the map and began to examine the surrounding areas. The map delineated 4 regions, A, B, C, and D, with region A being the most perilous, primarily inhabited by late-stage 2nd-tier beasts, and even the occasional 3rd-tier beast. To ensure his safety, Qin Feng decided to set his sights on region C, where only 1st-tier beasts roamed. He planned to hone his combat skills there before venturing onward. With a target in mind, Qin Feng strode toward the base's exit. As was the case upon entry, a lengthy queue awaited him at the base's exit. There are solitary wanderers akin to Qin Feng, as well as small groups of 3 to 5 individuals, all of whom are awakened ones preparing to venture beyond the city to hunt ferocious beasts. The crowd is indeed substantial. Qin Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet he adhered to the rules, quietly positioning himself at the back of the line. Hunting these ferocious beasts not only allows for the redemption of rewards within the base, but also enables the sale of materials obtained from the beasts at a handsome price. This is precisely why countless awakened ones embark on expeditions into the wilderness. After all, humanity and these beasts are natural adversaries, and there is no sense of guilt in slaying them. One can only hope that the ferocious beasts in this vicinity have not been completely eradicated. Just then, a rough voice boomed from the back of the crowd. "Make way for me." Qin Feng turned his head at the sound. A small team of 5 emerged at the rear of the line, led by a haughty young man. Under his leadership, the team brazenly cut in line, advancing to the front without a hint of shame. Among those queuing were numerous awakened teams, several of which were undoubtedly stronger than the one led by the young man. Yet, to the surprise of many, those teams acquiesced to the young man's audacious act. Even the staff members turned a blind eye. Well, at least they know their place. The young man chuckled lightly, before leading his team away from the base and into the wilderness. Shortly after their departure, a clamor erupted. How arrogant! What is so impressive about him? Just relying on his wealthy uncle. If it weren't for his uncle, I would have smashed him to pieces by now. A few voices began to grumble, and soon Qin Feng understood the situation. The young man's name was Qin Feng, a late-stage first-tier awakened one whose strength was merely average within the base. However, his uncle, Qin Jun, was a third-tier powerhouse and one of the base's administrators. Qin Jun was exceedingly indulgent towards his nephew and had already made arrangements within the base. Qin Jun, Qin Feng, Qin Mu? This cannot be mere coincidence. Qin Feng mused inwardly. Never mind, I hope I don't attract their attention, otherwise, it matters not who your uncle is. Chapter 21, Superior Combat Awareness Outside the Base. Brother Feng, shall we not take action against that brat now? A lean middle-aged man named Qin Mu spoke respectfully to the young man. The young man was indeed Qin Feng, and despite Qin Mu being nearly twice his age, he showed no discomfort in addressing him as brother. If we strike him down now, it would only benefit him as free labor. In a few days, when he returns to the base, he should have collected quite a few beast crystals, which will all end up in our hands, Qin Feng said with a sinister grin. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin was initially taken aback, but quickly donned a smile. Haha. Indeed, Brother Feng thinks ahead. Very well, you should return and keep an eye on those newcomers. If any suitable targets arise, take action without hesitation. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling his companions to depart the area. Damn, this brat really leaves no room for others. Qin Mu muttered to himself as he watched them leave. He sold maps to newcomers merely to make a little pocket money. As for awakened ones, 10,000 xia coins was hardly a significant sum. Even if he occasionally encountered resistance, it would only amount to a lesson learned. But the value of beast crystals was entirely different. Everyone knew that the most valuable possession on a ferocious beast was its beast crystal. Seizing someone's beast crystal was akin to robbing them of their fortunes. However, that young man certainly didn't appear to be an easy target. Qin Mu thought of Qin Feng, but shook his head. What did it matter if he was not a soft target? He had a powerful uncle. Good luck to you, lad. At the base's exit. So young? The staff member was slightly surprised at the sight of the handsome young man before him, but said nothing further and allowed him to pass. The young man was none other than Qin Feng. Upon exiting the base, he found himself before a passageway stretching several meters long, leading into the wilderness. Soon, Qin Feng stepped out into the vast expanse of the wild. Ferocious beasts, here I come. After confirming his direction, he strode forward. Before long, a dense thicket of trees appeared before him. This was the C-tier area. Upon arriving, Qin Feng's expression turned serious. It was his first venture into the wilderness, and he felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. Suddenly, the grass ahead rustled slightly. Qin Feng looked up to see two dark figures darting out from the underbrush, rapidly approaching his position. Black Magic Rabbit, early stage first tier. With a mere glance, Qin Feng discerned their type and rank. Without a trace of panic, he seized the opportunity and swiftly threw two punches, dispatching the two Black Magic Rabbits with ease. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying an early-stage Black Magic Rabbit, earning 5,050 evolution points. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind. It seemed that as my combat power escalates, the evolution points gained from slaying opponents of the same tier diminish. He recalled that just yesterday in the martial arena, he had earned around 40 points for defeating late-stage awakened ones, yet now, early-stage first-tier foes only yielded 50. Under such circumstances, he would need to slay a few more. Stepping forward, he retrieved a dagger from his tactical backpack and extracted the beast crystal from the Black Magic Rabbit, placing it into his backpack. Without lingering, he quickly departed the scene. Half an hour later, with a resounding thud, a giant dog, towering as high as a person, collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Beside the massive canine stood a tall figure, Qin Feng, including this late-stage first-tier bloodfawn dog. He had only encountered 3 ferocious beasts in the last half hour. It seemed the beasts in this vicinity had already been thoroughly hunted. Furrowing his brows, he hesitated briefly before deciding that remaining here was a waste of time. He would head directly to the B-tier area. He had not even needed to use his powers to defeat the late-stage bloodfawn dog. Roughly estimating, Qin Feng felt that if he were to fully unleash the Chaos Divine Thunder, his combat prowess would at least reach mid-second tier, and even ordinary late-stage second-tier opponents might not stand a chance against him. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng resolved not to delay any longer. Extracting the beast crystal from the bloodfawn dog, he then gathered his strength and swiftly plunged deeper into the forest. 10 minutes later, as he delved further in, a massive creature materialized before Qin Feng. It was a flame leopard, measuring over 2 meters in length, its body covered in fiery red fur. Early stage second tier, flame leopard. Thanks to his education at school, Qin Feng recognized the ferocious beast before him. Roar! Upon seeing the human presence, The flame leopard did not charge in like the early-stage ferocious beasts, but instead let out a low growl of warning, its beastly eyes fixed intently on Qin Feng. Humph. This creature has the audacity to gauge its opponent, Qin Feng scoffed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his icy gaze. As the tier of the ferocious beasts rises, so too does their intelligence. Experts have studied that fifth-tier beasts possess intelligence comparable to that of a human child of around 10 years. As for those myriad races, they possess a cunning intellect akin to that of beasts, much like the Spirit Seed clan, which, upon their birth, already exhibit the wisdom of fully grown adults. Roar. In the arena, after a brief bout of probing, the fire leopard gradually became exhilarated, realizing that the human before it was the weakest adversary it had ever encountered. With a low growl, the fire leopard unfurled its gaping maw, its robust limbs surging with power as it charged toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression hardened, his body gradually tensing. Confronted with an opponent like the fire leopard, he felt a surge of excitement. His blood surged and a formidable aura emanated from him. Just as the fire leopard lunged at him, he swiftly descended, evading the attack of its two lethal claws and positioning himself at the beast's abdomen. With a fierce glint in his eyes, his right hand formed a blade-like grip, and he swiftly slashed forward. Thunderclap. Zing. Zing. Blue arcs of electricity instantly enveloped his hand, resembling a blade of thunder. With a swift motion, the thunder blade sliced through the air, cleaving a gaping wound in the fire leopard's abdomen. In the next instant, crimson blood gushed forth from the wound, while Qin Feng had already darted aside. Roar. The gaping wound caused the fire leopard to emit a pained howl, before it staggered and collapsed to the ground. The fire leopard's vulnerability lay in its abdomen. Had the strike landed elsewhere, Qin Feng's attack would not have achieved such devastating results. Huff. Qin Feng exhaled, his tensed body gradually relaxing. He stepped forward to collect the fire leopard's beast crystal before turning to depart. As he walked, he reflected on the battle that had just transpired. The actions he took in the moment the fire leopard lunged at him were almost instinctual. Before awakening his abilities, he could never have reacted with such speed. It appears that the Chaos Divine Thunder has bestowed upon me a comprehensive enhancement, not only in the prowess of my abilities and cultivation talent, but also in my combat awareness, which is equally exceptional. Chapter 22. Ambushed by the Celestial Sect? Huff. Huff. Within the dense thicket, a colossal beast, nearly 4 meters in size, fixated its fierce gaze upon a figure ahead. Its two enormous tusks glinted ominously. A mid-tier second-level tusked wild boar, perfect for honing my skills. Standing opposite the tusked wild boar was none other than Qin Feng, who now wielded a sleek black tang sword, its blade extraordinarily sharp. This black tang sword was a D-grade alloy weapon he had purchased at the Alliance Tower, costing over 100,000 great xia coins. Yesterday's winnings from the martial arts arena had been nearly entirely spent on this blade. The man and beast faced off, but it was the tusked wild boar that made the first move. Its massive form charged at Qin Feng's position like a small mountain. At that moment, Qin Feng felt the ground tremble beneath him. Ripping through the air, the two tusks lunged forward like javelins. In response, Qin Feng pushed off the ground, deftly evading the boar's assault with ease. The tusked wild boar continued to pivot and charge at him, but each attempt was deftly sidestepped. Indeed, the tusked wild boar was a brute force beast. Its size hindered its reaction speed significantly. After several minutes, the boar's onslaught began to wane. Qin Feng, however, remained unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. With my reflexes alone, I can contend with a mid-tier second-level beast. If I were to master a maneuvering combat technique, my prowess would be even more formidable. Qin Feng mused internally. He then raised his gaze toward the tusked wild boar, a fierce glint flashing in his dark eyes. It's about time. As Qin Feng's eyes locked onto the beast, the tusked wild boar let out a furious roar, its massive body taut like a bowstring, launching forward. This time, Qin Feng chose not to evade. Instead, he gripped the black tang sword, a surge of ferocious energy coursing through him. Crack! Crack! The sound of thunder erupted within the arena as visible blue arcs of electricity surged from his palm, coiling around the black blade. Thunderstrike! With the black sword in hand, he propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, charging head-on toward the tusked wild boar. Splurt! A spray of crimson erupted as the boar's immense body shuddered, followed by a sharp pain emanating from its abdomen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before it could react, several more slicing sounds echoed as the electrically charged blade, akin to a lightning cleaver, struck fiercely against the wild boar's frame. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, the massive creature collapsed to the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Compared to the thunderclap, the damage dealt was somewhat lesser, but the advantage lay in the speed of the attack. Qin Feng murmured to himself, The Thunder Strike was a technique he had acquired during his battle against the woman who had attempted to assassinate him just the previous night. With his efforts, aided by his evolution points, he had successfully mastered it to perfection. After stowing the black sword in his weapon ring, Qin Feng stepped forward to retrieve the beast crystal. Bang! Just then, a sound of slicing air resonated behind him. Sensing danger, Qin Feng swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a massive boulder that crashed down where he had just stood. Your reflexes and combat prowess hardly resemble that of a first-level awakener's. A gruff voice called from behind. Qin Feng turned, his gaze icy. He beheld a burly man with a rugged yet amiable appearance, wielding a nearly 2-meter-long broadsword, its silver blade gleaming menacingly. I must say, young man, possessing such formidable strength at your age marks you as a genius. Though the words were complimentary, a fierce glint flickered across the man's otherwise affable face. Hand over the beast crystal and sever an arm. I may allow you to leave unharmed. Killing and robbing. Do you not fear the law enforcement team will pursue you for this? Qin Feng's expression remained cold. Heh, the law enforcement team? You are indeed naive, young man. Hunting ferocious beasts is fraught with peril. It is not uncommon for a first-level awakener to perish in the wilderness. The man scoffed, raising his broadsword and pointing its edge toward Qin Feng. Young man, you would do well to make your choice swiftly. I have no time to waste on you. Qin Feng furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend the man's intentions. He had only arrived in the wilderness less than half a day ago, and his collection of beast crystals barely amounted to 10, most of which were first level. Such a meager haul could hardly entice a man of the late second level to covet it. Wait, his target is not the beast crystals, it is me. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Qin Feng, his eyes widening. You are from the Celestial Sect? Oh, you figured it out. The man, caught off guard by the revelation, revealed a sinister smile. Now that you have discerned my identity, you cannot be allowed to live. The reward for eliminating a talent like you is substantial. With that, the man wielded his sword with both hands, channeling his strength to unleash a powerful downward slash. Hurricane slash. On the silver-white blade, wild wind spiraled, resembling a cutting gust of wind, fiercely cleaving towards Qin Feng. Confronted with the man's assault, Qin Feng's expression turned grave, and he dared not be careless. Gripping the obsidian blade tightly, his internal energy surged, and the chaotic divine thunder was ignited in an instant. Crackle! Crackle! Exploding blue arcs of electricity surged forth from his body, enveloping him entirely, and in the next moment, Qin Feng's form darted through the air like a bolt of lightning. While evading the attack, he launched himself toward the man from the side. Goodness, such rapid reflexes. The speed of Qin Feng's offensive caught the man off guard. However, being a late-stage Tier 2 awakened, he quickly regained his composure. With a whoosh, an invisible whirlwind enveloped him, and his robust physique became incredibly agile, allowing him to narrowly evade Qin Feng's strike with a slight sidestep. Thunder strike. Zap. Yet, before the man could exhale in relief, a blue radiance reflected in his pupils. The obsidian blade, wrapped in blue arcs of electricity, hurtled toward him like a flash of lightning. In a moment of panic, the man frantically activated his wind attribute ability, attempting to dodge this attack. Uffed. Nonetheless, he was a step too late. The black blade grazed his shoulder, splattering a spray of crimson. Ugh! The intense pain elicited a cry from the man. It was astonishing that, despite being a late-stage Tier 2 awakened, he could be injured by a mere Tier 1 awakened. Could he be an S-rank ability user? Clutching his shoulder, the man retreated hastily, his eyes filled with dread. Chapter 23. Counterattack, Cultivation Points. The Celestial Sect is an organization formed by those who have betrayed humanity and allied themselves with various races. Those who join the Celestial Sect are all vicious individuals, taking pride in hunting down the talented of humanity to become the lapdogs of other races. In turn, these races support the Celestial Sect to undermine humanity from within, pouring in vast resources and establishing various reward mechanisms, including one that promises the blood essence of various races to anyone who successfully hunts a human genius. Merging with the blood essence of other races not only enhances an awakened's power, but can ultimately lead to a complete transformation, allowing them to become a part of those races. However, to Qin Feng, the members of the Celestial Sect are merely a bunch of fools, nothing but pawns for the other races. The idea of absorbing the blood essence of other races and becoming one of them is nothing but a delusion. Crackle! Crackle! Qin Feng gazed coldly at the man before him, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Regardless of whether this individual was indeed a member of the Celestial Sect, the moment he attacked, Qin Feng could not allow him to depart unharmed. I miscalculated. This kid's ability level is at least A rank, perhaps even S rank. I must leave this place quickly. The man realized the disparity in combat power between himself and Qin Feng. and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Naturally, Qin Feng would not allow him to escape. With lightning flickering around him, he unleashed the full force of the chaotic divine thunder. Crackle, crackle. The terrifying roar of thunder erupted from him, and Qin Feng pointed his finger. Boom. A bolt of blue lightning, as thick as an infant's arm, surged forth from him, striking the man with tremendous force. The man, struck by the lightning, froze in place. Crackle, crackle. The explosive arcs of electricity ravaged his insides, completely obliterating his vitality. In the end, the man didn't even have the chance to unleash his ultimate technique, the celestial transformation, before he was reduced to a charred corpse. Energy expulsion, S-rank ability. The last 8 words flashed through the man's mind before he lost consciousness entirely. It is well known that Tier 1 Awakened can only utilize their abilities at a basic level, while Tier 2 Awakened can attach their abilities to weapons or their bodies to enhance their power. Only Tier 3 Awakened can project their abilities outward to harm enemies. However, there is an exception, the S-rank ability. From the moment of awakening, an S-rank ability can project outward to harm foes, with a striking power that far exceeds the Awakened's inherent strength. Had the man known that Qin Feng possessed an S-rank ability, he would not have dared to confront him even if given 100 chances. Haha. Qin Feng gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The man was a late-stage Tier 2, while he was merely at the early stage of Tier 1. Crossing such a significant boundary, he stood no chance without the formidable strength of the chaotic divine thunder. At this moment, his internal energy and ability were nearly depleted. In truth, had the man chosen to engage him directly, he would have had a considerable chance of survival, if not defeating Qin Feng outright. After dispatching the man, Qin Feng did not linger, swiftly departing. The Celestial Sect is a vast organization, and it was likely that there were others nearby. In his current weakened state, encountering another person of the same cultivation level would pose a grave danger. As he left, Qin Feng retrieved a beast crystal from his backpack, activating his innate ability. Infinite Devour. The beast crystal was instantly shrouded in black light, and a warm energy surged into his body, replenishing the blood energy he had just expended. Swish, swish. Moments later, a man and a woman appeared at the location where Qin Feng had been. What is this? Old Wu's corpse. The lanky man approached the charred body, a sneer escaping his lips. The woman accompanying him also displayed a look of disdain. Just a waste. Well, since Old Wu has fallen, the task falls to us. The lanky man spoke slowly. The Protector has issued a strict order to find the person who triggered the anomaly in Linhai City yesterday. He is even prepared to come to Linhai himself. As he spoke, the slender man and the woman nodded in agreement, swiftly departing the scene. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already arrived at a concealed location, absorbing the beast crystal to replenish his energy. Half an hour later, a pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly snapped open, blue arcs of lightning flickering within. A robust aura emanated from Qin Feng. During this half hour, he had absorbed 3 early-stage Tier 1 beast crystals, restoring his expended blood energy to its former state and replenishing a significant portion of the chaotic divine thunder's power. At this moment, the terrifying prowess of his innate ability, Infinite Devour, began to manifest. For an ordinary awakened, recovering from such a state, even with the supply of energy liquid, would take at least half a day. Yet he had achieved this in just half an hour, and that was under conditions where he had to be discreet to avoid drawing too much attention. Had he activated Infinite Devour to its fullest extent and directly consumed Tier 2 beast crystals, that time would have been halved. Once his body was restored, Qin Feng focused his thoughts and opened the system panel. Name: Qin Feng. Ability: Chaotic Divine Thunder, S. Scarlet Fire, F. Level: Early Stage Tier 1. Vitality: 130. Mentality: 33. Physique: 11. Ordinary Body. Breathing Technique: Thunder Spirit Breathing Method, Perfection. Combat Skills: Thunder Fist, D. Perfection. Angry Thunder Strike, C. Perfection. Fire Fist, C. Perfection. Innate Ability: Infinite Devour, Level 1. Capable of absorbing any attribute of energy to enhance cultivation. Evolution Points: 350. Although the energy from the 3 beast crystals was entirely consumed for recovery, his vitality had still increased, reaching 130. The number of evolution points had also soared to an unprecedented height of 350, nearly 100 of which were generously bestowed by the man he had just slain. At this moment, Qin Feng began to contemplate how to allocate these evolution points. The Thunder Spirit breathing method had reached a minor success after exhausting the cultivation attempts inscribed on the Jade Slip yesterday, and subsequently, he directly utilized evolution points to achieve perfection. However, Qin Feng now recognized a dilemma. With the innate ability of Infinite Devour at his disposal, he could elevate his cultivation merely by consuming beast crystals or directly allocating points. Thus, At this stage, the breathing technique appeared to provide him with minimal assistance. In terms of combat skills, he had also essentially attained perfection. Now, besides the ferocious beasts, individuals from the celestial god sect had also emerged in this wilderness, necessitating an enhancement of combat strength. He resolved to elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the first rank. Internally, Qin Feng swiftly made his decision. He began allocating points, quickly depleting his evolution points, and once more felt a surge of vitality within him. The 350 evolution points had propelled his vitality by 35, bringing it to 165. Now only a short distance from the mid-stage of the first rank, he continued to consume beast crystals. Chapter 24. Return to base. Blocked. Boom. Boom. After devouring a second-rank beast crystal, a resounding explosion echoed from within Qin Feng. The robust power of vitality surged like a tidal wave, rolling through his body. In that instant, he felt an intense heat coursing through him, accompanied by a throbbing pain in his limbs. Rip! With a sound of tearing fabric. His shirt was instantaneously ripped apart by his expanding physique. Nearly a minute later, the violent energy within him gradually stabilized, and Qin Feng reverted from a muscular figure back to his original handsome form. He had reached the mid-stage of the first rank. Feeling the formidable vitality within him, a smile unfurled across Qin Feng's face. He was gradually becoming enamored with the sensation of becoming stronger. Nothing was more intoxicating than witnessing his own power increase. 3 days later, a figure radiating a fierce aura swiftly darted through a thicket. With a cold expression and obsidian eyes narrowing slightly, he exuded an oppressive chill. This figure was none other than Qin Feng. Compared to 3 days prior, his demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. The student-like aura had completely vanished, and he now resembled a seasoned hunter accustomed to confronting ferocious beasts. You shall not escape so easily. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly murmured, "Zzz, zzz." In the next instant, a flurry of electrical currents crackled around him, and blue arcs of electricity, the thickness of a thumb, danced around his body. Enhanced by the power of lightning, Qin Feng propelled himself off the ground, resembling a bolt of lightning as he sped forward. Ahead, less than 200 meters away, loomed a massive shadow. It was a feline creature covered in black scales. The black scale cat, a late-stage second-rank ferocious beast, though it was referred to as a cat. Its size approached 2 meters, significantly larger than an ordinary tiger. Meow. Sensing the commotion behind it, the black scale cat let out a fierce cry and accelerated its pace. Sprinting ahead. Humans are indeed cunning. They appear weak, yet possess terrifying combat strength. This was the thought racing through the black scale cat's mind. Initially, upon sensing that Qin Feng was only at the first rank, it had approached to provoke him, but it never anticipated being utterly overpowered by Qin Feng's combat prowess. If not for its swiftness, it might have already faced defeat. Whoosh! Just then, a blue figure shot forth like lightning from behind, intercepting the black scale cat. It was Qin Feng. He beckoned the black scale cat with a finger, a playful smile gracing his lips. This black scale cat was the strongest second-rank ferocious beast he had encountered in recent days, exhibiting extraordinary prowess in both close-quarters combat and reflexes. A surge of battle intent welled up within Qin Feng as he extended his right hand, and amidst the rolling vitality, a black blade materialized in his grasp. Hiss! Realizing it could not escape, the black scale cat revealed its ferocity, baring its sharp fangs. Whoosh! In the next moment, the black scale cat propelled itself forward with tremendous force, its massive form hurtling toward Qin Feng. Sensing impending danger, Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly as he thought. So that's why your courage has surged. Reinforcements have arrived. Whoosh! Qin Feng's figure flickered, swiftly evading to the right. Simultaneously, 2 shadows appeared where he had previously stood. 2 black scale cats. Meow, meow. After exchanging calls, the 2 black scale cats fixed their gazes upon Qin Feng. Their beastly eyes glimmered with a menacing light. Whoosh! In an instant, one of the black scale cats transformed into a shadow and charged at Qin Feng, while the other prowled about, waiting for an opportunity. Facing 2 late-stage second-rank ferocious beasts, Qin Feng felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. Crackle! Crackle! The chaotic divine thunder surged forth from him, a cacophony of thunderous roars emanating from his body. As he pivoted, evading the black scale cat's assault, he unleashed a powerful strike forward. Angry thunder strike. The explosive lightning enveloped the black blade, transforming into a radiant arc of thunder that struck fiercely toward the black scale cat. Whoosh! However, at that moment, another shadow darted out, as the second black scale cat launched an attack on Qin Feng. Naturally, he would not choose to endure the blow, sidestepping the strike. He swiftly retreated to create distance. The ensuing battle saw 1 human and 2 beasts entwined in combat. The two black-scale cats executed their offense and defense with remarkable synergy, creating considerable trouble for Qin Feng. Nevertheless, bolstered by his superior combat awareness, Qin Feng quickly adapted, gradually gaining the upper hand as time wore on. Seizing an opportunity, he harnessed the power of the chaotic divine thunder to summon a bolt of lightning, severely injuring one of the black-scale cats. In an instant, that black-scale cat was charred black, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The remaining one ultimately met the same fate beneath Qin Feng's blade. Subsequently, he approached and extracted the beast crystals from both black-scale cats, stowing them in his tactical backpack. After 3 days of hunting, his tactical backpack was now bulging with a plethora of crystals. A rough estimate revealed at least several dozen beast crystals within. This should suffice. These beast crystals are enough for me to cultivate to the college entrance examination level. Qin Feng murmured to himself, then turned to make his way toward the forest's edge. With less than half a month remaining until the college entrance examination, he had ample time to absorb all these beast crystals. Qin Feng possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to elevate his cultivation to the second tier before the college entrance examination. By then, he will be capable of merging with the Crimson Lotus Flame. A second tier awakened with dual S-rank abilities should be more than sufficient to secure the title of top scholar in Jiangnan province. Prior to venturing into the wilderness, Qin Feng had researched last year's top scholar, who was also a second tier awakened with S-rank abilities. Although he has yet to encounter any other awakened with S-rank powers, Qin Feng is resolute. In terms of equal standing, he fears no one, even if his opponent possesses the same level of ability. On his way back, Qin Feng encountered other awakened individuals. As they caught sight of the bulging pack on his back, a glimmer of greed flashed in their eyes. Yet, ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. The sheer number of ferocious beasts he had vanquished was ample proof of his formidable prowess. Such a person was not one they dared provoke. However, just as Qin Feng approached within 2,000 meters of the base entrance, a small team of awakened appeared in his line of sight. This 5-member squad, each burdened with a bulging backpack, was led by a haughty youth named Qin Feng. Upon noticing them, Qin Feng furrowed his brow but chose not to dwell on it. Should these individuals dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. At that moment, Qin Feng also noticed Qin Feng, particularly the pack on his back, which caused his eyes to light up. He promptly raised his hand to signal a burly man beside him. You go and seize his pack. If he dares to resist, take action without hesitation. Qin Feng's voice was not hushed, and not only Qin Feng heard him, but also several passing awakened. However, this scene seemed all too familiar to them, prompting them to quicken their pace and leave the area. Some well-meaning individuals even cast a glance at Qin Feng, suggesting that he should submit. Chapter 25. Striking first, my lord. We are nearing the wilderness base, where several third-tier awakened reside. Are we truly venturing there to hunt them? In a concealed pathway, a dozen figures materialized, led by a youth clad in black. This youth, named Lin Kai, was affiliated with the Celestial Sect, just like the man Qin Feng had slain. The others accompanying him were also disciples of the Celestial Sect. The responsibilities of their leaders were to safeguard the base's security, and they seldom ventured far from it. As long as we are swift, we can depart before they arrive. In response to his subordinate's report, Lin Kai waved his hand impassively. Old Li and that lecherous fellow have gone to Linhai City on a mission. I cannot afford to lag behind them too much. Completing this job will yield significant merits. And combined with my previous stock, it will be enough for me to exchange for a drop of essence blood. Absorbing a drop of essence blood will elevate my innate potential, making it possible for me to reach the 4th tier. A glint of ambition flickered in Lin Kai's eyes. Like many disciples of the Celestial Sect, Lin Kai's cultivation talent was not remarkable. His ability was merely de rank. Under normal circumstances, he would only reach the 2nd tier. Yet he had already attained the 3rd tier, thanks to the benefits of the essence blood from myriad races. Within the Celestial Sect, all disciples yearned for the essence blood to enhance their talents and combat prowess. However, due to its high demand, essence blood was perpetually scarce within the sect. Only those who had made significant contributions could obtain it. Continue onward. Everyone, stay alert. Upon the successful completion of this task, I will ensure to apply for a drop of essence blood for everyone. Lin Kai's words instantly invigorated those around him, excitement illuminating their faces. Only Lin Kai wore a subtle, cold smile. Meanwhile, the burly man, following Qin Feng's command, approached Qin Feng without further ado. During this time, the man had reveled in the thrill of his exploits, robbing anyone in sight. Many awakened, whose combat strength surpassed theirs, were compelled to yield a portion of their beast crystals, intimidated by Qin Feng's status. Since joining Qin Feng, he had hardly hunted ferocious beasts. The beast crystals he acquired through theft were already sufficient for him to procure substantial resources. In the past, such thoughts had been beyond his imagination. Thus, the team members who followed Qin Feng held immense loyalty to him, even when they were aware that he often led them into unsavory deeds. "Kid, hand over your pack obediently, and I might spare your life," the burly man declared as he reached for Qin Feng's backpack, fully expecting him to respond like those who had come before him, submitting quietly and surrendering the beast crystals. However, in the next moment, a flash of black light darted before him, and he felt a chill at his wrist. A resounding thud followed, and he observed his own hand severed and lying on the ground. Why does that hand look so familiar? The burly man pondered, but the next instant, excruciating pain erupted from his wrist. "Ah!" he screamed, finally realizing that the severed hand belonged to him. What happened to Wang Liang? Qin Feng's brow furrowed upon hearing the scream ahead. Yet, in the next moment, the cry abruptly ceased, and he beheld Wang Liang tumbling backward, a grotesque wound gaping at his neck, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain. The most striking sight, however, was the black-haired youth behind the sanguine spray. With cold, piercing eyes and a black blade in hand, Qin Feng emanated a potent aura of murderous intent. The beast crystals were the fruits of his perilous endeavors. He would never yield them willingly. Rather than await the burly man's theft of his pack, he chose to strike first. After dispatching the burly man, Qin Feng turned to leave, but not before stepping forward to seize the pack from the fallen man. He then swiftly made his way into the depths of the forest. Although he had caught the burly man off guard, for others remained, and all were second-tier awakened. Thus, Qin Feng resolved to avoid confrontation. Useless, utterly useless. Upon witnessing Wang Liang's demise and Qin Feng's escape, Qin Feng was consumed by fury. He believed that Wang Liang's demise was due to carelessness, allowing Qin Feng to launch a successful ambush. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued commands to the remaining three. "What are you waiting for? Pursue him." Qin Feng's words caused the expressions of the three to shift. Their combat strength closely matched Wang Liang's, all at the early second tier. Now that Wang Liang had been eliminated in a single blow by Qin Feng, even considering Wang Liang's lapse in judgment, it was undeniable that Qin Feng possessed the strength to pose a significant threat to them. Moreover, an even more pressing concern was that they harbored some trepidation regarding Qin Feng's identity. It was evident to any discerning observer that Qin Feng was quite young. Such a young prodigy might very well be a scion of a prominent family seeking to hone their skills, or at the very least, a genius from a distinguished institution. The average awakened individual could be disregarded or even eliminated without a second thought, especially under the influence of Qin Feng's status, which would alleviate any concerns. However, if a talent like Qin Feng were to be slain, it would undoubtedly incite an investigation from both the enforcement team and the education bureau. In such a scenario, while Qin Feng might emerge unscathed, the others lacking a powerful background would certainly face dire consequences. "Brother Feng, this youth's identity should not be underestimated," one individual cautioned Qin Feng. Yet, to his surprise, Qin Feng's response was immediate and filled with fury. "Identity? What of it? We are in the wilderness. The death of one here is nothing out of the ordinary. Furthermore, should anything arise, I will bear the brunt of it. What are you afraid of? Follow me, or face the consequences," Qin Feng declared coldly, turning to pursue the direction in which Qin Feng had fled. The remaining three exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow Qin Feng. At this juncture, their only hope lay in Qin Feng's ability to flee swiftly, ideally evading their pursuit entirely. However, it soon became apparent that their calculations were flawed. Within a mere 10 minutes, they caught sight of Qin Feng, though he disappeared into the dense thicket the moment he was spotted. "Split up and pursue him. If we don't eliminate this brat today, I shall take on his surname." Qin Feng's voice brimmed with lethal intent. Chapter 26. B-Ranked Combat Technique, Thunder Spear. Damn it. How can this little brat move so quickly? In the blink of an eye, he's vanished. Within the thick jungle, a voice erupted in frustration. Qin Feng muttered curses under his breath. "Brother Feng, I've heard that recently, some have encountered members of the Celestial Church in this wilderness. Shouldn't we return and regroup with Zhou Hui and the others?" One of his teammates cautiously suggested. They had already scoured the jungle for nearly 2 hours without any sign of Qin Feng. The wilderness was fraught with peril, and having followed Qin Feng, he had long since lost the thrill of confronting ferocious beasts. Coupled with the recent influx of information regarding the Celestial Church, his fear had only intensified. Useless. Qin Feng could no longer contain his ire at the sight of his teammate's demeanor. "Let's head back to the base entrance. This fellow is likely to return to exchange those beast crystals for rewards. As long as we wait at the entrance, we need not fear missing him." With a grumble, Qin Feng turned and made his way out of the jungle, his companions hastily trailing behind. Meanwhile, the other two teammates pondered. "Should we head back, Brother Hui?" "Yes," Zhou Hui replied without hesitation. After wandering through the jungle for 2 hours, their patience had run thin. They would rather endure Qin Feng's wrath than remain any longer. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. With a swift whoosh, a blade wrapped in blue arcs of electricity struck one of them in the chest. Thud! The blade sank into flesh, crimson spraying forth. It's you. The other finally recognized the assailant as Qin Feng. Ugh! Zhou Hui, struck by the black blade, let out a cry of pain, staggering backward. Lightning strike. Seize the moment. Take your life. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng lunged forward, swiftly delivering a second blow that severed Zhou Hui's neck. You killed. The remaining individual appeared utterly stunned, stammering incoherently. Is this the caliber of Qin Feng's entourage? Qin Feng mused, stepping forward to silence him with 2 swift strikes. With no trace of guilt in his heart after dispatching several, he acknowledged that regardless of whether they acted willingly or under coercion, they had initiated the conflict. After securing their backpacks in a concealed location, Qin Feng vanished once more. With only 2 adversaries left, he had no intention of allowing them to escape unscathed. Damn Zhou Hui, is he a fool? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Must I personally seek him out? Qin Feng's expression darkened as he awaited Zhou Hui's return, growing increasingly impatient. Forget them, we're heading back. With that, he turned to leave. However, he soon sensed something was amiss, as the footsteps of his teammates had fallen silent. What is going on? Don't you know? Qin Feng began to chastise, but his words faltered. A familiar visage came into view, and his teammates lay lifeless in a pool of blood. The acrid scent of blood caused Qin Feng's face to change dramatically, but a sinister grin quickly spread across his features. Boy, since you dare to come here, you shall perish. Thunder Spear. Qin Feng formed his fingers into a pistol shape, extending them forward as crackling blue arcs converged at his fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, multiple blue orbs, resembling oversized bullets, erupted from his hand, hurtling towards Qin Feng. Thunder element? Qin Feng's brow furrowed as he swiftly activated the Chaos Divine Thunder, blue arcs enveloping his body as he deftly maneuvered to evade the oncoming blue projectiles. Boom. One orb grazed past him, striking a boulder behind him and shattering it instantaneously with tremendous force. A B-ranked combat technique. Qin Feng's vigilance heightened. Qin Feng's cold laughter echoed as he observed. The only reason I am so brazen within the base is not merely due to my uncle Qin Jun being the administrator, but also because my own strength is formidable. With an A-ranked lightning ability and late-stage second-tier cultivation, alongside mastery of a minor B-rank technique, I can stride confidently within this base. As long as I do not encounter a third-tier awakened individual, I have nothing to fear. My uncle permits my reckless behavior solely because of my innate talent. If you continue to hide, perhaps I might have trouble with you, but now? You are doomed. Qin Feng's countenance bore a constant smirk as he relentlessly channeled his powers, launching successive thunder spears towards Qin Feng. The potency of the B-ranked technique should not be underestimated. Even Qin Feng dared not confront it directly, relying instead on his agility to evade the onslaught. Rubbish is still rubbish. Witnessing Qin Feng's predicament, Qin Feng felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, taunting, what a so-called genius, reduced to this. Yet, he failed to notice that with each of his thunder spear attacks, Qin Feng was observing him intently. Minutes passed. Qin Feng vaguely sensed an anomaly. During this period, although he appeared to dominate the exchange, forcing Qin Feng into a constant retreat, he had not inflicted any substantial harm upon him. On the contrary, it was his own vital energy that was steadily depleting. After all, it was a B-grade combat technique, and even as a late-stage second level, prolonged usage was simply unattainable. Something was amiss, decidedly so. Qin Feng's expression subtly shifted, and just as he found himself mired in hesitation, Qin Feng suddenly darted forward, wielding his black blade at an astonishing speed towards his position. Seeking death, Qin Feng thought, his face hardening as his internal energy surged. He unleashed the thunder spear once more. In response, a faint smile crept onto Qin Feng's face. Just like that, keep going. He swiftly adjusted his stance, evading the thunder spear's assault. Minutes slipped by. At this point, Qin Feng was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Is this guy a monster? He gazed at the expressionless, composed Qin Feng, a flicker of fear gradually manifesting on his face. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply. The thunder spear. Qin Feng slowly uttered the 2 words. Chapter 27, like delivering goods. Impossible, this cannot be. Upon witnessing Qin Feng actually deploy the thunder spear on the spot, disbelief washed over Qin Feng's face. The thunder spear was a combat technique passed down through his family, one that would never be shared with outsiders. No one outside the Qin family could possibly master such a technique. Could it be that he just grasped it? As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Feng quickly shook his head. He would rather believe that Qin Feng had somehow stolen this technique. However, despite his astonishment, Qin Feng knew there was no time for such musings. The thunder spear released by Qin Feng was already upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng unleashed his own thunder spear, and in an instant, the two spheres of azure light collided. Boom. The impact generated a powerful shockwave. Ultimately, however, Qin Feng prevailed, as he had mastered this technique to a minor degree, while Qin Feng was merely a novice. Truly, it was a B-grade technique, even in its rudimentary stage. Its power was already comparable to a perfected C-grade technique. Yet, the rudimentary stage was merely the beginning. A smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips as he concentrated. System. Allocate points. In the next moment, he directed all the evolution points he had accumulated over the past few days into the Thunder Spear. Ding. Consumed 300 evolution points. Thunder Spear reaches minor mastery. Ding. Consumed 500 evolution points. Thunder Spear reaches major mastery. A total of 800 evolution points elevated the Thunder Spear to major mastery. Instantly, insights regarding the Thunder Spear flooded into Qin Feng's mind, as if he had practiced this technique for years, becoming exceedingly proficient. Now let us give it another try. Qin Feng raised his head, a playful smile gracing his features as he looked at the opposing Qin Feng, then lifted his hand, channeling the power of the chaos divine thunder to his fingertips. Ziz. Ziz. Accompanied by a flurry of crackling electricity, a blue thunderball, the size of an adult's fist, coalesced. Whoosh. Under Qin Feng's manipulation, the thunderball surged forward, its speed far surpassing that of the blue light sphere Qin Feng had released earlier, gathering thunder into a sphere at the major mastery level. Noticing this scene, Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Less than a minute had passed since Qin Feng had grasped the Thunder Spear, and he had already attained major mastery. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Qin Feng would never have believed such a spectacle. Flee. In that moment, Qin Feng hesitated not for a second, pivoting to retreat. Thunderstep. In the next instant, arcs of blue electricity erupted from his body, enveloping his legs. Harnessing the power of his ability, his speed surged dramatically. A lightning attribute movement technique. At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes lit up at the sight, a smile breaking across his face. Watching Qin Feng's retreating figure, Qin Feng felt increasingly delighted. To him, it seemed as if the other was delivering goods. To not squander Qin Feng's good intentions, he decided to allow him to linger a while longer, even slowing the thunderball's pace to avoid catching up too quickly. Thus, the tide of battle turned, roles reversed. Qin Feng transformed from the prey into the hunter, while Qin Feng became the panicked quarry. Damn it, what on earth is this guy? Qin Feng's face darkened with anger. He sensed Qin Feng was closely trailing behind him, yet it seemed he had no intention of ending his life. After a tense chase lasting several minutes, Qin Feng finally halted, completely exhausted, his internal energy and ability nearly depleted. Despite this, the expression on his face gradually relaxed. Oh, he has stopped. Just as Qin Feng felt puzzled, Qin Feng's voice rang out. All right, this is about enough. Your strength is commendable. I can assure you that I will not trouble you in the future, and should anything arise within the base, you may come to me. At this point, he had turned to face Qin Feng, a hint of arrogance evident in his expression. In Qin Feng's eyes, the reason Qin Feng had spared him was out of fear for his status, respect for his esteemed lineage. Huh. Qin Feng chuckled, amused by Qin Feng's vivid imagination. However, it was time to end this. Observing the newly learned thunder step, he silently acknowledged its potential. Should I thank you then? No need for thanks. Just avoid me when you see me in the future. Crackle. Crackle. While Qin Feng was speaking, a sudden cacophony of thunder erupted, jolting his pupils wide. Before him, Qin Feng was enveloped in blue lightning, a ferocious aura radiating from him. What do you want? My grandfather is Qin Jun, the manager of the base. I am also the heir of the Jiangnan Qin family. Kill me, and you shall not live either. Only then did Qin Feng fully grasp the gravity of his situation. Yet, even so, he did not beg for mercy. Instead, he invoked his backing, attempting to intimidate Qin Feng. However, it was painfully clear he was overestimating his position. At this moment, regardless of what he said, Qin Feng would not let him escape. For only the dead are the most compliant. Thunder Spear. Without granting Qin Feng another chance to speak, Qin Feng pointed a finger, and the explosive power of lightning surged to his fingertip. Boom. In the next instant, with a thunderous crack, a fist-sized thunderball shot through the air like a lightning bolt. Spare me. Bang. Just as Qin Feng opened his mouth to plead, the thunderball struck his head, instantly obliterating it as if it were a watermelon, rendering him lifeless on the spot. Crackle. Crackle. Simultaneously, countless arcs of blue electricity erupted from the thunderball, cascading onto the headless corpse. In a matter of mere seconds, the body became charred black, the acrid scent of burning flesh wafting through the air. Whoosh. Qin Feng exhaled softly, realizing that his internal vitality and extraordinary powers had nearly been depleted. Although S-rank abilities were significantly more formidable than A-rank ones, His cultivation level was merely at the mid-stage of the first tier. The fact that he had managed to endure this long was largely due to his recent consumption of 2 first-tier beast crystals to replenish his vitality. Otherwise, his condition would have been little better than Qin Feng's. Many had witnessed Qin Feng and his associates surrounding him, and should his superior learn of this fellow's demise, suspicion would undoubtedly fall upon him. As he gazed upon the charred remains on the ground, Qin Feng silently resolved to return to the city. He quickly made up his mind. While this choice would result in the forfeiture of the rewards from the base, it prioritized his safety. Moreover, the quantity of beast crystals he possessed had reached an astonishing level, ample enough for him to indulge for a considerable time. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng no longer hesitated, circumventing the base and heading back to the city from another direction. Shortly after his departure, a group led by Lin Kai, disciples of the celestial sect, arrived near the base, laying an ambush for the awakened individuals coming and going. Chapter 28. The celestial sect's ambush and the base's response. A punch rendered a first-tier combat testing device utterly useless. While still assessing the compatibility of breathing techniques, he shattered the testing crystal. Principal Yang Zirong stared in disbelief at his counterpart. Had it not been for the authority wielded by the latter's superior, he would have exclaimed, "Are you dreaming? You truly cannot be serious." At that moment, Minister Yang furrowed his brow upon witnessing Yang Zirong's expression. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Does your school have a student named Qin Feng? I need to see his records, Minister Yang inquired slowly. He was currently in the principal's office of the first high school. Before long, Yang Zirong retrieved the information regarding Qin Feng from the computer. F-rank dual element of thunder and fire? Could there truly be an error? Minister Yang murmured to himself. Where is this student now? Bring him to me at once. Minister Yang was reluctant to concede defeat, since Meng Xingqian's admission to Xiangjing Martial Arts University 5 years prior. Linghai City had not produced any promising candidates for top-tier martial arts universities. Although this year a few students from the first and second high schools had awakened A-rank abilities, Minister Yang still hoped for more prodigies to emerge from Linghai City. Upon hearing that the leader wished to meet Qin Feng, Yang Zirong wasted no time, immediately calling Qin Feng's homeroom teacher, Old Li. 3 minutes later, Old Li stood side by side with the principal, facing Minister Yang, barely daring to breathe. Bang! With a resounding crash, Minister Yang slammed his palm onto the desk, causing visible cracks to form on its surface. A student has been missing for 3 days. And you have not inquired? Yang Zirong, do you wish to resign as principal? Minister Yang bellowed. You have 2 hours to locate him, otherwise, prepare to join me in the training room. With a fierce glare directed at Yang Zirong, Minister Yang stormed out of the office. When did Qin Feng go missing? Why was I not informed? As soon as Minister Yang departed, the principal turned his accusatory gaze toward Old Li. Old Li felt utterly wronged. Did a student taking a few days off need to be reported to the principal? Had such a rule ever been mentioned before? However, even with tenfold courage, he dared not voice this dissent. Ever since the student learned the thunderclap technique, he had been absent. Left with no alternative, Old Li could only report the truth. Meanwhile, a few meters away from the office, Minister Yang's expression shifted slightly as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Captain Zhang, this is Yang He. Please check if anyone named Qin Feng, just turned 18, has exited the city in the past week. What a bold lad. Daring to venture out alone to hunt ferocious beasts at merely the first tier. If it were any other time, it might have been acceptable, but recently. Blame that stubborn old Zhou for dragging me into a venue inspection that wasted 3 days. With this thought, Minister Yang dialed another number. Immediately head to the wilderness base outside the city to assist Qin Feng. Understood, Minister. In the Alliance building, upon receiving the notification, Wang Ping set off without hesitation towards the outskirts of the city. What do you want? If it's beast crystals, I can offer you some. Before he could finish speaking, a man was shot through the chest, dying on the spot. Killing you means these beast crystals are ours, a middle-aged man wielding a spear coldly remarked. Surrounding him, similarly grim scenes unfolded, as a group of armed assailants overwhelmed an awakened team. The disparity in both numbers and strength led to the swift demise of the entire team amidst pools of blood. My lord, this is the 3rd team we've ambushed. Should we continue? Lin Kai hesitated momentarily before issuing orders. Let us change direction and scout around the base entrance. Lin Kai raised his hand to signal the others, and the group swiftly departed the scene. Shortly after their exit, others arrived, discovering the bodies lying on the ground. This is bad. It's the celestial sect. We must quickly inform the base and request reinforcements. Minutes later, the audacity of the celestial sect to ambush our people around the base was tantamount to seeking death. Within the wilderness base, a burly middle-aged man wore an expression of fury. Upon closer inspection, one would notice his resemblance to Qin Feng. He was none other than Qin Feng's uncle, Qin Shan, one of the base's administrators. Notify everyone. Assemble all second-tier awakened individuals to assist me in dealing with those traitors among the human race. Qin Shan commanded loudly. Under his orders, the awakened individuals within the base began to gather in an orderly fashion. Is there still no news of Xiao Feng? While the team assembled, Qin Shan anxiously inquired of a nearby individual. It was crucial to note that Qin Feng was not only his nephew, but also a prodigy of the Qin family. Any misfortune that befell him would implicate Qin Shan. The queried individual shook his head and replied, Director Chun, we've dispatched 3 teams to search for young Master Chun. But there have been no definitive leads. His words darkened Qin Shan's expression. Damn the celestial sect, he muttered under his breath. Announce that anyone who reports information on Qin Feng will receive 10 bottles of D-rank energy liquid. Whoever finds him will receive 10 bottles of C-rank energy liquid plus my personal favor. Understood. Soon, all second-tier awakened individuals within the base gathered. Following Qin Shan's instructions, word about the search for Qin Feng spread to everyone. The prodigal Qin Feng has gone missing. He deserves it. It would be best if the celestial sect has taken him. Indeed, a parasite of society like him deserves nothing less. Upon hearing the news of Qin Feng's disappearance, most individuals felt a sense of elation. After all, Qin Feng's conduct had long been the source of disdain for these individuals. However, with Qin Shan present, they could only harbor their thoughts in silence. Still no news? Qin Feng expressed his disappointment. He resolved to search the wilderness instead. With this thought in mind, he led the assembled awakening individuals away from the base, embarking on a quest through the desolate landscape. Ostensibly, Qin Shan's mission was to locate the celestial sect members. But in reality, he was seizing the opportunity to track down Qin Feng. Yet, it was evident that he would find nothing, for at that moment, Qin Feng had already been reduced to a charred corpse, ravaged by ferocious beasts. Chapter 29. Encountering the celestial sect's team on a narrow path not far from the entrance of Linghai City, Qin Feng grasped an alloy staff, from which dangled 5 backpacks filled with beast crystals obtained from Qin Feng and his companions. After a rough estimation, including the beast crystals he had personally harvested from slaying ferocious beasts, he calculated that he possessed nearly 200 crystals. Such a quantity, even if all were first-tier crystals, would be worth millions. He contemplated the urgent need for a storage ring. Otherwise, the burden would be too cumbersome. Carrying such a substantial number of beast crystals significantly hindered his pace. It had been almost an hour since he had slain Qin Feng, and he had only traversed less than half the distance. At this rate, he would likely arrive in the city by evening. Yet, he had no better alternatives and could only press on. After several minutes, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and halted. This is too time-consuming. By the time Qin Feng realizes, he will undoubtedly send someone to intercept me, and that would be troublesome. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he scanned the surroundings, eventually fixing his gaze upon a cluster of rocks. This rocky formation spanned hundreds of meters and was composed of dark brown charred stones. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng set forth towards the rock formation. He decided to bury a portion of the beast crystals there, intending to retrieve them later once he had exhausted his current supply. With this in mind, he dug a 2-meter deep pit within the rocky enclave and placed 3 backpacks inside. Now he was left with only 2, one slung over each shoulder. With a load approaching 100 pounds, it posed no strain on his current physique. Just as Qin Feng prepared to exit the rock formation and continue his journey, he suddenly froze in his tracks. A group of over 10 individuals appeared more than 1,000 meters away. Who were they? Qin Feng sensed something amiss. He had been traveling this path for over an hour without encountering anyone, let alone a single ferocious beast. The sudden appearance of so many individuals raised suspicions. Typically, awakening individuals would return to the city from the base, while teams hunting ferocious beasts would not venture here. At that moment, the group also noticed Qin Feng. The heightened senses of the awakening individuals allowed them to detect him easily. This group was none other than Lin Kai and his companions. Send 2 people to deal with him. Although encountering someone here surprised Lin Kai, he swiftly ordered 2 members of his team to eliminate Qin Feng. In his estimation, any awakening individual encountered in such a remote location would not possess high cultivation. Sending 2 second-tier awakening individuals would suffice. Without hesitation, the 2 dispatch members swiftly darted towards Qin Feng's location, while the others continued to follow Lin Kai onward. Could they be members of the celestial sect? As the 2 approached, Qin Feng's vigilance heightened. He did not believe they were coming for idle conversation. Without delay, he turned and sprinted in a different direction. With their numbers exceeding 10 and their strength apparent, Qin Feng, though confident in his abilities, was not naive enough to think he could contend with them all simultaneously. Thus, retreat was his best option. Yet, he did not unleash his full speed. Instead, he gradually released a portion of his vitality, harboring his own plan. They are only first tier. The pursuing duo quickly sensed Qin Feng's vitality, deducing his cultivation level. Instantly, They felt reassured and signaled their confidence to Lin Kai and the others before accelerating their pursuit. Upon receiving the signal, Lin Kai ceased to pay attention to the situation behind and hastened forward with the others. Minutes later, after noting that Lin Kai's group had moved further away, Qin Feng began to slow his pace, feigning exhaustion. The boy's vitality is finally depleted. Observing this scene, the two pursuers felt a rush of excitement and quickened their pace to catch up with him. So young, yet a prodigy. As they drew nearer, they noted Qin Feng's age, eliciting sinister smiles on their faces. For the followers of the celestial sect, slaying younger, awakening individuals brought them a greater sense of accomplishment, especially when faced with someone like Qin Feng, who had achieved first-tier status at such a tender age. Who are you? Qin Feng questioned warily as the two drew closer. We are, one of them replied with a mocking grin, your executioners. Boom. As the words left his mouth, a surge of formidable vitality erupted from him, and he charged towards Qin Feng wielding a sharp sword. The other, perhaps overly confident in his ally, remained stationary, arms crossed, prepared to enjoy the spectacle. Second tier, mid-level. Utilizing the vitality released by his opponent, Qin Feng gauged his cultivation. Whoosh. Just then, accompanied by a sound slicing through the air, the attacker arrived before Qin Feng. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at him. In response, Qin Feng swiftly sidestepped the attack, and with a flick of his wrist, the black blade materialized in his hand. Thunderstrike. With the crackle of electricity, the perfected Thunderstrike was unleashed, resembling a bolt of lightning as it descended violently towards the assailant's chest. From evading the sword strike to executing the Thunderstrike, Qin Feng's movements flowed seamlessly, leaving no time for a reaction. The blade, enveloped in blue arcs of electricity, cleaved into the assailant's chest, causing crimson blood to splatter. Without affording him a moment to recover, Qin Feng swiftly twisted his wrist and delivered another strike, this time aimed at the opponent's neck. Ugh! Bang! The assailant let out a pained cry before collapsing to the ground, life swiftly fading away. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Even the teammates who were merely spectators had yet to register what had occurred when Qin Feng swiftly dispatched his foe. Damn, what a disaster! Without the slightest hesitation, upon witnessing his ally nearly annihilated by Qin Feng, the man turned to flee. Boom. Yet, in the next instant, accompanied by the sound of an explosion, his head exploded like a watermelon. Was it from Lao Ding's side? Meanwhile, Lin Kai and his companions, who had not strayed far, also heard the violent blast. You all go ahead. I will check the situation, Lin Kai commanded swiftly before turning towards the direction of the explosion. Seeing Lin Kai rush forward, the others felt reassured. As a Tier 3 awakened, he was the strongest among them. Chapter 30. Encountering reinforcements at the base. A stroke of luck? Having dealt with the two adversaries, Qin Feng did not linger and promptly dashed in the opposite direction. He was acutely aware that the thunderous roar of the lightning gun had attracted their attention. Thunderstep. Zzz. Zzz. Blue arcs of electricity danced around Qin Feng's legs, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, racing ahead. The thunderstep was a combat technique he had learned from Qin Feng, a C-class agility skill. Prior to this, he had harnessed the power of chaotic divine thunder to stimulate his body with electricity, enhancing his reaction speed and providing a measure of acceleration. However, the energy consumption was far greater than that of Thunderstep, which is why he chose to employ it now. Yet, he also realized that while Thunderstep could significantly boost his speed, it did little to enhance his reaction capabilities. If only the power of Thunderstep could envelop his entire body, both his reaction time and speed would see considerable enhancement. Qin Feng contemplated this in his mind, resolving to experiment once he returned to the city. They were all killed. At that moment, Lin Kai arrived at the scene of the two corpses. Lightning attribute. Gazing at the charred, headless body crackling with blue arcs, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Kai's eyes. His blood surged, and with a powerful push off the ground, he swiftly pursued forward. Boom, boom. With Lin Kai's rapid movements, a series of violent explosions erupted beneath his feet as crimson fireballs detonated. Utilizing the explosive force of the flames, he leapt several meters into the air, quickly closing the distance to just a few hundred meters behind Qin Feng. C-class agility skill. Explosive step. Such speed? Could he be a Tier 3? Noticing the commotion behind him, Qin Feng's brow furrowed, his expression growing grave. Although he had previously slain late-stage Tier 2 ferocious beasts, and even Qin Feng was at that level, it did not mean he could contend with a Tier 3 awakened. Qin Feng understood that the gap between Tier 2 and Tier 3 was vast, not to mention that he was merely at the mid-stage of Tier 1. Even an S-class ability would struggle to bridge the chasm between Tier 1 and Tier 3. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng activated Thunderstep with all his might. Zzz. Zzz. Dense blue arcs crackled around his legs, resonating with thunderous roars. Despite his utmost effort, Lin Kai similarly unleashed his full potential. Boom, boom. As the sounds of fiery explosions echoed, the distance between him and Lin Kai continued to diminish. At this rate, he would be caught in less than 10 minutes. Just then, a team of over a dozen individuals appeared ahead. Seeing them, a contemplative expression crossed Qin Feng's face as he pondered the identity of this newly emerged group. They shouldn't belong to the Divine Church, Qin Feng silently concluded, for although the cult had a considerable number of followers, it was improbable for two of their teams to operate in the same area. The primary reason being that Linhai City was a mere small town, not drawing the attention of the Divine Church. Qin Feng felt his luck should not be so dire. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and immediately altered his course towards the newly appeared team. Simultaneously, members of that team also noticed Qin Feng. Director Chun, there seems to be someone being pursued, and they're heading in our direction. This group was the Awaken team, led by Chen Shan from the base. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Chen Shan turned to look. With his mid-stage Tier 3 prowess, he instantly recognized Qin Feng and the pursuer behind him. Having been preoccupied with concerns for Qin Feng, he initially wished to disregard the situation, but their mission was to seek out the Divine Church's forces. If he chose to ignore it now, it would be unreasonable. Come with me to rescue him. If we confirm they are from the Divine Church, we will engage directly, Chen Shan stated coldly, rallying his team towards Qin Feng's direction. Reinforcements from the base arrived so swiftly. At this moment, Lin Kai also noticed Chen Shan and his group approaching. After a brief flicker of hesitation in his eyes, Lin Kai ultimately decided to retreat. Though confident in his abilities, he recognized that with Chen Shan's larger force, he lacked the assurance to take down the entire team single-handedly. A gamble well played. Upon sensing Lin Kai's retreat, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He needed to hasten his efforts to bolster his strength. Once he reached Tier 2, he would possess the capability to contend even against Tier 3 foes. With this in mind, Qin Feng turned his gaze forward once more. In an instant, his pupils constricted. But it was merely a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. Am I truly this fortunate? Observing the front of the team, he recognized a face somewhat reminiscent of Qin Feng's. Qin Feng's thoughts raced as he identified Chen Shan. At that moment, he felt a surge of gratitude that he had ceased using Thunder Step earlier. Otherwise, Chen Shan might have discerned something amiss. Tier 1? You should return to the base immediately. Do not leave until notified, Chen Shan remarked, casting a brief glance at Qin Feng before averting his gaze. Understood. Hearing Chen Shan instruct him to return to the base, Qin Feng said nothing further and turned back towards the direction from which Chen Shan had come. Let us go. The rabble from the Divine Church should be just ahead. I have notified the city guards to assist us, and we aim to capture them all, Chen Shan declared, leading his group onward after Qin Feng departed. However, he might have overlooked the fact that within his ranks, one individual was deep in thought. I recall that Chen Xiao was attempting to seize the beast crystal from that person earlier. Now that he is still alive, could it be that Chen Xiao was defeated by him? The individual mused inwardly. I must distance myself from them quickly, otherwise, it will be troublesome once Chen Shan catches on. Meanwhile, Qin Feng accelerated his pace, heading towards an alternate direction, one that did not lead back to the base. He was acutely aware that if he returned now, he would become a sitting duck once Chen Shan realized what was happening. At that point, escape would be impossible. Thus, at this moment, distancing oneself from the base is the most prudent choice. Fortunately, there remains a route back to Linhai City. Although the journey is somewhat lengthy, he can hardly afford to dwell on such concerns now. Is that the Thunder Spear? It must be Xiaofeng. At this juncture, Chen Shan has arrived at the site where two disciples of the Heavenly God sect were slain by Qin Feng. Gazing upon the headless corpse, Chen Shan detects a familiar power emanating from it. But when did Xiaofeng cultivate the Thunder Spear to such proficiency? Chapter 31. Chen Shan regains composure. Director Chen. Just as Chen Shan is engulfed in confusion, a figure approaches, whispering a few words. What? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Chen Shan's expression shifts dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he pivots and races toward the direction from whence the figure came. Brother, when will we receive that reward? Upon hearing this, the individual who had just spoken to Chen Shan waved dismissively. Do not fret. Would someone of Director Chen's stature ever shortchange you on energy liquid? All right. Director Chen has urgent matters to attend to. Let us proceed as planned and continue the pursuit of the Heavenly God sect. The individual swiftly redirected the conversation, concluding it before leading the others onward. Crack, crack. A cacophony of thunderous booms erupted from Chen Shan's body as blue arcs of electricity materialized around his legs. This was the Thunder Step. However, unlike the manifestations exhibited by Qin Feng and Qin Feng, the blue arcs encircling Chen Shan resembled genuine lightning. Wherever he traversed, the ground was scorched black by the electric force. At this juncture, he had learned that earlier today, His nephew had seized the beast crystal from Qin Feng. He suspected that Qin Feng's disappearance, even if not directly linked, must be known to Qin Feng in some capacity. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Shan quickened his pace, his towering form resembling a bolt of lightning, swift beyond measure. Minutes later, no, this lad hasn't returned to the base. Qin Shan suddenly realized, halting his forward momentum. With Qin Feng's cultivation at merely the first level, he would undoubtedly be far slower than Qin Shan. Having pursued for over 10 minutes without sight of anyone, it became evident that Qin Feng had not ventured in this direction. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shan turned on his heel. If he had only harbored doubts moments ago, he was now nearly certain that Qin Feng was directly implicated in his nephew's disappearance. The fact that he had appeared on the route leading back to the city might have been an attempt to avoid encountering him at the base. If so, he would surely be devising another method to return to the city. A spark of brilliance flickered in Qin Shan's eyes. To ascend to a managerial position within the base, one must possess significant capability. In truth, had it not been for the limitations of his innate talent, his background and intellect would have propelled him to far greater achievements. Qin Shan's mind raced through various routes back to the city, quickly determining his direction. With a swift motion, he activated the Thunder Step, propelling himself into rapid movement once more. On the other side, the leader has departed? Is it a trap, or what? Lin Kai, having abandoned the pursuit of Qin Feng, chose not to rejoin his team, but instead concealed himself in the shadows, observing the situation. Upon noticing that Qin Shan had detached from his group, he fell into contemplation. 15 individuals, their cultivation averaging mid-second tier. If it were merely that? After a brief hesitation, Lin Kai retrieved a specially crafted communication stone, transmitting information to his companions. The wilderness belonged to the domain of ferocious beasts, and the human race had not constructed signal towers here, rendering mobile communication impossible in the wild. This communication stone, forged from a unique mineral, allowed for sound transmission over a certain distance, making it ideal for relaying messages in the wilderness. Of course, the communication stone was quite valuable, ranking alongside storage rings. As for the Heavenly God sect members, could it be that they saw us coming and were frightened into hiding? Within the base team, discussions erupted after the prolonged absence of the Heavenly God sect. However, some individuals who had previously encountered the sect's methods began to grow wary. It was crucial to note that their strongest member, Qin Shan, was currently absent. If there happened to be a third-tier awakened individual among the Heavenly God sect, they would be in peril. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared directly in front of them. It was Lin Kai. It's that person from earlier. Someone recognized Lin Kai as the one who had pursued Qin Feng. The team halted, tension etched across their faces. The notorious reputation of the Heavenly God sect weighed heavily. And even those who had been so vocal moments ago now wore solemn expressions. Do not let him intimidate you. We are all second tier, and he is but one man. Someone shouted. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, his pupils dilated in shock. Before his eyes, figures began to materialize ahead. Gulp. Goodness. We're in trouble now. Sir, let us engage. Once we deal with them, we shall depart immediately. Lin Kai wasted no time. Once his companions gathered, he signaled for everyone to attack. Damn it, let us go all out. They're merely a bunch of traitorous humans. I fear them not. Soon, both sides clashed violently. Although the base team had the advantage in numbers, the presence of Lin Kai, a third-tier awakened individual, swiftly tipped the scales of battle. Indeed, there he is. Observing the familiar silhouette ahead, Qin Shan's face broke into a smile, and he accelerated his pursuit once more. Has he really caught up? How quick to react. At that moment, Qin Feng also noticed Qin Shan closing in behind him, an alarm ringing in his mind. The pressure from a third-tier cultivator was immense. In that instant, Qin Feng made a startling decision. He halted, turning to face his pursuer, waiting for him. Aware that his speed could never match Qin Shan's, he realized that even at full exertion, he would eventually be caught. Rather than resigning himself to that fate, he chose to fight back. Reaching into his backpack, Qin Feng retrieved a first-tier beast crystal and activated his innate ability, Infinite Devour. In the next moment, a black glow enveloped the beast crystal, and a warm energy surged within him, replenishing the vitality he had just expended. With a flick of his wrist, a black blade appeared in his hand. Crackle, crackle. At this moment, the power of chaotic divine thunder surged through Qin Feng, the explosive arcs of lightning swirling around him, exuding a ferocious aura. Humph, utterly foolish. Tell me the whereabouts of Qin Feng. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's actions, Qin Shan's expression was one of disdain. In his view, with his third-tier cultivation, even an awakened individual with an S-class ability could not possibly defeat him with merely first-tier cultivation. The whereabouts of Qin Feng? You might need to look inside the bellies of those ferocious beasts for that answer. Qin Feng replied coldly. At this point, there is no longer any need for concealment. Even if he remains silent, Qin Shan can surmise certain truths. Chapter 32. Developing new abilities, devouring powers of the same attribute. On the battlefield, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Shan's expression instantly shifted. Although he had harbored suspicions in his heart, the moment he learned of Qin Feng's demise, a heavy dread engulfed him. You are courting death. Yet, in the next breath, an overwhelming fury surged within him. It is crucial to note that despite Qin Feng being his nephew in name, his remarkable talent in cultivation granted him a status that eclipsed Qin Shan's within the family hierarchy, especially considering that Qin Feng's father was the head of the Qin clan. The thought of his cold-blooded brother discovering that his son had perished here sent chills down Qin Shan's spine, as he dared not fathom the punishment he would face. You must die. Qin Shan's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Feng. Thunder Spear. With a mere gesture, a crackling sphere of lightning, as large as a basketball, coalesced at his fingertips. Crackle, crackle. A terrifying aura emanated from the sphere of thunder. The power of the same technique wielded by Qin Feng and Qin Shan was, however, worlds apart. Thunder Spear. Not daring to be complacent, Qin Feng summoned his own sphere of lightning, which flickered with electric brilliance. He has even mastered the Thunder Spear? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Shan's eyes. Their family had a significantly higher probability of awakening lightning abilities due to their bloodline. Moreover, the Thunder Spear was a unique combat technique exclusive to their lineage. Regardless of how you acquired it, you shall die. Qin Shan's expression hardened as he directed the lightning sphere towards Qin Feng. Unyielding, Qin Feng retaliated. Boom. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resounded as the two spheres collided midair, unleashing a ferocious shockwave. Boom, boom. At that moment, two more piercing sounds sliced through the air. Qin Feng looked up, his pupils constricting as he beheld another pair of lightning spheres hurtling toward him from opposite directions. Crackle, crackle. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng's body erupted with electricity, the power of the chaotic divine thunder reaching its zenith. Boom. Under his command, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an infant's arm, burst forth from him, racing towards one of the spheres. Furious thunderstrike. Simultaneously, he gripped his black blade tightly, channeling his strength into a forward slash, where the lightning-enshrouded sword met the sphere in a fierce clash. Sizzle. In that moment of collision, Qin Feng felt a tumultuous force surge through his blade and into his hands. Shatter. Gritting his teeth, he exerted his strength, ultimately cleaving the sphere in two. Sizzle. Sizzle. However, the severed sphere did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into two bolts of lightning that struck his body. Instantly, Qin Feng felt an explosive energy enveloping his surface, a force so potent that it forced him to stagger backward several paces. Hiss. Gritting his teeth against the onslaught of the lightning sphere, he also made an intriguing observation. Perhaps due to his inherent S-rank lightning ability, the damage inflicted by the sphere was not as severe as anticipated. Beyond the initial impact, the overwhelming sensation of explosion quickly waned. The blue arcs of electricity that had swirled around him effectively subdued the power of the sphere. Ding. Detecting the emergence of energy on the surface that shares the same attribute as your ability, Infinite Devour can be activated to directly consume it. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Energy of the same attribute, to be devoured. Is this the development of a new function? For a brief instant, Qin Feng was taken aback, but joy swiftly illuminated his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated Infinite Devour. Instantly, tendrils of black radiance appeared on the surface of his body, and in the blink of an eye, the energy suppressed by the chaotic divine thunder dissipated entirely. In its stead, Qin Feng felt a surge of energy intertwining with the power of the chaotic divine thunder within him. After successfully neutralizing the assault of the lightning sphere, a smile crept onto Qin Feng's face. However, Qin Shan, witnessing the smile on his face, furrowed his brow. Has this boy lost his mind? While he thought this, a sense of vigilance began to stir within him. Despite being merely at the first tier of cultivation, Qin Feng had managed to withstand his attacks consecutively, which was highly unusual. Furthermore, the lightning he had unleashed had shattered one of Qin Shan's spheres. Qin Shan had never encountered a first-tier awakener capable of such a feat. An S-rank lightning ability. He mused inwardly, his expression turning cold. If previously he sought to kill Qin Feng for the sake of avenging his nephew, he now understood that if Qin Feng were to survive, it would be he who faced death in the future. With such an S-rank ability, it was merely a matter of time before the young man achieved mastery. By then, not even Qin Shan's third-tier prowess, nor the entire Qin clan, would suffice to contend with him. Thunder Spear. With this realization, Qin Shan ceased to hesitate, summoning a cacophony of lightning that erupted from his being, emanating a formidable aura. Subsequently, A torrent of crackling electricity surged forth, coalescing into a long spear of lightning before him. Crackle, crackle. The lightning spear radiated an astonishing destructive power, incinerating the ground around it into a scorched wasteland. Come forth. Chun Shan's explosive energy invigorated Qin Feng, who felt a surge of excitement. Now, with the chaotic divine thunder capable of suppressing the opponent's lightning, an infinite devour allowing him to absorb it, he felt emboldened. Faced with Qin Shan, a third-tier lightning awakener, his fighting spirit soared. You ignorant boy, even with your S-rank ability, you shall perish here today. Boom. Under Qin Shan's command, the lightning spear shot forward with breathtaking speed. Resembling a bolt of thunder, confronted with the onslaught of the lightning spear, Qin Feng was not foolish enough to receive it with his body. Even if the chaotic divine thunder could suppress the violent forces within the spear, that was contingent upon his ability to withstand its impact. Boom. Not daring to be complacent, Qin Feng summoned the full might of the chaotic divine thunder. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, surged forth. The blue lightning writhed like a serpent in midair before crashing violently against the lightning spear. Compared to the previous sphere, the spear's assault was evidently more potent. The lightning serpent faltered within mere seconds before being obliterated. However, the spear's ferocious impact was significantly diminished, and when it struck Qin Feng's body, he was only pushed back a few steps. Immediately, his innate divine ability activated once more, and the lightning spear that landed upon him was swiftly consumed by the black radiance, transformed into nourishment for the chaotic divine thunder. I shall see how many more spear attacks you can endure. Witnessing the destruction of yet another lightning spear, Qin Shan was thoroughly enraged. Bolts of lightning began to coalesce one after another, hurtling towards Qin Feng's position. Chapter 33, Blood-Boiling Pill, The Two Frenzied Combatants. Boom. With a thunderous crack, bolts of lightning, resembling elongated spears, tore through the air, racing towards Qin Feng's position with remarkable speed. Thunderstep. Observing this, Qin Feng hesitated not for a moment, his form flickering rapidly as he evaded the onslaught of the lightning spears. When evasion proved futile, he summoned the power of the chaotic divine thunder to shield himself against the strikes. Moreover, he seized the opportunity to absorb the energy from one or two of the lightning spears. Thus, he gradually withstood Qin Shan's relentless assault. Thanks to the replenishment from the lightning spear's energy, his own reserves remained largely intact, allowing him to remain in peak condition. In stark contrast, Qin Shan was already beaded with sweat upon his brow. The lightning spears were classified as B-grade combat techniques, and even as a third-tier awakened being, he could scarcely endure such exhausting demands. Gazing at the seemingly vigorous Qin Feng ahead, Qin Shan's brow furrowed in concern. Although S-grade abilities could inflict harm from the first tier, the energy expenditure was immense. How could a first-tier individual sustain themselves to this extent? Furthermore, how could he withstand the lightning spear's attacks? Could it be that this young man possessed a rare physique attuned to lightning? Qin Shan mused silently. A special physique inherently possessed unimaginable strength. If Qin Feng indeed had a lightning affinity, coupled with his S-grade lightning abilities, his resistance to lightning energy would be formidable. Consequently, it was conceivable that the lightning spears could not inflict significant harm upon him. Realizing this, Qin Shan muttered to himself, and in the next instant, he ceased his barrage of lightning spears and extended his right hand, summoning a pitch-black metallic staff. Zzz, zzz. Blue arcs of electricity coiled around the staff, imbuing it with a ferocious aura. With the staff firmly in hand, Qin Shan swiftly advanced towards Qin Feng's location. He had discerned that if he continued the previous assault, even depleting his internal vitality would not suffice to overcome Qin Feng. Finally coming to his senses, Qin Feng was not taken aback by Qin Shan's actions. After all, he was a third-tier awakened being. Lacking combat awareness would be rather uncharacteristic. With this thought in mind, a faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips. Now that he had had his fun, it was time for him to retaliate. Lightning gun. Raising both hands in a gesture reminiscent of a pistol aimed forward, explosive arcs of lightning coalesced at his fingertips. Bang, bang. In an instant, basketball-sized orbs of lightning formed, tearing through the air with astonishing speed towards their target. Humph. A futile display. Qin Shan scoffed, gripping his metallic staff, and with a decisive motion, he swung it violently at one of the lightning orbs. Boom. The staff collided with the orb, the immense force shattering it, and sending blue arcs of electricity scattering in all directions. With a deft flick of his wrist, Qin Shan shattered another lightning orb. Though the orbs failed to inflict any real damage upon him, they nonetheless slowed his mobility. Boom, boom. Under the relentless activation of the chaotic divine thunder, Qin Feng continued to conjure lightning orbs, one after another. The energies he had absorbed from the earlier lightning spears surged forth in this moment. Damn it. Chun Shan cursed under his breath as he shattered yet another lightning orb, realizing Qin Feng's intention to stall for time. However, he felt utterly powerless against this strategy. Under normal circumstances, he would not have needed to worry about such tactics. Yet now, with the celestial god sect nearby, the city guards would undoubtedly scour the wilderness upon receiving news. Should they witness the unfolding scene, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Moreover, given Qin Feng's extraordinary talent, Qin Shan surmised that the forces backing him were likely formidable as well. No, he must resolve this swiftly. With this thought, Qin Shan's expression hardened, and he produced a pill, placing it into his mouth. Boom. In the next moment, his aura surged dramatically, his vitality swelling like a tidal wave, causing his skin to rupture under the sheer force. Streams of blood welled forth from the surface of his body. This is bad. It's a blood fury pill. Realizing the transformation in Qin Shan, Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The blood fury pill, a D-grade elixir, allowed awakened beings to unleash power surpassing their peak for a brief period, but the cost was steep. The mildest consequence could leave one bedridden for a week, while the severe could damage one's martial foundations, rendering further advancement nearly impossible. Qin Feng had not anticipated that Qin Shan would go to such lengths to eliminate him. Desperate measures. Seeing this, a frenzied expression emerged on Qin Feng's face. He reached back and unzipped his pack, revealing a collection of beast crystals emanating various hues of light. Devour. Qin Feng activated his infinite devour ability, and a sphere of black light appeared, enveloping all the beast crystals. The absorption process was swift. In less than a second, he sensed a warm current manifest within his body. Yet, this warmth rapidly expanded at an alarming rate. Boom, boom. At that moment, the vitality within Qin Feng surged at a terrifying pace. His body began to swell under the strain of the energy, cracks appearing on his skin, with red blood oozing forth. At this moment, Qin Feng bore a striking resemblance to Qin Shan, who had consumed the blood fury pill. Both appeared as if they were drenched in blood. Now, it was time to fight with all his might. A manic grin spread across Qin Feng's face. Crackle, crackle. In the next instant, a cacophony of thunder erupted, as blue arcs of electricity, thick as a baby's arm, swirled around Qin Feng, exuding a ferocious aura. In this moment, Qin Feng unleashed the full force of the chaotic divine thunder without regard for energy consumption. The beast crystals he had just devoured would continuously replenish his energy, allowing him to disregard the depletion within. However, this reckless endeavor would subject his body to immense tearing sensations, and a single misstep could lead to his collapse under the overwhelming energy of the beast crystals. Yet, having reached this critical juncture, Qin Feng could afford no hesitation. Even if he were to be overwhelmed by the beast crystals, it was preferable to being slain by Qin Shan. Lightning gun, lightning spear. With the full force of the chaotic divine thunder at his command, Qin Feng focused his will and simultaneously unleashed both combat techniques. Boom, boom. The lightning orbs and spears coalesced simultaneously, hurtling fiercely towards their target. Qin Shan, consumed by madness from the effects of the blood fury pill, gripped his metallic staff and charged directly at the oncoming lightning orbs and spears. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: to kill Qin Feng. Just as the two engaged in their desperate clash, two figures appeared in the distance. Chapter 34. Reassessing ability levels. Fortunately, they made it in time. At this moment, Wang Ping felt an overwhelming sense of relief as he observed the young man beside him, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from the tremendous exertion. This young man was none other than Qin Feng, gazing at the scorched earth around them and at Qin Shan, who lay gasping for breath. Wang Ping could scarcely fathom the events that had transpired. Wang Ping was no stranger to Qin Shan, the base manager. Occasionally, he would venture out to hunt ferocious beasts, and they had shared brief encounters. Director Wang, perhaps we should first evacuate everyone, and we can devise a plan once they have sufficiently recovered. At that moment, a middle-aged man standing beside Qin Shan spoke up. Zhou Yi, the chief overseer of the Linhai Wilderness Base, was Qin Shan's direct superior. Very well, Chief Zhou. Wang Ping replied with a smile and a nod. He owed his success in locating Qin Feng largely to this Chief Zhou's assistance. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to find someone in such a desolate wilderness alone. However, before departing, his gaze lingered on Qin Shan, and a flash of cold light crossed his eyes. If his suspicions were accurate, then Qin Shan would undoubtedly meet his demise. After administering a healing potion to Qin Feng, he hoisted him onto his back and swiftly headed towards Linhai City. Old Chun, may fortune favor you in this dire moment, he thought, watching Wang Ping's retreating figure. Zhou Yi felt a mix of complex emotions, tinged with a sense of relief. Fortunately, while searching for traces of the celestial sect, he had encountered a team besieged by Lin Kai and his associates. After rescuing a few individuals, He learned of Chun Shan's whereabouts and discovered that Chun Shan was allegedly pursuing a young man. Coincidentally, Wang Ping had sent him a message prior, requesting assistance in locating someone. At the time, he had approached with a sliver of hope, considering that Chun Shan, as the base's administrator, recklessly hunting a young man could have significant repercussions. He quickly made his way to Chun Shan's location and fortuitously ran into Wang Ping. Upon their arrival, they witnessed a fierce struggle between Qin Feng and Chun Shan. Without hesitation, they intervened, fully aware that had they arrived even a moment later, both would likely have become lifeless corpses. Despite only being in the late stage of the first tier, Qin Feng's ability to contend against Chun Shan, a mid-tier third-stage fighter, suggested that a true prodigy was emerging in Linhai. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, after consuming the healing potion, Qin Feng awoke shortly thereafter. Yet, the moment his consciousness returned, he felt intense pain radiating from various parts of his body. Hiss. Even he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Brother Qin, you're awake, Wang Ping said, halting his steps upon noticing Qin Feng regaining consciousness. Thank you, Director Wang. Recognizing the familiar voice, Qin Feng realized he was indeed saved. An hour later, he found himself in the VIP ward of Linhai Hospital, the finest hospital in Linhai City. Not long after his arrival, Minister Yang also rushed to the hospital. Qin Feng had apparently ingested a substance akin to the explosive bloodburst pill, resulting in multiple surface cracks and severe internal organ compression. However, his constitution was relatively robust, and having already consumed the healing potion, he would likely be able to resume normal activities after a night's rest. The hospital director respectfully reported Qin Feng's condition to Minister Yang. Once he has recovered, have him come to the office, Minister Yang instructed Wang Ping before departing. He had other matters to attend to. The Qin family of Jiangnan. No matter how powerful you are, should you dare to extend your reach into Linhai City, I will ensure you pay the price. As he left the hospital, Minister Yang wore a grim expression and pulled out his phone to make a call. The following day, his vitality had reached the late stage of the first tier. Exiting the hospital, Qin Feng engaged in light physical activity and sensed a breakthrough in his vitality once again, with the presence of the chaotic divine thunder. The increase in his vitality did not translate into a significant enhancement in combat strength. This won't do, Qin Feng mused, furrowing his brow as he contemplated his future development. Initially, he had intended to elevate his vitality to the second tier, but following his battle with Chun Shan, he temporarily revised his plan. Vitality was merely one facet of combat strength. It did not encompass everything. If my constitution had been stronger at that moment, perhaps I could have withstood that energy. And I must not neglect the enhancement of my mental faculties, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Solely increasing vitality offered limited combat enhancement. He sought comprehensive advancement. Additionally, he needed to learn more combat techniques. Otherwise, his offensive strategies would remain too singular. Half an hour later, under Wang Ping's guidance, Qin Feng returned to the Alliance building, where he was finally able to meet Minister Yang, a figure he had only seen on television before. I have thoroughly investigated the situation regarding Chun Shan. Rest assured, he will face the appropriate consequences, Minister Yang stated forthrightly. However, be cautious. For Chun Shan is backed by the Chun family of Jiangnan, a lineage that has produced masters in the past, possessing profound influence. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression subtly shifted. A family that had once produced a master was certainly not one he could afford to provoke at this stage. Nonetheless, Qin Feng did not feel overly concerned. It mattered little that the Chun family had once held a master, and even if they currently had a master to protect them. What of it? With the 7th tier qualifying one as a master, Qin Feng held great confidence in himself. Given the presence of the system and his dual S-rank abilities, he would ascend to the rank of 7th tier master in no time. Noticing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, undeterred by the mention of the Chun family's considerable power, Minister Yang nodded to himself in approval. However, you need not be overly anxious. Despite the Chun family's might, Daxia has its own rules. Within the city, they would never dare to act against you. Even outside the city, they would have their reservations and would not overtly target you. Qin Feng instantly grasped the implication behind Minister Yang's words. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Minister Yang shifted the conversation, stating, I have heard that your awakened abilities are of the dual F rank, fire and lightning. Indeed, Qin Feng thought to himself. But he had been prepared for this inquiry and had already devised a response. Yes, my abilities are indeed F rank fire and lightning. However, he began, shifting his tone to one of feigned confusion. It seems that my lightning ability has undergone a transformation, significantly enhancing its power. Qin Feng frowned slightly, pretending to be uncertain about the cause. Then let us retest your ability level, Minister Yang proposed almost instinctively. Chapter 35, a possibility unthinkable to Minister Yang. Indeed, when Minister Yang suggested retesting Qin Feng's ability level, Qin Feng was not surprised in the least. Given his rapid growth in cultivation and combat strength, anyone would harbor doubts. After all, F-rank abilities were widely regarded as the weakest, and based on his performances since awakening, he seemed far from what an F-rank ability could achieve. Understanding that Minister Yang's position would have revealed his identity, Qin Feng nodded, accepting the request for a retest without hesitation. Outside the city this time. Had it not been for Wang Ping's timely arrival, the outcome of his battle with Qin Shan would have remained uncertain, for both of them had nearly reached their limits. It could be said that Wang Ping had saved his life. Wang Ping was dispatched by Minister Yang, and thus Qin Feng felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Upon seeing Qin Feng agree to test his ability level, Minister Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Ping. The latter promptly understood and turned to leave the office without hesitation. At that moment, only Minister Yang and Qin Feng remained. "Follow me," Minister Yang instructed, stepping towards another door in the office, with Qin Feng trailing closely behind. Soon, they arrived at a spacious training room. "This is where I usually train. It is equipped with a B-level formation, so you can test your abilities with confidence," Minister Yang began, gesturing towards an advanced piece of equipment located in the center of the room. "Simply channel your powers into the device." Qin Feng turned to examine the instrument, which appeared even more sophisticated than the previous vitality testing device. Its exterior was forged from a unique alloy, radiating a dark metallic sheen. Without hesitation, Qin Feng stepped forward to stand before the apparatus. Crackle, crackle. In the next instant, a cacophony of thunder erupted from his body, as blue arcs of electricity, as thick as a thumb, danced around him, exuding a ferocious aura. Indeed, though the level remained unknown, the power emanating from him was far beyond that of an F-level ability. Observing Qin Feng enveloped in blue lightning, Minister Yang's eyes shimmered with a glint of brilliance. With his discerning eye, he could immediately tell that Qin Feng's lightning abilities were extraordinary, not to mention F-level powers. Even B-level abilities would struggle to emit such a presence at the first tier. Lightning powers? Could it be that the strange phenomenon from a few days ago was? At that moment, Minister Yang's mind flickered back to the ominous flashes of lightning that had appeared above Linhai City a few days prior. A bold hypothesis took root in his thoughts. Boom. Just then, Qin Feng slightly raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as an infant's arm, surged forth from him. The electricity tore through the air, crashing violently against the instrument. Beep, beep. The device began to emit a rapid series of alarm signals. The previously dim screen suddenly illuminated, revealing a letter that sent Minister Yang into a frenzy of joy. S. An S-level ability. It truly was an S-level. At this moment, Minister Yang was so overwhelmed with excitement, he could scarcely find words. An S-level ability, the highest known classification within the Great Xia to date. Each individual who awakens an S-level ability is considered a prodigy. For one possessing such power, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the esteemed masters revered by countless individuals would merely be the starting point of their journey. Not only was it an S-level ability, but within the elemental category, it was among the most destructive, lightning. Minister Yang struggled to suppress his inner exhilaration, maintaining a stoic expression while his body trembled slightly. It was not due to a lack of experience. Rather, S-level abilities were exceedingly rare, especially in a small place like Linhai City. Since he had taken office as the director of the Education Bureau, he had never encountered a student who had awakened an S-level ability. Approaching retirement, he never anticipated he would witness the emergence of a genuine prodigy. In the future, provided Qin Feng could develop his potential, he would undoubtedly become a pillar for Great Xia in fending off the invasion of myriad races, and Linhai City would bask in the glow of his success. In the past, directors from other cities in Jiangnan province often mocked him regarding student achievements. Whether it was a master emerging from their ranks or a student slaying a beast king, he had never had the chance to interject in such discussions. Just wait. This year's top scholar in Jiangnan province will definitely be from Linhai City, Minister Yang thought to himself, and without delay, he led Qin Feng to test his combat prowess. Taking a deep breath before the combat testing device, Qin Feng composed himself and then unleashed a powerful punch. Blue lightning seemed to materialize out of thin air, spiraling around his arm. The ability flowed with remarkable fluidity. Typically, an awakened individual would only achieve such control at the third tier. Minister Yang couldn't help but nod in approval. Boom. With a resounding crash, his fist struck the center of the testing apparatus, and the numbers on the screen began to leap rapidly. 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. Starting at 1,000 and climbing at an astonishing rate. 2,500, 3,000, 4,000, 4,500. The final figure settled at 4,500. Hiss. Upon seeing this number, Minister Yang inhaled sharply. One must understand that the combat prowess of a typical late-stage first tier would only hover around 3,000, and even with the use of combat techniques, it would not exceed 4,000. He had just witnessed that Qin Feng's punch had only utilized the power of his ability, without employing any combat techniques. Minister Yang stood frozen for a while, taken aback, and his curiosity piqued. If Qin Feng were to incorporate combat techniques along with his abilities, what level of power would he attain? Wait a moment. Minister Yang suddenly interjected, halting Qin Feng, who was about to use a combat technique. Switch to the third-tier device, he instructed, pointing to the second-tier combat testing apparatus. Qin Feng, naturally, did not dare to voice any objections. He then approached a third-tier combat testing device and stepped back a few paces. Lightning flickered around him, and explosive arcs of blue electricity enveloped his entire body. Lightning spear. In the next moment, Qin Feng raised his right hand, forming it into a gun shape aimed at the testing device. Zing, zing. A lightning sphere, the size of an adult's fist, rapidly formed. Is this a B-level combat technique? It has reached at least the threshold of perfection. Yet, why does this technique seem so familiar, as if I have seen it before? Minister Yang pondered. Boom. Just then, the lightning sphere shot forward, crashing violently into the testing device. A value that left Minister Yang completely astonished appeared before his eyes. 8,500. This is impossible. Chapter 36, Elite Training Camp. 8,500. Gazing at the crimson numbers on the screen, Minister Yang wore an expression of disbelief, taking quite some time to regain his composure. A combat power of 8,500 could only be barely achieved by late-stage second-tier awakened individuals, and even then, only while employing combat techniques. Yet, Qin Feng was merely in the late stages of the first tier, having crossed an entire major realm. Furthermore, Minister Yang was aware that this likely was not Qin Feng's limit, especially since he had just fought to a standstill with Qin Shan, who was at the third tier. An S-level ability, truly formidable. After the initial shock came sheer elation. If previously he harbored great hopes for Qin Feng to secure the title of top scholar in Jiangnan province, now he was convinced that the position was firmly secured for Qin Feng. In the late stages of the first tier, one can manifest a combat power of 8,500. Thus, one cannot help but wonder how formidable his strength will become once his vitality ascends to the second tier. Minister Yang is filled with anticipation regarding this prospect. Haha. Splendid. Qin Feng, would you be willing to represent our Linhai city in the elite training camp of Jiangnan province? Minister Yang exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The training camp? Qin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. The elite training camp was established by the great Xia nation to nurture students of your generation, said Minister Yang, his expression growing somber as he let out a heavy sigh. In recent years, the onslaught of the myriad races against humanity has intensified. A powerful figure among humans has prophesied that the final battle may soon be upon us. Ultimately, after much deliberation among the upper echelons of humanity, it was decided that from your generation onward, elite training camps would be instituted. These camps, organized by province, gather the finest talents from each region. Nations will invest substantial resources into these camps, intending to expedite the growth of this generation's youth. Although Linhai City is merely a small town, we have been allocated 5 spots in the training camp. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. While he was aware of the ongoing conflicts between humanity and the myriad races, he had not anticipated the situation had escalated to such a critical juncture. Although the sky may fall with a towering figure to bear it, beneath a collapsed nest, how can one expect unbroken eggs? If humanity were to face defeat, the great Xia would cease to exist. At that time, even with the system by his side, survival would be uncertain. The myriad races, once a distant concern, now loomed ominously closer, and Qin Feng realized how naively optimistic he had been. The final battle, Qin Feng murmured, feeling a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. Observing Qin Feng's swift adaptation to this information, Minister Yang's eyes sparkled with hope. With his exceptional S-level ability, formidable comprehension, and intellect far surpassing that of his peers, Minister Yang recognized that the young man before him was destined for unimaginable achievements. Those selected for the elite training camp were undoubtedly the crème de la crème of their respective regions. As long as you can emerge victorious, I am confident that you will undergo a transformative change, Minister Yang said, his gaze filled with expectation as he awaited Qin Feng's response. I shall join, Qin Feng declared, nodding earnestly, not disappointing Minister Yang. Excellent. I shall inform your principal immediately to reserve a spot for you, leaving the remaining one for others to compete for. Qin Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had been yearning for an opportunity to acquire evolution points. Wait, Minister, I wish to compete fairly with my fellow classmates, Qin Feng asserted with righteous conviction. Though somewhat surprised, Minister Yang ultimately refrained from opposing him. After all, with Qin Feng's combat power rivaling that of a third-tier warrior. The entire senior class of their school would likely be no match for him. Youth, the path of martial arts is one of competition. Sometimes, excessive righteousness may lead to disadvantage, Minister Yang mused, shaking his head as he watched Qin Feng depart, contemplating the necessity of imparting a lesson to him in the future. Shortly after Qin Feng left, a middle-aged man entered the building. "Oh, what brings our city lord here on this fine day?" "Teacher, please spare me your teasing," Qin Feng replied. After leaving the Alliance building, he returned home, where his first task was to take a shower. During his days in the wilderness, he was either hunting ferocious beasts or traversing the paths to do so, leaving his clothes soaked in blood and emanating a foul odor. While in the wilderness, his nerves had been taut, rendering him indifferent to such discomfort. However, now he could no longer tolerate it. After a refreshing shower, Qin Feng emerged with an unclad upper body. Though not massively built, his torso was well-defined, showcasing a clear outline and an aura of strength. With a thought, he activated the system panel. Name, Qin Feng. Ability, Chaos Divine Thunder S. Scarlet Fire, F. Level, Late First Tier. Vitality, 310. Mentality, 35. Physique, 15. Common Body. Breathing Technique, Thunder Spirit Breathing Technique, Perfect. Combat Skills, Thunder Fist, D. Perfect. Angry Thunder Strike, C. Perfect. Fire Fist, C. Perfect. Flash Thunder Strike, C. Full. Thunder Spear, B. Major Completion, Thunder Lance, B. Entry Level, Talent Ability, Infinite Devour, Level 1. Capable of consuming any attribute energy to enhance cultivation. His vitality had reached 310, only 90 points shy of breaking into the second tier. According to vitality classifications, the initial second tier requires 400, the mid-second tier 600, and the late second tier 800. His physique and mentality remained largely unchanged, although there was some improvement. It was negligible. In terms of combat skills, the most potent was still the Thunderball, which he had mastered to the major completion level, followed closely by the Thunder Lance, which had just reached the entry level. Evolution points are in short supply, Qin Feng thought with a wry smile. He could enhance his vitality by consuming beast crystals, but for other attribute points, rapid improvement could only be achieved through evolution points. Although he could acquire some evolution points in tomorrow's school competition, those students were weaker than him, and thus, the points would be minimal. Perhaps a visit to the martial arts arena is in order? Qin Feng pondered, recalling the two individuals who had attempted to assassinate him shortly after leaving the arena days prior. Yes, it would be prudent to investigate, he resolved, his eyes gleaming with determination. He quickly donned his clothing and descended the stairs. Half an hour later, wearing a black mask, Qin Feng returned to the martial arts arena. This time, he navigated the venue with familiarity and arrived at the registration desk, where he was met once again by the same young woman from before. "The awakening tier is fully booked. Only the first tier arena remains," she remarked nonchalantly as she glanced up. However, upon noticing the black mask on Qin Feng's face, her pupils involuntarily trembled. Chapter 37. Back to the martial arts arena. The fish is hooked. Something seems amiss. The woman's reaction did not escape Qin Feng's keen observation, igniting a spark of suspicion within him. Yet, to avoid alarming her, he feigned indifference and registered for the first-tier Awakeners arena battle. Subsequently, as before, a staff member escorted Qin Feng for a vitality test. Vitality 310? The staff member expressed surprise upon seeing Qin Feng's vitality score. Typically, those participating in the first-tier arena battles were primarily Awakener individuals in the early to mid-first tier. Most late first-tier warriors would opt to venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts for greater rewards. However, the staff member did not dwell on this observation. While a late first-tier cultivation could dominate most competitors, the martial arts arena was prepared for such circumstances. Several peak first-tier Awakener combatants had been hired specifically to contend with individuals like Qin Feng. Soon, after the vitality test concluded, Qin Feng was led to a changing room. Just as before, upon entering, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the familiar white cat-faced mask. "I shall choose you," he mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he donned the mask. He then made his way to the waiting area of the first-tier arena. At that moment, two Awakeners were engaged in combat on the stage, but Qin Feng merely glanced at them before diverting his attention. Both opponents were in the mid-stage of the first tier, and it would be no exaggeration to say that if he unleashed his full strength, he could defeat them with a single blow. The duel soon concluded, and seeing this, Qin Feng hesitated no longer. He swiftly ascended the arena with grace. A white cat mask. In the audience, Li Fei, seated in the front row, was taken aback upon witnessing Qin Feng's entrance. Just a few days prior, someone had worn the same mask and successfully challenged the first-tier champion despite being in the awakening phase. Could it be the same individual? Li Fei murmured, shaking his head shortly thereafter. I am merely here for leisure. It matters not who he is. Not far from him sat Luo Kai and Zhao Cheng. After several days of rigorous training, they too had made remarkable progress, even surpassing the first tier. Thanks to the principal's personal guidance, we would have struggled to achieve this breakthrough on our own, Luo Kai noted. It's not just our talent. The principal has not solely focused on us. Yet we are the only two to have advanced beyond the first tier, Zhao Cheng proclaimed proudly. Hearing this, Luo Kai refrained from dissent, exchanging a knowing smile with his companion. I wonder what stage Chuyu has reached now. With her A-grade cultivation talent, she might have attained the first tier even before us, Luo Kai speculated. Who cares? Tomorrow's elite training camp slots are as good as mine, Zhao Cheng asserted confidently. As if, I have yet to consent, Luo Kai retorted. Your agreement hinges on your capability. Just as the two were engaged in their playful banter, Qin Feng had already vanquished his opponent and stood still, awaiting the next challenger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent, mid-stage of the first tier, earning 30 evolution points. Only 30? Well, something is better than nothing. Qin Feng consoled himself internally. To accumulate more evolution points, he had deliberately restrained his power during the previous battle, engaging in a series of exchanges before claiming victory, lest he intimidate other contenders. I shall have a go at you. At that moment, another contestant leapt onto the stage, standing before Qin Feng. Bring it on. I'm ready for my earnings. Is it him? In a concealed corner, a woman was covertly observing Qin Feng's battle. She had initially been the one to signal the attempt on Qin Feng's life. But since that day, she had lost contact with her two accomplices. She realized that the moment they became unreachable signified their failure and demise. Though she had conducted her own investigations, they had yielded no results, and Qin Feng had vanished since that night. Thus, upon seeing him again, her reaction was one of surprise. If it truly is him, in less than a week, he has elevated his cultivation from the awakening phase to the late first tier. His talent for cultivation is indeed formidable. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes. Never mind, it's not my hands that are dirty. If he falls, it won't concern me. With that thought, the woman turned to leave, unaware that as she did, Qin Feng casually glanced in her direction. The bait has been taken. A smile curled beneath Qin Feng's mask as he began to leisurely navigate the arena. Under his deliberate control, one challenger after another fell before him, until the 10th opponent was defeated, at which point a brief silence enveloped the waiting area below. Despite Qin Feng's commendable performance, the sight of 10 consecutive defeats was evident even to the simplest of observers. Seems I've wasted my time and registration fee today, a spectator mused. Alas, there are just too many formidable foes. Realizing that Qin Feng was no ordinary opponent, many contenders abandoned any thoughts of stepping onto the stage. What a pity. Qin Feng sighed as he turned toward the referee, preparing to suggest announcing the results. Huh, what a big shot you are, merely relying on your physical prowess to bully others. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, followed by the arrival of a man wielding a long knife, a sinister scar etched across his face. As he spoke, the scar writhed as if alive. Kid, today you shall learn that rules exist everywhere. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the scarred man's words, but quickly regained his composure. Oh, what rules might those be? I am quite eager to witness them. He surmised that the scarred man was likely sent by the arena's management. As expected from someone in the business, they certainly know how to protect their interests. Qin Feng thought with a cold smirk. In the audience, those who were about to depart settled back into their seats, their eyes eagerly fixed on the scarred man. Having discerned Qin Feng's formidable strength, they hoped the scarred man could draw out Qin Feng's true capabilities. However, they were mistaken. This time, Qin Feng held nothing back. As soon as the duel commenced, he struck the scarred man with a single punch, sending him flying. Is there anyone else? Chapter 38. I apologize, but I must decline your invitation. Impossible. Old Zhang couldn't even withstand a single punch. In the waiting area, two individuals turned and left without a backward glance upon witnessing the scarred man's defeat at Qin Feng's hands. Like the scarred man, they had also been summoned by the arena. Even if their strength surpassed that of the scarred man, they could not achieve such a decisive victory with one blow. Under such circumstances, their only fate would be to endure punishment. It was better to withdraw and preserve some dignity. Truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. With that, no one dared to step onto the stage. The audience began to rise, departing the arena. The referee, observing the scene, approached to announce the results and subsequently escorted Qin Feng to collect his prize. Close to 200,000 daxia coins, Qin Feng accepted the reward without hesitation. After the funds were transferred, he exited the arena. Before leaving, he intentionally passed by the woman, and once he confirmed that Qin Feng had departed, she, as before, retreated to a concealed spot to dial a number. I've found him. The location is on the desolate street. Qin Feng strolled nonchalantly, though soon A flicker of recognition crossed his eyes. Indeed, it is her. With a silent acknowledgement, he turned to face the two figures that had appeared before him, one man and one woman. If I am not mistaken, you must be members of the celestial cult, correct? Qin Feng gazed at the two with a smile that was not quite a smile. It seems that they have been discovered ahead of time. No, you intentionally lured us out. At Qin Feng's inquiry, the elderly man was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. This young man is not to be underestimated. Let us strike together and resolve this swiftly. Very well. Although the woman beside him felt that the old man was overreacting, within the celestial cult, his status surpassed hers. Moreover, his battle prowess was greater than hers, so she dared not defy his command. The two advanced toward Qin Feng in unison, launching their attack. However, Qin Feng remained utterly unperturbed. 2 minutes later, sizzle, sizzle, Qin Feng flicked his arm, shaking the blood off his black blade before sheathing it in his weapon ring. At that moment, it was clear that both the elder and the woman lay in a pool of blood. A noticeable dent marred the elder's chest, revealing stark, white bones beneath. The woman bore a gruesome wound on her neck, from which crimson blood flowed freely. After dispatching the two, Qin Feng retrieved his phone. Hello. Is this the security department? I wish to report an assassination attempt by members of the celestial cult. Yes, they are at the martial arena. Please find a place to hide and move toward a crowded area. The enforcement team will arrive shortly. Very well. After ending the call, Qin Feng did not linger and immediately turned toward the direction of the martial arena. The appearance of the elder and the woman was sufficient evidence to confirm his suspicions. Meanwhile, within the martial arena, those two individuals, one at the late second tier and the other at the mid-second tier, should not fail this time, right? The young woman murmured to herself. Yet, for some reason, she felt an unsettling premonition. It would be prudent to seek a transfer to another city. Remaining here too long would inevitably lead to exposure. She thought to herself, I shall return now. Keep an eye on things for me. She instructed a staff member nearby, turning away before waiting for a response. That haughty woman, just because she has the supervisor's favor, she thinks she's something special. The staff member muttered under his breath. Yet his gaze was fixated on the alluring figure of the young woman, filled with fervor. Just as she exited the martial arena, she encountered a strikingly handsome, tall young man. Handsome. Care to indulge in a pleasant introduction? The young woman could not resist teasing him. Introduce? Are we not already quite familiar? Qin Feng replied with a smile. Oh, it seems we are indeed quite acquainted. Shadow Claw. In an instant, the young woman, her face previously adorned with a charming smile, transformed into a feral cat, lunging toward Qin Feng with remarkable speed. C-Class Beast Transformation Ability, Shadow Cat. Upon activating her powers, her physique, flexibility, and reflexes underwent significant enhancement. Her once fair skin darkened, and her fingernails elongated rapidly, forming lethal claws. Whoosh! The claws sliced through the air, aiming directly for Qin Feng. It is indeed you. Faced with the woman's onslaught, Qin Feng's expression remained unflinching, devoid of any change. Thunderstrike. As he sidestepped the claw attack, Qin Feng brandished his black blade with swift precision. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the arena, revealing the woman's right hand, now a mangled mess. With all 5 fingers severed, her cultivation was merely at the early second tier, offering no resistance against Qin Feng. He did not even need to employ his abilities to effortlessly defeat her. However, Qin Feng did not kill her outright. He merely incapacitated her temporarily. It is about time to head home. He cast one last glance at the unconscious woman, who had succumbed to blood loss, before preparing to leave. Whoosh, whoosh. Just then, several figures appeared, surrounding him. All clad in standardized black trench coats and armed with regulation long swords, they were members of the enforcement team. You have arrived. This individual is a member of the celestial cult, kept for your interrogation. Qin Feng was not at all surprised by their arrival, as he had already reported the incident. It would have been abnormal for the enforcement team not to show up. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Captain Old Chin's expression grew somewhat awkward, but he stepped forward nonetheless. Not just her. We must also ask you to accompany us to the enforcement department. Old Chin regarded Qin Feng with a skeptical gaze. Before coming here, they had discovered the bodies of the elder and the woman. He suspected that those two had likely been killed by Qin Feng. To the security department? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, surveying the 5 members of the enforcement team. While he could not sense the cultivation of one individual, it was likely at the 3rd tier. The others were all at the late 2nd tier. This could work. A glint of determination flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he turned to face Captain Chun. I am afraid I must decline your invitation. Crackle, crackle. As he spoke, a surge of dense blue arcs of electricity erupted from within him. The arcs enveloped his legs, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. Whoosh! In the next moment, he dashed away like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 39. The game is over. Captain, what do we do? Qin Feng's movements were so swift that the members of the enforcement team had yet to react before he was already gone. Observing Qin Feng's retreating figure, Captain Old Chen swiftly issued a command. Block his path. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly obeying the order, the members of the team flickered into motion, pursuing Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Old Chen remained at his post beside the unconscious woman. Most of his team members were at the late second tier, and they held a numerical advantage. So he deemed it unnecessary to engage directly. Ahead. Whoosh. Just then, a slicing sound suddenly rang in Qin Feng's ears. He turned to see an invisible crescent-shaped wind blade hurtling toward him from the shadows, tearing through the air with ferocity. Thunderstep. With sparks of electricity flashing around him, Qin Feng swiftly pivoted, evading the wind blade's assault. You cannot escape. Upon seeing his wind blade miss, the hidden assailant no longer concealed himself. I never intended to flee. Qin Feng mused inwardly. He then raised his hand, unleashing a surge of blue lightning from within. Crackle. The blue lightning radiated a fierce aura, resembling a serpentine bolt of lightning as it surged toward the assailant. Wind shield. The individual reacted swiftly, channeling his abilities to form an invisible shield before him. Boom. In the next instant, the lightning serpent collided heavily with the shield, visibly causing it to tremble violently upon impact. Is he not at the late first tier? Even for a lightning-based attack, its ferocity should not be so formidable, should it? Observing the numerous fissures appearing on his shield, a look of sheer astonishment graced his visage. At this rate, he would be utterly incapable of withstanding Qin Feng's onslaught. Fire Dragon Fist. Just then, a low growl reverberated through the air, followed by a brilliant scarlet flame illuminating the pitch-black night sky. The flames roiled fiercely, akin to a dancing fire dragon, surging towards Qin Feng from behind. The assailant was another member of the enforcement team. Almost simultaneously, Qin Feng felt something coiling around his ankles. Looking down, he beheld two vine-like tendrils, each as thick as his wrists, emerging beneath him. At that moment, a petite team member hurried over, her hands aglow with a rich verdant light. A C-grade wood-based ability, C-grade combat skill, Woodvine Bind. Crackle, crackle. Just as the vines were about to ensnare his legs, Qin Feng erupted with a terrifying clap of thunder. Thick blue arcs of electricity surged from his being, shattering the wooden tendrils into countless splinters. Whoosh. In an instant, Qin Feng propelled himself forward, evading the fiery dragon's assault and closing in on the initial adversary. Without affording his opponent a moment to react, he gripped his black blade, its dark edge enveloped in blue electricity. Thunder slash. In a flash, Qin Feng swung his sword, its edge slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking at the adversary's neck. The other members, witnessing this scene, were momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into a flurry of movement, rushing towards him with fervor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent, late stage of second tier, earning evolution points. Whoosh! As the system notification echoed, Qin Feng sheathed his blade and quickly vanished from his original position. Xiao Huiyu, Zhao Jia, the first to arrive, inquired anxiously, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Hui. I'm fine. He didn't seem to want to harm me, just trying to intimidate me? Xiao Hui himself was uncertain. When the blade was poised at his throat, he too believed he was on the brink of death. Indeed, breaking the opponent's courage can yield evolution points. Meanwhile, having confirmed his suspicions, a smile crept onto Qin Feng's face. He then turned his gaze back to Zhao Jia and the others. Now it's your turn. Whoosh. Just then, a sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere, and Qin Feng's heart raced with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself backward. An energy arrow had materialized at his previous position. Nana, find a way to restrain him. Zhao Jia, you focus on offense while I provide support. A man wielding a bow revealed himself, an awakened wielder of divine weapons. Qin Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. Xiao Hui, you have been eliminated. Just as Xiao Hui prepared to act alongside Zhao Jia, the bowman spoke again. He merely wishes to play with us, so we must adhere to the rules of the game. His words resonated with the others, particularly Xiao Hui, who had just been threatened by Qin Feng's blade. Thornbind. Amidst the momentary daze of the group, the petite girl named Nana had already taken action. She raised her hands, enveloped in a vibrant green glow, and an unusual energy surged forth. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, the patch of grass behind Qin Feng began to quake, as thorny vines erupted from the ground, racing towards him. Piercing wind arrow. Simultaneously, the bowman unleashed his attack. The longbow in his grasp blazed with light, and an energy arrow rapidly coalesced. Whoosh. In the next moment, the energy arrow sliced through the air, hurtling towards him. Zhao Jia had also reached the forefront, his blood surging, crimson flames intermittently erupting from within, poised to strike. Faced with the combined assault of three adversaries, Even Qin Feng felt a hint of pressure. Not daring to be negligent, he swiftly took action, raising his hands in a gun-like gesture. Thunder gun. Crackle. Crackle. The next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted as two fist-sized thunderballs rapidly formed. Boom. Boom. Following this, Qin Feng swiftly maneuvered his arms, releasing the thunderballs, one towards the airborne energy arrow and the other crashing into the oncoming vines. Sizzle. Sizzle. Meanwhile, he activated his lightning step, flashing directly in front of Zhao Jie. I've been waiting for you. Anticipating this, Zhao Jie raised his arm, crimson flames surging forth as he unleashed a fire dragon fist. Boom. The scarlet flames surged like a tidal wave towards Qin Feng, who, in his forward momentum, realized it was too late to evade and could only brace for impact against the oncoming inferno. I've succeeded. Noticing this scene, Zhao Jie felt a surge of joy. He was acutely aware of the power behind his strike. It was certain that not even an awakened one of the same tier as Qin Feng could withstand it. Be cautious. But just then, the bowman's alarmed voice rang out, though it was evidently too late. A figure, cloaked in blue lightning, erupted from the flames, standing before Zhao Jie. How is this possible? As disbelief washed over Zhao Jie, Qin Feng had already positioned his black blade against his throat. The game is over, everyone. Chapter 40. Enhancing Physique, Terrifying Ascendants. 2 hours later, within the enforcement department, it has been thoroughly investigated. That woman is indeed a disciple of the celestial sect, and she has even dispatched individuals to assassinate him. After listening to his subordinate's report, Chief Zhou turned to the young man before him and smiled. Though the matter has been clarified, I must warn you, young man, to behave yourself and refrain from provoking the enforcement team unnecessarily. The young man was, of course, Qin Feng, who had voluntarily accompanied them after defeating several members of the enforcement team and provided them with the information he possessed. Nodding solemnly at Zhou's smiling countenance, Qin Feng affirmed that he had no intention of provoking the enforcement team. His motives were quite simple, merely to earn some evolution points. All right, you may return home. Zhou waved his hand, signaling for Qin Feng to depart. Understood. Qin Feng promptly rose to leave. Chief, are we really letting him go so easily? Our members. Enough. Before a nearby man could finish, Zhou interjected sharply. A formidable aura emanating from him. A small team, with 4 members at the late stage of the 2nd tier, actually fell to a 1st-tier awakener. You should have some shame. I certainly do. Enough. This matter ends here. No one is to disclose any information regarding Qin Feng. Violators will be dismissed immediately. With the college entrance examination approaching, the disciples of the celestial sect have been particularly active. We must keep a vigilant watch. If any unforeseen incidents arise, we might both find ourselves out of a job. After a stern reprimand, Zhou rose and departed without a word. It seemed that someone capable of garnering the attention of both the city lord and Minister Yang heralded the emergence of a true prodigy in Lehigh. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily graced Zhou's face. However, it vanished instantaneously upon encountering the sight of old Chun and the others outside the door. It's time to intensify my training. I do not wish to experience a situation akin to today's again. He hoped that within the community, the accumulation of 700 evolution points was not insignificant. Upon returning home, Qin Feng promptly checked his gains. First, I must enhance my physique and combat skills. I will seek opportunities to improve my mental prowess later. He murmured to himself, and with a flick of his mind, he began to allocate points. He focused first on his combat skills. Ding! Consumed 300 evolution points. Lightning Spear has reached the minor completion stage. With the notification, Qin Feng found his mastery of the Lightning Spear had indeed progressed. With the remaining 400 evolution points, he did not deliberate for long and allocated them all to his physique. In an instant, he felt a surge of mysterious power coursing through his body, followed by an excruciating pain as if he were pierced by 1,000 needles. Beneath his skin, his veins throbbed like enraged serpents, seemingly attempting to burst forth, while his lungs ignited with a burning sensation akin to searing flames. By heavens, this is intense. Before Qin Feng could ponder further, another wave of even more ferocious agony struck him. His muscles began to spasm, starting from his legs and rippling throughout his entire body. The muscle fibers tearing and reconstituting amid the torment, emitting a sizzling sound. His bones creaked defiantly, reminiscent of an overworked, dilapidated machine, while sharp pains shot through his joints as if countless fragments of bone were grinding against each other. In that moment, Qin Feng felt his vision blur and his consciousness begin to dissipate. Yet, whenever he teetered on the brink of losing awareness, a mysterious force would surge forth, rousing him back to clarity. Time passed in an indeterminate haze until the excruciating pain within began to ebb, ultimately vanishing entirely. At that moment, Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his being. What is that odor? It was then that he noticed a peculiar scent emanating from his body, and only then did he observe the black liquid upon his skin. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted to the bathroom, and after a thorough rinse, he emerged feeling rejuvenated. Compared to before, the contours of his muscles appeared more defined. Although he lacked the bulk of a bodybuilder, only Qin Feng himself comprehended the terrifying power that lay within him. Were it not for the late hour, he would have certainly sought a place to test his newfound strength. Despite the presence of a combat power testing device within the community, its level was merely first tier. At his current prowess, even without employing combat skills or supernatural abilities, he could effortlessly obliterate it with a single punch. Qin Feng generally treated such public property with great care. With a thought, he activated the system panel. Name: Qin Feng. Superpower: Chaos Divine Thunder S. Crimson Fire F. Level: Late First Tier. Vitality: 310. Mentality: 35. Physique: 55. Ordinary Body. Evolution Points: 0. Following his recent enhancements, his physique had reached 55. Ordinary Body. And the remarkable transformation from merely a 40-point increase was astounding. Qin Feng eagerly anticipated the changes that would manifest once his ordinary body reached a progression of 100. The next day, after enjoying breakfast downstairs, Qin Feng made his way directly to school. Upon entering the classroom, he was greeted with excitement. Feng Ge, you've finally arrived. You have no idea. That old Li has been a real nuisance these past few days, relentlessly pursuing me for news about you. If you hadn't shown up today, I reckon he would have gone so far as to report you missing. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Li Fei first displayed a look of relief, quickly followed by a torrent of grievances. Confess honestly, where have you been these past few days? Li Fei's tone shifted to one of interrogation. Hunting ferocious beasts outside the city, Qin Feng replied candidly. By the way, did you pay my registration fee? Of course. I did. Li Fei waved his hand dismissively. As for Qin Feng's claim of hunting beasts, he harbored doubts, dismissing it as mere bravado. Qin Feng's return did not attract much attention. After all, with the imminent college entrance examinations, everyone was preoccupied with boosting their vitality and honing their combat skills, unlike Li Fei, who seemed to have an abundance of free time. Feng Ge, I've got some insider information. Our Jiangnan province is preparing to host an elite training camp aimed at gathering the province's geniuses for specialized training. Furthermore, those who can join the camp will be exempt from the entrance exams and can directly enroll in major martial arts universities upon graduation. I heard our first high school has been allocated 2 spots for this training camp, Li Fei whispered to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Li Fei would be privy to such news. Just as Li Fei rambled on, their homeroom teacher, Old Li, entered the classroom. He immediately spotted Qin Feng and shot him a glare that could pierce through steel before ascending the podium. Chapter 41. The battle for spots begins. Provocation from the principal of second high school. In the classroom, Old Li cleared his throat and began, students. Due to the escalating conflict between the myriad races and ferocious beasts against humanity, the situation at the front lines has become increasingly tense. The Great Xia Nation has decided to commence an elite training camp for your cohort. This training camp will offer abundant resources, exceptional faculty, and even masters of the highest caliber to guide your cultivation. As our first high school is the most distinguished institution in Lehigh City, we have been allocated 2 slots for this training camp. Subsequently, the school will hold a competition to determine the recipients of these 2 spots. Goodness, an elite training camp? Gasped one student. What is all the fuss about? This camp is clearly intended for the prodigies. Indeed, we've only received 2 spots. It seems I have no hope. Lamented another. Wait a minute, what do you mean by that? If I recall, your ranking in school is well outside the top 100. As if gaining 2 additional spots would miraculously include you, and masters as mentors? Our principal doesn't even rank at the 4th tier. What a boon for Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai. A flurry of discussion erupted in the classroom, and Old Li refrained from interjecting, having been equally astonished upon learning the news. All right, everyone, let us gather on the playground. After a brief moment, Old Li gestured for silence and led them outside. On the playground, as Qin Feng and his classmates arrived, students from other classes had already gathered, filling the area with a sea of bodies. Most students were already informed about the elite training camp, and without exception, their gazes were fixed on the front of the line, where students who had awakened B and C level abilities stood. The most attention was drawn to Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai. Under the gaze of the crowd, the 2 individuals maintained an air of calmness, exhibiting remarkable composure. Like Li Fei, they had already been apprised of the elite training camp prior to this moment. For them, securing a spot in the training camp was a foregone conclusion. Initially, they had harbored concerns regarding Chu Yu's presence. However, early this morning, They learned that she had acquired a spot through alternative means. This revelation brought them a sense of relief. Consequently, the faculty and students within the school were convinced that their entry into the training camp was a certainty. Although a few others had also awakened B-grade abilities, their combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the two. You may have been one step slower in breaking through to the first tier, but this time, the first place is mine, Zhao Cheng declared. Casting a provocative glance at his companion, Luo Kai. The truth shall reveal itself. Losing to me will hardly be a disgrace, Luo Kai replied with an unruffled demeanor. TCH. With Chu Yu absent, these two have certainly benefited, Li Fei remarked, his tone laced with indignation. Isn't it obvious? Who doesn't know that these two have already broken through to the first tier? We stand no chance of competing with them. Frankly, they might as well just announce the spots are theirs. The surrounding students began to murmur among themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Feng merely glanced at Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai, choosing not to elaborate further. Once all the students had gathered, Principal Yang Zirong arrived at the playground. Following an impassioned speech, he officially announced the commencement of the competition. The first order of business was the drawing of lots. After concluding his address, the principal stepped back slightly, positioning himself on the platform. Though his gaze occasionally drifted towards a figure lingering at the rear of the crowd, none other than Qin Feng. Due to Minister Yang's influence, he harbored suspicions that Qin Feng was a prodigy. However, he possessed no concrete evidence, as Minister Yang had only instructed him not to seek out Qin Feng without providing further details. Just then, the Director of Education approached Yang Zirong and whispered a few words. Shui Fatty, what brings him here at this time? Yang Zirong frowned and waved dismissively. Tell him to leave. I'm swamped with work and have no time for idle chatter. But the director began to protest. Oh, who is it that you wish to dismiss? A voice interjected from behind. Upon hearing the voice, Yang Zirong turned to see a familiar face in his line of sight. Shui Fatty, what are you doing at our school? The newcomer was none other than Shui Jinshan, the principal of Linhai No. 2 High School. Despite being nicknamed Fatty, his physique was merely somewhat portly. Yang Zirong's expression soured, clearly unwelcoming. The two schools, No. 1 and No. 2, were rivals within Linhai, and rumors had circulated that No. 2 sought to eclipse No. 1 and claim the title of the top school. What? Am I not allowed to visit No. 1 High? Shui Jinshan remarked, his gaze sweeping over the students below, ultimately resting on Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai. He then turned back to Yang Zirong, a hint of provocation in his tone. Old Yang, the quality of your students doesn't seem impressive. Perhaps it would be better to hand over the title of Linhai No. 1 to us. Yang Zirong's expression darkened at these words. While this year's cohort may be average, defeating your No. 2 is still within our grasp. Shui Jinshan's eyes lit up at this, and, with a smirk, he replied, Oh really? Since you are so confident, I happen to have brought 2 students with me today. How about we let your top student compete against them for a friendly spar? Hello, Principal Yang. I am Lu Wu. A young man stepped forward, sporting a confident smile. Another student, equally self-assured, stood beside him. They were both the finest students from No. 2 and had secured spots in the elite training camp. Their purpose for being here was to assert dominance over No. 1, demonstrating that No. 2 was indeed Linhai's strongest high school. Noticing Yang Zirong assessing his students, Shui Jinshan continued, Old Yang, my 2 students are merely average. One has just reached the mid-stage of the first tier and has mastered a C-grade combat technique. The other has only recently broken through to the early stage of the first tier. If you're up for it, just give a nod, of course. If you lack confidence, we can forget it. Shui Jinshan maintained a smile throughout his speech. Chapter 42. Could he truly be that Qin Feng? Damn it. At this moment, Yang Zirong could only curse inwardly. He had not anticipated that No. 2 would produce 2 such remarkable students. Although Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai had also broken through to the first tier, they were evidently inferior to these 2. If only Chu Yu were here. Yang Zirong thought to himself. With her A-grade ability, Chu Yu's talent and comprehension far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He was convinced that even the No. 2 student at mid-stage of the first tier would not match her prowess. Unfortunately, Chu Yu had been taken away by her father for special training. Yang Zirong's expression shifted as he realized that agreeing to Shui Jinshan's proposal would undoubtedly result in defeat. However, refusing it would be even more embarrassing. With this in mind, he feigned indifference and said, Very well, but your students should possess decent mental fortitude. It would be rather dull if they couldn't handle losing. Rest assured, it's merely a friendly spar. Winning or losing is of no consequence. With Yang Zirong's agreement, Shui Jinshan turned and left, seizing the opportunity to explore No. 1 High. Foreknowledge of one's adversary is the key to victory. As for the competition, he was uninterested in watching. He had already thoroughly assessed the caliber of No. 1's students. And only Chu Yu warranted his attention. The old fox had not changed one bit over the years, Yang Zirong thought through clenched teeth. He then turned to the students below, unable to suppress a sigh. Alas, though reluctant to admit it, number one's performance has indeed fallen short of no. Two's in recent years. He understood that if it weren't for Chu Yu's emergence this year, number one would have been overshadowed by number two once again. Just then, a thought struck Yang Zirong as his gaze returned to the rear of the crowd. He hoped for a pleasant surprise. As Yang Zirong and No. 2 finalized their sparring arrangement, the students on the playground had finished drawing lots. Qin Feng, having found his opponent according to his number, 111, prepared himself. Zhang Quan, C-grade ability, late awakening stage. I hear he has mastered a C-grade combat technique. Brother Feng, it seems your luck is rather unfortunate, Li Fei whispered, having already gathered information on Qin Feng's opponent before he stepped onto the stage. If it becomes unbearable, concede immediately, don't push yourself. Li Fei murmured softly. Unable to join the training camp due to his enrollment in a liberal arts university, he naturally had no need to participate in the competition. Contestants 110 and 111. Please step forward. A voice akin to a broadcast resonated through the air. Without hesitation, Qin Feng stepped onto the arena. Rest assured, I shall grant you a swift defeat, allowing you to retire and rest, he stated. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Zhang Quan's face broke into a grin, recognizing him as the individual who awakened with dual F-grade abilities. Qin Feng, however, remained silent, standing still as he awaited the referee's signal to commence the match. Soon, the referee indicated for the contest to begin. Prepare. Zhang Quan was about to utter some grandiose words to bolster his confidence, but in the next moment, he was enveloped in darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself seated outside the ring, bewildered. What just happened? Isn't he supposed to be an F-grade ability user? Who said F-grade abilities are the weakest? Simultaneously, the surrounding students were stunned to witness Qin Feng's swift victory over Zhang Quan. No way. When did Brother Feng become this formidable? Li Fei exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Even their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, found it hard to accept. Could it be that the Qin Feng sought by Minister Yang is truly my student? With only 5 evolution points. Qin Feng descended from the platform, disappointment etched on his face. Meanwhile, the competition continued with fervor, highlighting the exceptional performances of Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai, whose opponents were dispatched with a single blow. Apart from them, 2 other students who also awakened B-grade abilities captured attention with their impressive displays. The teachers observed with quiet nods, already aware of their students' capabilities. After all, for those who had awakened, the grade of their abilities often predetermined their future successes. Thus, the performances of these individuals fell well within their expectations. On the other hand, Qin Feng relentlessly defeated opponent after opponent. Without exception, none could withstand even a single strike from him. Most were sent plummeting from the arena the moment the referee announced the start of their matches. Their expressions a mix of confusion and shock. Another instant defeat? Is this really Qin Feng, the one with dual F-grade abilities? As the competition progressed, the attention on Qin Feng began to swell. The onlookers, particularly his classmates, were left in sheer astonishment, their perceptions of him still tethered to his dual F-grade abilities. Mr. Li initially felt an overwhelming shock, but soon a swell of pride surged within him. This is my student, the one I, Li Chaofeng, have nurtured. His inner pride bubbled up, prompting a hearty laugh from him. No one paid heed to Mr. Li's unusual outburst, as the majority of attention remained fixated on the arena. High above, Yang Zirong also took note of Qin Feng. Could he truly be the one Minister Yang was seeking? He pondered, sharing a similar sentiment with Mr. Li. I wonder if his cultivation has reached the first level? Yang Zirong mused. Unable to sense Qin Feng's cultivation level due to the distance and the fact that Qin Feng had not unleashed his full vitality. Even if his vitality had not ascended to the first level, his combat prowess was nearly on par with Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai. Currently, Qin Feng's opponents were primarily at the mid to late stages of awakening, a caliber of fighters that Zhao and Luo could also dispatch with ease. As time swiftly passed, the competition approached its conclusion. Most students had been eliminated, leaving only a select few outstanding individuals. It's always these people. The disparity in talent is indeed difficult to bridge. Ordinary students like us can only reach this point, the students lamented, voicing their frustrations. Contestants 111 Qin Feng and 245 Chen Liang, please take the stage. The call echoed once more. Chen Liang, is he the one who awakened the B-grade beast transformation ability? Iron Arm Ape? Of course, which other Chen Liang could it be from our school? Chapter 43. Who truly is F, and who is B? It seemed that Qin Feng's journey was at an end. What do you mean at an end? He possesses dual F-grade abilities. Reaching this stage is already impressive. They debated among themselves. Mr. Li regarded Qin Feng with a mournful gaze, regretting not having recognized his growth sooner, for he could have gone further. Despite Qin Feng's formidable display of strength, Mr. Li doubted he could contend with Chen Liang. You short-sighted fools dare underestimate Brother Feng? Just wait. He will take down Chen Liang and show you all. Li Fei exclaimed indignantly. Yet, turning to Qin Feng, he whispered, just don't force yourself. Throw a few punches and then concede. It's not shameful. Okay, understood, Qin Feng replied succinctly, making his way to the arena. A few punches? That might not even be necessary. Upon entering the arena, Chen Liang straightened, adopting an arrogant demeanor. Your previous performance was commendable, but encountering me is rather unfortunate for you. I'll allow you 3 strikes to save face. Qin Feng merely shrugged, responding nonchalantly. I believe that won't be necessary. What nonsense, allowing 3 strikes. Do you think you're the best in the school? How pretentious. Unfazed by the jeering from the audience, Chen Liang replied casually. I wouldn't dare claim to be the best, but I am certainly superior to you. As those words left his mouth, the crowd fell into an uneasy silence, as if choked by an invisible force. A bunch of worthless individuals daring to provoke me, Chen Liang scoffed, beckoning Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng disregarded him entirely, focusing on the referee. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Liang thought, you'll soon learn the might of B-grade abilities. The moment the referee announced the beginning of the match, he prepared to unleash his powers. Yet, in an instant, a shadow appeared before him. By the time he focused his gaze, he found himself airborne, swiftly tumbling off the arena. I lost. With his face pressed against the ground, Chen Liang felt dizzy, a quality student with B-grade abilities, unceremoniously cast out by an opponent with F-grade abilities. Who truly is F, and who is B? In less than 5 seconds from start to finish, Chen Shan was already present beneath the arena. At that moment, all present were left in a state of shock, the venue enveloped in silence. Both students and teachers wore expressions of disbelief, particularly those who had just been derided by Chen Liang. Though they vocally supported Qin Feng, they secretly understood that he was unlikely to prevail. Yet, in an unexpected twist, Qin Feng truly emerged victorious. And yet, it was a swift and decisive victory as always. No, this was it. It appears that Chen Liang is inadequate. He couldn't even withstand a single kick. At that moment, a thought arose in the minds of the spectators below the arena. I could do that too. Wait a moment, just that kick? Qin Feng's cultivation had already reached the 1st tier. Just then, Old Li suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, those surrounding him, including Li Fei, were left dumbfounded. A 1st tier awakened? No, it has barely been a week since we awakened our abilities, right? It was one thing for Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai, who had received special training from the principal, to break through to the 1st tier, but how could Qin Feng have done so as well? Gazing at Qin Feng on the stage, Li Fei suddenly felt he knew far too little about this close friend of his. The 1st tier, indeed a 1st tier. Up on the platform, Yang Zirong's expression was one of excitement, but he quickly regained his composure. He still hadn't utilized any battle techniques. Could it be that he hadn't mastered a single one? If that were the case. At this moment, Yang Zirong, overwhelmed with excitement, had clearly forgotten the report Old Li had given him earlier. The 1st tier? The news of Qin Feng's breakthrough had reached Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai's ears. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly regained their composure. So what if he reached the 1st tier? They had also attained that level, and they were B-grade awakened, whose combat power far exceeded that of F-grade abilities. Thus, they were equally confident. Soon, another round of competition passed. By now, only 6 students remained on the field. Aside from Qin Feng, the others were as expected. Most eyes were now fixated on this dark horse, Qin Feng. The 3 students, excluding Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai, wore expressions of bitter resignation. They had yet to break through to the 1st tier, and they understood all too well that the next battle would lead to their elimination. And indeed, it was as they anticipated. In the following round, whether by design or coincidence, these 3 were matched against Qin Feng, Zhao Cheng, and Luo Kai, who had already broken through to the 1st tier. Without any suspense, it was yet another swift victory, a complete annihilation. Whether it was Qin Feng or Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai, they all defeated their opponents with a single strike. Subsequently, this contest officially entered a heated phase. At this moment, all eyes on the playground were riveted on these 3 young men at the forefront. Compared to the unexpected rise of Qin Feng, most still favored Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai. After all, they had consistently held the titles of the 2nd and 3rd best in the school, while the 1st was unanimously recognized as Yu. Although Qin Feng's performance was outstanding, not many placed their bets on him. Despite all being 1st tier, Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai had cultivated their Thunder Slash technique to a minor mastery level, exhibiting astonishing power, while Qin Feng demonstrated formidable combat prowess. Without mastering a powerful battle technique, claiming victory in this match would prove challenging. The next match was between Qin Feng, number 111, and Luo Kai, number 2. Just as the crowd began to murmur, the call for names rang out. Hearing the announcement, Qin Feng expressionlessly ascended the stage. Finally, it was nearing its conclusion. A hint of relief crossed Qin Feng's face. Initially, he intended to use these students to test the strength of his current physique, but the outcome had left him rather disappointed. Up to this point, in consideration of the student's safety, he had yet to unleash a single full-force strike. After all, with his current physique, even relying solely on his physical strength, a full-powered blow would suffice to incapacitate them. Who? Upon hearing his name, Luo Kai took a deep breath and also stepped onto the platform. Though he had great confidence in his strength, facing Qin Feng directly made him feel the pressure. Wait for you. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. It was Zhao Qing speaking. All right. Luo Kai nodded firmly, a renewed sense of confidence appearing on his face. Chapter 44. The contest concludes, undisputed first place. Luo Kai was set to battle Qin Feng. Li Fei still found it hard to believe the scene before him. It felt like a dream. His once unremarkable friend had, in the blink of an eye, become a first-tier awakened and now a contender for third place in the school. Did you see that? That's my brother, my best brother. However, Li Fei quickly regained his composure and began to boast to those around him about his relationship with Qin Feng. On the platform, at that moment, Qin Feng and Luo Kai stood under the spotlight, basking in the attention of the surrounding crowd. With his mindset adjusted, Luo Kai looked at Qin Feng with a serious expression. His inherently steady character would not allow him to underestimate any opponent, especially one who had also broken through to the first tier. The competition began. Once both were prepared, the referee announced the start. Thunder slash. As the referee's words fell, Luo Kai let out a sharp cry, swiftly moving towards Qin Feng. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of sounds akin to slicing through the air rang out as Luo Kai's leg struck towards Qin Feng with the force of two sharp axes. Luo Kai held nothing back, launching himself with full force. With the referee watching, he had no reason for hesitation. He could unleash his full power without worry. The minor mastery level of Thunder Slash. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and an unconventional thought arose in his mind. Facing Luo Kai's onslaught, he executed a surprising maneuver. Remaining completely still, not making a single move. It was as though he had not perceived Luo Kai's attack at all. The referee, just off the stage, paled, his body tensing as he braced himself for a potential rescue. What was happening with Qin Feng? Had he been intimidated by Luo Kai's strength? That shouldn't be the case. Even if Luo Kai had mastered Thunder Slash, Qin Feng had already reached the first tier. Even if he couldn't win, he shouldn't be afraid to retaliate, right? The onlookers were all bewildered by Qin Feng's actions. Boom. In the next instant, Luo Kai's axe-like right leg slammed into Qin Feng's body. However, the following scene left everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. A figure was sent flying backward from the platform, and that figure was Luo Kai. How could this be possible? A look of terror crossed Luo Kai's face as he struggled to comprehend the current scenario, but the searing pain in his right leg reminded him that this was reality. Just moments before, when he had struck Qin Feng, it felt as though he had kicked a piece of ancient iron. Not only did he fail to inflict any damage on Qin Feng, but he had also been hurled back by the immense recoil. Yang Zirong on the platform leaped to his feet, his eyes filled with astonishment. To withstand a minor mastery-level Thunder Slash with pure physical resilience, such a formidable physique. A special physique, it must be a special physique. Yang Zirong's excitement was palpable. In his understanding, even the most inferior special physique could rival an A-grade ability. Ha! Heaven has favored me indeed. Is that it? Paying no mind to the crowd's reaction, Qin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. He had intended to use Luo Kai as a means to test his current physical strength, but the outcome had left him greatly disheartened. The opponent was utterly incapable of shaking his constitution. Forget it, Qin Feng muttered, disappointment etched on his face as he shook his head. He then took a decisive step forward and, with a single kick, sent Luo Kai tumbling off the ring. Given his formidable strength, Luo Kai stood no chance of resistance before him. Below the stage, Luo Kai, having been unceremoniously dispatched, wore an expression of despair. To him, Qin Feng loomed like an insurmountable mountain, obscuring any glimmer of hope. His unique constitution might grant him an initial advantage. But once they improved their cultivation and mastered more combat techniques, surpassing Qin Feng was not an impossibility. At that moment, Zhao Qing's voice echoed in his ear. Despite his words, Zhao Qing's expression was heavy with concern. With Luo Kai's defeat, it was now his turn to face Qin Feng, and the outcome was all too apparent. His strength was comparable to Luo Kai's, yet he was no match for Qin Feng. As anticipated, Zhao Qing soon ascended the stage. This time, Qin Feng had no intention of prolonging the struggle before Zhao Qing could even activate his abilities. Qin Feng closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch that sent him crashing down from the ring. Goodness! Has Qin Feng truly claimed the title of champion of the entire school? Am I dreaming? Both Zhao Qing and Luo Kai were defeated in a single move. The spectators gazed in astonishment at Qin Feng on the stage, who had transformed from an unexpected dark horse into a formidable dragon. My student has become the champion of the entire school. Old Li felt dizzy, as if he had consumed 2 cups of wine. Beside him, Li Fei and others were rendered speechless by the shock. Haha, champion of the school, my brother, huh? Li Fei grinned foolishly. On the other side, the defeated Zhao and Luo exchanged looks, both wearing wry smiles. They had initially thought their rivalry was between the two of them, only to be blindsided by Qin Feng's emergence. Sighing, they watched Qin Feng step down from the stage, both releasing a simultaneous breath of resignation. As the undisputed champion, Qin Feng basked in the attention of all present. At this juncture, the competition was nearing its conclusion. While Qin Feng's superiority was unquestionable, the second and third places were yet to be determined. Under the care of the school doctor, Luo Kai and Zhao Cheng quickly recovered. Subsequently, they returned to the ring to vie for second place. Both were at the initial stage of the first rank, with little difference in combat prowess. After exchanging dozens of blows, however, Zhao Cheng ultimately triumphed over Luo Kai. In the past, defeating Luo Kai would have filled Zhao Cheng with joy. Yet now he felt no elation. With the competition now concluded, Yang Zirong made his entrance once more, delivering a passionate speech. As the first and second place winners, Qin Feng and Zhao Cheng secured their spots in the elite training camp. At Yang Zirong's invitation, the duo ascended to the podium. After some pleasantries, Yang Zirong spoke earnestly. You are the most outstanding students of our school, and it can be said that you stand out even within Linhai City. However, do not let this success lead you to arrogance. The elite training camp gathers the finest talents from across the Jiangnan province. Some have already reached the mid-stage of the first rank, and even late-stage contenders exist. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt little concern, as he too had reached the late stage of the first rank. However, Zhao Cheng could hardly contain his shock. Late stage? How is that possible? I am still in the initial stage, 2 entire realms behind. Competing against such monsters is hopeless. Zhao Cheng turned to glance at Qin Feng, uncertain if he could withstand the challenge. Chapter 45, The Principal of the Second High School. This is impossible? On the podium, unlike the astonished Zhao Cheng, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement upon learning of the many talents within the elite training camp. For him, the more geniuses there were, the greater the potential for gaining evolution points. The offspring of prominent families, the prodigies of aristocratic clans, the disciples of masters, let them all come. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. With his talent and the system at his disposal, Qin Feng worried only that the geniuses might not be genius enough. After all, Linhai City was merely a small locale with limited resources. Take combat techniques, for instance, as the best high school in Linhai. Their highest level technique was merely a B-rank fist technique. The entire city possessed no A-rank techniques, and even if such techniques existed, they were held by but a few. For Qin Feng, mastering more techniques would necessitate seeking opportunities within the elite training camp. Alright, that's enough for now. You two prepare yourselves. The training camp's special vehicle will arrive punctually at 10 tomorrow morning, so do not be late. With that, Yang Zirong paused and turned to Qin Feng. About to say something. Old Yang, that should suffice. I have matters to attend to back at school, came a teasing voice. Shui Jinshan, accompanied by Lu Wu, had approached the podium. If we're done, let us get on with it. With a smile, Shui Jinshan revealed that he had already gathered a wealth of information while the faculty and students of the first high school were engrossed in the competition. As he drew closer, Shui Jinshan noticed Qin Feng and Zhao Cheng, and his brow furrowed slightly. The situation was not as he had anticipated. After scanning Qin Feng, sensing only the fluctuations of initial stage energy within him, a smile returned to his face. Since Qin Feng had not utilized his own energy, even a third-rank cultivator like Shui Jinshan could not discern his true cultivation level. Seeing Shui Jinshan approach with 2 students, Yang Zirong's expression darkened. Yet when his gaze fell upon Qin Feng, he relaxed. With Qin Feng present, today was destined for some unexpected turn of events. In an instant, a smile similar to Shui Jinshan's appeared on his face. We're finished. We were just about to send someone to inform you. Hearing this, Shui Jinshan chuckled. Bemused by Yang Zirong's stubbornness, even at this stage, he was still putting on an act. He believed he had completely seen through Qin Feng and Zhao Cheng, deeming them mere initial stage cultivators, incapable of standing against his students. Laugh now, soon you won't be able to. Shui Jinshan smirked inwardly. Behind him, Lu Wu and the others regarded Qin Feng and Zhao Cheng with a dismissive attitude, believing that defeating students from the first high school would be as easy as besting children. There was no challenge whatsoever. Shui Jinshan then turned to the ring. Alright, old Yang. Let us skip the pleasantries. Let your champion step forth to challenge me. I will have Lu Wu compete. As his words fell, Lu Wu stepped forward confidently, striding toward the ring. Yang Zirong, witnessing the other party's assured demeanor, could not suppress his smile. Taking a deep breath to quell his amusement, he nodded. Very well. Let us commence without delay. With that, he turned to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, there are 2 students from the second high school here to learn from us. You shall be responsible for guiding them. At this point, he paused momentarily before continuing. By the way, remember, it's just guidance. Don't be too harsh. Naturally, Qin Feng would not refuse this, for to him, they were merely opportunities for evolution presented on a silver platter. Old fellow, you truly know how to put on a facade. Observing Yang Zirong's confident demeanor, Xue Jinshan couldn't help but think to himself. In front of all the faculty and students of the first high school, the second high school has triumphed over us. I wonder how the first high school will continue to claim itself as the strongest in Linhai. At that moment, Xue Jinshan was already envisioning how the second high school would usurp the first high school's position. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already ascended the platform, standing opposite Lu Wu. Lu Wu from the second high school, possessing a B-class wind-type ability, was at the mid-stage of the first rank. Lu Wu introduced himself first. Qin Feng could only offer a wry smile in response and proceeded to disclose his own information. First high school S. Qin Feng ability. When mentioning his ability, Qin Feng hesitated slightly before stating, lightning, first rank. If he were to declare his ability as F-class, it would be a blatant falsehood. Yet claiming it to be S-class would likely be met with skepticism. Thus, he opted for this middle ground. The onlookers from the first high school assumed Qin Feng was merely attempting to save face, and they chose not to expose him. Lightning type? Lu Wu furrowed his brow, his previously indifferent expression shifting to one of seriousness. As one of the most formidable elemental types, if the level of ability were comparable, it should not be underestimated. However, Lu Wu felt reassured by his advantage in rank, remaining confident. This battle was crucial for the second high school's reputation, so to play it safe, he activated his ability even before the contest officially began. With a swift motion, an invisible surge of wind energy emanated from his body, exuding an intimidating aura. A B-class wind-type ability, combined with his mid-stage first-rank cultivation, could Qin Feng truly emerge victorious this time? As Lu Wu made his move, the students surrounding the platform began to feel a surge of tension. Yet, they failed to notice the indifferent expressions of their principal and teachers. Despite Lu Wu's strength, he was undoubtedly no match for Qin Feng. The teacher's insights far surpassed those of the students. Given Qin Feng's ability to dispatch Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai in a single blow, not to mention the mid-stage of the first rank, even a late-stage first-rank awakened one would likely not stand a chance against him. On the platform, Blade of Gale, as the referee announced the commencement of the match, Lu Wu, having already preemptively unleashed his ability, sprang into action. He raised his hands, swiftly waving them, and in an instant, a wind blade over a meter long coalesced rapidly. Whoosh! The wind blade sliced through the air, hurtling towards Qin Feng's position. Indeed, Xue Jinshan, observing from the high platform, nodded in approval. Lu Wu's response was impressively swift. In contrast, Qin Feng appeared almost oblivious, remaining stationary. A sure win, Xue Jinshan thought to himself, for Lu Wu had reached the mid-stage of the first rank. This attack was his full-force strike. Even a late-stage awakened individual would hesitate to face it head-on. This is impossible. Yet, in the next moment, disbelief washed over Lu Wu's face. Chapter 46, Gravitational Manipulation. Fourfold gravity. He withstood it with his body. Just as Xue Jinshan internally screamed in disbelief, Yang Zirong, standing beside him, was equally astonished. He had warned them that relying on one's body to withstand combat techniques was exceedingly perilous. Alas, this cohort of students was indeed challenging to manage. But turning to Xue Jinshan, he sighed, goodness. At that moment, Xue Jinshan struggled to suppress his impulse to curse, though his eyes remained wide with shock. The expression on the face of the second high school student behind him mirrored his incredulity. As a fellow student, he had sparred with Lu Wu multiple times. And although he had always come out on top, he would never dare to withstand such a wind blade directly with his body. What a joke. The second high school students are of such caliber, they can't even breach my brother Feng's defenses. Exactly. How dare they challenge our first high school? They should just scram. Below, Li Fei and his companions jeered. Hearing this, Xue Jinshan's face flushed with indignation. All right, enough with the blatant truths, Yang Zirong interjected, a smug expression adorning his face. This group of young rascals was utterly unaware, and old Xue, don't let it get to you. Huh, utterly unaware? I say they're quite perceptive, Xue Jinshan thought to himself, remaining silent. In contrast to the shock of others, Lu Wu on the platform felt the deepest impact. Are you a monster? He asked, gazing at Qin Feng, who had used his body to block his combat technique. However, Qin Feng paid him no mind, muttering to himself. Though it was a bit taxing, this wind blade did not inflict any substantial harm on me. It merely stings a little. I must remember not to be so reckless next time. I'm talking to you. Seeing himself ignored, Lu Wu's expression darkened, and he unleashed another wind blade towards Qin Feng. This time, however, Qin Feng did not grant him the opportunity. With a powerful push from his legs, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Before the wind blade could even reach its target, he was already before Lu Wu, delivering a swift punch. Qin Feng's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wu had no time to react, barely managing to raise his arms in a defensive cross. Boom. In the next instant, Lu Wu felt an overwhelming force crash against his arms, followed by his body uncontrollably soaring backward. Only upon reaching the edge of the platform did he manage to stabilize himself. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, a shadow loomed before him, and he felt himself being launched into the air, landing unceremoniously on the ground below the platform. I've lost. The cold sensation against his backside filled Lu Wu with despair. Old Yang, you're quite fortunate. You've encountered a special physique, Shui Jinshan exclaimed. Unable to conceal his emotions, looking at Yang Zirong with envy, his gaze shifted to Qin Feng, filled with admiration. Shall we continue? He then turned to the youth behind him, who nodded affirmatively. Let us fight. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my student from the second high school. A smile broke across Shui Jinshan's face. At that moment, Yang Zirong refrained from further taunts. After all, both he and Shui Jinshan were dedicated to contributing to the education of Daxia, and their competition was merely a means to strengthen Daxia in Linhai City. Subsequently, the young man stepped onto the platform. Mengyu from the second high school, A-class ability, gravitational manipulation, early stage first rank. Upon his arrival, the youth announced his identity. As expected, Yang Zirong thought to himself. After Lu Wu's initial appearance, he had already suspected the youth's identity. Among all the senior students in Lehigh City, only 3 have awakened A-level abilities. Apart from Chuyu from Class 1 and another student from a different high school, the remaining individual is Mengyu, who stands upon the arena. Gravitational manipulation? You possess the ability to control gravity? Qin Feng inquired with newfound interest, addressing Mengyu. Indeed, Mengyu nodded, fully aware that he could not possibly rival Qin Feng. Thus he saw no reason to conceal his capabilities. Let us give it a try, Qin Feng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Very well, Mengyu acquiesced without hesitation, promptly unleashing his power. In that moment, a tremor rippled through the air within a radius of several meters around him, causing the airflow to visibly slow down. Qin Feng felt a sudden heaviness, a compelling pressure weighing down on his shoulders, approximately double the usual gravity. While it did affect him, the impact was not overwhelming. After a brief adjustment, he gradually acclimated to the change. Mengyu was not surprised. After all, it was merely double gravity, and even other first-tier awakened individuals could adapt swiftly. He discreetly increased the gravity multiplier. Boom. This time, Qin Feng distinctly felt the weight intensifying, a pervasive heaviness enveloping his entire body. Yet, it still failed to incapacitate him. It merely hampered his speed of movement. Even so, such an ability was undeniably remarkable, especially considering Mengyu was merely in the early stages of the first tier. Is it possible to increase it further? Qin Feng probed cautiously. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned Mengyu's forehead, slightly exasperated. It seemed Qin Feng viewed him as a gravity training chamber. With a resigned shake of his head, he responded, I suppose so. Feeling a hint of disappointment, Qin Feng's thoughts wandered to the elite training camp, which he had heard boasted not only a gravity training room for physical conditioning, but also a space for honing agility. Subsequently, Qin Feng decisively defeated Mengyu with overwhelming ease, amassing several evolution points. Is this truly the caliber of a genius? Lu Wu, witnessing Mengyu's defeat, wore a bitter smile, his previous arrogance dissipating. Mengyu, however, felt a surge of determination rising within him. Qin Feng, I shall remember you. Wait for the day I surpass you. After his victory over Mengyu, Qin Feng descended from the arena. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Yang Zirong, he departed. As he walked away, the onlookers fell into a contemplative silence, all acutely aware that a true dragon had emerged from Class 1. After a considerable time, they regained their composure. Congratulations, old Yang. Class 1 has produced such a prodigy. It seems Class 2 will struggle to outshine you this year. But do not grow complacent. We shall have our chance next year. Indeed, indeed. We await your Class 2's visit for guidance. Both men, stubborn in their banter, exchanged smiles. Chapter 47. The Lord Mayor's Grand Gesture, Storage Rings, A-Class Combat Techniques. The S-Class Lightning Ability. Evidently, the recent phenomena stemmed from him. Within the Lord Mayor's residence in Lehigh City, Mayor Chu Zhun murmured to himself, while the likelihood of a second awakening is quite slim, it is not unheard of in the Great Xia. Thus he and Director Yang did not delve deeply into the fluctuations of Qin Feng's ability level. As awakened individuals, Each harbored their own secrets. In previous years, possessing an S-class lightning ability would have virtually guaranteed the top scholar title for Jiangnan province. But this year, snatching the title from those formidable competitors would prove to be no simple task. A contemplative expression flickered across Chu Zhen's face. Lightning ability? A gift from the mayor? Inside the Awakened Alliance building, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed by the exquisitely crafted wooden box presented to him by Director Wang. He had only seen Mayor Chu Zhen on television, and receiving such an unexpected gift felt rather surreal. Brother Qin, do not be so modest. The mayor's family is affluent and does not concern itself with such trivialities. Please accept it, Wang Ping insisted. Very well, Qin Feng relented, not wishing to appear ungrateful. Just as he reached out for the wooden box, Wang Ping lowered his voice. I heard that the mayor's daughter will also be participating in the elite training camp. Do you think he wishes for you to keep an eye on her? The moment those words were spoken, an image of a striking figure exuding an air of aloofness flashed in Qin Feng's mind. Surely not, he mused, uncertain. The mayor's daughter was none other than their school's goddess, Chu Yu, who had awakened an A-class ice ability. Most individuals at their school were aware of Chu Yu's identity, and Qin Feng was no exception, despite having been classmates for 3 consecutive years. They had never exchanged a word, as their standings and talents appeared worlds apart, making meaningful interaction unlikely. Well, if I do cross paths with her, I suppose I can lend a hand, Qin Feng thought to himself. After bidding farewell to Director Wang, he proceeded to a training room, intending to assess his current physical strength. Upon entering, he headed straight for a second-tier combat power testing device, reasoning that relying solely on his physical prowess would not yield results exceeding the 3rd tier. Thus, he deemed the second-tier device sufficient. Brother Qin, wait. However, just then, Director Wang's anxious voice called out from behind him. What is it? Qin Feng turned, puzzled. Use that testing device. It's just been procured from the capital, and its readings are precise. It will provide a more accurate assessment of your current combat power. Very well. Looking at the 3rd-tier combat power testing device that Director Wang pointed to, Qin Feng could only chuckle helplessly, choosing not to correct him. Familiar with the testing procedure, Qin Feng proceeded without delay, focusing solely on the combat power he could generate purely from his physique. Before long, he completed the assessment. Combat power, 4,000. The result aligned closely with his expectations, equivalent to that of a typical late-stage first-tier awakened individual. After finishing the test, Qin Feng wandered around the building. Ultimately, he exchanged his D-class alloy Tang Dao for a C-class alloy version, maintaining the same sleek black design. The price of a C-class alloy weapon was set at 500,000 Great Xia coins, a sum Qin Feng could not afford outright, but fortunately he could opt for installment payments, making a down payment of 200,000 coins. Brother Qin, take care. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, Director Wang said with a beaming smile as he escorted Qin Feng to the exit. This scene instantly drew the attention of those nearby. Who is that handsome guy? Even Director Wang personally sees him off? One onlooker exclaimed. I recall that not long ago, the young master from the Luo family, the first family of Lehigh, came to the building to verify his first-tier awakening, and Director Wang did not even make an appearance. This person must hold a status even higher than the Luo family. The Luo family is hardly significant. They possess only a modicum of power in Linghai City. In my opinion, that individual from earlier might very well be the illegitimate son of Minister Yang. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each person eager to deduce Qin Feng's identity. Enough. Disperse. Came the directive from the staff, prompting the onlookers to gradually scatter. Golden scales do not belong in stagnant waters. When encountering storms, they transform into dragons. Minister Yang murmured to himself as he gazed down from the skyscraper's top floor. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, having departed from the building, returned home with haste. Once inside, he tidied up briefly before eagerly unfastening the exquisite wooden box bestowed upon him by the city lord. Curiosity piqued about its contents. Qin Feng surmised it was likely a combat technique or some other item beneficial for cultivation. What the? He exclaimed in astonishment at the next moment, utterly taken aback by the city lord's generosity. Within the wooden box lay 2 items. One was a blue jade slip, its surface shimmering with flowing azure light, resembling delicate arcs of blue electricity dancing across it. This jade slip was indeed a battle imprint, and its quality was undoubtedly high. Qin Feng estimated it to be no less than a B-grade combat technique. However, more intriguing than the battle imprint was the other item beside it, a black ring. A storage ring. Qin Feng had not anticipated that the city lord would gift him such a remarkable artifact. Even in the opulent regions of the capital, such items were rare commodities, let alone in a modest city like Linghai. It appears I owe a considerable debt of gratitude. With a resigned smile, Qin Feng chose not to dwell too much on it. He recognized that the city lord's motivation for this lavish gift was merely an investment in his promising cultivation potential. Having accepted the gift, he resolved to move forward without further hesitation. Extending a finger, he summoned his internal vitality, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the ring. In that instant, he established a peculiar connection with the ring, reminiscent of the weapon ring he had previously encountered. After a few brief attempts, Qin Feng grasped the usage of the storage ring. He placed his hand upon the wooden box, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. With a mere thought, the box reappeared in his hand. Let us discover the grade of this combat technique, he mused. Refocusing on the battle imprint after familiarizing himself with the ring's functionality, he lifted the jade slip, cradling it in his palm, and began to channel his internal vitality. A-grade combat technique, Thunder March. Chapter 48, Arrival. The more geniuses, the more exhilarated I become. The following day, with a sigh of relief, Qin Feng exhaled deeply after a sleepless night. The difficulty of mastering an A-grade combat technique was no trivial matter. He murmured to himself, though fatigue eluded him. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. In his hand, he still clutched the jade slip, the battle imprint that documented the A-grade technique. However, unlike before, its radiance had dimmed, and noticeable cracks marred its surface. This was due to Qin Feng having exhausted all the cultivation attempts contained within it. A battle imprint could be utilized 5 times. Typically, awakeners would progress gradually, absorbing each piece of knowledge before proceeding to the next. Yet, Qin Feng did not follow this method. He had directly expended all 5 opportunities in one go. With the presence of a system, he harbored no concerns about future progress. The 5 attempts, combined with the evolution points obtained during the previous competition, allowed him to attain the rudimentary level of this A-grade combat technique. Achieving entry into an A-grade combat technique overnight was an accomplishment even the most adept 7th-tier masters would find challenging. It's about time to head to school, he declared, rising to tidy himself up. After a swift breakfast, he set off for school. With the mastery of Thunder March, his combat prowess had noticeably increased. Qin Feng felt confident that if he were to encounter Chen Shan now, he could easily defeat him. However, that was also contingent upon Chen Shan's abilities being lightning-based, which were suppressed by the chaotic divine lightning. If faced with other 3rd-tier awakeners of different elemental affinities, Qin Feng knew he could not be as assured. Upon arriving at school, he found the principal and his homeroom teacher, Old Li, waiting at the entrance. Zhao Cheng stood behind the principal, but to Qin Feng's surprise, Luo Kai was also present. He soon learned from Old Li that the principal had secured a spot for Luo Kai. Qin Feng chose not to comment further, recognizing it was of little concern to him. Once at the training camp, you must learn to unite and support one another as students of Class 1. Yang Zirong expounded as time swiftly passed. At precisely 10 o'clock, a bus arrived punctually at the school gate. Subsequently, the 3 of them boarded the bus, which quickly departed. After picking up Qin Feng and his companions, the bus made its way to collect several other students from Linghai City who had also earned spots. These included Lu Wu and Meng Yu from Class 2, along with another young man from high school, and finally, Chu Yu. It seemed that Chu Yu had just returned to Linghai City, as she was picked up while leaving the city. Once everyone was gathered, the bus exited the city limits. They were the most exceptional students from Linghai City, and their collective presence instilled a sense of camaraderie among them. Moreover, the principals had instilled the importance of unity and solidarity among them prior to their departure. Thus, the group quickly engaged in conversation on the bus. It was during this exchange that Qin Feng learned about the young man, Chen Mo, who possessed an A-grade beastification ability and was at the mid-stage of the 1st tier. Chu Yu is likely our strongest here, as she has already reached the late stage of the 1st tier, Chen Mo suddenly interjected. Indeed, Chu Yu's cultivation has reached the late stage of the 1st tier. Although she has not openly stated it, the vigorous fluctuations of her vitality were palpable to everyone present, likely due to her recent breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai exchanged glances but remained silent. Meanwhile, Meng Yu and his companion awkwardly lowered their heads. Previously, Chu Yu, with her late 1st tier cultivation and A-grade ice ability, was undoubtedly the strongest among them. However, with the current circumstances, they were uncertain whether Qin Feng or Chu Yu was superior. "What's the matter with you all?" Chen Mo inquired, sensing the odd atmosphere. At that moment, Chu Yu, who had been silent since boarding, shifted her gaze toward the handsome young man, her eyes flickering with interest. Double F-grade abilities, how intriguing. The bus sped along, quickly distancing itself from the town, seemingly heading toward the mountainous region. Could the training camp be set in the wilderness? Qin Feng pondered, his excitement subtly escalating as he observed the scenery through the window. If that were indeed the case, his heart raced with anticipation and his eyes gleamed with fervor. If the training camp is indeed situated in the wilderness, it implies they will encounter ferocious beasts. thus enabling him to acquire more evolution points to enhance his combat skills and physical prowess. After nearly an hour of travel, the bus came to a halt at the foot of a mountain. Below the mountainside lay a vast clearing, with guards stationed at intervals, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. "You may disembark now," the driver announced, as the doors of the vehicle opened automatically. Qin Feng and his companions stepped off the bus in succession. Upon alighting, they noticed that several other buses had already arrived before them. As time gradually passed, more than half an hour later, bus after bus rolled in, and soon a total of 28 buses were present. Students began to disembark. At that moment, all the prodigies from the 28 cities of Jiangnan province converged in this location. The students scrutinized one another, forming small groups based on their respective cities, each group wary of the others, fully aware that once they entered the training camp, they would be competitors. Even Qin Feng was alert, sensing several potent auras of blood and energy. The presence emanating from these individuals was even more formidable than that of Chu Yu, who had reached the late stage of the first level. Initially, he believed that Chu Yu, in the late stage of the first level, would rank among the top tier in the training camp. However, it appeared he had underestimated others. A rough estimate indicated that among nearly 200 students, over a dozen had attained the late stage of the first level, while those in the mid-stage of the first level were abundant. Individuals like Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai, who had just reached the early stage of the first level, undoubtedly found themselves at the bottom of the hierarchy. Truly, this elite training camp was teeming with hidden talents. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The more geniuses present, the more evolution points to be gained. Had the circumstances permitted, he would have eagerly seized the opportunity to harvest some evolution points immediately. Ultimately, however, he managed to suppress his inner urges. How is it possible that a small place like Linhai City is even qualified to participate in this elite training camp? Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, reaching Qin Feng and his companions' ears. Chapter 49. The Talented Young Woman. This is becoming more interesting. At the sound of the derisive remarks, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and turned to the side, where he spotted a 6-member team coming into view. The young man at the forefront was the one who had just spoken. Zhao Cheng and the others were incensed by the young man's taunts. Being young themselves, their tempers flared, and they could hardly tolerate such an affront to Linhai City in front of so many onlookers. Unable to hold back, Lu Wu and Meng Yu stepped forward, ready to retort. Boom. At that moment, a powerful wave of blood energy erupted from the young man. This aura was extraordinarily robust, surpassing the typical late stage of the first level and mere steps away from the second level. Simultaneously, the young man's companions unleashed their own auras, creating a palpable pressure that surged toward Qin Feng and his group. In the face of this oppressive force, Lu Wu and Meng Yu were immediately overwhelmed, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Given the significant difference in cultivation levels, coupled with the combined strength of their opponents, it was nearly impossible for the two of them to withstand the onslaught. Enough, Li Yan. Just then, a gentle yet firm voice interjected, and a graceful figure stepped forward to shield Lu and Meng, revealing it to be Chu Yu. At that moment, her blood energy surged, enveloped in a thick mist of white, indicating that her ice-based abilities were primed for action. Chu Yu's expression was impassive, her gaze as unfathomable as a bottomless ice pool, radiating an aura of chilling intensity. Her demeanor suggested she was ready to strike at any moment. Don't back down, you guys. However, Qin Feng looked on with eager anticipation at the young man and his companions. He was prepared to reap evolution points. Should they take a step forward with the intent to engage, he would not hesitate to act. Yet ultimately, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Feng's face. Chu Yu, you and your pathetic companions better be cautious during the upcoming assessment, or you might find yourselves eliminated at any moment. The young man, Li Yan, scoffed threateningly. Nevertheless, he retreated a step, gradually dissipating the energy surrounding him. Despite his confidence in the strength of his group, he was aware that the assessment had yet to commence, and he was uncertain whether a reckless attack would result in his own disqualification. Additionally, with other prodigies from different cities lurking nearby, even if he held a grudge against Chu Yu, this was not the opportune moment for vengeance. Alas, Qin Feng sighed wistfully. It seems I must wait until the assessment begins to gather evolution points. He mused internally. The entry assessment was a prerequisite for all before entering the training camp. And though the specific content was yet unknown, Qin Feng speculated it would likely be related to ferocious beasts, based on the surrounding environment. I have some past grievances with Li Yan from my training outside the city. Once the assessment begins, we will split up. I will draw them away. Chu Yu declared to her companions. Without waiting for a response, she turned and positioned herself aside. Make way for me. At that moment, a haughty feminine voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn. They beheld a girl with twin ponytails, clad in a flowing black dress, exuding an air of arrogance. Her youthful countenance was imbued with confidence. And for reasons unknown, no one dared approach her. Even her companions maintained a respectful distance. Who is this little girl? Has she even graduated from middle school to act so arrogantly? Keep your voice down. That girl is the daughter of the city lord of Jiangqing. She has been pampered since childhood and possesses a formidable temperament. The one who initially spoke expressed disdain. Who cares whose daughter she is? I refuse to believe that once she enters this training camp, her family can, swish. Before he could finish, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and a silver flash darted towards him with lightning speed, halting just before his face. It was only then that everyone realized the silver flash was a razor-sharp silver throwing knife. Simultaneously, a cold, emotionless, youthful voice echoed, "What did you just say?" "Try repeating it." "Humph, just a throwing knife. Who are you trying to scare?" The individual, emboldened, retorted, confident in his own abilities, knowing that anyone entering this training camp possessed exceptional talent and their own pride. But in the next instant, a crimson spray erupted. As the throwing knife sliced through his arm effortlessly, "I'll spare your life this time, but should you speak again, it may cost you dearly." The man clutched his arm, letting out a cry of pain, his gaze filled with trepidation as he cast a wary glance towards the young girl. Ultimately, he took a step back, refraining from uttering another word. "Humph, at least you know your place." The girl let out a cold snort, and the flying dagger gracefully returned to her side, swirling around her like a serpentine dragon. A psychic practitioner? Could she be the prodigious Lin Xiaoqian from Jiangqing? The genius girl whose mental prowess reached the early second tier at the tender age of 16? No wonder she exudes such arrogance. She possesses the credentials to back it up. A 16-year-old second-tier psychic? Qin Feng was also taken aback. The number of psychic practitioners was exceedingly scarce, even fewer than those with S-rank abilities. Even the weakest psychic could engage in battles beyond their tier, with their lethal mental force rendering defenses utterly futile. Goodness, she is a psychic. It seems the leader of the training camp is none other than her. Not necessarily. A stout man with a genial demeanor chuckled and shook his head. In previous years, a psychic could indeed dominate the contemporary scene, but this year is entirely different. Aside from Lin Xiaoqian, Nanqing has produced a genius with a unique physique. Rumor has it that this individual possesses innate strength, rivaling that of a first-tier awakener even before awakening any abilities, standing on par with this genius girl. And what about Qinqing? Have you not heard of the phenomenon that occurred there a week ago? A student with S-rank abilities emerged from that place. The man spoke in hushed tones. Qin Feng, standing nearby, caught wind of these words, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 50, Entrance Examination, Rules. Look over there. That man is Shi Kuan, the genius from Nanqing with a unique physique. At the sound of a gasp, everyone turned to behold the towering figure. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, like a majestic mountain amid the crowd, his imposing stature drawing everyone's attention as he moved forward. Shi Kuan emanated a formidable aura, his presence parting the throng as he advanced. "Big guy, what do you mean? Are you trying to steal my thunder?" Facing the sudden appearance of Shi Kuan, Lin Xiaoqian retorted sharply. "Little girl, others may fear you, but I do not. If you doubt it, feel free to test me." Shi Kuan replied calmly. Unfazed by Lin Xiaoqian's provocation, Lin Xiaoqian scrutinized him for a moment, but ultimately refrained from striking. "Humph. You had better pray you don't cross paths with me during the entrance examination. Otherwise," Lin Xiaoqian muttered ominously before leaving the matter hanging. Not long after, following Shi Kuan's arrival, another prodigy made a striking entrance. This individual was named Zhou Yiyang, the student from Kuan City endowed with S-rank abilities. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the three of them. It seems that the true geniuses within the elite training camp are solely the three of us. Zhou Yiyang wore a haughty expression, his disdainful gaze sweeping across the assembly, leaving no one daring to meet his eyes. Although Shi Kuan and Lin Xiaoqian did not verbally respond, their expressions spoke volumes. "I don't care about the rest. First place is mine." Lin Xiaoqian remained unabashedly proud. The students present had all been the top talents from their respective schools, yet in the presence of these three, they were reduced to mere background figures. However, exceptions do exist. Zhou Yang, you should refrain from boasting. Just because you possess S-rank abilities doesn't mean you are the only one here who does. At that moment, the stout man standing not far from Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. "It's you, Suyuan. Perfect timing. I still haven't settled the score regarding the beast crystal you swindled from me last time." Zhou Yang instantly recognized him, fury flashing across his face. "Last time, your family's bodyguards shielded you. I couldn't deal with you. But now, I wonder who will protect you." Zhou Yang responded with a hostile tone. Yet perhaps out of caution, he chose not to act immediately. "Just let you prance around for a while longer." "What does that mean? Is there someone else here who has awakened S-rank abilities? And who is that stout man? How dare he provoke Zhou Yang?" The crowd buzzed with speculation regarding this encounter. Qin Feng, too, regarded the stout man with a dubious expression, sensing that he might be referring to himself. At that moment, two terrifying auras of vitality surged from the distant sky. Everyone looked up in unison to see a man and a woman, both clad in military uniforms, descending from the air. The overwhelming vitality radiating from them enveloped the entire area. Boom, boom. The robust energy emanating from these two seemed to materialize, causing the surrounding air to crackle and explode with sound. Master-level experts. In that instant, all the students felt a tremor in their hearts. It is common knowledge that once awakeners reach the 7th tier, they can defy gravity and walk upon air. Before this, they had merely heard tales of master-level experts teaching in the training camp, but witnessing it firsthand left them utterly astonished. However, soon excitement followed. Having master-level experts instructing them would undoubtedly accelerate their progress. With the imposing presence of these masters, the talented students from various regions quickly settled down. In the sky, Tianyu and Yang Xian exchanged glances, nodding to each other before simultaneously retracting their formidable vitality into their bodies, gently descending onto a large boulder. Both were merely at the 7th tier, having only recently mastered the skill of walking on air. Lingering in the air for too long was quite taxing on them. Dressed in military attire, Tianyu possessed an aura of both softness and strength, her high nose bridging a resolute expression, her deep-set eyes emanating a keen sharpness. She then took a step forward and spoke. "I am Tang Yun, an instructor at the Jiangnan training camp. You may address me as Instructor Tang. This beside me is Yang Xian, Instructor Yang." Pausing for a moment, Tang Yun's piercing gaze swept over the students below. "You have all been selected from the 28 cities of Jiangnan province for your exceptional talents. You should be aware that the fundamental purpose of establishing this elite training camp is to cultivate you into even more outstanding individuals." However, her tone shifted, becoming increasingly serious. To truly join the training camp is not a simple matter. You must pass the examination. Only by passing the examination can you genuinely join the training camp and enjoy its various resources. At that moment, all the students below perked up, listening intently to Tang Yun's words. In truth, the majority of them had heard tales of the elite training camp from their families or schools before arriving. Though the camp is rich in resources, the competition is equally fierce. However, those who made it here were no ordinary individuals. Their feelings were primarily excitement and anticipation. Observing the determined expressions on the students below, a glimmer of expectation flickered in Tang Yun's eyes as well. This group of individuals represents the future of the Great Xia. While she dares not hope for all of them to flourish, the emergence of even one or two exceptional talents would render the elite training camp meaningful. Let us commence. She cast a glance at Yang Xian, who promptly took action. Under Yang Xian's direction, the surrounding guards began to move. The guards distributed a smart wristband to each participant, a device designed to record their points. The true training camp lies 100 kilometers away in the Highland mountain range, and your task is to reach it within 3 days. Naturally, entry to the camp requires a payment of 200 points, which can be earned through the hunting of ferocious beasts, 1 point for early-stage first-tier beasts, 2 points for mid-stage, and 3 points for late-stage, 5 points for early-stage second-tier beasts, 10 for mid-stage, and 15 for late-stage, and 30 points for early-stage third-tier beasts. With only 3 days to accomplish this, any participant who fails to arrive at the training camp or lacks sufficient points will be eliminated, without limit to the number. Upon hearing this, solemn expressions crossed the faces of all present. They had endured countless hardships to arrive here, and to be eliminated now would leave them without the face to return. However, unlike the others, Qin Feng wore an expression of exhilaration. What is it but slaying ferocious beasts? He was more than willing to rid the world of such threats. Chapter 51. Indeed, the competition is fierce, but I relish it. Oh, and let me remind you, the nearer you approach the Highland mountain range, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts. There are even quite a few third-tier beasts. Tang Yun's words caused most students to blanch. This is unfair. Some among us are only at the first-tier level. Encountering a third-tier beast would be tantamount to a death sentence. Unfair? Upon hearing this, Tang Yun let out a derisive laugh, stepping forward and exuding a fierce aura. I believe some may still be unclear about the situation. Is there such a thing as fairness in this world? Some are born into prestigious martial families, heirs of warlords, with innate talents for cultivation that are simply unparalleled, while others awaken special physiques or S-rank abilities. What fairness can you speak of in relation to them? It is merely luck that allows you to be here today. If you wish to avoid high-tier ferocious beasts, tread carefully, exert your utmost strength to slay them, and make your way to the training camp. I will warn you once more. The elite training camp seeks to cultivate those who will one day tread upon the battlefield of the heavens. fighting against myriad races to aid humanity in its plight. It is not for those who merely chant the word fairness without substance. Fairness? You will come to understand the brutal reality when you step onto the battlefield of the heavens. Tang Yun's words rendered everyone silent. Even the earlier speaker bowed his head in shame. Huh, if you're afraid, then hurry and leave. Standing alongside such individuals is a disgrace to me, someone mocked. Indeed, if anyone cannot withstand the pressure, now is the time to depart, lest you waste everyone's time. The atmosphere lightened somewhat as comments were exchanged among the crowd. Instructor, if stronger students attempt to seize our points, would that violate the rules? At that moment, a student posed a question to Tang Yun. What do you think? Tang Yun replied with a smile, saying nothing further. Instantly, countless pairs of eyes lit up below, while those at the early first-tier level wore bitter expressions. Most already contemplating the idea of forming teams. Indeed, the competition is ruthless, but I enjoy it. In this moment, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. Previously, he had been concerned that frequently engaging with other students during the entry assessment might cast a shadow on his reputation. However, with the unspoken rule of point theft now in play, he found himself with a legitimate excuse. I am merely seeking points. I harbor no ulterior motives. Qin Feng mused internally, surveying the other students as though they were prey. The same sentiment echoed in the minds of Lin Xiaoqian, Shi Kuan, and Zhou Yang. Haha, this is amusing. You all better prepare your necks. I, Lin Xiaoqian, will claim the top spot. Shi Kuan's eyes glimmered with fervor. They had received some insider information. The points earned during the entry assessment could be directly exchanged for resources upon successfully joining the training camp. Therefore, for them, the accumulation of points was paramount. While there were no rules prohibiting students from seizing points from one another, remember this: when stealing points, do not resort to lethal force. Violators will be expelled from the training camp. Moreover, you may only take half of the opponent's points at a time. Tang Yun's remarks offered a glimmer of solace to the weaker students. All right, enough talk. The wristbands contain a map to guide you to the training camp's location. Anyone remaining here after 1 minute will be eliminated. As Tang Yun's words echoed, students immediately sprang into action, their figures darting away from the site. Those who moved first would gain an advantage, whether by ambushing or hiding to hunt ferocious beasts in the shadows. Meanwhile, those who delayed their departure would likely become the hunted. Among the first to surge forth were Lin Xiaoqian and her companions, who occupied the top tier of combat prowess. Should we eliminate one first? Watching their departing figures, Qin Feng contemplated whether to act swiftly and harvest some evolution points. Ultimately, however, he shook his head. Deciding to wait for them to gather some points first, 2 birds with 1 stone. He then turned to Zhao Cheng and the others. Let us proceed as well. Very well. Whoosh, whoosh. In a matter of moments, all students had departed the area. So, who do you think will acquire the most points among Shi Kuan and the others? At that moment, Yang Xian spoke up with interest. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun fell into deep thought. Lin Xiaoqian, as a mentalist and an early-stage second-tier cultivator, should possess the greatest combat strength in a direct confrontation among the trio. However, her overly proud disposition and immature mindset would not allow her to straightforwardly slay the ferocious beasts that would not line up obediently for her. Thus, her chances of securing the highest points were slim, though maintaining second place seemed feasible. As for first place, it would likely be Shi Kuan, whose awakened special physique granted him superior combat capability over Zhou Yang, and he would hold a significant advantage in battles against ferocious beasts. Zhou Yang, while possessing a powerful S-rank ability, was still only at the second tier, making it difficult for him to unleash the full potential of his powers. Hence, he would likely rank third in points. Yang Xian nodded in agreement, reflecting a similar assessment. 10 minutes later. What a pity. If Qin Feng could team up with us, our chances of passing the assessment would be significantly enhanced. In a vast open space, Zhao Cheng expressed his regret. Enough. Qin Feng's combat strength is far superior to ours. If we were to team up, we would merely be a burden to him, comforted Luo Kai from the side. Exactly. How could you not be grateful for my protection? Lu Wu declared with an air of arrogance. You insolent wretch, it's uncertain who is protecting whom, Zhao Cheng retorted, unfazed by the other's words, having grown accustomed to their banter. However, a sense of urgency gnawed at him. Presently, he and Luo Kai had temporarily formed a small team with Lu Wu, Mingyu, and Shenemo. With their initial cultivation at the first level, he and Luo Kai stood as the weakest in the group. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, Qin Feng's figure materialized. Not far ahead, a small team could be seen. Indeed, it was the very group that had previously mocked them from Linhai City. As foretold, Chu Yu had embarked on her solitary path as soon as the assessment commenced. Despite her late-stage first-level cultivation, she stood little chance against a coordinated assault from a team. It was merely a matter of repaying a fraction of the favor owed to the city lord. Observing the figure being pursued by the team, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Chapter 52. Rest assured, I shall not let you fall behind. Brother Yin, she is the daughter of the city lord of Linhai. Are we truly going to proceed with this? A short-haired man from the team ahead spoke to Li Yin beside him. What of the city lord's daughter? We are geniuses destined for the elite training camp. Should we fear her reprisal? Besides, her father is merely the lord of Linhai City. What connection does that hold with us in Yang City? If you're afraid, feel free to depart from the team and complete the assessment alone, Li Yin replied disdainfully. The man's expression shifted as he contemplated Li Yin's words. His cultivation stood only at mid-first level, while he might manage to scrape through the assessment with caution. He understood Li Yin's character well enough to know that turning back now would surely invite retaliation. Indeed, I never expected you, Yang Ping, to be so timid. Brother Yin usually takes care of us and even teams up for the assessment. You truly lack gratitude, chimed in several other teammates, eager to curry favor with Li Yin. Faced with such ridicule, Yang Ping had no choice but to relent. Lowering his head to Li Yin, he said, I apologize, Brother Yin. I misspoke earlier. It's quite all right. We are all from Yang City. It is only right that we look out for one another. I too hope we can all pass the assessment and bring honor to Yang City, Li Yin stated with a noble demeanor, patting Yang Ping on the shoulder. Honor to Yang City. Honor to Yang City. The others echoed enthusiastically. Li Yin smiled at their response, though internally he thought, a bunch of useless fools. If it weren't for the difficulty I faced dealing with Chu Yu alone, I would never have brought you along. As he turned his gaze forward, a graceful figure came into view. It was indeed Chu Yu, an ungrateful woman, daring to reject me. I hope you do not beg for mercy later, he thought. A glint of menace flashing across his face as he signaled for the others to quicken their pace in pursuit. However, at that moment, a beastly roar echoed in their ears. Turning to investigate, they beheld a ferocious creature standing nearly 2 meters tall. It was an all-black beast exuding an aura of violence. Its mouth revealing rows of sharp fangs, resembling a leopard. Late-stage first-level, shadow leopard, Li Yin assessed, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. Confirming that only this singular beast was present, a fierce light flickered in his gaze. He then swiftly moved, his blood surging as a burst of crimson flames erupted from within him, a long blade appearing in his grasp. Flame slash. With the blade in hand, Li Yin unleashed his strength, the crimson flames coiling around the weapon. In the next instant, a fiery blade of light shot forth, cleaving towards the shadow leopard with ferocity. Li Yin's vitality had reached the pinnacle of the first level, just a hair's breadth from the second. He was formidable, and the shadow leopard could scarcely endure 10 strikes before it was struck down, collapsing in a pool of its own blood. Impressive, Brother Yin. To easily subdue a late-stage shadow leopard, your combat prowess must rival that of the early second level, remarked one of the team members. Compared to Shikuan and the others, you're not far behind. They only possess an advantage due to their special physiques and ability levels. Once your cultivation reaches the second level, you might surpass them. Li Yin basked in their flattery, though he maintained a facade of seriousness. All right, let us commence our pursuit. We must not allow Chu Yu to escape. With that, he raised his arm, pointing his score bracelet at the carcass of the shadow leopard, causing the number within to change from 10 to 13. The envy on the faces of his companions was palpable, yet, given that the beast had been slain by Li Yin alone, they could hardly voice their discontent. What a pity! We arrived late and lost 3 points, one lamented. Just as a soft murmur drifted from behind them, Li Yin's expression darkened. He had already noticed that the distance between them and Chu Yu was growing. Given Chu Yu's strength, if they delayed further, catching up would prove increasingly difficult. Turning to the source of the disturbance, he saw only one individual approaching. Their vitality fluctuation weak. Yang Ping, handle him. The rest of you, follow me in pursuit of Chu Yu, he commanded. Understood, Brother Yin. Though reluctant, Yang Ping had little choice but to comply. Li Yin wasted no further words, swiftly leading the remaining members in the direction Chu Yu had fled. As they pressed on, the sight of her figure vanished from view, and feeling a surge of anxiety, he declared, I will chase ahead. You all, hasten your pace and follow. Without waiting for a response, he unleashed his vitality and swiftly departed the spot. The remaining team members exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow suit. I did not grant you leave. A sudden blue figure flickered into view before them. Yang Ping, what are you? One exclaimed, initially assuming Yang Ping had disobeyed Li Yan's orders. Yet, as he turned to look back, he froze in shock. There was Yang Ping, half crouched on the ground, clutching his chest, a trickle of crimson staining his lips. Yang Ping has been defeated? Disbelief washed over the group. Yang Ping's cultivation was mid-first level. It was inconceivable that even Li Yin could incapacitate him in such a brief span. Moreover, they had heard no commotion prior to this moment. You are from Linhai City? One of them gasped, recognizing the handsome youth before them. It was indeed Qin Feng. Although his identity had been unveiled, he remained indifferent, his gaze sweeping over the score bracelets worn by the others, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. Oh well, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It is better than nothing. There is only one of him. Let us overpower him together, shouted a boy with bangs, the highest cultivator among them besides Li Yin, also at late stage first level. His words rallied the others, and they began to channel their vitality and unleash their abilities, preparing to swarm Qin Feng. It is time to conclude this. I must seek larger prey, Qin Feng murmured softly. Z. In the next instant, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling electricity, Qin Feng's figure darted through the air like a bolt of lightning, swiftly traversing the space before several individuals. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating your opponent, late first stage, mid first stage. Within less than a minute, as the system's announcement echoed, all present, including Qi Lu Hai, lay prostrate on the ground. Simultaneously, a figure a short distance away, upon witnessing this spectacle, wasted no time and turned to sprint in a particular direction. Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked. Ziz. In the next moment, a blue silhouette surged towards that individual's direction. Chapter 53. Su Yuan. I am the nephew of Minister Yang. How could such a small place as Linghai City possibly harbor such formidable individuals? A figure swiftly navigated through a dense forest, none other than Li Yan. Initially intending to pursue Chu Yu alone, he found himself at a loss upon discovering her absence, and thus opted to retrace his steps. Upon his return, he chanced upon the scene of Qin Feng vanquishing Qi Lu Hai and others. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Had he been present, he might have met a similar fate, defeated and stripped of points. I must expedite my breakthrough to the second stage, Li Yin mused internally. Despite his considerable strength, he understood that encountering an ambush from a small team would pose a significant challenge. Ziz. Just as Li Yin contemplated this, a sudden surge of electricity emanated from behind him. They've caught up. Instantly, his expression shifted, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he halted. The other party wielded lightning abilities, affording them a speed far superior to his. He recognized that continuing to flee would be futile. Moreover, this area was rife with ferocious beasts, which rendered reckless escape perilous. Turning to face the approaching threat, Li Yin donned a gentle smile. My friend, I believe there is a misunderstanding between us. We can discuss this amicably. However, before he could finish, his pupils dilated as he beheld a lightning sphere, the size of a basketball, hurtling towards him like a cannonball. We can certainly converse, but not at this moment. Qin Feng extended his right hand, forming it into a gun-like shape aimed at Li Yan. Crackle, crackle. In the next moment, a violent surge of blue electricity coalesced at his fingertips, rapidly forming another lightning sphere. Boom. The sphere shattered the air as it sped towards Li Yan's position. Flame slash. Having already witnessed Qin Feng's prowess, Li Yan dared not underestimate him. He immediately activated his abilities, wielding his long knife to unleash a combat technique. The fiery blade surged forth, colliding with one of the lightning spheres. The clash of crimson flames and azure electricity generated a fierce shockwave, causing the surrounding air to ripple like water. Yet, before Li Yin could catch his breath, the second lightning sphere had already arrived. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Li Yin was propelled backward, crashing to the ground. My friend. Boom. Boom. Li Yin attempted to plead once more, but was met instead with the relentless onslaught of the ferocious lightning spheres. 1 minute later. Huh. Li Yin gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He appeared thoroughly disheveled, his clothing torn in multiple places, and his right arm hanging limply. I will give you my points, and I assure you that I will not lay a hand on Chu Yu during the camp assessment. Li Yin capitulated. The overwhelming strength of his opponent rendered him unable to withstand the mere presence of the lightning spheres. Seeing his surrender, Qin Feng ceased his assault. Just as the lightning sphere struck Li Yan's left arm, the system had already registered his defeat, and evolution points were credited. Continuing this confrontation held little purpose. Here, with Qin Feng refraining from further attack, Li Yan removed the points bracelet and tossed it to him. Another mosquito, utilizing the bracelet. A swift motion on his own bracelet ensured the points were automatically transferred, after which Qin Feng returned the bracelet to him. Qin Feng uttered no threats, nor did he harbor fears of retaliation. Li Yan's strength was already comparable to Chu Yu's, and with his left arm injured, his combat efficacy was diminished. Even if he harbored thoughts of revenge against Chu Yu, he would be prudent to consider his options carefully. Furthermore, it was only the first day of the 3-day camp assessment. Should he prove insincere, Qin Feng would not hesitate to seek him out daily for a chat. After receiving his points bracelet, Li Yin turned away in silence. However, just as he did, his expression suddenly shifted. Wait, I will surely reclaim today's losses. Come forth. The show has only just begun. Shortly after Li Yan's departure, Qin Feng turned to gaze in a particular direction. Haha, you noticed me after all. A hearty laugh echoed as a stout figure emerged from behind a massive tree, revealing himself. It's you. The individual before him was none other than the one who had audaciously engaged in a verbal altercation with Zhou Yiyang, the wielder of S-grade abilities. Prior to the camp assessment. Greetings, brother. I am Su Yuan, a student from Jiang City. The stout boy approached Qin Feng with a broad smile. Speak your purpose. You have been trailing me this entire time. Qin Feng regarded him with a discerning gaze. From the outset, he had sensed this individual shadowing him. But his focus had been on Li Yan and his group, thus he had chosen to ignore him. Hee. The stout boy scratched his head sheepishly. Brother Qin, you may not know, but Minister Yang from Linghai City is my uncle. Before my arrival, he instructed me to find you during the camp assessment so that we could form a team together. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression subtly shifted. He did not believe a single word. If he truly were the nephew of Minister Yang, he would have received prior notice before the boy's arrival. If you continue with such insincere claims, I shall take my leave. The stout boy paused, abandoning his pretense. I want you to assist me in passing the camp assessment. And as for the conditions, you may propose whatever you wish. Of course, I will manage the points required for the assessment. You merely need to help me deal with Zhou Yiyang. Zhou Yiyang, you overestimate me. He possesses an S-grade ability and has reached the second stage. Qin Feng resolutely shook his head in refusal, his wariness intensifying. It was worth noting that among all in Linghai City, not more than a handful were aware of his true strength. Yet this stout boy, all the way from Jiang City, possessed knowledge that was decidedly abnormal. However, it could not be ruled out that he indeed shared a close relationship with Minister Yang, who might have divulged his information. Nevertheless, even with that possibility, Qin Feng could not dispel the doubts lingering in his mind. Observing Qin Feng's continued skepticism, the stout boy grew anxious. Without Qin Feng's protection, he would undoubtedly be eliminated by Zhou Yiyang. Had I known, I would have been more discreet earlier. The portly fellow pondered to himself. Yet soon a glimmer of realization illuminated his expression. I can convey a piece of information to demonstrate my sincerity. Qin Feng must have been slain by you, correct? The Qin family of Jiangxing has spared no expense to recruit numerous individuals, all with the intent of eliminating you during the recruitment assessment. Chapter 54. Qin Feng. I've reached a modest goal. In Lehigh City, Qin Feng, to effortlessly vanquish Li Yan, who has attained early-stage second-tier combat capability, is no trivial feat. In the control room, Tang Yun observed the surveillance footage, her face betraying a hint of astonishment. The screen displayed the event of Qin Feng's triumph over Li Yan. Pull up Qin Feng's information, Tang Yun instructed an attendant nearby. Yes, the staff member promptly complied, retrieving Qin Feng's details. Qin Feng, early-stage first-tier ability? Commander Tang, my access is insufficient. The attendant gazed at the screen displaying, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Yet, he thought little of it. After all, he was merely an ordinary staff member within the camp. It was not uncommon for certain students, due to their unique identities or other reasons, to conceal specific information. I shall handle it, Tang Yun declared, placing her finger on the fingerprint scanner. Beep. Fingerprint verification successful, Commander Tang Yun, level 1 access. As the announcement echoed, the screen began to refresh, and Tang Yun awaited the updated information on Qin Feng with bated breath. However, in the next instant, astonishment graced her visage. Qin Feng, early-stage first-tier ability? Once again, the ability level remained undisclosed. How is this possible? Before Tang Yun could articulate her thoughts, the attendant gasped in disbelief. Commander Tang possessed level 1 access, second only to the chief instructor's elite privileges. The fact that even this level of access could not unveil the information regarding Qin Feng raised questions about his identity, or perhaps the true nature of his ability. Could it be S-tier? Enough. The information concerning Qin Feng is not to be disclosed to anyone, Tang Yun's voice rang out, causing the attendant to immediately cease his speculations upon hearing her words. Understood, Commander Tang. Fascinating. I hope you can continue to surprise me, Tang Yun mused, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Qin Feng on the monitor. In the Lord's Mansion of Lehigh City, the members of the Celestial Sect have grown increasingly active of late, with the enforcement team apprehending several individuals. Through interrogation, it became evident that they had been drawn here by the recent anomalies. It seems they have even dispatched a steward to Lehigh City. As he listened to his subordinate's report, Lord Chu Zhan's eyes gleamed with intensity. Though Lehigh City is but a small locale, it must not be allowed to fall prey to these traitors. Notify the enforcement team to heighten vigilance, closely monitoring all changes within the city. Report any anomalies to me without delay. Yes. In a concealed location within the city, a message was received. Target personnel are no longer present in Lehigh City. Operations here are temporarily suspended. There are new developments in Nanha province. You are to provide support there. Zhang Hao, having just arrived in Lehigh City, received the communication from above. Already departed from Lehigh City? He murmured, his brow furrowing as he pondered the implications after hanging up the phone. He was indeed the steward of the celestial sect. Huh, that bastard, he truly believes I am unaware that Jiangnan province is hosting an elite training camp, gathering all the geniuses there. A cold smile spread across Zhang Hao's face. Within the celestial sect, various factions perpetually vie for dominance, and the individual who had just contacted him was a protector, consistently undermining him. Now, while neglecting the talents at the training camp, he was instead directed to Nanha province, merely an attempt to suppress him. I have already attained late-stage 7th tier. I am but a step away from 8th tier. I cannot afford to confront him at this critical juncture. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Hao resolved to let this merit fall to that useless individual. As he contemplated this, he vanished from sight in a flash. Not long after, all the disciples lurking within Lehigh City received orders from their superiors to remain concealed until the college entrance examination. Qin Feng, Jiangnan Qin family. Upon hearing the portly fellow's words, a look of surprise crossed Qin Feng's face. Although he had suspected Qin Feng's identity to be extraordinary, he had not anticipated that the forces behind him could extend their reach to this elite training camp. He cast a complex glance at the portly individual, realizing that not only did he possess knowledge of his information, but he was also aware of the Qin family's maneuvers, indicating that the portly fellow's identity was anything but ordinary. Ahem, my father is Su Tian, the president of the Blue Sea commercial firm in Jiangnan province. In an attempt to forge a closer bond with Qin Feng, the portly fellow boldly divulged his identity and background. Indeed, Qin Feng mused inwardly. The influence of the Blue Sea commercial firm permeates the entire human realm, extending well beyond the Great Xia into other nations. Rumors even suggest that their business has reached the outer realms. This is a veritable treasure trove. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he contemplated whether to accept this business proposition. Although Zhou Yang, who awakened an S-tier ability, possesses formidable combat strength, Qin Feng held absolute confidence in his ability to contend with him. Moreover, it was his intention to deal with not just Zhou Yang, but also Lin Xiaoqian and Shi Kuan. After careful consideration, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Your family operates a commercial firm. You must not be short on funds, correct? He inquired with a smile. Seeing Qin Feng relent, the portly fellow beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Of course, you can name your price. Even $1 million or $2 million would be no issue." Witnessing the portly fellow's extravagance, Qin Feng, who initially sought a few million Great Xia coins, promptly revised his expectations. The Great Xia coin is merely currency, useful in the early stages of martial arts. Yet its significance diminishes as one's cultivation advances. Never mind, I am not one to be in dire need of money. Let us discuss it further after passing the recruitment assessment, Qin Feng stated, waving his hand as he turned to walk ahead. All right, the portly fellow, naturally, had no objections and cheerfully followed in Qin Feng's wake. Brother Qin, let me tell you, although Qin Feng is a despicable individual, his ability level is quite respectable. Consequently, his father, the head of the Qin family, holds him in high regard. To hinder your passage through the recruitment assessment, he has even offered 100 million Great Xia coins. From what I know, several cities have covertly engaged with the Qin family. Which cities? Qin Feng inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor, though internally he was astonished. By heavens, I have already achieved a modest goal. Jiangcheng, Kuanqing, and Nancheng have all made contact. The portly fellow's words momentarily stunned Qin Feng, who then regarded him with a skeptical gaze. These 3 cities were precisely where Lin Xiaoqian, Shi Kuan, and Zhou Yang resided. He could hardly believe such coincidences could occur. Chapter 55. Zhou Yang's breakthrough in cultivation, seeking the portly fellow. Goodness, brother, please don't look at me that way. The Qin family is well aware of your prowess. Among those participating in the elite training camp, only 3 can truly rival you, the portly fellow exclaimed, hastily waving his hands in response to Qin Feng's skeptical gaze. Suddenly, a massive gray wolf, its maw brimming with sharp fangs, materialized before them. As it fixed its gaze upon the duo, saliva dripped from its menacing teeth, releasing a fetid odor into the air. The wolf's body tensed and lowered slightly, seemingly poised to launch an attack on Qin Feng and his companion. Boom. However, before it could make a move, a thunderous sound erupted as a basketball-sized lightning sphere hurtled toward them. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, a lifeless body convulsed and fell to the ground. Such ferocity! The portly fellow's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing Qin Feng's formidable strength. He turned to Qin Feng, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, with your combat prowess, dealing with these first-tier beasts would be a mere waste of time. Shall we embark on a larger endeavor together?" Without acknowledging the change in address, Qin Feng replied directly, Are you familiar with the distribution of ferocious beasts in this area? A glimmer of suspicion flickered in Qin Feng's mind. Heh, just as he had surmised. The portly fellow chuckled and produced a paper map, proudly presenting it. This marks the territories of third-tier ferocious beasts. I acquired it at a hefty price from Shikuin. Shikuin? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Is this map provided by the training camp? The portly fellow nodded in affirmation. At this moment, Qin Feng began to piece everything together. When Tianyu announced that there were third-tier beasts in the vicinity, he had found it rather peculiar. After all, the majority of students lacked combat capabilities exceeding the second tier. Encountering a third-tier beast would undoubtedly spell doom for them. It now seemed clear that these third-tier beasts were intended for Lin Xiaoqian and her companions. The portly fellow's desire to recruit him was driven, on one hand, by a desire to confront Zhou Yang, and on the other, to share in the spoils of these third-tier beasts. Qin Feng speculated that slaying these formidable creatures would yield unexpected rewards. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest, bang! A deafening sound resonated as a colossal figure crashed to the ground. It was a unicorn rhinoceros, a second-tier late-stage beast, its massive frame exceeding 5 meters, adorned with a prominent horn. Soon after, a towering figure approached the unicorn rhinoceros carcass. It was Shikuin. He brandished an integral wristband, scanning the fallen beast, and instantaneously, his points surged from 90 to 105. The points, which seemed insurmountable to others, appeared effortlessly within Shikuin's grasp. At this rate, he would reach the requisite 200 points for entry into the camp in less than half a day. However, it was evident that he had grander ambitions. For Shikuin, mere entry into the camp was a trivial pursuit. He aimed for the top of the leaderboard in points, as well as the third-tier ferocious beasts. Just ahead, Shikuin thought, glancing forward to behold a cavern entrance towering like a 2-story building, shrouded in green vines. He advanced, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the air like a cannon, obliterating the vines in a resounding explosion. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the vines disintegrated, scattering into countless fragments. Unimpeded, Shikuin stepped into the cave. Roar! A minute later, a deafening roar echoed, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat disheveled figure emerged at the cave's entrance. It was Shikuin. His face flushed and right arm trembling slightly. He muttered, "Indeed, confronting a third-tier beast is still a bit too challenging." Casting a wary glance back at the cavern, he felt a surge of trepidation. Had it not been for the fact that the frenzied demon bear was unable to leave the cave, he would have had to pay a hefty price to escape. 2 days remain. I shall return after advancing to the mid-second tier, Shikuin resolved inwardly. The prowess of the third-tier beasts was a known quantity, and he harbored no fears of others claiming them. Humph, just wait. I shall return to deal with you tomorrow, Lin Xiaoqian declared with a haughty glance at the monstrous creature before swiftly departing. Like Shikuin, she too had encountered difficulties with a third-tier beast. If her instincts were correct, those two would undoubtedly seek out the third-tier beasts, though such creatures were not easily subdued. In a concealed cavern, Zhou Yang muttered to himself. Unlike Shikuin and Lin Xiaoqian, he had opted not to seek out the third-tier beasts directly. Instead, he chose a hidden spot to cultivate his strength first. His vitality had reached 580, mere moments away from the mid-second tier. He resolved to enhance his capabilities before setting out to hunt ferocious beasts. Although he was unaware of the precise strength of the third-tier beasts, Zhou Yang held confidence in his S-rank wind ability. Once he reached the mid-second tier, he believed he would at least maintain an undefeated stance against all third-tier beasts. With this thought, Zhou Yang hesitated no longer. He retrieved a glimmering red pill. The blood enhancement pill, capable of rapidly boosting the vitality of an awakened individual, far surpassing the efficacy of ordinary energy liquids, all while lacking side effects. However, this pill could only be consumed once per year by each individual. Were it not for this assessment, he would not have chosen to take it now. Initially, he had intended to wait until reaching the late second tier to consume it during his breakthrough to the third tier. However, he opted for early consumption to maximize his benefits. Without further ado, Zhou Yang swallowed the blood enhancement pill. In the next moment, a surge of potent vitality erupted from within him. Bang! Bang! Sounds of explosive force emanated from his body, a tempestuous aura radiating outward. It took nearly 10 minutes for the boiling vitality within him to gradually subside. Zhou Yang opened his eyes wide, a fierce glint shining forth. Mid-second tier achieved, he exclaimed, a smile gracing his face. Brother Yang. At that moment, a voice called from outside the cavern. Come in, Zhou Yang responded in a deep voice. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed as a young man entered the cave. Brother Yang, news has arrived. Someone has discovered Su Yuan's whereabouts. We've located that fat fool. Where? Zhou Yang's demeanor instantly sharpened at this revelation, prompting him to inquire eagerly. Though we found Su Yuan, The informant mentioned he is accompanied by a lightning ability awakened individual, whose strength appears quite formidable, the young man remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. Just tell me his location, Zhou Yang interjected dismissively. I care not for this lightning awakened individual. Chapter 56, A Misfortunate Team. Is this map accurate or not? How come we haven't even caught a glimpse of a Tier 3 ferocious beast? In a dense forest. Qin Feng cast a skeptical glance at the portly companion beside him. Brother Feng, don't be anxious. Trust me, if we proceed a bit further, we are bound to encounter a Tier 3 ferocious beast, the plump man replied with a serious expression, almost thumping his chest in assurance. Qin Feng couldn't help but display a hint of exasperation, since he had agreed to team up with the portly fellow. Nearly half a day had passed without a single sighting of a Tier 3 beast. He harbored grave doubts about the authenticity of the map. Damn it! Could that scoundrel Shirkoan really be deceiving me? At that moment, the chubby man felt a jolt of anxiety within. He too feared that the information on the map was false. If that were the case, his hard-won ally might abandon him without hesitation. Swish, swish. As the two conversed, several figures suddenly emerged from the shadows, surrounding them in a menacing encirclement. Are they planning to rob us? The plump man grinned, relieved to find an outlet for his pent-up frustration. However, just as he prepared to spring into action, Qin Feng had already made his move. Crackle, crackle. Qin Feng was enveloped in a blue electric arc, surging forward with the speed of lightning. Hand over your belongings. The leader of the assailants began to speak. But before he could finish, Qin Feng had already closed the distance. Thunderstrike. Without granting his adversary a moment to react, Qin Feng swung his right leg in a fierce arc. The leg, shrouded in blue electricity, struck the man with the force of a lightning axe. Boom. The assaulted man was sent hurtling backward as though he had been struck by a speeding off-road vehicle, only coming to a halt upon crashing into a large tree. Captain? The other assailants stood frozen in shock, for their leader was a seasoned awakener at the late stage of Tier 1, the strongest among them. Yet, even he could not withstand a single blow from this newcomer. A wave of fear began to spread among them as they realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Run! Someone shouted, snapping the group back to reality. And without hesitation, they turned to flee. However, it was evident that Qin Feng would not grant them the luxury of escape. To him, the opportunity for evolution points presented on a silver platter was simply too tempting to disregard. Thunderstep. Crackle. Crackle. The blue arcs gathered around his legs, and Qin Feng darted across the battlefield like a flash of lightning. In less than a minute, all the assailants lay sprawled on the ground. Spare us. We'll give you our points. One of them, clutching his chest, offered his points wristband to Qin Feng, prompting the others to follow suit. Qin Feng accepted their offerings without hesitation, though he was disappointed to find their evolution points were meager. 6 individuals and only 60 evolution points? Your business acumen leaves much to be desired, he murmured, having expected to encounter a veritable feast but instead finding only a few small rabbits. The others hung their heads in shame, realizing they had only just decided to prey on others' points, only to hit a brick wall on their very first attempt. Shaking his head, Qin Feng gestured to the portly man. Let us go? Oh, all right. The plump man quickly fell into step behind Qin Feng. As he observed Qin Feng's retreating figure, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. He was now utterly convinced that his decision to align with Qin Feng was astutely wise. It was imperative that he solidify their relationship at this juncture. Captain, should we continue? After Qin Feng and his companion had distanced themselves, one of the team members addressed the captain, who was still rubbing his sore back. Hearing the question, the captain's face twisted in contemplation. Yet, soon his expression hardened, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, of course we shall. I refuse to believe we can hit a wall every single time. Everyone, stay alert and keep your eyes peeled. With the captain's command, the team briefly regrouped before once again taking up ambush positions in search of a new target. Before long, they spotted a suitable mark. Captain, there's only one person this time, but he's wearing a mask, so we can't discern his identity. A masked individual, shrouded in mystery? Let us take him down. The captain ordered, and they all moved in unison to encircle the target. Intriguing. The masked figure was none other than Zhou Yang. Although he harbored a strong dislike for the plump man, he could not afford to act overtly due to the latter's influential background. Wearing a mask ensured that even if he were recognized, he could deny his identity without consequence. As he surveyed his encirclement, a cold smile crept across his lips. 1 minute later, spare me. I'll give you all my points. The captain pleaded, pinned beneath a foot. Zhou Yang merely chuckled disdainfully. Please, save your breath. With your paltry points, do you really think I would consider them? Despair washed over the captain's face. Despite the regulations prohibiting lethal force among students, if they were knocked out or incapacitated, the training camp would deem their assessment a failure. Where do you think you're going? You won't escape, Zhou Yang murmured. turning to face the now upright captain. You best fulfill your obligations. I will return in a day to check on your progress. Should your points fall short of my expectations, you know the consequences. His words dripped with threats. Though he was extremely reluctant, the captain had no choice but to nod in compliance, fully aware of Zhou Yang's formidable strength. Seeing this, Zhou Yang chose not to linger and vanished in an instant. Captain, are we really going to follow his orders? Continue lying in wait here, robbing others of their points to hand over to him? Isn't that a bit too sinister? It's like forcing us to work for free. Exactly. Captain, we cannot go along with this. Several team members expressed their discontent. However, the captain merely smiled wryly. Even if we were to flee now and, by some stroke of luck, pass the assessment and successfully join the training camp, do you think that man would let us off so easily? With his strength, entering the training camp is practically a foregone conclusion. And at that point his words left the others in stunned silence. Indeed, as the weaker ones among them, they had little choice. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feng and his companion stood at a fork in the path, with the plump man scrutinizing the map in his hands. Upon closer inspection, one could see that sweat had begun to bead on the portly man's forehead. It should be careful. Just as the portly man reached out to point down one of the paths, Qin Feng suddenly shouted. With a swift motion, he launched a punch at the hefty figure, simultaneously retreating at an astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as they had vacated their original positions, two invisible blades of wind tore through the air, materializing where they had just stood. Chapter 57. Goodness, what extraordinary beings. Blimey, it must be that scoundrel Zhou Yang. Observing the invisible wind blades, which were now less than a meter from his body, the rotund man shouted, his heart racing with trepidation. Where is he? Damn it, what a coward. Resorting to a sneak attack, he glanced around, searching for his adversary's silhouette. Over there. At that moment, Qin Feng pointed towards a location, revealing a massive rock towering nearly 3 meters high. Crackle, crackle. In the next instant, a flurry of blue electric arcs coalesced at his fingertips. Whoosh. With a sound that pierced the air, a basketball-sized sphere of lightning manifested in midair, hurtling towards the enormous rock. Boom. The moment the lightning sphere struck the rock, it erupted with a deafening roar, the violent energy obliterating the stone into countless shards that scattered in all directions. At the same time, a masked figure emerged from behind the boulder, stepping into view of Qin Feng and his companion. It was Zhou Yang, who had pursued them. Damn it, it truly is you. How dare you make a move against me? Zhou Yang, just wait until we exit the training camp. I will have my bodyguards monitor you day and night. Despite Zhou Yang donning a mask, the hefty man recognized him immediately and unleashed a torrent of invective. Damn you, fatso. Zhou Yang's expression darkened beneath his mask. Previously, during his hunt for ferocious beasts in the wilderness, he had been outsmarted by this very man, who had sent 2 bodyguards to tail him for several days. Anytime he encountered a beast, those bodyguards would strike first, killing the creature and leaving him with nothing. However, at this moment, he was far more concerned about Qin Feng, who was not far from him. The power of that lightning sphere demanded his utmost attention. Fixing his gaze on the striking young man ahead, Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes. Leave now, and I shall overlook your earlier attack, he declared coldly. Boom. Yet, in the next moment, he was met with a lightning sphere radiating ferocious energy, seeking death. Seeing Qin Feng's audacity, Zhou Yang's expression darkened, blood surging within him. Void Blade. With a single motion of his hand, the air before him rippled as if caught in a tide, and instantaneously, a crescent-shaped blade of wind materialized. Whoosh. The wind blade sliced through the air, colliding with the lightning sphere mid-flight. Rent. The fierce wind blade cleaved the lightning sphere in twain, sending 2 halves spiraling to the ground. Truly remarkable, an S-class ability. Witnessing his lightning sphere effortlessly neutralized, Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Since awakening his powers, few at his level had been able to withstand even a single attack from him. Even Qin Feng, who possessed an A-class ability, had proven no match for him when facing an opponent of a higher realm. Now, encountering Zhou Yang, who also wielded an S-class ability, ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him. Stepping forward, a torrent of terrifying energy surged forth from his being. Crackle, crackle. The chaotic divine thunder was instantaneously unleashed, arcs of blue lightning dancing around him like agile serpents. With piercing intensity, Qin Feng fixed his gaze on his adversary, a powerful aura radiating from his form. S-class ability? How could this be? Zhou Yang's expression beneath the mask was one of disbelief. He never anticipated that, aside from himself in Jiangnan province, there existed another who had awakened an S-class ability, and even more astonishingly, one of the lightning type. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment morphed into exhilaration. The thoughts swirling within Qin Feng's mind mirrored his own. A fierce resolve surged forth from him. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air tearing echoed as invisible wind energy enveloped Zhou Yiyang, fully unleashing his S-class ability, the Gale Blade. A pressure equal to Qin Feng's radiated from him. Goodness, what a pair of monsters. The hefty man's pupils dilated. Recognizing that the aura emanating from the two was already on par with that of typical third-tier awakened beings. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the energy within him, quickly distancing himself from the two combatants. Indeed, they are S-class. Old Yang did not deceive me. I'll settle the score with him when I return. The hefty man thought to himself. He had indeed learned of Qin Feng's S-class ability from Minister Yang. As for the relationship with the latter's nephew, it was merely a fabrication to expedite their rapport. In Luhai City, within the Awakening Alliance headquarters. A rare opportunity. I hope that young man can seize it. Minister Yang's voice echoed. Fate is inescapable. Whether Xiao Yuan can break through his shackles depends on his own destiny. A middle-aged man opposite Minister Yang began to speak. In the control room. Indeed, an S-class ability. Tang Yun gazed at the surveillance footage, the blue lightning coiling around Qin Feng, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Instructor Tang, the chief instructor has summoned us. A figure appeared behind Tang Yun. It was Yang Xian, another instructor. What? Is that an S-class lightning ability? Upon arriving, Yang Xian's gaze fixated on Qin Feng in the surveillance footage. With his keen insight, he recognized that the lightning Qin Feng emitted was far from ordinary. It seems we have unearthed a dark horse here. A smile graced Yang Xian's face. As an instructor of the elite training camp, it brought him great joy to see students with exceptional talent. After all, in the future, these individuals would grow to become pillars for humanity against the myriad races. Whether or not he is a dark horse remains to be seen, but he certainly appears to be a fine whetstone, Tang Yun murmured. What business does the chief instructor have with us? It is undoubtedly due to that beast. This time the chief instructor has decided to take decisive action and not engage in further negotiations. Hearing this, a fierce glint flashed across Tang Yun's face. I have always said that beast is not easy to communicate with. It would be better for the three of us to join forces and slay it once and for all. As she spoke, Tang Yun stepped out of the control room. Yang Xian hurriedly followed, speaking as they walked. After all, it is an 8th-tier beast king, and our great Xia has an existing treaty with the ferocious beasts. Aside from the younger generation, other awakened beings cannot directly slay a beast king. Killing a beast king is a trivial matter. But if it incites the wrath of the ferocious beasts, mobilizing their entire strength against our great Xia would spell disaster, Yang Xian said with a look of resignation. Chapter 58. Your attitude makes me want to beat you up first. Chief Instructor. Soon, Tang Yun and her companion arrived before a middle-aged man, bowing slightly in respect. Zhao Hong, the chief instructor of the elite training camp in Jiangnan province, an 8th-rank grandmaster, declared with resounding vigor, you have arrived. Your sole responsibility is to keep a watchful eye on the students. As for that beast, I shall personally see to it that he relocates. Yes, yes. Tang Yun and Yang Xian responded in unison. Without delay, Zhao Hong propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap. A minute later, he found himself soaring above a vast expanse, where a black jungle stretched beneath him for 100 kilometers. The flora appeared as if tainted, shrouded in darkness. Upon arriving, Zhao Hong's gaze fixed upon a certain direction, and he felt his vital energy surge, gathering in his throat. In the next instant, he bellowed, Black Ape King, come forth. The thunderous roar emanating from him caused the air within a 1,000-meter radius to tremble violently. The towering black trees below, reaching heights of 100 meters, splintered under the force. Countless fierce beasts trembled in terror, their instinctual fear etched upon their faces. Zhao Hong, do you dare provoke me? Do you wish to undermine the accord between my beast tribe and the great Xia? A furious voice erupted from a towering black mountain below. Moments later, a figure emerged, enveloped in black mist and wielding a dark staff, confronting Zhao Hong. It was the 8th-rank Beast King, the Black Ape King. As beasts ascend in rank, their intelligence grows. And upon reaching the 8th rank, some can even assume human form. The Black Ape King, resembling a robust human, stood before Zhao Hong, albeit significantly more muscular. Yang Hong, what do you intend to do? I have made it clear, I will not vacate the Blackwood Forest, the Black Ape King seethed. Little Black, your current demeanor leaves much to be desired. So I have decided to teach you a lesson, Zhao Hong replied nonchalantly. As his words fell, a terrifying aura radiated from Zhao Hong, and with a swift motion of his hand, a torrent of blue water surged forth from his being, swiftly coalescing into a massive water dragon several dozen meters long. The oppressive presence of the water dragon surged as it charged toward the position of the Black Ape King. In an instant, the Black Ape King's form was engulfed by the water dragon. Roar! In the next moment, a bone-chilling roar erupted, and a colossal shadow burst forth from the water dragon's form. A black ape, towering 100 meters high, materialized, wielding an iron rod nearly identical in size to its own bulk. "Zhao Hong, you are playing with fire," the Black Ape King shouted, brandishing the iron rod and striking at Zhao Hong in midair. With a thunderous crash, the rod shattered the air, casting a vast shadow over Zhao Hong. "Huh? Playing with fire? I am, after all, a water user," Zhao Hong retorted disdainfully, unfazed by the Black Ape King's initial onslaught. Knowing full well he possessed the advantage as an advanced 8th rank. Calmly, he extended a hand, unleashing a torrent of power from within. A resounding rush of water echoed as a solid wall of water, 100 meters wide, emerged to withstand the iron rod's assault. Water Dragon Chain. With another flourish of his hands, several 100-meter-long water dragons coalesced under his command, swiftly entwining around the Black Ape King's massive form. "Do you truly believe you have the right to be indignant?" Zhao Hong remarked, raising his right palm. Simultaneously, the water below surged and morphed into a gigantic hand. With a resounding slap, Zhao Hong struck the Black Ape King's enormous head. "Roar! Zhao Hong, I will smack. Smack! Smack! What do you intend to do? What will you smack?" Zhao Hong continued relentlessly, delivering a flurry of slaps to the Black Ape King's head. "I merely require your territory for a moment. I shall return it to you afterward. Just clear some space." With every word, Zhao Hong's frustration mounted, his hand never ceasing its barrage. As he left the Black Ape King in a daze, the vast disparity in strength rendered the Black Ape King utterly powerless against Zhao Hong. Observing the situation, Zhao Hong deemed it sufficient and withdrew his hand behind his back. "Little Black, shall we discuss matters now?" The Black Ape King's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "I can grant you half a month, no more. Otherwise, I shall report to the Beast Emperor." Smack! Before the Black Ape King could finish his sentence, Zhao Hong delivered yet another resounding slap. "You think I fear the Beast Emperor? Let him come," Zhao Hong exclaimed, resembling a street thug as he spat out curses, his hands continuing their assault. After a series of slaps, the Black Ape King finally submitted, realizing his strength was inadequate to resist. "Begone! I will leave when I am ready." With a final blow, Zhao Hong sent the Black Ape King flying. "Zhao Hong, I shall remember this. When the final battle arrives, you will pay dearly." The Black Ape King glared at Zhao Hong with malice before transforming into a shadow and departing. "Now that he has gone, you should hurry and leave as well," Zhao Hong called to the sky. A flash of golden light appeared, followed by a voice imbued with authority. "Human, you have 1 month. When the time is up, the Blackwood Forest must be returned to my beast tribe." Hearing this, Zhao Hong merely scoffed, turning his back to depart. "If your true self were here, I might harbor some trepidation, but a mere avatar cannot intimidate me." "Huh, Ape Emperor. You should focus on dealing with our War King." With that, Zhao Hong vanished from sight, 10,000 meters away. "Damn, I'm glad I fled quickly, otherwise, being caught and beaten by that fellow would have been disastrous," Zhao Hong mused, his heart still racing. He then returned to the training camp. The elite training camp was situated at the heart of the Blackwood Forest, and driving away the Black Ape King was also a precaution against any potential threats to the students. Besides the Black Ape King, other beasts exceeding the 4th rank had also been expelled and forcibly categorized into 4 zones, A, B, C, and D, to facilitate the training of the students in the coming days. Chapter 59, Qin Feng, I will seek you out again. 10 minutes prior, while Zhao Hong dealt with the Black Ape King deep within the forest, Qin Feng had already engaged in a fierce battle with Zhou Yang. Boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds reverberated as Qin Feng, with his hands shaped like pistols, gathered blue lightning at his fingertips, conjuring basketball-sized orbs of lightning that shot forth at incredible speed. The thunderball, forged from the chaotic divine lightning, emanated a terrifying aura. Even Zhou Yang could only resort to the blade of the gale for defense or evade its onslaught, daring not to confront it head-on. In that moment, the two seemed to be testing each other's limits. As Qin Feng unleashed the thunderball, he simultaneously released a barrage of wind blades to assault Zhou Yang. In the face of this wind onslaught, Qin Feng adeptly utilized the lightning step to evade each attack. His unique combat style leaned towards long-range assaults. While dodging the wind blades, he meticulously analyzed Zhou Yang's vulnerabilities. He discerned that throughout their confrontation, Zhou Yang had predominantly engaged him with ranged attacks. Every time Qin Feng attempted to close the gap, Zhou Yang would swiftly create distance again. It was time to conclude this tentative exchange. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Spiral blade. Beneath his mask, Zhou Yang's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he summoned every ounce of his ability, unleashing a series of wind blades that materialized from the air. Under his command, the blades converged, resembling the rapidly spinning propeller of an aircraft. Wind pressure. Simultaneously, Zhou Yang thrust his hands downward with force, and a ferocious gale descended upon Qin Feng's position with tremendous force. In an instant, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming pressure on his back. Without the slightest hesitation, he channeled the chaotic divine lightning with all his might. Crackle, crackle. The deafening sound of thunder reverberated throughout the arena, blue lightning swirling around Qin Feng, radiating a menacing energy. Following this, a robust bolt of blue lightning surged forth from his body, striking towards the rapidly rotating propeller. Boom. The clash of lightning and wind, two S-class abilities, unleashed a formidable shockwave. The surrounding air rippled like a tide, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Zhou Yang's vision was momentarily obscured by the dust, causing Qin Feng's figure to vanish from sight. Something feels amiss, Zhou Yang thought to himself, instantly activating his powers. An invisible wind energy enveloped his entire being, and he propelled himself backward with great force. A swift response, but just then, Qin Feng's figure appeared within 10 meters of Zhou Yang. It was too late. Qin Feng commanded, and his hands, engulfed in blue lightning, pressed firmly against the ground. Thundermarsh. Crackle, crackle. In an instant, the sound of thunder was incessant. At that moment, blue lightning surged forth from Qin Feng's body like a tidal wave, rapidly spreading ahead. Within moments, a thunder marsh covering an area of 30 meters manifested before them, with Zhou Yang situated right within its reach. This is bad. Zhou Yang's internal alarm rang loudly, unleashing all the energy within him in a desperate attempt to escape. Sizzle. But just then, a thick bolt of blue lightning erupted from the ground beneath him, striking him fiercely. In an instant, Zhou Yang felt a jolt coursing through his body, dulling his once formidable energy. Crackle, crackle. At that moment, successive bolts of lightning surged from below, relentlessly striking his body. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yang was engulfed by the relentless torrent of lightning. Gulp. My goodness. A-class combat technique. Several hundred meters away, the stout observer witnessed this scene, involuntarily swallowing hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never seen anyone master an A-class combat technique at such a low tier, and judging by the Thundermarsh's power, it was at least at a minor completion level. Surely, that fellow won't be electrocuted to death, will he? The stout observer pondered, a complex expression crossing his face. Though he held a strong disdain for Zhou Yang, it would be quite troublesome if he were to perish at Qin Feng's hands. After all, before the camp assessment began, Tianyu had explicitly stated that students should not resort to lethal force against one another. However, the stout observer soon realized his concerns were unfounded. He watched as the fearsome thunder marsh began to dissipate rapidly, revealing a familiar figure, Zhou Yang. Yet, he appeared utterly disheveled, his garments charred black, and his mask reduced to fragments. His once flowing black hair now stood on end, releasing a pungent odor of burnt material. I have lost. Zhou Yang spoke slowly. Disappointment etched across his face. Since awakening his powers, he had faced no competitors of his caliber. Even the exceptionally gifted Shikuan and Lin Shaoqian had not posed a threat. Yet, he never anticipated being defeated by an obscure student. At this moment, he didn't even know the other S name. The points wristband and the map, hand them over. Just then, Qin Feng's voice echoed in his ears. Zhou Yang's face contorted with reluctance. Hurry up, or I will knock you out. The stout observer chimed in, striding over with a smug expression. Brother Feng, you're incredible. You've brought him down. The stout observer gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. In response, Qin Feng remained indifferent. Zhou Yang, possessing S-class abilities, indeed had formidable combat prowess, far exceeding any awakening he had previously encountered. However, Zhou Yang's arrogance and over-reliance on his powers made him an easier opponent for Qin Feng to handle. Had he not voluntarily dissipated the Thunder Marsh, Zhou Yang might have already become a charred corpse. To the victor belong the spoils. Defeat is defeat. Though he felt a pang of dissatisfaction, Zhou Yang was not one to shy away from loss. He removed the point's wristband and retrieved a map from his storage ring, tossing it to Qin Feng. Receiving it, Qin Feng promptly transferred the points from the wristband to his own. Zhou Yang had not focused on hunting fierce beasts, resulting in only 200 points, and now it had dwindled to 100. Subsequently, Qin Feng handed the wristband to the stout observer, who promptly understood and deducted points from his own wristband, having his total. Witnessing this, Zhou Yang gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury. Losing points to Qin Feng was one thing, but watching the stout observer reap the benefits was infuriating. Keep earning points. I will seek you out again, Qin Feng declared before turning and departing. Damn it. Chapter 60, 3-inch golden grass, the excited stout observer. Zhou Yang actually lost, even while holding a superior realm. In the control room, Tang Yun returned, pulling up the footage of the battle between Qin Feng and Zhou Yang. Top-tier S-class abilities, exceptional combat awareness. A genius. An absolute genius. A glimmer of admiration shone in Tang Yun's eyes as she regarded Qin Feng, then shifted her gaze to the defeated Zhou Yang. While S-class abilities are undeniably powerful, excessive reliance can lead to adverse consequences. She too recognized Zhou Yang's vulnerability in his overdependence on his powers. A flicker of contemplation crossed Tang Yun's eyes as she pondered the training strategies to employ against Zhou Yang moving forward. Zhou Yang, Lin Xiaoqian, Shikuan, and now Qin Feng, a fourth individual has joined their ranks, undoubtedly warranting focused training. Shikuan, that seemingly honest fellow, turned out to be quite cunning, having deceived me. The rotund man, holding 2 maps, displayed a flicker of anger on his face. He had spent several million great Xia coins purchasing the maps from Shikuan, only to discover that the rascal had tampered with them. Just wait. Once I exit this training camp, I shall settle the score with him, the fat man grumbled incessantly. Qin Feng could not help but cast him an exasperated glance, feeling increasingly that this rotund fellow was utterly unreliable. Half an hour later, the duo arrived before a cavern that loomed as tall as 2 buildings, its entrance strewn with shattered green vines. Someone had indeed been here. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Could it be that the treasures within have already been claimed? The rotund man interjected, unable to contain himself. Just as Qin Feng had surmised, each third-tier beast guarded some treasure, be it energy liquid, weapons, or combat techniques. While Qin Feng lacked for energy liquid, the techniques and other resources remained valuable to him. Moreover, should he find no use for the energy liquid, it could be sold or exchanged for other resources. I believe it has not been taken yet, Qin Feng murmured, sensing the violent aura emanating from within. He then turned to the rotund man, asking, "Will you accompany me inside?" "Me?" The rotund man hesitated, but ultimately shook his head. "I'll refrain from entering. I cannot contend with a third-tier beast at this juncture. However, Fenggu, should the treasure within happen to be the 3-inch golden grass, would you consider selling it to me? You may set any terms you wish." A fleeting look of despondency crossed his face as he spoke. "Very well," Qin Feng replied without further ado, waving his hand as he stepped into the cavern. Roar. Not long after, the rotund man heard a deafening beastly roar, followed by the very tremors of the cave itself. Crackle, crackle. The sharp sounds of thunder echoed repeatedly, even standing at the cave's entrance. The rotund man felt a disquieting energy wash over him. It was not until several minutes later that this energy began to dissipate. Was it vanquished? Or has it been vanquished? The rotund man's expression shifted as he speculated on the battle occurring within the cave. Though Qin Feng had demonstrated formidable strength in his fight against Zhou Yang, a third-tier beast was equally terrifying. Defeating Zhou Yang did not guarantee victory over a third-tier beast. "Hey, rotund man, come in and see if this is what you meant." Qin Feng's voice suddenly reached his ears. "I won." Joy illuminated the rotund man's face. And without hesitation, he swiftly made his way into the cavern. Hiss. Upon entering, the rotund man gasped in astonishment at the shocking sight before him. There lay a colossal figure, over 5 meters in size, sprawled on the ground. Its massive body was riddled with gruesome wounds, particularly a 2-meter-long penetrating injury across its chest that sent chills down one's spine. Crackle, crackle. The violent power of thunder had yet to fully dissipate, and the corpse intermittently emitted crackling sounds. The violent demon bear. The rotund man recognized this beast, although its cultivation level was merely early 3rd tier. Its robust physique rendered its combat power comparable to that of a mid-3rd tier creature, in stark contrast to the violent demon bear's grim fate. Qin Feng appeared in much better condition. However, upon closer inspection, one could observe a hint of crimson at the corner of his mouth. After all, it was a 3rd-tier beast, and even Qin Feng had expended every ounce of his strength to barely bring it down. Over there, Qin Feng pointed toward the violent demon bear's rear. Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, the rotund man quickly stepped forward. Before him lay a bronze iron box, already opened, with a dazzling golden light reflecting in his eyes. Inside the box rested a small golden grass. The 3-inch golden grass, it truly is here. The rotund man was ecstatic, even trembling slightly with excitement, his gaze akin to that of a lecherous man beholding an ethereal beauty. "Fenggu, you are," the rotund man stammered, his excitement rendering him incoherent. "This is of no use to me. You may take it for now, and we can discuss the rest later." Though he did not catch every word the rotund man uttered, it was evident he was expressing gratitude. Qin Feng merely waved his hand dismissively. He then stepped forward to collect the corpse of the violent demon bear into his storage ring. Beyond the beast crystals, the other parts of the creature held considerable value. Previously, in the wilderness, he had found it inconvenient to carry them. Now, with the storage ring, he would not let this opportunity slip, especially since it was the body of a 3rd-tier beast. "I need to rest for a moment. You guard this spot, and call for me should anything unusual arise," Qin Feng instructed, his figure swiftly vanishing deeper into the cave. All right. The rotund man, now brimming with joy from his newfound treasure, nodded eagerly in agreement. Turning his gaze back to the golden grass within the iron box, the fervor in his eyes ignited as he reached out to grasp it, cradling it in his palm. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already ventured deep into the cave, hand pressed to his chest as a sharp pain surged through him. Indeed, my constitution is still lacking. With a thought, he summoned the system panel. Name, Qin Feng. Ability, Chaos Divine Thunder S. Crimson Fire, F. Level, Late First Tier. Vitality, 320. Mentality, 35. Physique, 56. Ordinary. Breathing Technique, Thunder Spirit Breathing Technique, Perfect. Combat Techniques, Thunder Step, C. Perfect. Thunder Spear, B. Perfect. Thunder Lance, B. Perfect. Thunder Swamp, A. Minor Achievement. Talent Skill, Infinite Devour, Level 1. Capable of consuming energy of any attribute to enhance cultivation. Evolution Points, 500. Upon noticing the 500 evolution points, Qin Feng focused on the physique section. Chapter 61. Physique Evolution, Demon King Physique. The 3-inch golden grass. A premier body refining material. Had there not been so few awakened in our great Xia capable of utilizing such a treasure, it would not have ended up in the hands of this rotund man so easily. In the control room, through the surveillance footage, Tang Yun and Yang Xian bore witness to the rotund man collecting the 3-inch golden grass into his storage ring. This item was specifically intended for him, yet they had not anticipated its effortless acquisition. A look of resignation crossed Tang Yun's face. She had initially planned to use this item to stimulate Su Yuan, but it seemed she would need to devise another method. After lingering on the rotund man for a few moments, Tang Yun shifted her gaze to another screen, where a figure stood, Qin Feng, deep within the cavern. Indeed, the battle against the violent demon bear had inflicted some injuries upon him, Tang Yun murmured. Then she turned her attention away from Qin Feng to monitor the situation of the other students. As dusk approached, some students began to seek out places to rest for the night, for in an unfamiliar environment, nighttime escapades often invite unforeseen complications. However, a few intrepid souls resolved to press on under the cover of darkness. At that moment, Shi Kuan was preparing to break through. Suddenly, Yang Xian's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun followed his gaze and beheld a tall figure occupying a concealed spot. It was none other than Shi Kuan. It was evident that his body was inflating rapidly, reminiscent of a balloon being filled with air. His usually composed face contorted in agony, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. As an awakened being endowed with a unique physique, Shi Kuan had to endure more pain than the average awakened individual during his breakthrough. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating torment radiating from every part of his body. Time seemed to stretch on until the intense pain gradually abated. With a sudden jolt, Shi Kuan opened his eyes, and a piercing brilliance emanated from his dark irises. After briefly acclimating to the changes within his body, he raised his right arm and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Instantly, the force of his punch shattered the air, producing a deafening sonic boom. I'll rest for the night and seek out that black bear tomorrow, Shi Kuan muttered to himself. In the control room, Shi Kuan's unique awakened physique was known as the Overlord Body, which endowed him with an unparalleled amplification of strength and a formidable constitution. It was estimated that his physical strength, now at the mid-level of the 2nd tier, had likely reached the caliber of an early-stage ferocious beast of the 3rd tier. A predecessor in the outer realm had also possessed such a physique. Provided nothing unforeseen occurred, this individual was destined to become a formidable warrior in the future. Yang Xian mused. Tang Yun nodded in agreement, though an image of a figure enveloped in blue lightning suddenly flashed through her mind. If the two were to cross paths, she wondered who would emerge victorious. While Qin Feng had triumphed over Zhou Yang, who also possessed an S-level ability, in terms of direct combat prowess, Shi Kuan surpassed the former. Should Qin Feng and Shi Kuan engage in battle, the outcome would be uncertain. After observing Shi Kuan, Tang Yun turned her attention to Lin Xiaoqian's movements. This proud young girl had effortlessly broken through to the mid-level of the 2nd tier, her mental fortitude becoming significantly more robust and her combat abilities soaring. When it came to innate talent for cultivation, Lin Xiaoqian was undoubtedly the strongest, given that she was only 16 years old and had actively awakened her psychic powers. A talent like hers ranked among the top 3 in the entire Great Xia. The only drawback lay in her temperament. Tang Yun found herself somewhat exasperated by this proud little girl. Deep within the cave, Qin Feng gazed at the remaining 600 evolution points and decided to go all in, allocating all of them to enhance his physique. In an instant, he felt a surge of terrifying energy manifest within his body. His form trembled as this formidable energy surged through him like a tidal wave, crashing against his meridians. A faint red glow began to emanate from his skin, as if flames were igniting within him, and a strong burning sensation enveloped him. Ugh, having experienced this once before. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. The rotund figure at the cave entrance seemed to sense something amiss. He glanced back into the cave, but quickly averted his gaze. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and he was no exception. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qin Feng's trembling body gradually stabilized, followed by an explosive release of terrifying power that dispersed the surrounding air, creating a resounding boom. Ding! Congratulations, host, your physique has evolved. Acquiring the Infernal Demon King body, beginner level. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind. The Infernal Demon King body. He pondered what level of ability this might correspond to. Clenching his fists, he felt as though boundless powers surged within him, and he swung his arm to deliver a punch. Bang! The explosive force of his punch struck the adjacent rock wall, leaving a distinct imprint. His strength had multiplied several times over. A smile of delight spread across Qin Feng's face. It was worth noting that the hardness of the rocks within the cave rivaled that of ordinary metals. Merely the force of his punch could leave a mark. It was unfathomable to consider what might occur if such a blow struck a person. In his current state, even without employing his abilities, Qin Feng felt confident he could hold his own against the previously encountered frenzied black bear. Seizing the moment, he resolved to seek out a third-tier beast to further hone his skills. With this thought, Qin Feng wasted no time and strode toward the cave entrance. You're heading out to confront a third-tier beast now, the rotund figure exclaimed. Gazing at the striking young man before him, he could only think, brother, are you some sort of perpetual motion machine? Where does all this energy come from? While awakened individuals possess robust physiques that typically allow them to endure sleepless nights without issue, this was under normal circumstances. Today, Qin Feng had fought several battles in succession, first defeating Li Yin and his group, then casually slaying countless ferocious beasts along the way. Following that, he had engaged Zhou Yiyang in combat, and, without much rest, ventured alone to hunt the frenzied bear with strength comparable to that of a mid-tier third-level beast. Setting aside any other considerations, the rotund figure believed that even Shi Kuan, with his unique physique, could not recover as swiftly as Qin Feng had. Although he internally marveled at the abnormality of it all, he still chose to accompany Qin Feng as they departed from the cave. It was far too dark for Feng Gu to venture out alone. Chapter 62. Fatty, did you steal my beast? Roaring. Amidst a dense forest, a colossal figure engulfed in crimson flames let out a thunderous tiger's roar. It was the flame tiger at the early stage of the third tier. An overwhelming chill radiated from its fierce eyes as it glared at the boy who had disrupted its dreams. Terrifying fire attribute energy surged forth from its being. The boy was none other than Qin Feng, and the flame tiger was his first target. You are the one. Qin Feng murmured softly before dashing toward the location of the flame tiger, unarmed and reckless. The flame tiger regarded Qin Feng's advance with disdain. It had never encountered an awakened being bold enough to approach it without any weaponry. Nonchalantly, the flame tiger raised a paw, preparing to swat this ignorant human flat. At the same time, Qin Feng, having reached the flame tiger's front, lifted his right arm and swung it forward with all his might. Boom! In the next instant, a violent collision reverberated as Qin Feng's fist collided fiercely with the tiger's paw. Instantly, a wave of terrifying shockwaves erupted from the point of contact, causing the surrounding air to ripple like the tide. The flame tiger, which had intended to crush Qin Feng with a single swipe, was utterly stunned, as the excruciating pain emanating from its paw left it in disbelief. Before him stood a human, whose physique was several times smaller than his own, yet astonishingly. This individual had chosen to shield himself with his body against the onslaught. Boom! Just as the flame tiger was momentarily taken aback, Qin Feng seized the opportunity and unleashed another powerful punch. The explosive force of his strike reverberated through the air, sending the massive form of the flame tiger hurtling backward until it finally came to a halt after several meters. What the hell? The nearby rotund man, witnessing this spectacle, stood frozen in disbelief as if struck by lightning. To withstand a ferocious beast with one's body, and one that was a third-tier beast at that. The man rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing he had been deceived by a mere illusion. However, the subsequent scene left him even more incredulous. Qin Feng had reappeared before the flame tiger, delivering punch after punch with relentless vigor. The once mighty flame tiger, in that moment, was reduced to the status of a mere kitten, utterly subdued by Qin Feng. A unique physique? And undoubtedly, not an ordinary one. The rotund man's mind was in turmoil. As he fixed his gaze upon Qin Feng once more, he could not help but exclaim internally, is this truly a genius? This is an outright revelation. With an S-class lightning ability, and now possessing a unique physique, if one day Qin Feng claimed to be a psychic master, the man would readily believe it. In the control room, Tang Yun and Yang Xian had both departed, leaving only a staff member monitoring the surveillance footage. However, his attention was primarily focused on the first-tier students, as their average strength rendered them susceptible to danger if they acted recklessly. He paid little heed to individuals like Shikuan and his companions. Given that Qin Feng was within the domain of a third-tier beast, the staff member assumed no one would dare challenge such a formidable foe, thus neglecting to monitor that area. Consequently, the astonishing events transpiring before the rotund man's eyes were witnessed solely by him. 5 minutes later, bang! With a jolt that shook the ground, the colossal form of the flame tiger collapsed, its face still bearing an expression of shock even in death. One could observe several pronounced indentations on its immense body. Blood and flesh, a gruesome sight, all inflicted by Qin Feng's relentless punches. It was vanquished. At that moment, a surge of bravado washed over the rotund man. A fleeting sense of I could do that too. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely a figment of his imagination. 5 minutes was indeed a lengthy duration. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Upon overhearing, the rotund man could not help but roll his eyes in response. Next, Qin Feng stored the carcass of the flame tiger within his storage ring and subsequently located a bronze iron box nearby. Upon opening it, he discovered a jade slip emanating a crimson glow, a battle insignia. B-level fire attribute battle technique, blazing fist. A B-level battle technique is quite commendable. Yet being of the fire attribute, it is of no use to you, Feng Ge. How about selling it to me instead? I can offer a handsome price. Beside the battle insignia, a line of small text caught the rotund man's attention as well. Faced with the man's generous offer, Qin Feng rejected it outright without a second thought. The fire attribute battle technique would soon prove useful to him. Now possessing a spirit-level Demon King physique, he was on the verge of merging a second ability, the S-Class Crimson Lotus Inferno. Qin Feng had already formulated a plan in his mind to seek an opportunity for merging abilities once the camp assessment concluded. As for now, let us move on. Qin Feng beckoned to the rotund man before turning to depart. What? We're going again? The rotund man wore a bitter expression, yet hurriedly followed. Purely concerned for Qin Feng's safety in his solitary ventures, it had nothing to do with his own interests. Shortly after the pair left, a petite figure appeared in the vicinity. It was Lin Xiaoqian, having broken through in her cultivation. She chose not to rest like Shikuan, but instead prepared to hunt third-tier beasts throughout the night to seize treasures. While Lin Xiaoqian was proud, she also understood the principle of striking first. Who dares to snatch my prey? Observing the fallen trees and the chaotic surroundings, as well as the discarded empty iron box, Lin Xiaoqian realized someone had beaten her to it. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly darted toward the next area. She intended to claim the top score. There was no way she could fall behind others. Minutes later, she arrived at the edge of a pond, but was immediately met with an angry shout. Damn it! Who is it? No matter who you are, if you dare oppose me, I shall make you pay dearly. Lin Xiaoqian's fair face darkened, and she set off for the next area once more. However, her fury only escalated as she realized she had been robbed yet again. Lin Xiaoqian's expression became increasingly frantic, and she hastened her pace in silence. I must catch you, I must. In her subconscious, she believed that all these third-tier beasts were meant for her, and that the treasures were rightfully hers. Yet now, the beasts had been slain, and the treasures snatched away, driving her to the brink of madness. Not long after, she reached another location, which also featured a vast cave. At the entrance stood a figure, and without hesitation, Lin Xiaoqian hastened toward it. Upon recognizing the figure, she immediately shouted in anger. You fat fool, did you steal my treasures? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As her words fell, 10 silver flying knives shot forth simultaneously. Chapter 63. Little girl, you have lost. The rotund man, who had been dozing, was abruptly roused by the sound of someone cursing at him. As he lifted his head to ascertain who had the audacity, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds, the 10 silver flying knives whizzed through the air, encircling him in an instant. It's that little girl. In a heartbeat, the rotund man was wide awake, his spirit heightened, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Speak. Did you steal my treasures? Lin Xiaoqian approached with a dark expression, her tone icy and filled with murderous intent. Little girl, you. The rotund man attempted to retort, but upon seeing the flying knives surrounding him, he wisely chose silence. At that moment, genuine fear gripped him. If this girl lost control of her psychic power, those knives would turn him into a sieve. Big sister, do you think I could possibly contend with those third-tier beasts? With no other choice, the rotund man could only concede. Humph. His words triggered a reaction from Lin Xiaoqian, who let out a cold snort. Even if it wasn't you, you were still an accomplice. As she glared at the rotund man, her expression grew increasingly malevolent. Tap, tap. Just then, footsteps echoed, and a tall figure emerged from the cave, It was Qin Feng. Feng Ge, save me. The arrival of Qin Feng was akin to a savior for the rotund man, who immediately shouted for help. Lin Xiaoqian. Upon seeing the proud girl before him, Qin Feng felt somewhat taken aback. Present all your treasures, and I may spare your life, Lin Xiaoqian declared as soon as a figure emerged. In response, Qin Feng chuckled softly. Your treasures? Pray tell, do they bear your name? Raising her proud chin, Lin Xiaoqian spoke with an air of utmost arrogance. You, insolent brat, cease your prattle and surrender your treasures, or you shall witness the might of this lady. Qin Feng merely scoffed. Having obtained the treasures, they now belong to me. You lack the authority to command me. Lin Xiaoqian, already brimming with fury, could no longer contain herself and launched an attack. Whoosh, whoosh. 10 flying daggers that had been circling around the portly man suddenly shot forth towards Qin Feng. Once I defeat you, we shall see if your tongue remains so defiant. In the face of Lin Xiaoqian's onslaught, Qin Feng extended his right hand, and a black blade materialized in his grasp. Though youthful, your temper is quite fierce. Today, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your guardians. Crackle, crackle. As his words fell, arcs of blue electricity surged from within Qin Feng, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Thunderstep. With each forceful push against the ground, Qin Feng's figure began to flicker rapidly, evading the assault of the flying daggers like a bolt of lightning. You dare think to teach me? At this juncture, Lin Xiaoqian was thoroughly incensed, her intangible mental energy surging forth like a tidal wave from her mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, another 10 silver daggers appeared around her, transforming into streaks of silver light as they raced towards Qin Feng. I wonder how long you can endure. The 20 daggers commenced their encirclement of Qin Feng, while Lin Xiaoqian stood proudly, her invisible mental force beginning to swirl. The speed of the 20 flying daggers surged in an instant, relentlessly targeting various parts of Qin Feng's body. Goodness, this girl may appear youthful, yet her methods are quite ruthless. The portly man, having distanced himself from the danger, began to worry for Qin Feng as he observed the rapid flashes of silver in the air. Despite Qin Feng's formidable combat prowess, Lin Xiaoqian was a mentalist, and her intangible energy was nearly impossible to defend against, akin to a silent assassin. Truly, she is a mentalist reputed to take on 10 foes single-handedly. Had my physique not evolved, enhancing my reflexes several-fold, I might indeed have found her quite troublesome, Qin Feng mused as he dodged the daggers. After engaging with several third-tier ferocious beasts, he had grown accustomed to the evolved Demon King physique. This transformation had not only augmented his physical strength, but also significantly enhanced his combat awareness and reflexes. At this moment, enveloped in arcs of blue electricity, he appeared as a living bolt of lightning, flashing across the battlefield. Previously, he had contemplated enveloping his entire being with thunderstep, and now seemed the perfect opportunity to test it. As time progressed, his speed escalated, and the pressure from the 20 daggers gradually diminished. What is happening? Is Feng Ge using this to hone his combat skills? The portly man exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoqian shot him a murderous glare. You think to use me as a mere tool? On what grounds? With a sharp command, Lin Xiaoqian unleashed her full mental force, propelling the speed of her daggers to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, she conjured 5 additional daggers from her storage ring, directing them into the fray. In an instant, Qin Feng felt the pressure surge, but rather than panic, he welcomed it. The faster the daggers flew, the more favorable his modifications to thunderstep would become. Seeing that 25 daggers could not subdue Qin Feng, a flicker of urgency crossed Lin Xiaoqian's haughty visage. If this is insufficient, then I shall escalate further. A frenzied glint sparkled in her eyes. I refuse to believe I cannot best you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With multiple whooshing sounds, 5 more daggers joined the fray. At this point, Qin Feng found himself completely engulfed by the silver beams, ensnared within a circle formed by the daggers. That's enough. Thunderstep is merely a C-rank combat technique. Having developed it to this extent is already its limit. Observing Lin Xiaoqian's earnestness, Qin Feng lost all interest in continuing this charade. In an instant, his gaze sharpened, a formidable aura radiating from him. Lightning strike. The next moment, the black blade in his hand was enveloped in arcs of blue lightning, and he began to swing it with fervor. Whoosh, whoosh. The black blade transformed into a streak of blue, shimmering brightly against the inky night sky. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of harsh metallic clashes erupted as each silver dagger was sent flying by the black blade. How is this possible? Lin Xiaoqian's face reflected sheer disbelief at the spectacle. However, in the very next moment, she felt a blur flash before her eyes. Little girl, you have lost. A wave of heat brushed against her ear. Chapter 64. Defeat, Total Annihilation, Shikuan approaches. With the warmth at her ear, Lin Xiaoqian jolted, an unusual energy enveloping her. And she vanished from her position, reappearing several meters away. Her pupils quivered, her face a mask of incredulity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next heartbeat, she raised her hand, summoning dozens of daggers back to her side, their tips pointing outward, hovering around her. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's figure had once again disappeared from her view. Stealing herself, Lin Xiaoqian forced calmness upon her, using her mental energy to search for Qin Feng's whereabouts. There, a spark of realization ignited in her mind, and simultaneously, all her flying daggers surged toward a singular direction. Sharp observance, Qin Feng acknowledged, having realized he had been exposed, and he halted, wielding his black blade and swinging it fiercely once more. Clang, clang. Another series of rapid metallic collisions erupted as every single dagger was intercepted by Qin Feng. At this moment, even the proud Lin Xiaoqian stood utterly astonished. If the previous instance had been mere happenstance, then this time, Qin Feng had unmistakably blocked the entirety of the dagger assault. In that fleeting moment, an unfamiliar fear welled up within Lin Xiaoqian. She even entertained the notion of hastily departing from this place. Yet clearly, Qin Feng would not grant her such a reprieve. After deflecting every dagger, his form flickered once more, vanishing from sight. Lin Xiaoqian's senses heightened instantly. Oh, young girl, with such a haughty temperament at your tender age and such fierce strikes. I shall take it upon myself to properly educate you today. The voice resonating in her ear snapped Lin Xiaoqian to attention. Just as she contemplated employing her previous tactic to escape, suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded, followed by a sharp pain in her head, leaving her momentarily disoriented. This audacious fellow actually dared to strike her on the head. Throughout her life, she had only ever been the one to bully others. In an instant, her ferocious mental energy erupted. She intended to use her psychic force to send Qin Feng flying. Bang! However, Qin Feng's movements were even swifter, landing another headbutt directly upon her. You dare! Bang! 2 consecutive headbutts left Lin Xiaoqian with a splitting headache. Given Qin Feng's current physical strength, the force behind those headbutts was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Moreover, he was holding back. If he unleashed his full strength, he could easily obliterate Lin Xiaoqian's head. Little girl, when you're out in the world, it's best to exercise some restraint. As he spoke, Qin Feng delivered yet another headbutt. This time, Lin Xiaoqian staggered, retreating a few steps before plopping down on the ground. At that moment, her eyes were vacant, appearing somewhat dazed and aggrieved. Yet, Qin Feng paid little heed to her plight. He had already shown restraint due to her age. At the very least, her outcome was far better than Zhou Yang's. Just then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Qin Feng turned and approached her. Hand over your point ring. You are pushing your luck. Lin Xiaoqian, seated on the ground, gritted her teeth in fury. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng remained silent, merely extending his hand in a gesture reminiscent of another headbutt. Instantly, Lin Xiaoqian's expression changed, and she obediently surrendered her point ring. Compared to Zhou Yang, her points were considerably higher, totaling 500. Naturally, Qin Feng was not one to be polite, taking half without hesitation. He then tossed the ring to the eager-faced chubby boy beside him. We still need to take down the last third-tier beast before dawn, Qin Feng mused inwardly, before departing with the chubby boy. Damn it, just wait. Once I break through to the 3rd tier, you will pay dearly for this. Lin Xiaoqian spat vehemently, slowly rising to leave. Given the current situation, with the 3rd-tier beasts and those treasures, she held no expectations anymore and could only hunt other beasts to accumulate points. Thus, she turned her anger towards those beasts, determined to unleash her fury upon them. With her mid-2nd tier cultivation level, her combat prowess rivaled that of 3rd-tier beasts within this area. No beast could withstand her might. Soon, Lin Xiaoqian's points began to soar at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his companion had already arrived at the habitat of the last 3rd-tier beast. This too was a creature of early 3rd-tier cultivation, and within 5 minutes, Qin Feng had dispatched it. The training camp had arranged for a total of 6 3rd-tier beasts, all of which had now fallen to Qin Feng's blade. The last bronze box, I wonder what lies within, Qin Feng murmured, before directly opening it. Inside lay a crimson pill, the blood enhancement pill. I'll sell this to you. The moment he beheld the blood enhancement pill, disappointment etched itself across Qin Feng's face, and he promptly tossed it to the chubby boy. Such a pill, which could enhance vitality, held little value for someone endowed with innate abilities and a system like himself. There were 6 3rd-tier beasts and thus 6 bronze boxes. Besides the initial 3-inch golden grass and an B-grade fire attribute combat technique, Qin Feng had also acquired 2 additional B-grade combat techniques, a bottle of special healing potion, and a B-grade alloy weapon. Of these, the only items of use to him were the B-grade body refinement technique and the healing potion, while the rest he sold off to the chubby boy. The chubby boy, naturally, welcomed all offers, both to strengthen his rapport with Qin Feng and because the prices Qin Feng set were indeed below market value. After dispatching the final third-tier beast, Qin Feng resolved to take a moment to rest. He intended to give the other students some time. This afternoon, they would collect a bounty, allowing for a fresh start come morning, when they could embark on another hunt. Qin Feng contemplated this in his mind. He had previously tested that defeating the same opponent within the same day would only yield evolution points for the first victory. They would only refresh the following day. Finally, a chance to rest. Upon hearing Qin Feng's suggestion for a break, the chubby boy's face instantly lit up with a smile, and he followed Qin Feng to rest at the habitat of the last third-tier beast. The furious demon bear has been slain. Who could it be? Lin Shaoqian or Zhou Yang? An hour later, a tall figure murmured as he arrived. The newcomer was Shi Kuan, and upon surveying the chaotic surroundings, a flicker of change crossed his face. Could it be that even the black magic giant spider here has fallen? Shi Kuan found it hard to believe. Just then, a familiar face materialized before him. Shi Kuan, you dare to show your face here. Chapter 65. The Clash of the Demon King Body and the Overlord Body. You are Su Yuan? Faced with the chubby boy's tirade, Shi Kuan's brow furrowed, utterly perplexed by the onslaught of insults. Shut your mouth. Or even if you are a noble scion, I will make you pay. Although he was confused about the situation, Shi Kuan would not allow himself to be verbally assaulted. Despite the chubby boy's formidable background, he felt no fear. In a contest among peers, he doubted the boy could summon anyone against him. Shi Kuan's reaction caused the chubby boy's brow to wrinkle, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Damn it, I've been set up by that little girl Su Ku. When he purchased the map, he hadn't dealt directly with Shi Kuan, but rather through an intermediary. Realizing this, the chubby boy wore an expression akin to that of a mute consuming a bitter gourd. Did you slay the third-tier beast here? Shi Kuan regarded the chubby boy with suspicion, his gaze brimming with doubt. He had sensed that the chubby boy's cultivation was at the early second tier. Such a level made it implausible for him to have slain third-tier beasts. It wasn't me. The chubby boy pouted. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. Huh. The newcomer stretched lazily. It was none other than Qin Feng. Observing Shi Kuan before him, Qin Feng was not at all surprised by his arrival. He had chosen to rest here precisely to await this individual. I wonder how his unique physique compares to my Demon King body, Qin Feng murmured, a surge of fierce battle intent emanating from him. Almost instantaneously, Shi Kuan sensed the battle aura radiating from Qin Feng, and he felt no trepidation. He took a step forward, a similar aura of terror erupting from within him. Here we go again. The chubby boy, sensing the tension, quickly distanced himself from the two. I wonder how long Shi Kuan can endure, he thought to himself. After witnessing Qin Feng's formidable prowess, the chubby boy was firmly convinced that Qin Feng was undoubtedly the strongest student of this cohort from Jiangnan province, without exception. In fact, he felt that, even across the entirety of the Great Xia, no one could defeat Qin Feng within the same tier. To the arena. At the very moment two opponents faced each other, they both sprang into action. Shi Kuan's towering, robust figure surged forward like a majestic mountain, charging directly towards Qin Feng's position. Unfazed, Qin Feng propelled himself forward, his blood surging within him. In comparison to the imposing Shi Kuan, Qin Feng appeared diminutive, seemingly a head shorter than his rival. Boom. In the next instant, a deafening crash erupted as the two figures collided. The fierce impact unleashed a terrifying shockwave, rippling through the surrounding air as if it were a tide. After a brief moment of contact, both men staggered back, creating distance between them. How is this possible? Shi Kuan was utterly astonished. He realized that Qin Feng had not utilized any supernatural abilities, but had engaged him purely with physical prowess, just as he had. Could it be that you possess a unique constitution as well? Shi Kuan couldn't help but inquire. However, Qin Feng remained silent. Observing this, Shi Kuan ceased his questioning, his expression growing serious. The prior test had sufficiently demonstrated that Qin Feng's physique was not inferior to his own. Yet, soon thereafter, excitement welled up within Shi Kuan. He had never encountered another awakened one with a special constitution like his own, and now he could fully unleash his strength in battle. Fight! Shi Kuan bellowed, propelling his massive frame forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, hurtling towards Qin Feng's face with a fierce wind. The air tore apart in the wake of his punch, emitting a hissing sound. Yet, Qin Feng remained calm, his formidable combat instincts allowing him to predict the trajectory of the oncoming blow. As he sidestepped Shi Kuan's punch, he rapidly lowered his body, his right leg sweeping towards Shi Kuan's feet like a sharp axe. Sensing the impending strike, Shi Kuan thrust one foot forward in an attempt to block it. However, he vastly underestimated the force behind the attack. Boom. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through his calf, making him feel as though his bones might shatter. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Shi Kuan did not retreat. Instead, he seized the opportunity to raise his arm and bring it crashing down towards Qin Feng. A strange glint flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he supported himself with one hand, his legs propelling him upward. Bang! Their fists and feet collided once more, producing a resounding echo. From there, Qin Feng initiated the offensive, leveraging his robust physique and unparalleled combat awareness to gradually suppress Shirkuan. Indeed, the rotund observer nearby noted this development, a knowing expression gracing his face. Thud, thud, thud. After yet another collision, Shirkuan's body swayed as he stumbled backward several steps. Opportunity. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as his agile form darted forward, reaching Shirkuan before he could regain his balance. Boom. Qin Feng unleashed a powerful punch, the force of it tearing through the air with a ferocious intensity. Seeing this, Shirkuan did not hesitate. He pivoted his body in an attempt to evade. But it was too late, and Qin Feng's fist struck true against his left shoulder. In an instant, Shirkuan's towering frame was sent hurtling backward until he crashed against a rock wall, finally coming to a halt. This should be the end, the observer murmured to himself. No, the true battle has only just begun. Just as the observer finished speaking, the fallen Shirkuan slowly rose to his feet, a trickle of blood staining his lips. Yet his eyes shone with renewed brightness. I admit you are strong, but I am not weak either. With that, a terrifying aura surged from within him, his muscles expanding and his skin becoming more resilient. He charged directly at Qin Feng, this time with even greater speed, feeling the immense pressure radiating from his opponent. Qin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze equally fervent. Planting his feet firmly, he surged forward to meet Shirkuan, and once again, the two became locked in a fierce clash. In that moment, fists flew in a whirlwind of strikes, punctuated by the explosive sounds of their encounters. As their battle escalated, the surroundings fell into disarray under the impact of their formidable powers, deep craters forming in the ground. Gradually, as the fight neared its conclusion, Shirkuan felt his stamina waning, a wave of weakness enveloping him. Conversely, Qin Feng seemed to grow more invigorated, akin to a perpetual motion machine, showing no signs of fatigue. Ultimately, Qin Feng emerged victorious. In the control room, two geniuses with extraordinary constitutions. One staff member, having witnessed the fierce battle between Qin Feng and Shirkuan, felt a spark of excitement flicker in his eyes. It seems this time we shall return with bountiful rewards. Chapter 66. A bunch of trash, dare to challenge? One night to hunt all the third-tier ferocious beasts, and consecutively defeat Lin Shaoqian and Shirkuan. Inside the control room, Yang Xian wore an expression of incredulity. The fact that Qin Feng had defeated Zhou Yang had already left him astounded, yet he could not have anticipated that Qin Feng would deliver an even greater surprise. This is unacceptable. I must inform the chief instructor and bring him to witness this. With that, Yang Xian picked up the nearby landline and dialed the chief instructor's number. Tang Yun, observing this, did not intervene. Qin Feng's combat prowess had transcended their expectations, surpassing the common definition of genius. Such an extraordinary student was beyond their teaching capabilities. 2 minutes later, Chief Instructor Zhao Hong arrived in the control room. After viewing the footage of Qin Feng's battle, an expression of exhilaration spread across his face. Bang! Zhao Hong slammed his hand on the table. Haha! Old Wang claimed that our Jiangnan province was inferior to theirs in the Xia province, along with several other provinces. This time, I shall see who truly reigns supreme. With that, Zhao Hong grabbed his phone and opened a group chat titled Daxia Elite Training Camp, populated by chief instructors from elite training camps across various provinces of Daxia. Chief Instructor of Nanha Province. The quality of students from Nanha Province is mediocre. They can barely contend with third-tier ferocious beasts. Accompanying this message was a short video clip. The footage depicted a young man wielding a long spear, battling a ferocious beast towering as high as a floor. The chief instructors in the group, all at least 8th-tier grandmasters, immediately recognized the beast in the video as a third-tier ferocious creature. To engage in combat with a third-tier beast speaks volumes about the young man's exceptional abilities. Chief Instructor of Hedong Province, and you dare to share that old fool? It's merely a third-tier ferocious beast. Allow me to show you what a true genius looks like. Someone in the group quickly retorted. Following this, another video was shared, featuring a student engaged in combat with a third-tier beast. Swish, swish. Not wanting to be overshadowed by these two, chief instructors from other provinces eagerly followed suit, posting their own videos accompanied by boastful remarks. Finally, the chief instructor of Xia Province shared a video as well. The footage showcased a young man, sword stained with blood, with a composed demeanor. However, the most striking aspect was the colossal beast beneath his feet, a black lion adorned with scales and a single horn. Upon the release of this video, the group fell into silence. Chief Instructor of Xia Province. This child is rather ordinary. The third-tier Blackhorn Lion could hardly withstand 10 exchanges at his hands. After a moment of silence, Chief Instructor of Guanyuan Province. Indeed, Wang Lao is truly superior. Eastern Merchant Province, as expected from our great Xia's foremost province, where geniuses abound. Subsequently, a chorus of compliments ensued. Guanyuan Province. By the way, where is old Yang? He went to Jiangnan Province. And yet he hasn't shown his face. Could it be that he has few capable students? Nanha Province, as everyone knows. The quality of students from Jiangnan Province has been rather mediocre in previous years. I recall there was only one student who awakened an S-class ability last year. Perhaps this year's situation is even worse. Even if there are no S-class students, surely there must be at least one with a special physique? Noticing Yang Hong's prolonged silence in the chat, the other chief instructors could not help but tease him. Yang Hong, upon observing this, donned a cold smirk and promptly sent the pre-edited message. Yang Hong from Jiangnan Province. A bunch of trash. How dare you compare yourselves to the prodigies of Jiangnan Province? The other chief instructors were taken aback, not expecting Yang Hong to make such a bold statement right off the bat. Just as they prepared to retort. Yang Hong from Jiangnan Province. If you're unconvinced, come and challenge me. Nanha Province. Wow, old Yang. What kind of extraordinary genius have you encountered to be so arrogant? Guanyuan Province. Indeed, what genius? Share it with us to witness. Huh. Now you want to see it? Dream on. Glancing at the messages on his phone, Yang Hong switched it to silent mode and pressed the lock screen button. A scheme had already begun to formulate in his mind. In the group chat, did that guy run away? Old Yang is just stubborn. It was precisely that stubbornness that led him to wager and lose that A-class alloy weapon to me. Honestly, at his age, he still enjoys putting on airs. After noticing Yang Hong's lack of response, the other chief instructors erupted with ridicule, launching into a frenzy of mockery. Ahead should be the Black Forest Mountains. As two figures arrived before a dark expanse of jungle, indeed, it was Qin Feng and his companion. Brother Feng, if we head directly into the camp now, we will lose quite a bit of points. In the training camp, various resources must be exchanged with points. Should we not wait a bit longer? Observing the foreboding darkness ahead, his companion frowned, mistakenly believing Qin Feng intended to enter the camp immediately. To this, Qin Feng merely shot him a disdainful glance. Who said I wanted to enter the camp now? If we're not entering the camp, then what are we doing here? The chubby companion's eyes lit up with realization. Brother Feng, are you planning to lie in wait here and ambush other students for their points? The little rascal is teachable. Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this was the sole entry into the Blackwood Forest. To access the camp, one must pass through here. If they held their ground, everyone would have to pay a toll to pass. The chubby companion muttered to himself. As for seizing others' points, he felt no guilt. Survival of the fittest. Even in the training camp, the competition among students for points was tacitly encouraged. Only through mutual competition can one progress swiftly. Once we have accumulated enough points, we need only locate the camp, and we will have passed this entry assessment. Before long, a 5-person squad approached the area. Captain, there are 2 individuals over there. One of the team members spotted Qin Feng and his companion, instantly alerting the entire squad. The squad leader scrutinized Qin Feng and his companion cautiously before stepping forward a few paces, speaking up. Friends, we are from Qingqing. May I inquire if you have located the camp? The camp's location? It lies just behind here. The chubby companion gestured behind him, but then swiftly changed his tone. However, if you wish to pass, you'll need to. Boom, boom. Before the chubby companion could finish, Qin Feng had already opened fire. Thunder gun. Enormous thunderballs, each the size of a basketball, materialized in midair, hurtling toward the group. Moments later, we concede. All our points are yours. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the adversary and gaining evolution points. Chapter 67. Qin Feng. It's good that you've come. It's good that you've come. All third-tier ferocious beasts have vanished. Was it Lin Shaoqian or Shikuan? No, their combat prowess is at most on par with mine. Even if they could slay third-tier beasts, it would be impossible for them to wipe them all out in a single night. Within a vast cavern, observing the chaotic scene and the empty iron boxes, Zhou Yang's expression subtly shifted. Could it be him? A striking figure emerged in Zhou Yang's mind. Qin Feng. Yanggu. The Qin family has sent word. Just then, a voice reached Zhou Yang's ears. Qin family. Humph. If it weren't to save face for young Master Yu, who would bother with them? Zhou Yang scoffed coldly, then stepped outside the cave. Yanggu, we've located the approximate position of that Qin Feng. And the Qin family has mentioned that Shikuan will join us in the assault. Huh. Do they look down on me, Zhou Yang? Just a first-tier late-stage lightning awakener. And they think Shikuan and I need to work together? Zhou Yang scoffed disdainfully. Take me there. Kuan Gu. After all, this is young Master Yu's face. We should. At this moment, Shikuan had just consumed a bottle of healing potion, and his body bore several evident wounds. all sustained during the recent battle with Qin Feng. Hearing the report from the young man before him, Qin frowned. He had no desire to get involved in the conflict between the Qin family and Qin Feng. It was merely that young Master Yu was not someone he could afford to offend. Fine, I understand. Qin finally nodded reluctantly. How about you all? Have you gathered enough points? We have enough, Qin go, but I don't know why. Since last night, the number of ferocious beasts in this area has diminished significantly. We haven't encountered a single beast for over half an hour. The young man furrowed his brow. Is it those two? Upon hearing this, Qin envisioned two figures in his mind, soon rising to depart. Quickly, tell me, where have the ferocious beasts gone? Sister, all the ferocious beasts in this vicinity have been cleared out by you. There isn't a single one left. A short-haired young man looked at the petite figure before him with terror in his eyes, his voice quaking as he spoke. Standing before him was Lin Xiaoqian. At this moment, she had nearly eradicated all the ferocious beasts within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Yet, even so, the fury within her heart had not dissipated. I heard that there are plenty of ferocious beasts in the Blackwood Forest, near the camp. Why don't you check there? The short-haired young man ventured cautiously. Humph. You better not be deceiving me, otherwise I won't spare you. Lin Xiaoqian scoffed coldly before turning to leave, several silver flying daggers trailing closely behind her. Finally, we have sent this lady off. The short-haired man bore a wry smile, completely taken aback by his unfortunate luck. Not only had he encountered Lin Xiaoqian, but he had also been relegated to the role of a laborer in her quest for ferocious beasts. This search had consumed a significant portion of the day. Nevertheless, he was relieved to find that his points had barely met the camp's entry requirements. Murmuring softly to himself, the short-haired man hastily departed, knowing that delay could spell disaster. He resolved to locate the camp's position and enter without further ado. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Black Forest Mountains, a cacophony of explosions erupted. Basketball-sized thunderbolts appeared in the air, hurtling towards a small team. Surrender your points. Faced with the onslaught of thunderbolts, this squad, whose average combat power was merely in the mid-tier of the first stage, was utterly defenseless and promptly chose to yield their points. At that moment, Qin Feng received a notification of accrued evolution points, prompting him to cease his current actions. Before him lay a scene of devastation. The ground was littered with numerous craters, all created by the thunderbolts. Truly ferocious, he mused to himself. The chubby companion beside him silently acknowledged Qin Feng's prowess. This team marked the fourth they had encountered, all of whom had been thoroughly intimidated by Qin Feng alone. Brother Feng, perhaps I should forfeit these points, the chubby man suggested. Eyeing the points wristband Qin Feng had tossed him, it was not that he was unwilling to accept the points, but rather that he felt a twinge of guilt for merely reaping the rewards while others struggled. His primary concern was that he did not wish to see so many students eliminated. With nearly a day and a half remaining until the camp's assessment concluded, if Qin Feng were to monopolize the points, it would significantly diminish the others' chances of accumulating enough to qualify. All right, Qin Feng acquiesced to the chubby man's proposal. In truth, he did not place immense value on these points. His focus lay more on the evolution points. However, as his combat prowess increased, the evolution points he gained from these ordinary students dwindled. On average, each student provided him with less than 10 evolution points. Evolution points, 400. Including those he had earned from slaying third-tier ferocious beasts and defeating Lin Xiaoqian, Qin, and others, his total evolution points had reached 400. Those three should be on their way here now. Qin Feng murmured to himself, recognizing that among the students, their combat capabilities were significantly superior, thus yielding him greater evolution points. At that moment, another team approached, led by Zhou Yang. Brother Yang, that man is Qin Feng. It seems he is intercepting other students to seize their points, and his combat power appears formidable. Following the speaker's gaze, Zhou Yang looked up, and, upon a mere glance, his pupils constricted sharply. It's him. Zhou Yang was taken aback, never expecting that the Qin Feng targeted by the Qin family would be the very person who had recently defeated him. Damn, he is merely an ordinary late-stage awakener. Zhou Yang's mind raced with expletives. The chubby man's face broke into a grin upon noticing Zhou Yang's arrival. While he might hesitate to seize points from others, doing so from Zhou Yang was an entirely different matter. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Feng looked up, and upon recognizing the familiar face, a radiant smile spread across his features. It's good you're here. It's good you're here. With that, Qin Feng swiftly raised his hand and unleashed a thunder lance towards the approaching group. Boom, boom. Several basketball-sized thunderbolts hurtled forth, racing towards Zhou Yang and his team. Chapter 68. Qin Feng. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, this brat would have succeeded. The air was filled with violent explosions as numerous thunderbolts struck the ground, sending clouds of dust soaring. Zhou Yang and his team found themselves beside the chaos. B-grade combat technique. The group stared in shock at the craters formed by the thunderbolts, astonished by Qin Feng's formidable strength. What is there to fear? Brother Yang is here. A confident voice rang out, assuring the others that no matter how strong Qin Feng was, he could not possibly rival Zhou Yang, who possessed great abilities. At this proclamation, the others turned their eyes towards Zhou Yang, who, faced with their scrutiny, felt his expression darken, unable to suppress a curse in his heart. He was caught in a dilemma, to fight and risk defeat, or to stand down and lose face. Just then, a towering figure entered his line of sight. It was Shi Kuan. Is that Qin Feng? Shi Kuan's expression mirrored Zhou Yang's earlier shock. However, unlike Zhou Yang, who was preoccupied with appearances, Shi Kuan was more concerned with practicality. Brother Kuan, Zhou Yang has also arrived and wants to team up, someone said. Let us go? I'm not his match. Without waiting for his teammate to finish, Shi Kuan declared and turned to leave. What? You're not his match. The speaker's face fell in disbelief. Shi Kuan, known for his extraordinary strength among his peers, had never been defeated. Had Qin Feng inflicted those injuries on him? But then, as Zhou Yang thought he might breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed Shi Kuan turning to leave. Does this mean even Shi Kuan? His expression shifted, and he no longer cared about maintaining his pride. Now is not the time to fight. Let us retreat. With that, Zhou Yang prepared to turn and depart. His teammates exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. As students from the same city, they understood Zhou Yang's character well. In situations like this, he would typically take immediate action, especially since this was a directive from Yu Xiao, a member of a powerful family with multiple warriors of extraordinary rank. Zhou Yang's demeanor, coupled with Shi Kuan's abrupt departure, hinted at something amiss. Yet, they did not dwell on it, as they could not alter Zhou Yang's mindset. I did not agree to let you leave. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Zhou Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he slowly turned around, only to see a familiar figure emerge into his sight. It was Qin Feng. In that instant, an ominous premonition surged within him. You've walked right into my trap. There's no way I'm letting you escape. A smile danced on Qin Feng's lips, and in the next moment, thunder crackled ominously. A cacophony of thunder erupted, as azure arcs of electricity surged forth from Qin Feng's body, swirling around him and emanating an aura of unbridled ferocity. In that very instant, enveloped by an invisible tempest, Zhou Yang charged forward with unwavering resolve. You all should leave at once, Zhou Yang commanded in a low voice. His actions were not born of altruism. Rather, he recognized that Qin Feng's target was himself. Even if he attempted to flee, the adversary would undoubtedly pursue him. Instead of retreating, he resolved to confront Qin Feng head-on, believing that by doing so, he might win the favor of onlookers. In his mind, although Qin Feng's prowess surpassed his own, he felt confident that with all his might, he could momentarily impede his opponent. Yet, the ideal was far removed from reality. As their figures collided, a shadow hurtled backward like a cannonball. It was Zhou Yang himself. Yang. The others gasped in shock, their faces betraying their terror. Just then, a blue figure, as swift as lightning, appeared before them. Moments later, a notification echoed in Zhou Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have defeated and gained evolution points. All present, save for Zhou Yang, generously contributed their evolution points. Impossible. When did his physique become so formidable? Zhou Yang, after colliding with a massive boulder, gradually came to a halt, clutching his right arm, which was suffused with pain. It felt as if his arm might shatter. He had merely brushed against Qin Feng's body for an instant. What a monster, he thought to himself, his desire to engage further evaporating. The disparity in their combat abilities was insurmountable. Continuing the fight would only be a humiliation. He extended his remaining functional left hand, attempting to remove the point's wristband to surrender to Qin Feng. Thunder Spear. With a thunderous boom, Zhou Yang looked up to see a basketball-sized ball of lightning hurtling toward him. Bewildered, he had intended to transfer the wristband to Qin Feng. With a deafening explosion, Zhou Yang was once more sent flying. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have defeated. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, this brat would have triumphed. Qin Feng sighed in relief as the system's voice resonated in his mind. He approached and detached the wristband from his opponent, siphoning off half of the points. Fengge. Fengge. At that moment, a rotund figure emerged, fixated on Zhou Yang's wristband. Qin Feng, ever generous, tossed the wristband to him. After dispatching Zhou Yang and his companions, Qin Feng did not linger. He vanished into thin air once more, having not overlooked Shi Kuan and his entourage. Though Shi Kuan's evolution points had yet to refresh, the others who accompanied him had not yet felt his wrath. 3 minutes later, Qin Feng returned to the entrance of the Haima mountain range. Oh no! The Great One is back, murmured several small teams, who had initially planned to slip into the forest while Qin Feng was absent. To their dismay, He returned before they could make their move. As they lamented their misfortune, a petite figure approached. Finally here, little girl. Qin Feng's eyes lit up at the sight. 5 minutes later, a diminutive girl sat on the ground, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Qin Feng. What is this? You mustn't cry, Qin Feng remarked. Bemused. He had merely wished to engage in friendly sparring with Lin Xiaoqian and, perhaps, gather a few evolution points. To his surprise, he had inadvertently reduced her to tears. Observing Lin Xiaoqian seated on the ground, he reluctantly abandoned his intent, even though the evolution points had not yet materialized. All right, I won't strike you again. He waved his hand dismissively before turning to leave. Only after Qin Feng had been gone for some time did Lin Xiaoqian rise from the ground, her eyes still red. She lifted her gaze to his departing figure, a wave of intense embarrassment washing over her. Having never cried in front of others before, she felt utterly humiliated. Lowering her head, she surreptitiously glanced around, and, relieved that no one else was witnessing her disgrace, breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng, this grievance shall be remembered. She vowed silently. Yet, a flicker of apprehension crept into her heart. Throughout her life, she had never encountered someone as formidable as Qin Feng among her peers. Due to her upbringing, she had accompanied her elders to Xia province on numerous occasions, and she felt that even the prodigies there paled in comparison to him. Despite her own early rise as a psychic due to her exceptional mental prowess, she had always regarded herself as a destined champion. However, she had never anticipated encountering such a terrifying adversary in this training camp. Even with a lower cultivation level, his combat strength had utterly overwhelmed her. With these thoughts weighing heavily on her, Lin Xiaoqian turned and departed. That girl lacks composure, Yang Xian remarked with a wry smile in the control room. If only she could unleash her full potential. Even if she could not defeat Qin Feng, she certainly wouldn't suffer such a crushing defeat. This was understandable. The Lin family had never produced a psychic, resulting in a lack of adequate training for Lin Xiaoqian. Yet, Qin Feng continued to astonish everyone. An S-rank lightning ability. Coupled with a unique physique rivaling the tyrant body, such talent places him among the elite of the entire Xia, Tang Yun added thoughtfully. Yang Xian nodded in agreement. Let us hope these young ones will continue to surprise us. At the entrance of the Haima mountain range, Qin Feng returned with a sense of futility. His encounter with Lin Xiaoqian had yielded no evolution points or scores. Had I known, I should have intimidated her a bit more. At least I could have garnered some evolution points, he mused. Just then, a small team emerged. Upon spotting Qin Feng, they hesitated momentarily before turning to flee. However, it was clear that Qin Feng would not let them escape easily. Boom, boom. With the thunderous crack of the thunder spear, explosive lightning orbs were unleashed like cannon fire. After several blasts, evolution points flowed in, as the team hastily surrendered their wristbands. Qin Feng accepted their offerings without hesitation. This unfortunate team had miscalculated. They had intended to sneak past while Qin Feng was away, only to find him returning at the worst possible moment. The members wore expressions of bitter resignation. With this team's misfortune as a cautionary tale, the hidden teams lurking in the shadows abandoned their plans to break free. Never mind. This formidable deity is too powerful. We might as well obediently hunt ferocious beasts to earn points. At worst, we can wait until our points reach 400 and allow him to seize them once. Dejected, the crowd departed from the scene. 2 hours later, it seems that the news has reached everyone, and for the time being, they dare not approach. The chubby man squinted, turning his gaze around. And within a radius of several hundred meters, not a single figure appeared. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded, yet he remained utterly unperturbed. Tomorrow marks the final day of the camp assessment. As long as they wish to enter the camp and pass the evaluation, this spot is inevitable. He merely needs to sit here and await his prey to come to him. Subsequently, the two continued to guard this location. As evening approached, the chubby man retrieved specialized grilling tools and an array of complete ingredients from his storage ring. Shortly thereafter, Qin Feng shot down a late-stage black magic rabbit, and the two began to relish a delightful feast of roasted rabbit meat. It must be acknowledged that the chubby man's culinary skills were indeed commendable. The meat was succulent and resilient, exuding a rich aroma, with a golden crust that shimmered enticingly, heightening one's appetite. After a hearty meal, the chubby man erected 2 military tents on the spot, even utilizing a special transparent material for the tents to facilitate their observation of the external environment. What a pity that my personal bodyguard did not accompany me. Otherwise, it would have been splendid to have her massage my muscles, he murmured. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's lip twitched slightly, and he ultimately entered one of the tents without uttering a word. Goodness, does this deity intend to keep vigilant all night? He truly leaves us no avenue for escape. As dusk deepened and night descended, some individuals prepared to take advantage of the cover of darkness, attempting to sneak past. However, Upon seeing the two tents, their spirits plummeted. They might as well seek ferocious beasts at night. But to find ferocious beasts, there must be some in the vicinity, right? It's perplexing. The number of ferocious beasts around here seems to be dwindling. I searched for over an hour before arriving and didn't spot a single one. No, I cannot allow this brat to continue unimpeded. In the control room, gazing at the two tents at the entrance of the Black Forest Mountain and the still frantic Lin Xiaoqian searching for ferocious beasts, Tang Yun furrowed her brow. Currently, nearly half of the ferocious beasts in the assessment have been slain by Lin Xiaoqian alone. If this continues, by the time the camp admission period arrives, a significant portion of the students will fail to meet the entry standards, which is not the outcome the training camp desires. Forget it. Let this brat enter the camp. 1 minute later, inside the tent, as Qin Feng was closing his eyes, he seemed to sense something. Abruptly opening his eyes to see a familiar figure standing outside the tent, observing him. Instructor Tang? Qin Feng frowned, feigning surprise. As expected, she has come. It's about time. We should give the other students a chance, Tang Yin stated. What do you mean by that, instructor? I should not have violated any rules of the camp assessment, right? Upon hearing this, Tang Yun shot him a disdainful glance before speaking directly. Enough. 2,000 points will grant you early admission to the camp, but you are prohibited from seizing points from other students. Very well. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded without hesitation. Chapter 70. Entering the camp, breaking through to second tier. This brat has outwitted me. Realizing that Qin Feng nodded without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yun understood that he had been anticipating her arrival. Forget it. Consider it an investment in him. Shaking her head, Tang Yun's figure flickered and vanished from sight. A mentalist. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. In that fleeting moment, he felt a terrifying mental force emanating from Tang Yun. In the presence of that mental power, he felt like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. So this is the terror of a mentalist, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Understanding that Tang Yun was cautioning him not to underestimate mentalists simply because he had defeated Lin Xiaoqian. Otherwise, he would need to begin enhancing his mental capacity next. With this in mind, Qin Feng reclined back inside the tent. Early admission was nothing to rush. He could arrive first thing in the morning. Let us send in another 500 ferocious beasts. Arriving at a concealed location, Yang Xian addressed the two staff members before him. Understood. Initially, it was intended to wait until after the camp concluded to utilize them for honing the students' combat skills, but now it seems they will need to be deployed prematurely. Saying this, Yang Xian moved aside to dial a number. To ensure the safety of the training camp, the Great Xia specifically communicated with the Beast Clan, establishing signal towers near each training camp to guarantee smooth communication. Therefore, as long as one is in the vicinity of the training camp, they can directly use their mobile phones to contact the city. Hello, old Chun, it's me. Yes. This time, I might need to trouble you to send over 2 more batches of ferocious beasts. All right. Upon hearing that more ferocious beasts were to be sent over, old Chun on the other end of the line was somewhat surprised but gave it little thought. What is a few low-tier ferocious beasts? There are plenty in the wilderness. Roar. A woo. This night was far from tranquil. In the latter half of the night, the sounds of beastly roars echoed. In the past, hearing such roars at night would have instilled a sense of anxiety. But now, they have arrived. The ferocious beasts are here. Don't you dare snatch from me. That tusked wild boar is mine. Figures surged forward, all brimming with excitement as they charged toward the ferocious beasts as if what lay before them were not beasts, but rather invaluable treasures. Finally, I have gathered 400 points. A figure drenched in red blood, excitement evident on his face, was surrounded by several teammates, all in a similar state. After a night of fierce combat, their points had nearly reached 400. Without hesitation, these individuals swiftly made their way toward the entrance of the Black Forest Mountain. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that Qin Feng and his companion had already departed. The deity has left? The group exchanged glances, a sense of relief washing over them. Although their points had reached 400, who would ever complain about having more points? Without hesitation, upon confirming that Qin Feng and his companion had truly departed, they quickly entered the Black Forest Mountain. With Qin Feng's obstruction removed, those students who had reached the admission standard swiftly entered the Black Forest Mountain. Meanwhile, before a massive camp, 2 figures appeared. It was Qin Feng and his companion. Upon entering the Black Forest Mountain, the two navigated according to the map indicated on their point wristbands, quickly discovering the location of the camp. They could see that at the entrance of the camp, 2 guards in military uniforms were standing watch. After presenting their point wristbands to the guards, Qin Feng and his companion promptly entered the camp. You must assemble here before 6 in the evening. Remember not to be late. The guard reminded Qin Feng and his companion. Understood. The two nodded lightly. The structures within the camp are predominantly constructed from a unique black metal, glistening with a metallic sheen. At regular intervals, well-equipped guards patrol the surroundings. Along the walls encircling the camp, Qin Feng also observed numerous energy cannons. These energy cannons are cutting-edge weaponry developed by the researchers of the Great Xia, capable of firing powerful projectiles with merely the input of energy. Their might is formidable. A single shot can obliterate even a third-tier ferocious beast into mere remnants. The sheer presence of over 100 such cannons instills an astonishing sense of intimidation. The elite training camp is of paramount importance to the Great Xia, as the students admitted are regarded as prodigies from various cities, the future elite of the nation. To avert unforeseen incidents, each training camp is equipped with hundreds of energy cannons. After a cursory glance, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze. While the energy cannons are undeniably powerful, they remain mere external tools. True strength lies in one's own capabilities. After meandering through the camp for a while, they arrived at the dormitory area. Having agreed to meet at the entrance of the camp before 6 in the afternoon, they each collected their dormitory keys. Although referred to as dormitories, each one resembles a small villa, complete with a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom on the first floor, while the second floor boasts a spacious training room. Qin Feng first attended to his hygiene in the bathroom, discarding the clothes stained with the blood of several third-tier beasts. With his current combat prowess, ordinary second-tier beasts perished before they could even approach him. After freshening up and changing into a new outfit, Qin Feng exited the bathroom and entered the living room. With his physique now evolved, it was time to enhance his vitality. I can begin to elevate my vitality now, Qin Feng murmured to himself. At present, he was at the late stage of the first tier, trailing behind Shikuan and the others, who had already reached the mid-stage of the second tier. Contemplating this, Qin Feng focused his mind and began to assess his vitality value. Vitality, 338. In recent days, he had been concentrating on enhancing his physique and combat skills, which resulted in no significant improvement in his vitality. Evolution points, 600. Subsequently, he checked the amount of evolution points he had accumulated and, without hesitation, opted for an all-in gamble. System, increase my vitality. In the next instant, a violent tremor coursed through Qin Feng's body. His muscles swelled instantaneously, veins bulging, as his freshly donned clothing tore apart due to his expanding physique. His once slender form transformed into that of a muscular behemoth. However, perhaps due to his physique having evolved into the Demon King form, he felt little discomfort at that moment. He distinctly sensed a substantial surge in his vitality. 2 minutes later, Qin Feng's body reverted to its original shape, though his clothes lay in tatters. With no alternative, he was compelled to change again. Vitality, 398. Almost there, he murmured, then retrieved 2 first-tier beast crystals from his storage ring. In the following moment, his innate ability, Infinite Devour, activated, enveloping the beast crystals in a dark gleam, resulting in 2 surges of warmth within his body. Boom. In less than a minute, a resounding explosion echoed from within Qin Feng, releasing a powerful vitality that radiated from him. I've reached the second tier. Chapter 71. Preparing to fuse with the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Knock. Knock. A series of knocks echoed. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the previously restless vitality within him settled instantly, rendering him inscrutable. He glanced at the electronic clock on the wall and noted that it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Within half a day, he had solidified his recent breakthrough. First, I'll participate in the Camp's initiation ceremony, then return to fuse with the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Qin Feng thought to himself as he rose and opened the door. Standing at the threshold was none other than the chubby fellow. The two then made their way to the camp entrance together. At the camp entrance, they observed figures entering one after another. At the moment of entry, each person's face bore an expression of profound relief. The elite training camp represented a transformative opportunity for them. As long as they successfully entered, they would distinguish themselves from ordinary students. Even the least competent among them would be capable of easily besting regular students upon exiting. Conversely, those whose scores fell short of the standard would be compelled to leave, thereby widening the gap between them. However, nothing is absolute. Not everyone who enters the training camp will inevitably become a strong contender, and departing the camp does not preclude the possibility of achieving greatness. Before long, Qin Feng and his companion arrived at the entrance. It's that esteemed figure. Indeed, he had already made his entrance. As Qin Feng appeared, he drew the attention of the crowd, though the gazes were not particularly warm. Unfazed, Qin Feng thought that he would not mind accepting any evolution points offered. Humph. Just wait. I shall surely surpass you. Lin Xiaoqian, standing at the forefront of the crowd, huffed, her eyes brimming with determination as they fell upon Qin Feng. Nearby, Shikuan and Yang Yang shared similar sentiments. They were proud individuals. A momentary setback could hardly diminish their resolve. Presently, they regarded Qin Feng as their target to chase. As Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings, he noted that only a little over 100 students had successfully entered the training camp, with nearly one-third of the students eliminated. The competition was fierce. At that moment, a graceful figure caught his eye. It was Chu Yu. Qin Feng was not surprised by her successful assessment. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, he shifted his gaze away. Just then, instructors Tang Yun and Yang Xian arrived at the scene. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully entering the training camp. Tang Yun began slowly, but then quickly shifted her tone. However, entering the training camp is merely the first step. I expect you all to remain vigilant. She continued, the camp conducts a weekly elimination system. Students failing to meet various standards will be directly eliminated. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the students turned tense, particularly those at the initial stage of the first tier. If eliminations were to occur, it would undoubtedly be from among their ranks. Tang Yun noticed the change in the students and couldn't help but smirk slightly. Next, I will provide an overview of the camp's key facilities. The camp features several important amenities: the gravity training room, the movement technique training room, the combat skills hall, and the battle power ranking board. I won't elaborate too much on the first two. One helps you hone your physique, while the other enhances your agility. The combat skills hall can also be regarded as a marketplace, containing combat techniques, energy liquids, healing potions, alloy weapons, and other resources you may require. The highest exchangeable items include A-grade combat techniques. At this announcement, the students' eyes brightened, as they had come precisely for such resources. However, there were exceptions. For instance, the chubby fellow beside Qin Feng did not even blink at the mention of A-grade combat techniques. Yet, when Tang Yun's gaze fell upon him, he instantly adopted a different expression. Truly, life is but a performance, reliant on one's acting skills. As Qin Feng observed this scene, he silently acknowledged the reality of the situation. Although the camp was replete with resources, none of it was complimentary. All required the expenditure of points. Even meals necessitated the use of these points. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the students subtly shifted, with nearly half of them casting glances toward Qin Feng, the very individual who had previously appropriated their points. Among them, Zhou Yang bore the most displeased countenance. Given his combat prowess, accumulating 1,000 points should have been a trivial pursuit. However, after being robbed twice by Qin Feng, his mentality had become somewhat strained, and he had yet to amass even 500 points. Unfazed by the scrutiny of his peers, Qin Feng remained indifferent. Instructor, is there a way to rapidly acquire points? At that moment, a student voiced the collective curiosity of the group. Indeed, Tang Yun nodded. In relation to your training, the camp has established a series of standards. Meeting these benchmarks will yield corresponding rewards and points. Moreover, there are weighted vests in the warehouse over there, starting at a minimum of 100 kilograms. Wearing these vests will also grant you a certain amount of points. As she spoke, Tang Yun gestured toward the adjacent warehouse. The greater the weight and the longer the duration, the more points you will accrue. The points bracelet will record the weight you bear and the time you wear it. With point totals being settled at midnight each day, that concludes the general overview of the training camp. You are now dismissed. Feel free to return to your dormitories and rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning at 6, we shall reconvene for the battle for the combat rankings. With her final words, Tang Yun and Yang Xian turned to depart. Following their exit, the students buzzed with conversation before collectively making their way toward the warehouse. Rest? What importance does that hold compared to points? In contrast, Qin Feng simply turned and left the area. Points? Ridiculous. He had no need for trifles like that. However, the weighted vests could serve to hone his physique, and once his abilities were fully integrated, he could return to claim one. Why did he leave so abruptly? Could he not endure the pressure of a 100-kilogram vest? One observer noted Qin Feng's departure. Upon hearing this, those around him shot him peculiar glances. Unable to bear a 100-kilogram vest? What a jest! The average awakened individual in the initial stage of the first tier could effortlessly lift 200 kilograms. And they were all prodigies from various cities. 100 kilograms? Who does he look down on? Isn't that Qin Feng? Zhao Cheng murmured, having had the good fortune to successfully pass the camp's entrance assessment. He.S. leaving? What are we waiting for? Let us hurry to claim our weighted vests. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. It was Luo Kai, who had similarly passed the assessment. All right. Hearing the call, Zhao Cheng turned back and joined Luo Kai as they made their way to the warehouse. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had returned to his dormitory. System. Initiate the fusion of the Red Lotus Flame. Chapter 72. A heart-stirring phenomenon. Fusion successful. Ding. S-rank ability, Red Lotus Flame, is commencing fusion. As Qin Feng issued his command, the next moment, the system's announcement echoed in his mind. Instantly, the air around him began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of being torn apart. Subsequently, waves of crimson flames surged forth from his body, exuding an ominous heat, accompanied by crackling sounds. Unlike ordinary flames, these bore a peculiar deep red hue, suggesting an infinite capacity for destruction. The flames swiftly enveloped Qin Feng, who felt a fierce burning sensation, drawing from past experience. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Before long, fiery blossoms began to coalesce around him, resembling blooming red lotuses, with petals crafted from pure flame, radiating a brilliant crimson glow. Each lotus emitted a powerful heat and an overwhelming pressure, as if they were infernal flames from the depths of hell, swirling around him and saturating the training room with their scorching aura. Simultaneously, a deep crimson cloud layer materialized in the sky above the training camp, spanning thousands of meters. This cloud cast a deep red hue over the heavens. "What is this? Quickly notify the chief instructor." A guard, having detected the anomaly, shouted urgently. Just then, 3 figures appeared in midair, one after the other. It was Yang Hong, Tang Yun, and another. All 3 gazed upward in astonishment at the crimson cloud above. "The camp is now on high alert. Activate the protective formations and ensure the students do not scatter," Yang Hong commanded gravely. Could this be the work of the Fire Cloud clan? Yang Xian mused, his own fire-based abilities granting him heightened sensitivity to fire elements. Within the depths of the crimson clouds, he sensed a terrifying concentration of fire attribute energy. Unlikely, Yang Hong shook his head. The Fire Cloud clan resides far beyond this realm. It is nearly impossible for them to infiltrate here. Moreover, this is the territory of that monkey, who has always been at odds with the myriad clans. Even if they sought to challenge us, they would not allow the Fire Cloud clan to enter. Then, could it be the Firewing Crow King? Yang Xian proposed. The Firewing Crow King was the closest 8th-tier beast king to the Black Forest mountain range and could also manipulate fire element energy, an awakened phenomenon. As Tang Yun gazed at the deep crimson clouds enveloping the sky, a sense of familiarity washed over her. She recalled a recent incident in the Summer Province, where a genius awakened an S-rank fire ability, similarly summoning a large expanse of deep crimson clouds, albeit on a smaller scale of only several hundred meters. This notion seemed utterly absurd. Even Tang Yun found it hard to believe, which is why she refrained from voicing it. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang, who had just entered the warehouse to select a weighted vest, seemed to sense something amiss. He looked up toward the outside, and upon seeing the sky, he froze in place. Holy cow, the sky! The fire clouds are blocking the sun. Could a terrifying powerhouse have arrived? More and more students began to notice the deep crimson clouds obscuring the sky, and without exception, their faces were etched with shock. Those who had intended to select weighted vests halted their actions, eyes fixed on the deep crimson clouds. An awakened phenomenon. Just as the others were puzzling over the significance of the clouds, Zhou Yang slowly uttered those 4 words. Having experienced an awakening phenomenon himself, he immediately recognized the deep crimson clouds for what they were. Who was awakening their abilities within the training camp? The same question flickered through Tang Yun's mind. She resolved to thoroughly investigate all individuals possessing fire-based abilities within the camp upon her return. Under the watchful gaze of the students, the deep crimson clouds began to shift and change. A torrent of surging flames erupted from the clouds, the deep crimson fire reminiscent of hellish infernos, ceaselessly churning within the celestial veil. Witnessing this scene, Yang Hong dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. His vital energy surged violently, a terrifying power emanating from within him. He then raised both hands. With a resounding crash, in the next instant, countless streams of azure water erupted from the ground, rushing skyward. In the blink of an eye, the blue waters coalesced into a formidable wall capable of enveloping the entire training camp. Yang Hong and his companions dashed through the water barrier, confronting the ominous crimson clouds head-on. Should any unforeseen occurrence arise, they would be ready to act without hesitation. Under their vigilant gaze, the deep red flames within the clouds spiraled rapidly, gradually transforming into colossal red lotuses. Similar to the red lotuses that surrounded Qin Feng, these were composed of pure fire, albeit significantly larger, each one towering 100 feet in size. In the void several thousand meters away, the density of fire elements suggested a breakthrough by that fire crow once more. No, it was the position of those humans. A whisper emanated from the abyss. Buzz. At that moment, the fabric of space trembled as a pitch-black rift appeared, and a man clad in black armor, wielding a dark spear, stepped forth from the fissure. "I have found you, ape tyrant." Within the dormitory, Qin Feng was on the verge of losing consciousness. His entire being was engulfed in deep crimson flames. The power of the red lotus fire had infiltrated his consciousness, making him feel as if his very soul were ablaze. Much like when he merged with the chaotic divine thunder, the red lotus fire was also altering his physique, talent, and soul. Before long, Qin Feng closed his eyes and succumbed to complete unconsciousness. At that moment, the surrounding space began to undulate like the tide, rendering his body ethereal. Above the camp, those immense red lotuses began to emit a dazzling scarlet glow, only to dissipate one by one. As the red lotuses faded, the deep crimson clouds gradually receded, until finally, the pitch-black night sky reigned once more. It was then that everyone realized that night had indeed fallen. Qin Feng's figure had completely vanished, enveloped by a mass of deep red flames, with tendrils of crimson fire emerging from the fluctuating space and converging into his being. Time slipped by, and eventually, the space began to stabilize, the fiery mass slowly dissipating. At the last moment, Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, revealing two peculiar red lotuses reflected within his pupils. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful fusion of your abilities. Chapter 73, A Surprise in the Camp Preparations. After the manifestation of the anomaly faded, the students were left in a state of profound agitation. The awakening of such phenomena and the arrival of an unparalleled powerhouse were beyond their comprehension. Once they regained their composure, they redirected their attention to the weighted vests before them. The warehouse was piled high with weighted vests. 100 kilograms, 200 kilograms, 400 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms, and even 5,000 kilograms. The vests were arranged in different zones according to their weights. Is there really one weighing 5,000 kilograms? The instructor must think highly of us. Even a third-tier awakener might struggle to bear such a load. The students buzzed with discussion. Just then, their eyes widened in disbelief as a towering figure strode directly toward the 5,000 kilograms vest. No way, is he really going to challenge 5,000 kilograms? Amidst the astonished gazes, Shirkuan reached out and grasped a 5,000 kilograms weighted vest, and with a surge of strength, he lifted it. Yet, the tremors in his arms betrayed the strain of such an effort. Holy cow, he actually lifted it. The onlookers were filled with incredulity. Truly, the famed tyrant body was akin to a human-shaped behemoth. Yang Yang shook his head in resignation, then selected a 1,000 kilograms vest to don. His abilities did not greatly enhance his physique. 1,000 kilograms was nearly his limit. On the other side, Lin Xiaoqian opted for an 800 kilograms vest, well aware that physical strength was the weak point of a mentalist. What's the use of having a strong physique? It pales in comparison to my mental power. Lin Xiaoqian scoffed, her haughty demeanor well known among her peers. Though it's a bit of a stretch, I can manage it, but it will affect my other training. Shirkuan thought as he turned and grabbed a 3,000 kilograms vest to wear. These weighted vests were crafted from special materials, making them feel almost like regular clothing. While Shirkuan's donning of the 3,000 kilograms vest was astonishing, his thoughts drifted to Qin Feng. He had witnessed Qin Feng's overwhelming victory over Shirkuan in a contest of physical prowess. If Feng Gu were here, he'd probably start with 5,000 kilograms. The chubby student mused, grabbing a 500 kilograms vest and departing the warehouse. As the chubby student returned to the dormitory, the others, having selected their weighted vests, made their way to the gravity training room and the agility training room. The elimination system proposed by Tianyu for the weekend had indeed spurred them on. And with points now in hand, each was eager to experience the camp's training facilities. In the control room, truly, these young ones are bursting with energy. Yang Xian remarked with a smile as he observed the students entering the training rooms. The elimination system hung over them like a sword of Damocles, urging them to train with unyielding fervor. Hearing this, Tang Yun and Yang Hong nodded in agreement. By the way, have the surprises for them been prepared for tonight? Yang Hong inquired, as if recalling something. The surprises are en route. They will arrive at the camp shortly, Yang Xian replied. However, what caliber of opponents do you intend to assign to Lin Xiaoqian and the others? Their combat power has reached the 3rd tier, so for safety's sake, I have summoned 4 soldiers at the mid-3rd tier to engage them. Yang Hong stated casually. Mid-3rd tier, huh? It seems we are in for quite a spectacle tonight. Yang Xian remarked, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he watched the figures continuously flowing into the training rooms. Train hard. The more intense your training now, the greater the surprise you'll receive later. Yang Xian was eagerly anticipating the surprise they had invested considerable effort into creating. In contrast, Tang Yun felt a flicker of concern. If the earlier anomaly had indeed been stirred by him, would mid-3rd tier opponents truly suffice? Prior to this, Tang Yun had thoroughly investigated all fire element awakeners within the camp, leaving no stone unturned, even scrutinizing the staff. After meticulous elimination, she ultimately set her sights on one individual. Qin Feng, ability F-level thunder, fire dual system. Inside the dormitory, is this the power of the Crimson Lotus of Inferno? Qin Feng raised his right hand, and a crimson lotus, formed from deep red flames, gently swirled in the palm of his hand. Upon this lotus, Qin Feng simultaneously sensed 2 utterly distinct energies, purification and destruction. If he were to channel the power of the Crimson Lotus of Inferno into himself, It would aid in expelling impurities from his body. Conversely, when unleashed upon his enemies, it would become an inexorable force of annihilation. With a subtle flick of his hand, the Crimson Lotus dissipated instantly. Qin Feng concentrated, opening the system panel. Name: Qin Feng. Ability: Chaotic Divine Thunder, S. Crimson Lotus of Inferno, S. Level: Early Stage, 2nd Tier. Vitality: 450. Spirit: 55. Physique: Spirit Level Demon King Body, Beginner, 20. Following the successful fusion of the Crimson Lotus of Inferno, his vitality, spirit, and physique all experienced significant enhancement. Clenching his fists, Qin Feng reveled in the formidable power coursing through him, a smile gracing his face. He was increasingly enamored with this feeling of empowerment. First, he must master this combat technique, Qin Feng murmured to himself. In that moment, a shimmering crimson jade slip appeared in his hand, the fire attribute B-level combat technique. Fiery Crash Fist, which he had previously acquired from the bronze iron box. This combat seal was intact, with a total of 5 uses remaining. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately commenced its utilization. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully entering the B-level combat technique Fiery Crash Fist. Ding! Fiery Crash Fist has reached minor completion. Ding! Fiery Crash Fist has achieved major completion. In less than an hour, Qin Feng had exhausted all 5 uses, mastering the Fiery Crash Fist to a profound degree. Indeed, the fusion of the Crimson Lotus of Inferno had once again markedly elevated his training aptitude. Had it been before, the 5 opportunities with a B-level combat seal would have only allowed him to achieve minor completion. This time, however, he had directly surged into major completion, with only a single step remaining to attain perfection. First, he would acquire a weighted vest, and then proceed to the gravity training chamber to refine his physique. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng set off, swiftly arriving at the storeroom. At this moment, the storeroom was devoid of any presence. The heaviest weighted vest weighed 9,000 kilograms. Qin Feng strode forward, grasping a 9,000 kilograms weighted vest, and with a sudden surge of strength, lifted it effortlessly. Chapter 74. Who damages whom? It's still undetermined? It was somewhat of a strain. Although his body could bear this weight, it would impede the agility of his various body parts. Qin Feng shook his head, slowly lowering the weighted vest. 9,000 kilograms, equivalent to 9 tons, was a weight that only he could manage among 2nd-tier awakened individuals. Even Shikuan, who possessed a similar special physique, could not achieve this feat. After setting down the 9,000 kilograms vest, Qin Feng experimented with several other weights, ultimately discovering that 6,000 kilograms was perfectly suited for him. This weight was just right. Qin Feng raised his arms and swung them a couple of times, performing some simple mobility exercises, and finally nodded in satisfaction. He pondered what weight Shikuan had chosen. With his special physique, it should not differ too much from his own, especially considering his cultivation level was at the mid-2nd tier. Qin Feng thought to himself. However, he clearly underestimated the power of the Demon King body. Buzz. At that moment, a vibration emanated from the point's bracelet, initiating the calculation of the time spent wearing the weighted vest. Qin Feng paid it no mind. He was not lacking in points at present. During the entrance assessment, including points obtained from other students, he had amassed nearly 2,000 points, along with an additional 2,000 gifted by Tianyu. His total points were now approaching 4,000, ample for his immediate needs. After selecting his weighted vest, Qin Feng departed the storeroom, making his way to the gravity training chamber. At the same time, at the camp's entrance, a number of figures appeared, standing still in anticipation. Notably, in the forefront of this group, 4 individuals clad in military uniforms stood. These 4 had been specifically dispatched by Yang Hong to deal with Qin Feng and his companions. Isn't that our army's genius, Li Yuntian? How come you've been pulled in to serve as a sparring partner for these students? Indeed, if I recall correctly, you're only a few years older than these students. Had you arrived a few years later, you might have been entering this elite training camp alongside them. 3 middle-aged men among the 4 teased the younger man. In response to their jests, the individual named Li Yuntian wore an expression of helplessness. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. You flatter me, and I'm still standing tall. They laughed and scolded. Just then, Yang Hong approached with Tang Yun in tow. Instantly, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent, and everyone straightened their posture. The 4 individuals in front, including Li Yuntian, raised their hands in a precise military salute. Masters of the realm wield immense contributions to humanity and the great Xia, deserving of everyone's respect. All right. The purpose of summoning you here is to reign in that group of overly proud geniuses. First and foremost, I must emphasize, do not hold back. Rewards await those who win, while those who lose will return whence they came. Understood. Everyone shouted in unison, though internally, they held little regard for the statement. It was well known that their cultivation levels surpassed those of the students, averaging nearly 2 minor realms above them. A mid-stage first tier against an early-stage first tier was hardly a contest. The materials have been distributed to you. Each of you has your own targets for one-on-one matchups. Be careful not to mix them up. Following Yang Hong's words, 2 staff members stepped forward to distribute the students' information systematically. Soon, only Li Yuntian and his companions remained. You four are tasked with confronting the strongest among this group of students. Be cautious and do not stumble in the gutter. After hearing Yang Hong's words, the 4 exchanged glances, slightly taken aback, but soon relaxed. Chief Instructor, please, you jest. We are 3rd tier awakened. How could these youngsters, who have only recently awakened their abilities, possibly match our strength? What the hell, a mid-2nd tier mentalist? A special physique, a tyrant body, and an S-level wind element awakened? A series of gasps erupted. They're all that strong. What about my opponent? Li Yuntian glanced down at the information in his hands. Early stage first tier, S-level thunder element awakened? No. Why are they all mid-2nd tier while I'm only early stage first tier? Li Yuntian expressed his dissatisfaction. Although the others were all mid-2nd tier, he was confident that his combat prowess was the strongest. While an S-level ability was formidable, his cultivation level was mid-2nd tier, nearly 2 major realms above an early stage first tier. There was no challenge whatsoever. What? Are you unwilling? Yang Hong's gaze fell upon Li Yuntian. Even under the watchful eye of the Grand Master, Li Yuntian did not waver. He met the other's gaze head-on. Chief Instructor, facing a mid-stage 3rd tier against a late-stage 1st tier, do you not think this is somewhat insulting? Li Yuntian, do you truly believe this young lad is as simple as he appears? If that were the case, would I have summoned you here? Yang Hong retorted with irritation. Let me remind you, this young man has slain not just one, but multiple 3rd tier ferocious beasts. Upon hearing this, the other 3 displayed expressions of astonishment. How could a late-stage 1st tier possibly defeat a 3rd tier beast? Is he that formidable? Li Yuntian was also taken aback, yet he remained nonchalant. It's merely a 3rd tier beast. He has slain them before and is aware that the 3rd tier beasts in the camp assessment are only at the initial stage. He has even vanquished late-stage 3rd tier beasts. Enough of this, everyone, focus up and do not falter. Having said that, Yang Hong turned to leave. However, Li Yuntian, in a state of urgency, stepped forward and exclaimed, Chief Instructor, why not assign me a different opponent? One at the 2nd tier? You ungrateful wretch. Yang Hong frowned and casually waved his hand, sending Li Yuntian flying. If you are to fight, then fight. Should you feel unsatisfied, unleash your full potential. I merely worry about damaging your precious student. Damaging him. Upon hearing this, Yang Hong chuckled. In his view, it was uncertain who would truly be damaged. He would be more than pleased if Li Yuntian could defeat Qin Feng, as it would temper the latter's arrogance. Yang Hong was quite familiar with Li Yuntian, who was one of his subordinates in the military. The sole reason for summoning him was to deal with Qin Feng. After some thought, he decided to increase the difficulty for Qin Feng. Young man, it's not that I look down upon you. Even with all your might, you may not match his prowess. Exercise caution, lest you find yourself ashamed when you lose. Lose. Li Yuntian scoffed, taken aback by such underestimation. He immediately replied, since you say so, I shall hold nothing back. Should anything occur, do not blame me. Yang Hong waved his hand dismissively and departed. No, Yuntian, do be wary. That is a grandmaster. It is only Yang Hong's good temper that spares you. Had it been anyone else, you would have been thoroughly thrashed by now. Li Yuntian, however, remained unfazed. After all, enduring beatings was a common occurrence in the military, and he was not easily frightened. Qin Feng, prepare yourself for a proper lesson. Chapter 75, The Gravity Training Room, Remarkable Results. The Gravity Training Room. It was divided into numerous individual chambers, each capable of adjusting the gravity multiplier independently, designed for targeted training for each student. Outside the training room was a spacious hall, where a figure entered and made his way inside. It was Qin Feng. Did you see that? Shirkuan walked into the training room wearing a 3-ton weighted vest and activated double gravity. 6 tons. That weight would have flattened me. Not just you. Even Lin Xiaoqian and Zhou Yang cannot compare in terms of physique. Need it be said? One is a mentalist, and the other a wind element ability user. How could they compete with Shirkuan, who possesses a unique physique? Upon entering, Qin Feng overheard several students discussing Shirkuan's accomplishments. Wait. He only wore a 3-ton weighted vest. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. It seems the Demon King physique is not as simple as I imagined. Qin Feng mused, then turned his gaze to the various training rooms. With nearly 100 training rooms, over half were vacant. He selected one at random and stepped inside. Qin Feng. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Turning, he saw Zhao Cheng and Luo Kai approaching. After exchanging brief greetings, Qin Feng asked, Are you two preparing to leave? Yes. Unlike Shirkuan, we do not possess a unique physique. We have reached our limit. Zhao Cheng replied, looking helpless. Very well. Qin Feng said no more and turned toward the training room. Good grief, it's been an hour. Shikuan is truly a freak. Enduring under 3 tons of weight and double gravity for so long. I wonder how long Qin Feng can last. Zhao Qing thought to himself. What is this? Someone has chosen triple gravity. At that moment, a gasp echoed as a student pointed at the training room where Qin Feng had just entered. A screen displayed the time and gravity multiplier at the entrance. It prominently showed a 3. Wait, wasn't he that person wearing a 100 kilograms weighted vest? Seriously, just to show off and waste points here? Someone scoffed. Truly, the world is full of all kinds. Let him be, I'm going back to rest. Inside the training room. At this moment, Qin Feng's face was flushed, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was already wearing a 6-ton weighted vest and under triple gravity. He was bearing an astounding 18 tons, which was an overwhelming pressure. The surrounding weight bore down on him like a mountain, causing the flow of blood within him to slow. Qin Feng attempted to lift his right arm, but a sharp tearing sensation struck him instantaneously. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. He then began to move other parts of his body. The tearing sensation spread throughout his arms and legs. After several minutes, a warm current surged within him, followed by a noticeable reduction in the pressure he was under. Physique, spiritual tier, Demon King physique, initial, 21. The progress of his physique had improved. Qin Feng's eyes brightened at that moment. He realized that the Demon King physique was indeed more complex than it appeared. Under the terrifying pressure, the Demon King physique advanced rather than retreated, achieving a breakthrough in a mere few minutes. Onward. Filled with excitement, Qin Feng began to attempt running and jumping movements. Half an hour later, he must be wearing the 100 kilograms vest, without a doubt. Seeing Qin Feng persist for half an hour under triple gravity, those outside the training room became even more convinced of their earlier assessment. Forget it. Someone so keen on showing off 1T last long, unworthy of our attention. After some discussion, they shifted their focus back to Shikuan's training room, where the displayed time had reached 2 hours. Exclamations of amazement escaped their lips. In truth, they had all completed their training. They lingered merely to see how long Shikuan could endure. Half an hour later, 2 figures emerged from their respective training rooms. It was Lin Xiaoqian and Zhou Yang. This brute is still inside. Upon exiting, Zhou Yang immediately cast his gaze towards Shikuan's training room. Upon seeing that he had yet to emerge, astonishment spread across his face. Initially intending to proceed directly to the agility training room, he ultimately decided to linger, curious to see how long the other party could endure. I shall no longer engage with you all. I must return to rest, Lin Xiaoqian remarked with a chuckle, lifting her foot to depart. After another half hour, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the door to the training room gradually swung open, revealing a tall figure, Shikuan. At that moment, it was evident that Shikuan's skin was flushed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his body quivering violently. However, what garnered the crowd's admiration was that, despite his condition, he did not remove the weighted vest. A staggering 6 tons of weight, and he had persevered for 3 hours, truly remarkable. It could only be said that he was indeed a person of extraordinary constitution. As murmurs circulated among the onlookers, a voice broke through, let us head to the agility training room. Shikuan did not decline. He understood that the other party wished to regain face after having lost it here. However, he too was eager to ascertain the extent of Zhou Yang's speed. Upon witnessing the two prepare to head to the agility training room, the surrounding crowd also began to follow suit. In the gravity training room, Qin Feng exhaled lightly, his physique resembling that of Shikuan moments ago, skin reddened, body trembling. 18 tons of weight, 2 hours of exertion, this was sufficient. I've nearly reached my limit. Qin Feng murmured to himself, realizing that to continue further might be counterproductive. After all, one cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. Once the gravity was turned off, Qin Feng felt an immediate release as the tension in his muscles began to dissipate. Remarkably, his vitality had even increased by 2 points. It seemed this training camp had indeed been a wise choice. Upon checking his system panel, he noted an improvement in both vitality and constitution, particularly the latter, which had nearly risen by 3 points in just 2 hours. I should try the agility training room, he decided, rising and leaving the gravity training room, filled with anticipation for the essential facilities within the camp. Chapter 76, Terrifying Talent, Exchange of Combat Techniques. The agility training room. This space was expansive, surrounded by countless air dart guns suspended by steel cables. Upon Qin Feng's arrival, he observed a group of individuals gathered around, watching one person's training. The agility training room was categorized by difficulty levels, with level 1 being the easiest and level 10 the most challenging. I previously attempted level 3 and could barely last 10 minutes before succumbing, one student remarked, a look of lingering fear etched on his face. Zhou Yang enduring for half an hour at level 6 is truly terrifying. Half an hour? Look at his effortless demeanor now. I reckon he could last at least another 2 hours, the crowd speculated. Indeed, with an S-grade wind ability, combined with an entry-level A-grade agility technique, his speed surpasses that of ordinary individuals, Shirkuan murmured, confidence still evident on his face. Even if Zhou Yang was faster, he remained assured of his capability to overcome him. An A-grade agility technique? At that moment, Qin Feng's attention was drawn to Zhou Yang's impressive display in the training room, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Boom, boom. As the sound of air explosions echoed, darts sliced through the air from various directions. Yet Zhou Yang remained unperturbed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, not even utilizing his extraordinary ability, solely relying on his exceptional reflexes and an elusive agility technique. He evaded all incoming darts. The Phantom Step, an A-grade agility technique, was one Zhou Yang had only recently begun to master. He chose a technique devoid of attributes. Recognizing his over-reliance on his powers as a weakness, level 6 provides little challenge. Let us try level 7, he softly murmured, adjusting the difficulty. Instantly, the explosive sounds ceased, and the speed of the darts intensified. Without sound, Zhou Yang had to rely solely on his vision and instincts to discern the dart's trajectories, a significant increase in difficulty. Even he felt the pressure mounting. As he pushed the Phantom Step to its limits, his feet propelled him forward, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Qin Feng watched intently, his gaze unwavering, as information about the Phantom Step began to etch itself into his mind. Before long, the system notification echoed within his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the A-grade combat technique, Phantom Step, through exceptional talent. Phantom Step, A-grade not yet mastered, progress 50. A smile spread across Qin Feng's face. After merging with the Crimson Lotus Fire, his training talent had become even more formidable. He could now autonomously grasp A-grade combat techniques. Given his current aptitude, he could master it in no time, even without the system. Having learned an A-grade agility technique, albeit not thunder attribute, was sufficient for the time being. With this thought, Qin Feng turned and departed towards the combat technique hall. With nearly 4,000 points in hand, it would be a pity not to exchange them for resources. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the combat technique hall. Since it was the first day of enrollment, very few students were present to exchange resources. Upon entering, he noticed only a solitary staff member dozing off. Pat, Pat. Hearing footsteps, the staff member jolted awake, initially believing it to be the captain on patrol, and quickly straightened up. However, upon seeing only a young man, surprise flickered across his face. The resource list is inside. You can check what is available for exchange. The staff member pointed to the side, where there was an electronic screen half a meter in diameter. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Feng approached the screen. The staff member resumed his position, resting his head on his hand, appearing quite disinterested. To him, it was merely the first day of camp, and students were unlikely to possess many points. Even among the more powerful students, having around 1,000 points would be exceptional. The rest would likely not exceed 500. Although he did not discern Qin Feng's specific cultivation level, he dismissed him as an ordinary student. Qin Feng tapped on the screen, refreshing the display. D-grade energy liquid, 20 points. C-grade energy liquid, 50 points. D-grade blood boosting pill, 50 points. C-grade blood boosting pill, 100 points. The first page was primarily filled with resources aimed at enhancing vitality, which did not pique Qin Feng's interest. He swiftly navigated to the combat techniques interface. A-grade wind attribute combat technique, vacuum cannon, 2,000 points. A-grade wood attribute combat technique, wood dragon strangle, 2,000 points. A-grade lightning attribute combat skill, triple thunderblade, a decomposed version of the S-grade 9-fold thunderblade, cost, 2,000 points. A-grade fire attribute combat skill, dance of the fire dragon, cost, 2,000 points. A-grade body refinement skill, diamond body, cost, 2,000 points. A flicker of brilliance sparkled in Qin Feng's eyes. Indeed, this elite training camp was affluent, boasting no less than a dozen A-grade combat skills, including the rare body refinement skills. After perusing the combat skills, he turned his attention to other resources, ultimately fixating on a potion named Spirit Concentration Pill. This potion was akin to the Blood Enhancement Pill, except the latter augmented vitality. While the former was designed to enhance mental acuity, the thought of mental acuity brought Lin Xiaoqian's image to his mind, despite her having been defeated by him twice. Yet, it was undeniable that the intangible offensive methods of a mentalist were immensely difficult to defend against. D-grade Spirit Concentration Pill, cost, 200 points. C-grade Spirit Concentration Pill, cost, 500 points. The equivalent Spirit Concentration Pills were several times more expensive than the Blood Enhancement Pills. At this moment, Qin Feng fell into contemplation. He had just checked and found that he possessed over 3,900 points. He could exchange for one A-grade combat skill and still have enough points left to acquire a C-grade spirit concentration pill. Qin Feng silently acknowledged this, swiftly making his decision. Initially, he had thought that nearly 4,000 points would suffice for a considerable duration. It appeared he had overestimated. After confirming his choice of the A-grade combat skill, he pondered which attribute skill to exchange for. Although he had already mastered an A-grade lightning attribute combat skill, Thunder Swamp leaned more towards control and area damage, lacking in single target lethality. Thus, he resolved to exchange for another lightning attribute combat skill. Qin Feng promptly decided, I wish to exchange for the A-grade lightning attribute combat skill. Triple Thunderblade, and a C-grade spirit concentration pill. Turning to the staff member, he voiced his request. Chapter 77, the show is about to begin. Oh, you wish to exchange for an A-grade lightning attribute skill? The staff member muttered to himself, but he froze mid-sentence. What did you say you wanted to exchange for? His brow furrowed as he addressed Qin Feng. With no alternative, Qin Feng had to repeat himself. I wish to exchange for the A-grade lightning attribute combat skill. Triple Thunderblade, and a C-grade spirit concentration pill. As the staff member confirmed that he had not misheard, he regarded Qin Feng with an expression of skepticism. Young man, an A-grade combat skill costs 2,000 points. He couldn't help but remind him. In response, Qin Feng remained silent and merely raised his hand to show the number displayed on his points bracelet. 3,900. The staff member was internally astonished. Today was the first day of the camp, which meant that all these points were earned during the entry assessment. Impressive. The staff member couldn't help but praise. And with that, he no longer hesitated, handing over the combat insignia engraved with Triple Thunderblade and the C-grade spirit concentration pill to Qin Feng. Young man, while the spirit concentration pill can enhance mental power, you can only consume one within a year, so be cautious. Additionally, although Triple Thunderblade is powerful, due to its nature as a decomposed version of the S-grade 9-fold Thunderblade, its training difficulty is higher than that of typical A-grade combat skills. If you find it too challenging, do not hesitate to consider a different skill. Understood, Qin Feng nodded, saying little more. At this moment, the staff member seemed to recall something and spoke again. Triple Thunderblade is a lightning attribute sword technique. I recommend that you also exchange for a weapon made of a tribute alloy to better harness the skill's power. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Attribute alloy weapons, akin to attribute combat skills, allowed the user to conserve a portion of their energy consumption and enhance their power when utilizing weapons of the same elemental attribute. The staff member continued. As a user of lightning abilities, have you considered exchanging for a lightning attribute alloy weapon? There was a hint of envy in his tone. Lightning abilities were formidable and among the rarest of elemental powers. The price of attribute alloy weapons was somewhat higher than standard alloy weapons, with C-grade attribute alloy weapons costing nearly 1,000 points. Here, we have a variety of weapons for you to choose from. With that, the staff member stepped forward, switching the screen to the weapon exchange interface. Qin Feng's gaze fell once more upon the screen. D-grade alloy weapons, swords, daggers, spears, customizable styles, requires 12 hours. Cost, 200 points. D-grade attribute alloy weapons, cost, 500 points. C-grade alloy weapons, cost, 500 points. C-grade attribute alloy weapons, cost, 1,000 points. As Qin Feng continued to scroll down, his pupils suddenly constricted. D-grade composite attribute alloy weapons, cost, 2,000 points, 2 attributes. C-grade composite, cost, 5,000 points, 2 attributes. In an instant, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Composite attribute weapons were precisely what he desired. However, the exorbitant cost made him hesitate, as even the lowest tier D-grade required 2,000 points. Ultimately, Qin Feng had no choice but to abandon the idea. The staff member, observing this, refrained from further comment. After leaving the combat skill pavilion, Qin Feng made his way toward the dormitory. He intended to consume the spirit concentration pill and promptly enhance his mental acuity. He thought to himself, with the combination of Chaos Divine Thunder and Crimson Lotus Hellfire, both S-grade abilities, alongside the Demon King physique, his combat prowess was formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to claim he was invincible among his peers. Once he elevated his mental acuity and became a mentalist, he would truly embody the essence of a versatile warrior. As he contemplated this, a spark of excitement illuminated Qin Feng's face. The methods of a mentalist, capable of delivering lethal strikes unseen, were tantalizing to imagine. Before long, Qin Feng returned to his dormitory and, with a mere thought, checked his mental panel. Mental acuity, 55. He decided to test how much a single spirit concentration pill would augment his mental acuity. Gazing at the pill in his hand, his eyes burned with anticipation. Without further hesitation, he swallowed the potion. As the pill entered his body, A refreshing sensation surged into Qin Feng's mind. The slight fatigue in his spirit was instantly revitalized, and his brain felt unprecedentedly clear. This state persisted for several minutes before gradually dissipating. The effects of the spirit concentration pill were fully absorbed by Qin Feng, and he eagerly opened the system panel to check his mental acuity. Mental acuity, 75. His mental acuity had risen to 75, an increase of 20 points, which Qin Feng found satisfactory. Alas, one could only consume a single pill within a year. A hint of regret crossed his face. What Qin Feng remained unaware of was that for those who were not mentalists, consuming the spirit concentration pill would only yield an increase in mental acuity the first time. Subsequent doses would merely alleviate fatigue and enhance alertness. After all, if one could continually rely on the spirit concentration pill to boost mental acuity, the number of mentalists would not be so scarce. The instructor seemingly mentioned preparing ferocious beasts to hone our combat skills. However, it remains uncertain whether these creatures have arrived. Qin Feng murmured, his eagerness to hunt the beasts and accumulate evolution points palpable. Yet, upon casting his gaze upwards to the inky night sky, he restrained himself. The hour was already nearing midnight, with a gathering scheduled for the morrow. Sighing, he resolved to consume beast crystals to enhance his vitality instead. He retrieved a dozen first-tier beast crystals from his storage ring. Gazing at these crystals, Qin Feng recalled his time at the wilderness base, where, to evade Chen Shan's pursuit and quickly return to the city, he had stashed numerous beast crystals throughout the wild. He contemplated the opportunity to return and sell them all. However, most of those crystals were first-tier, offering little assistance to him at present. Indeed, within half an hour, he had devoured the entire batch he currently held. Yet the increase in his vitality was scarcely even 100 points. Qin Feng shook his head in resignation and proceeded to consume additional beast crystals. Meanwhile, not far from the dormitory area, a group of figures had gathered, led by none other than Li Yuntian and his comrades. Goodness, these youngsters are brimming with energy, causing us to wait until now. However, considering their gravity training and agility drills, I surmise they must be utterly exhausted by now. This situation may indeed facilitate our actions. A murmur of agreement rippled through the group as they prepared to move. With Yang Xian's command, the figures darted forth swiftly. Surging into the dormitory area, a captivating spectacle was about to unfold.